All this will eventually have to be organized so that the nature of the data and the manner in which it is collected and the application of the concept is done in a way that we are able to study with a degree of precision what we want to study. In a scientific inquiry, much emphasis is placed on precision and exactness of the method. Social sciences, however, owing to the nature of their subject matter, have to think of methods which come close to the accuracy of scientific experiments in laboratories or other controlled conditions. A number of scholars, however, do not feel that there should be much preoccupation with the so-called scientific research. Whatever the beliefs of scholars in this regard. 29. There is nonetheless a method in thinking, exploring, and research in all studies. Understanding comparative. Several methods comparative, historical, experimental, statistical, etc. are politics used by scholars for their studies. It may be pointed out that all these methods may use comparisons to varying degrees, as comparative method is not the monopoly of comparative politics. It is used in all domains of knowledge to study physical, human, and social phenomenon. Sociology, history, anthropology, psychology, literature, etc. use it with similar confidence. These disciplines have used the comparative method to produce studies which are referred variously as cross-cultural, as in anthropology and psychology, and cross-national, as in political science and sociology, seeming thereby to emphasize different fields. Check your progress. 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. What is method? Why do you think method is an important part of research? 2.3. The comparative method. Why compare? 2.3.1 Social scientific research. The comparative method has been seen as studying similarities and differences as the basis for developing a grounded theory, testing hypotheses, inferring causality, and producing reliable generalizations. Many social scientists believe that research should be scientifically organized. The comparative method, they believe, offers them the best means to conduct scientific research, i.e., research characterized by precision, validity, reliability, and verifiability, and some amount of predictability. The American political scientist James Coleman, for example, often reminded his students, "You can't be scientific if you're not comparing." Swanson similarly emphasized that it was unthinkable to think of scientific thought and all scientific research without comparisons. 1971, page 145. Whereas, in physical sciences, comparisons can be done in laboratories under carefully controlled conditions, precise experimentation in social sciences under conditions which replicate laboratory conditions is not possible. If, for example, a social scientist wishes to study the relationship between electoral systems and the number of political parties, he cannot instruct a government to change its electoral system nor order people to behave in a particular way to test his/her hypothesis. Nor can he replicate a social or political phenomenon in a 30. laboratory where tests can be conducted. Thus, while a social scientist may feel comparative methods and compelled to work in a scientific way, societal phenomena may not actually. Strategies for permit what is accepted as scientific inquiry. He can, however, study cases, comparison, i.e. actually existing political systems, and compare them, i.e. chalk out a way to study their relationship as worked out in the hypothesis, draw conclusions, and offer generalizations. Thus, the comparative method, though scientifically weaker than the experimental method, is considered closest to a scientific method, offering the best possible opportunity to seek explanations of societal phenomena and offer theoretical propositions and generalizations. The question you might ask now is, what makes comparative method scientific? Sartori argued that the control function, or the system of checks, which is integral to scientific research and a necessary part of laboratory experimentation, can be achieved in social sciences only through comparisons. He goes further to propose that because the control function can be exercised only through the comparative method, comparisons are indispensable in social sciences. Because of their function of controlling/checking the validity of theoretical propositions, comparisons have the scientific value of making generalized propositions or theoretical statements explaining particular phenomena, making predictions, and also what he terms learning from others' experiences. In this context, it is important to point out that the nature of predictions in comparative method has a probabilistic causality. This means that it can state its results only in terms of likelihoods or probabilities, i.e., a given set of conditions are likely to give an anticipated outcome. This is different from deterministic causality in scientific research, which emphasizes certainty, i.e., a given set of conditions will produce the anticipated outcome/result. 2.3.2 Integrative thinking. While some social scientists use the comparative method to develop a scientific inquiry, for others, however, thinking with comparisons is an integral part of analyzing specific social and political phenomenon. Swanson, who has argued that thinking without comparisons is unthinkable, is representative of this approach. He points out that no one should be surprised that comparisons, implicit and explicit, pervade the work of social scientists and have done so from the beginning. Comparisons among roles, organizations, communities, institutions, societies, and cultures. Swanson, 1971, page 145. Emil Durkheim, the renowned German sociologist, also affirms that the comparative method enables sociological research to cease to be purely descriptive. Durkheim, 1984, page 139. Smelser also argued that descriptions cannot work without comparisons. He substantiates, simple descriptive words like densely populated and democratic presuppose a universe of situations that are more or less populated or more or less democratic, and one situation can be stated / described only in relation / comparison to the other. Smelser, 1976, 3. It is this presupposition of a universe in which a descriptive category can be placed within a set of relationships helps us to analyze it better, feel quite a number of. 31. Scholars. Manoranjan Mohanty, therefore, seeks to emphasize relationships rather. Understanding comparative. Than looking merely for similarities and dissimilarities among phenomena. The politics ladder, or the compare and contrast approach, as he calls it, would ultimately become an exercise in dichotomization, an act of polarizing. In other words, such an exercise would lead to classification of likes in groups of isolated compartments, so that a comparative exercise would become nothing more than finding similarities within groups and dissimilarities among them. For the identification of relationships of unity and opposition, one must modify one's questions. This would mean that the questions asked should not be such as to bring out answers locating merely similarities and dissimilarities, but the relationship which exists between them. Only then shall one be able to understand the comparability of political systems like the United States of America and the United Kingdom, for instance, which differ in their forms of government, presidential and parliamentary forms, respectively. The need to look for relationships rather than only indicators of similarity and dissimilarity is also asserted by Smelser. Smelser feels that often a comparative exercise ends up looking for reasons only for differences or dissimilarities and gives explanations which are often distortions. The fascination or preoccupation with the new and the unique, in other words, what is seen as different from the rest, has always been part of human nature. Historically, there has been a tendency to either praise these differences as pure remainders of a previous age or see them as deviations from what is seen as normal behavior. Thus, the emphasis on similarities and differences may lead to similarities or uniformities being seen as norms and dissimilarities and variations as deviations from the norm. The explanations offered for such deviations might not only be distortions but often lead to categorizations or classifications of categories in terms of binary oppositions, hierarchies, or even in terms of the ideal good and deviant bad. Often, in a system of unequal relationships, the attribution of differences and their reasons results in the justification of the disempowerment of groups seen as different. We have seen in the history of colonialism that the colonized were deprived of freedom and the right to self-governance. The colonizing nation sought to justify this deprivation by describing the subject population as being incapable of self-rule because it had different social structures and religious beliefs. The location of difference here came from the vantage point of power, that of the colonizing nations. In such situations, binary oppositions like the West and East may indicate countries or people not only described as having different attributes but also separate existences even in terms of time. Thus, while the colonizing British were seen as having reached a stage of modernization, the colonized Indians were seen to exist in a state of timelessness, in other words, trapped in a backward past. Historically, however, we have lived in a world which is marked by what Eric Wolf calls interconnections. Thus, the appeal to look for relationships is lent weight by Eric Wolf, whose work corrects the notion that the destiny of nations has historically been shaped by European nations while the others were merely quiet spectators. Wolf shows that historically interconnections have been and continue to be a fact in the lives of 32 states and nations. Wolf, 1982. This means that looking for relationship is not comparative methods and only possible. Ignoring such interconnections will in fact be historically invalid. Strategies for comparison. Check your progress. 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. How do comparisons help achieve the purposes of social scientific research? 2.4 Methods of comparison. Scholars have used a variety of comparative methods in the study of political science. Some widely used methods of comparison are as follows. 2.4.1 Experimental method. Although the experimental method has limited application in social sciences, it provides the model on which many comparativists aspire to base their studies. Simply put, the experimental method aims to establish a causal relationship between two conditions. In other words, the objective of the experiment is to establish that one condition leads to the other or influences the other in a particular way. If, for example, one wishes to study/explain why children differ in their ability to communicate in English in large group setting, a number of factors may be seen as influencing this capability, viz., social background, adeptness in the language, familiarity of surroundings, etc. The investigator may want to study the influence of all these factors, or one of them, or even a combination of factors. He then isolates the conditions/factors whose influence she wants to study and thereby make precise the role of each condition. The condition whose effect is to be measured and is manipulated by the investigator is the independent variable, e.g., social background, etc. The condition upon which the influence is to be studied is thus the dependent variable. Thus, in an experiment designed to study the effect of social background on ability to communicate, social background will be the independent variable and the ability to communicate the dependent variable. The investigator works out a hypothesis stated in terms of a relationship between the two conditions which is tested in the experiment, viz. Children coming from higher socioeconomic background display better ability to communicate in English in large group settings. The results of the experiment would enable the investigator to offer general 33 propositions regarding the applicability of her/his findings and compare them. Understanding comparative with other previous studies. Politics. 2.4.2 Case study. A case study, as the name suggests, focuses on in-depth study of a single case. In that sense, while the method itself is not strictly comparative, it provides the data on single cases which can become the basis of general observations. These observations may be used to make comparisons with other cases and to offer general explanations. Case studies, however, may, in a disproportionate manner, emphasize distinctiveness or what are called deviant or unusual cases. There might be a tendency, for example, among comparativists to explore questions like why United States of America does not have a socialist party rather than to explore why Sweden, along with most Western democracies, has one. We will study briefly Alexis de Tocqueville's classic studies of 18th century France, the Old Regime and the French Revolution, 1856, and 19th century United States. Democracy in America, Volume 1, 1835, to show how comparative explanations can be made by focusing on single cases. Both his studies seem to ask different questions. In the French case, he attempts to explain why the 1789 French Revolution broke out, and in the case of USA, he seems to concentrate on seeking reasons for and consequences of conditions of social equality in the USA. While both these works were spaced by more than 20 years, there is an underlying unity of theme between the two. This unity is partly due to Tocqueville's preoccupation in both with similar conceptual issues, viz., equality and inequality, despotism and freedom, and political stability and instability, and his views on social structure and social change. Also underlying the two studies is his conviction regarding the inexorability of the Western historical transition from aristocracy to democracy, from inequality to equality. Finally, and this is what makes these individual works comparative, and according to some, a single comparative study, is the fact that in both the studies the other nation persists as an absent case or referent. Thus, his analysis of the American society was influenced by his perspective on the French society and vice versa. The American case was understood as a pure case of democracy by birth, where the social evolution towards equality had nearly reached its natural limits, leading to conditions of political stability, a diminished sense of relative deprivation among its large middle class, and a conservative attitude towards change. The French case was an aristocracy, a system of hierarchical inequalities, which had entered a transition stage in the 18th century with conditions of inequality mixing with expectations and desire for equality, resulting in an unstable mix of the two principles of aristocracy and equality, leading to despotism and culminating in the Revolution of 1789. Thus, Tocqueville's unique case study of individual cases was effectively a study of national contrasts and similarities within a complex model of interaction of historical forces to explain the divergent historical courses taken up by France and USA. 34. 2.4.3 Statistical Method. Comparative Methods and Strategies. 4. The statistical method uses categories and variables which are quantifiable or can comparison be represented by numbers, e.g., voting patterns, public expenditure, political parties, voter turnout, urbanization, population growth. It also offers unique opportunities to study the effects or relationships of a number of variables simultaneously. It has the advantage of presenting precise data in a compact and visually effective manner so that similarities and dissimilarities are visible through numerical representation. The fact that a number of variables can be studied together also gives the unique opportunity to look for complex explanations in terms of a relationship. The use of the statistical method also helps explain and compare long-term trends and patterns and offer predictions on future trends. A study, for example, of the relationship of age and political participation can be made through an analysis of statistical tables of voter turnout and age categories. Comparison of this data over long periods or with similar data in other countries/political systems or with data showing voter turnout in terms of religious groups, social class, and age can help us make complex generalizations, e.g., middle class, Hindu, male voters between the age of 25 and 30 are the most prolific voters. Cross-national comparisons may lead to findings like middle-class women of the age group 25 to 30 are more likely to vote in Western democracies than in developing countries like India. The utility of this method lies in the relative ease with which it can deal with multiple variables. It fails, however, to offer complete answers or give the complete picture. It can, however, be employed along with qualitative analysis to give more comprehensive explanations of relationships and the broad categories which the statistical method uses in order to facilitate their numerical representation. 2.4.4 Focused Comparisons. These studies take up a small number of countries, often just two, paired or binary comparisons, and concentrate frequently on particular aspects of the country's politics rather than on all aspects. A comparative study of public policies in different countries has successfully been undertaken by this method. Lipset distinguishes two kinds of binary or paired comparison, the implicit and explicit. Lipset distinguishes two kinds of binary or paired comparison, the implicit and explicit. In the implicit binary comparison, the investigator's own country, as in the case of Tocqueville's study of America, may serve as the reference. Explicit paired comparisons have two clear cases, countries, for comparison. The two countries may be studied with respect to their specific aspects, e.g., policy of population control in India and China or in their entirety, e.g., with respect to the process of modernization. The latter may, however, lead to a parallel study of two cases, leaving little scope for a study of relationships. 2.4.5 Historical method. The historical method can be distinguished from other methods that it looks for causal explanations which are historically sensitive. Eric Wolf emphasizes that any study which seeks to understand societies and causes of human action could 35. Not merely seek technical solutions to problems stated in technical terms. The understanding comparative. Important thing was to resort to an analytic history which searched out the causes. Politics of the present in the past. Such an analytic history could not be developed out of the study of a single culture or nation, a single culture area, or even a single continent at one period in time, but from a study of contacts, interactions, and interconnections among human populations and cultures. Historical studies have concentrated on one or more cases seeking to find causal explanations of social and political phenomena in a historical perspective. Single case studies seek, as mentioned in a previous section, to produce general statements which may be applied to other cases. Theta Skocpol points out that comparative historical studies using more than one case fall broadly into two categories: comparative history and comparative historical analysis. Comparative history is commonly used rather loosely to refer to any study in which two or more historical trajectories of nation-states, institutional complexes, or civilizations are juxtaposed. Some studies which fall in this genre, like Charles Lewis and Richard Tilley's The Rebellious Century 1810 to 1930, aim at drawing up a specific historical model which can be applied across different national contexts. Others, such as Reinhard Benedict's Nation Building and Citizenship and Perry Anderson's Lineages of the Absolutist State, use comparisons primarily to bring out contrasts among nations or civilizations, conceived as isolated wholes. Skocpol herself subscribes to the second method, i.e., comparative historical analysis, which aims primarily to develop, test, and refine causal, explanatory hypothesis about events or structures integral to macro units such as nation-states. This it does by taking selected slices of national historical trajectories as the units of comparison, to develop causal relationship about specific phenomenon, e.g. revolutions, and draw generalizations. There are two ways in which valid associations of potential causes with the phenomenon one is trying to explain can be established. These methods laid out by John Stuart Mill in his A System of Logic are A, the method of agreement, and B, the method of difference. The method of agreement involves taking up for study several cases having in common both the phenomenon as well as the set of causal factors proposed in the hypothesis. The method of difference, which was issued by Skocpol, takes up two sets of cases. A, the positive cases, in which the phenomenon as well as the hypothesized causal relationship are present, and the B, the negative cases, in which the phenomenon as well as the causes are absent but are otherwise similar to the first set. In her comparative analysis of the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions in States and Social Revolutions, a comparative analysis of France, Russia, and China, Skocpol, 1979, takes up the three as the positive cases of successful social revolution and argues that the three revolutions reveal similar causal patterns despite many other dissimilarities. She takes up a set of negative cases, viz. the failed Russian Revolution of 1905, and selected aspects of English, Japanese, and German histories to validate the arguments regarding causal relationship in the first case. Critics of the historical method feel that because the latter does not study a large number of cases, it does not offer the opportunity to study a specific phenomenon in a truly scientific 36. manner. Harry Eckstein, for instance, argues that generalizations based on small comparative methods and number of cases may certainly be a generalization in the dictionary sense. Strategies for, however, a generalization in the methodological sense ought to cover a comparison number of cases large enough for certain rigorous testing procedures like statistical analysis to be used. Harry Eckstein, Internal War, 1964. Check your progress. 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. What is experimental method? How far is this method appropriate for the study of political phenomenon in a comparative framework? 2. What are the different methods of comparison? What are the relative advantages of each in the study of comparative politics? 2.5 Let us sum up. Comparison is a basic human endeavor. Consciously or unconsciously, we keep on comparing many things around us. In the discipline of political science, using comparative methods, one can not only explain the general description or characteristics of the institutions, systems, or phenomena, but also provide a nuanced understanding of the political system, the patterns, similarities, and differences. In the process of using comparison as a method of political inquiry, scholars have used variety of methods such as experimental method, case study method, statistical method, historical method, etc. These methods are the basic tools and technique employed by comparativists for establishing a scientific and in-depth explanation of political phenomena through the use of empirical data and quantifiable variables. But it is the task of the researcher, comparativists, to identify the appropriate method for his/her inquiry. When a single method is not. 37. 38. Understanding comparative politics. Sufficient, one can employ combination of methods to achieve a comprehensive understanding. 2.6 Keywords. Construct. A construct is an abstract concept that is specifically created or chosen to explain a given phenomenon. A construct may be a simple concept or a combination of set of related concepts. Causal explanation. A way of understanding something by holding that some facts lead to the appearance of other facts, e.g., overpopulation may be the cause of housing problem. Method. A standardized and organized set of techniques for building scientific knowledge or theorizing. Methods can be classified into A. Comparative, using more than one case, B. Configurative, using a single case study, and C. Historical, using time and sequence. Method is more about thinking. Model. A representation of the whole or a part of system that is constructed to study the system. A model simplifies the reality by representing the system or phenomena. Sampling. It is a statistical process of selecting subsets called samples for the purpose of making observations and statistical inferences. For example, we cannot study the entire population of a country because of feasibility or constraints. Therefore, we select representative samples from the population for observation and analysis so that the inference derived from the sample can be generalized to the population. Theoretical propositions. A statement, like a generalization, confirming or denying a relationship between two variables. The statement is expected to have a general application. 2.7 references. Durkheim, Emile. 1984. The Division of Labor in Society. London, Macmillan Press. Haig, Rod, Martin Harrop, and Sean Breslin. 1993. Comparative Government and Politics. London, Macmillan, 3rd edition. Mohanty, Manoranjan. 1975. Comparative Political Theory and Third World. Comparative Methods and Sensitivity, Teaching Politics, Noel and 2. Strategies for Comparison. Sartori, Gibvani. 1994. Compare Why and How, in Mate Dogan and Ali Kazantzagil eds. Comparing Nations, Concepts, Strategies, Substance. Oxford, Blackwell. Swanson E. Guy. 1971. Frameworks for Comparative Research, Structural Anthropology and the Theory of Action, in Ivan Valier, edition, Comparative Methods in Sociology. Berkeley, University of Berkeley. Smelser, J. Neal. 1976. Comparative Methods in the Social Sciences. Prentice Hall, Englewood Cliffs. Skocpol, Theta. 1979. States and Social Revolutions, a Comparative Analysis of France, Russia, and China. Cambridge University Press. Tocqueville, de Alexis. 1835. Democracy in America, Volume 1, reprint 2002. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 1856. The Old Regime and the Revolution. New York, Harper Brothers. Wolf, R. Eric. 1982. Europe and the People Without History. California, University of California Press. 2.8 Answers to Check Your Progress. Check Your Progress 1. 1. Method is a useful way and means of doing things or accomplishing something with relative ease. In the field of comparative politics, scholars have employed variety of methods for social and political analysis. Methods are used in generating hypotheses, conceptual innovation, and theory formulation while studying/researching political process, systems, or phenomena. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Study with comparison gives enormous significance in social scientific research. Comparativists have always argued that scientific research can be achieved in social sciences through comparisons. In the discipline of comparative politics, comparativists do not simply compare but compare in order to get an accurate and the best possible picture of political life, the patterns, similarities, and differences between and among political institutions, systems, or phenomena. Check Your Progress 3. 1. Experimental method is primarily used in comparative politics to establish a causal relationship between two equivalent conditions. Experimental. 39. Method enabled the researcher to establish the particular conditions or understanding comparative manner in which one lead to the other or influence the other. A significant politics aspect of experimental method is that it is the most nearly ideal method for scientific inquiry. 2. In the study of comparative politics, a variety of methods such as the experimental method, case study method, historical method, statistical method, etc. are used, all aim at scientific explanations. Each has its specific advantage in different context. Experimental method is usually used to establish the relationship between two conditions, whereas the case study method is used in the in-depth study of a particular case. On the other hand, statistical method gives certain advantages in cases which involve categories and variables which are quantifiable or can be represented by numbers of data. Another method which can be distinguished from above methods is the historical method, which is primarily significant in the study that requires historical explanations. 41. Institutional approach. Unit 3, Institutional approach. Structure. 3.0 Objective 3.1 Introduction 3.2 The institutional approach 3.2.1 The institutional approach. A historical overview. 3.2.2 The institutional approach and the emergence of comparative government. 3.3 Institutional approach. A critical evaluation. 3.4 The institutional approach in contemporary comparative study. 3.5 Let us sum up. 3.6 Some useful books. 3.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 3.0 Objectives. In this unit we shall focus on A. What constitutes the institutional approach. B. The significance of this approach in making comparisons. C. The units of comparisons. D. The specific questions this approach seeks to answer. Or, what are the questions which this approach can answer? And what are its aspirations and capacities? E. How does this approach explain differences and similarities? After going through this unit you will be able to define the institutional approach, explain its tools of comparison, explain the purposes sought to be served by such comparisons, explain the vantage point of this approach, explain the importance and limitations of this approach. 3.1 Introduction. The institutional approach to comparative political analysis, simply put, is a comparative study of institutions. The nature, comparative, and subject matter institutions of study are thus quite evident. If, for example, one was to study the relative significance of the upper houses in parliamentary democracies, 1. Adapted from EPS 09 Comparative Government and Politics, Unit 3. Would study the upper houses in several parliamentary democracies, e.g. the Understanding Comparative Rajya Sabha in India and the House of Lords in the United Kingdom, and assess politics, their relative significance in each case. One could then, based on this comparative study of such institutions, arrive at a generalized conclusion and explanation about their relevance or even utility in parliamentary democracies. For example, the constitution of upper houses of parliament lacks representative character, or the hereditary character of upper houses erodes the democratic character of legislatures. One could, for example, examine the contexts, social and economic, of the evolution of the two houses of parliament in the United Kingdom to see why the House of Lords retained a hereditary character. One could also then understand the contexts in which the current initiatives to end its hereditary character. One could also then understand the context in which the current initiatives to end its hereditary character emerged. For a long time, comparative political analysis was associated primarily with a comparative study of institutions. Historically, the comparative method was first used to study institutions. The study of institutions not only marked the beginning of comparative study, it remained more or less the predominant approach in comparative politics up to the 1950s. Thus, one can propose that traditionally comparative political analysis was confined to the study of institutions and the various ways in which these institutions manifested themselves in the distribution of power and the relationships between the various layers and organs of government. 3.2 The institutional approach. It is generally agreed that any approach or inquiry into a problem displays certain characteristics pertaining to A. Subject matter, what is being studied, B. Vocabulary, the tools or the language, and C. The choice of political perspective, which determines the vantage point and indicates the direction from and to what purposes inquiry is directed at. If the features of the institutional approach were considered against each of these three counts, it might be seen as marked out by A. Its concern with studying institutions of government and the nature of the distribution of power, viz., constitutions, legal formal institutions of government. B. Its largely legalistic and frequently speculative and prescriptive/normative vocabulary insofar as it has historically shown a preoccupation with abstract terms and conditions like the ideal state and good order. C. A philosophical, historical, or legalistic perspective. A characteristic feature of this approach has also been its ethnocentrism. The major works which are seen as representing the institutional approach in comparative politics have concerned themselves only with governments and institutions in Western countries. Implicit in this approach is thus a belief in the primacy of Western liberal democratic institutions. This belief not only sees Western liberal democracy as the best form of government, but it gives it also a universal and normative character. The universal character of Western liberal democracy assumes that this form of government is not only the best, it is also 42. Universally applicable. The normativity of Western liberal democracies follows. Institutional approach. From this assumption, if it is the best form of governance which is also universally applicable, liberal democracies are the form of government that should be adopted everywhere. This prescribed norm, i.e. liberal democracy, however, also gave scope to an important exception. This exception unfolded in the practices of rule in the colonies and in the implications, A. that the institutions of liberal democracy were specifically Western in their origin and contexts, and B. that non-Western countries were not fit for democratic self-rule until they could be trained for the same under Western imperialist rule. In the following sections we shall study the origins of the institutional approach from antiquity to the first quarter of the present century when it became a predominant approach facilitating the comparative study. 3.2.1 The institutional approach, a historical overview. Perhaps the oldest comparative study of governments was made by Aristotle, who studied constitutions and practices in Greek city-states. Contrasting them with politics in the so-called barbarian states, Aristotle made a typology of governments distinguishing between monarchies, oligarchies, and democracy, and between these ideal governments and their perverted forms. The study of comparative politics at this stage was marked by what may be called an interrelation between facts and values. At this stage of its origins, a study of institutions did not attempt to analyze the theory and practice of government. There was instead an overwhelming desire to explore ideal states and forms of governments. In other words, there was more emphasis on speculations, i.e., on questions about what ought to be, rather than an analysis seeking explanations of what is or what existed. With Machiavelli, the prince, in the 16th century, and Montesquieu, the spirit of laws, in the middle of the 18th century, the emphasis on empirical details and facts about the existing state of affairs came to be established. Montesquieu was, however, followed mainly by constitutional lawyers whose vocation determined that they concentrate more on the contents, i.e., the theoretical, legal constitutional framework of governments rather than how these frameworks unfolded in practice. Tocqueville, in many ways, was the torchbearer of the study of theory and practice of governments, which became the essence of the institutional approach in the comparative political analysis in later years. Refer to Tocqueville's Studies of American and French Democracies in Unit 2. Bagehot, The English Constitution, 1867, made another significant contribution to the development of this element of the institutional approach in his study of the British cabinet, drawing important points of comparison with the American executive. It was, however, Bryce, Lowell, and Ostrogorski who in the last quarter of the 19th century made important contributions to the comparative study of institutions and by implication to the evolution of comparative governments as a distinct branch of study. 43. 3.2.2 The institutional approach and the emergence of understanding comparative government politics. Bryce, Lowell, and Ostrogorski's work towards the end of the 19th century and the early 20th century has radically changed the contents of the institutional approach and thereby the nature and scope of comparative politics. Assessing their contributions, Jean Blondel asserts that Bryce and Lowell were, in fact, the true founders of comparative government as it developed as a distinct branch of study in the last quarter of the 19th century. The American Commonwealth, 1888, and Modern Democracies, 1921, were two significant works of Bryce. In Modern Democracies, Bryce focused on the theory of democracy and examined the working of the legislatures and their decline. Lowell's works Governments and Parties in Continental Europe, 1896, and Public Opinion and Popular Government, 1913, where he undertakes separate studies of France, Germany, Switzerland, etc., and a comparative study of referendums and its impacts respectively were equally important. Similarly, Ostrogorski's study Democracy and the Organization of Political Parties, 1902, which aimed to test the hypothesis, so to speak, of the democratic or oligarchical character of political parties, was a pioneering work of the time. It is important now to see exactly how these works augmented and changed the manner in which institutions were so far being studied. Theory and practice of governments. We have mentioned in the earlier section that comparative study of governments tended to be philosophical speculative or largely legal constitutional, i.e., they were either concerned with abstract notions like the ideal state or with facts regarding the legal, constitutional frameworks and structures of governments. Based on the liberal constitutional theory, they studied the formal institutional structures with an emphasis on their legal powers and functions. The work formed part of studies on comparative government or foreign constitutions. These works were seen to be relevant to the elite's efforts in institutional building in various countries. This is why in the newly independent countries, institutionalism acquired some fascination. Bryce and Lowell, however, emphasized that the existing studies were partial and incomplete. A more comprehensive study of governments should, according to them, also include the working of the legal constitutional frameworks of governments. Such a study, they stressed, required not only a study of the theoretical bases or contexts of governments, i.e. the legal constitutional framework and governmental institutions, but also an equal emphasis on the study of practices of government. To focus just on constitutions, as lawyers do, was insufficient as it would lead to ignoring the problems of their operation and implementation. On the other hand, to focus exclusively on practice without grounding it in its theoretical, constitutional framework would again be an incomplete study, as one may lose sight of the contexts within which the problems of implementation emerge. It was thus primarily with Bryce and 44. Lowell that the content of the institutional approach in the comparative political institutional approach analysis came to be defined as a study of the theory and practice of government. 2. Focus on facts. A significant component of these studies was the concern to study practice through an analysis of facts about the working of governments. To study practice, one needs to discover, collect, and even amass facts. Bryce was emphatic in his advocacy to base 1-inch analysis on facts, without which, he said, data is mere speculation. Facts, facts, facts. When facts have been supplied, each of us tries to reason with them. A major difficulty, however, which collection of data regarding practices of governments encountered was the tendency among governments to hide facts than to reveal them. Facts were thus difficult to acquire because governments and politicians often hid facts or were unwilling to clarify what the real situation is. Nonetheless, this difficulty did not deter them from stressing the importance of collecting data about almost every aspect of political life, political parties, executives, referendums, legislatures, etc. This effort was sustained by later comparativists like Hermann Feiner, Theory and Practice of Modern Government, 1932, and Carl Friedrich, Constitutional Government and Democracy, 1932. 3. Technique. The search for facts also led Bryce and Lowell towards the use of quantitative indicators, based on the realization that in the study of government, qualitative and quantitative types of evidence have to be balanced. Finally, however, Bryce and Lowell felt that conclusions could be firm only if they were based on a wide range of facts as possible. Therefore, their studies extended geographically to many countries which at the time had institutions of a constitutional or near-constitutional character. They therefore attempted to focus their study on governments of Europe. It was, however, with Ostrogorski's work that comparative political analysis began to focus on studying specific institutions on a comparative basis. In 1902, Ostrogorsky published a detailed study of political parties in Britain and America. Later, significant works on the role of political parties were done by Robert Michaels, Political Parties, 1915, and Maurice Duverger, Political Parties, 1950. Thereafter, major criticisms of the institutional approach came in the 1950s from system theorists like David Easton and Roy Macridis, who emphasized the building of overarching models having a general/global application. They attempted to understand and explain political processes in different countries based on these models. These criticisms and the defense offered by institutionalists will be discussed in the next section. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Explain the institutional approach in the study of comparative politics. 45. 2. Examine the characteristics of the institutional approach at the turn of the understanding comparative 19th century politics. 3.3 Institutional approach, a critical evaluation. It is interesting that criticisms of the institutional approach in the comparative political analysis have come in successive waves in the early part of the 20th century and then again in the 1950s. There have been after each wave of criticism a resurgence of the approach in a replenished form. Before the study of institutions acquired a comparative character, however limited, at the turn of the century the approach was criticized, a. as given to speculation, b. as largely prescriptive and normative, c. concerned only with irregularities and regularities without looking for relationships, d. configurative and non-comparative, focusing as it did on individual countries, e. ethnocentric as it concentrated on Western European democracies, f. descriptive as it focused on formal, constitutional and governmental structure, g. historical without being analytical, h. Contributors within this framework were so absorbed with the study of institutions that differences in cultural settings and ideological frameworks were completely ignored while comparing, say, the upper chambers of the UK and the USA. Methodologically, they were accused of being partial/incomplete, and theoretically, it was said they missed the substance of political life. We noted, however, that with Bryce and his contemporaries the nature and content of the institutional approach underwent a significant change, acquiring in a limited way a comparative character, and attempting to combine theoretical contexts with practices of governments. In the 1950s, the institutional approach as it developed with Bryce, Lowell, and Ostrogorsky came again under increasing criticism by political scientists like David Easton and Roy Macridis. In his work The Political System, 1953, Easton made a strong attack against Bryce's approach, calling it mere factualism. This approach, alleged Easton, had influenced American political science in the direction of what he called hyperfactualism. While admitting that Bryce did not neglect theories, the latter's Bryce's aversion to making explanatory or theoretical models had led, asserted Easton, to a surfeit of facts and consequently to a theoretical malnutrition. In the next, you will study about system building as the basis of Easton's systems approach. It will not, therefore, be difficult to understand why Easton felt that Bryce's approach had misdirected American political science. 46. Onto a wrong path. Jean Blondel, however, defends the institutional approach. Institutional approach. From criticisms like those of Easton directed towards its so-called factualism, Blondel would argue first that the change of surfeit of facts was misplaced because there were very few facts available to political scientists for a comprehensive political analysis. In reality, very little was known about the structures and activities of major institutions of most countries, particularly about the communist countries and countries of the so-called Third World. The need for collecting more facts thus could not be neglected. This became all the more important given that, more often than not, governments tended to hide facts rather than transmit them. Secondly, the devaluation of the utility of facts regarding institutions and legal arrangements by the supporters of a more global or systemic approach was, to Blondel, entirely misconstrued. Institutions and the legal framework within which they functioned formed a significant part of the entire framework in which a political phenomenon could be studied. Facts about the former thus had to be compared to facts about other aspects of the political life to avoid a partial study. Facts were, in any case, needed for any effective analysis. No reasoning could be done without having facts or data. This, coupled with the point that facts were difficult to acquire, made them integral to the study of political analysis. In 1955, Roy Macridis pointed out the need for a reorientation in the comparative study of government. He emphasized that in its existing form comparative study has been comparative in name only. Macridis described the orientation of institutional approach as non-comparative, parochial, static, and monographic. A good proportion of work was, moreover, he asserted, essentially descriptive. This was because the analysis was historical or legalistic and therefore rather narrow. The Study of Comparative Government, 1955. It was, however, realized in the 1950s and continued to be the concern that there remained a paucity of facts from which valid generalizations could be made. There was thus, Blondel asserted, a surfeit of models rather than a surfeit of facts. Blondel emphasized that building models without grounding them in facts would result in misinformation. This misinformation, given that facts about some countries were harder to come by, was likely to affect and at times reinforce preconceptions about these countries. Thus, while writing about legislatures in Latin America in 1971, W.H. Ager remarked that there was a tendency to assert that legislatures in that part of the world were very weak. Statements such as these, he said, were based on extremely impressionistic evidence, that is, in the absence of facts consciously collected for the study. Thus, the need for collecting and devising ways of collecting facts was stressed emphatically by followers of the institutional approach. The criticisms were, however, followed by works that had a more comparative focus and included non-Western countries. Further, there was also an attempt to undertake studies comparing structures not determined by legal constitutional frameworks, e.g. Giovanni Sartori's work on parties and party systems, 1976, which included in its scope in a limited way communist countries and those of the Third World, and Francis Castle's study of 47. Pressure Groups and Political Culture, 1967, which dealt with pressure groups. Understanding comparative. In Europe, America, as well as emergent nations. Politics. Check your progress too. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What are the limitations of the institutional approach by Easton and Makrides? 2. How does Blondel build up a case in defense of the institutional approach? 3.4 The institutional approach in contemporary comparative study. Institutionalism remained the exclusive approach in comparative politics up to the 1950s. But as discussed in a previous section, the approach became distinctive with the works of Bryce, Lowell, and Ostrogorsky. Pioneering work was done in comparative politics by Hermann Feiner, Theory and Practice of Modern Governments, 1932, and Carl Friedrich, Constitutional Government and Democracy, 1932. Grounded in liberal constitutional theory, they studied the formal institutional structures with emphasis on their legal powers and functions. These works formed part of studies on comparative government or foreign constitutions and were considered relevant to the elites' efforts in an institutional building in various countries. In newly independent countries, the institutional approach, appearing as it did to emphasize institution building, acquired prominence. The main focus of the institutional approach, i.e. its subject matter, were a. Law and the Constitution, b. Historical study of government and the state to understand how sovereignty, jurisdictions, legal and legislative instruments evolved in their different forms, c. How the structures of government functioned, theory and practice, which included the study of distributions of power and how 48. These manifested themselves in the relation between nation and state, central and local government, administration and bureaucracy, legal and constitutional. Institutional approach. Practices and principles. An underlying assumption of the approach was a belief in the uniquely Western character of democracy. It meant, as stated in the earlier section, that democracy was seen as not only Western in its origins, but its application elsewhere was imagined and prescribed only in that form. It led to a largely West-centric study, i.e., a concentration on countries of Western Europe and North America. Blondel feels that the decline in influence of the approach in the 1950s was in part due to its inability to accommodate in its scope of inquiry non-Western governments, particularly the predominantly communist countries of Eastern Europe and the newly independent countries of Asia and Latin America. Thus, an approach that prided itself on associating theory with practice found itself unable to modify its framework of inquiry to study facts that did not conform to liberal constitutional democracies. The decline of the institutional approach in the 1950s was due in part also, as seen earlier, to the concerns by system theorists to building theories based on inductive generalizations rather than conclusions derived from facts. The behavioral revolution shifted the focus of study from political institutions or forms of government to political behavior of individuals and groups. As many areas in political science became absorbed by the concern with the individual behavior, comparative politics continued to focus on institution. Some of the important comparative works in the 1960s and 70s were on political parties, e.g. Sartori's Parties and Party System, 1976, Budge and H. Keeman, Parties and Democracy, 1990, Pressure Groups. Francis Castle's Pressure Groups and Political Culture, 1967, Judiciary, G. Schubert, Judicial Behavior, 1964, Legislatures, M. L. Mezzi, Comparative Legislatures, 1979, A. Kornberg. Legislatures in Comparative Perspective, 1973, Blonde 1, Comparative Legislatures, 1973, W. H. Ager, Latin American Legislatures, 1971, and the Military, S. E. Feiner, Man on Horseback, 1962. In the 1980s, institutional approach resurfaced in the form which is called as New Institutionalism. Its revival could be traced to the growing interest on institutions among social science disciplines in the late 70s. For many, institutional factors seem to offer better explanation of why countries pursue different responses to the common economic challenges, such as the oil crisis. At the same time, within the discipline of political science, interest in behavioralism had begun to wane. In these circumstances, March and Olson came out with their groundbreaking work, The New Institutionalism, Organizational Factors in Political Life, 1984, which marked the beginning of new institutionalism in political science. They argued that studying individual political behavior without examining institutional constraints on that behavior was giving a skewed understanding of political reality. Their call to bring the institutions back in is therefore a part of the post-behavioral approach that had come to prominence. The new institutionalism combined the interests of traditional scholars in 49, studying formal institutional rules and structures with the focus of behavioralist scholars on examining the actions of individual political actors. It differed from understanding comparative, the earlier institutional approach in a broadening the meaning of institutions to politics, include not only formal rules and structures but also informal conventions and coalitions that shape political conduct. B. Taking a critical look at the way in which political institutions embody values and power relationships. And C. In rejecting the determinism of earlier approaches and accepting that while institutions may constrain individual conduct, they are also human creations which change and evolve through the agency of actors. Lowndes and Roberts, 2013, page 29. Since the 1990s, new institutionalists have been using a variety of methodological approaches to understanding how norms, rules, cultures, and structures constrain and influence individuals within a political institution. While there are a number of strands of new institutionalism, see box item given below, three schools provide an alternative conception of institutions relevant for comparative politics: the normative, the rational choice approach, the historical institutionalism. Normative institutionalism, which is associated with March and Olson, conceptualizes institutions as providing sets of norms and rules that shape individual behavior. The rational choice institutionalism, whose mainsprings lay in the discipline of economics, sees institutions more as aggregations of incentives and disincentives that influence individual choices. Historical institutionalism, on the other hand, is based on the assumption that institutional rules, constraints, and the responses to them over the long term guide the behavior of political actors during the policymaking process. Unlike the rational choice approach, where the key question for actors is, how do I maximize my utility in this situation? The key question from an historical institutionalist perspective is, what is the appropriate response to this situation given my position and responsibilities? We have thus three alternative institutional approaches on the question of how individuals and structures interact in producing collective choices for the society. New institutionalism can be seen as having these characteristics. And new institutionalism, as the term suggests, retained its focus on the study of theory and practice of institutions, though they differ on the extent to which institutions matter. Without providing an overarching framework within which the institutions may be said to function, as in structural functional approach, they focus on the way the institutions interrelate and how individuals interact with and within institutions. B. While refraining from making overarching frameworks, they did not, however, avoid making generalized conclusions. The preoccupation with the collection of facts also did not diminish. In striving for this combination, i.e., an adherence to fact-based study aimed towards making generalized conclusions, however, the institutional approach was careful, to draw conclusions only after careful fact-finding efforts have taken place, and 2. To make a prudent use of induction so that one kept close to these facts even when generalizing. Blondel, 1999, page 160. The thrust of the approach has by and large been on what is called middle-range analysis, where facts about specific 50 institutions are collected to cover a broader area, offering greater scope for comparison. These facts are, however, analyzed without offering inductive institutional approach models. Different strands of new institutionalism. A normative institutionalists study how the norms and values embodied in political institutions shape the behavior of individuals. Rational choice institutionalists argue that political institutions are systems of rules and inducements within which individuals attempt to maximize their utilities. Historical institutionalists look at how choices made about the institutional design of government systems influence the future decision-making of individuals. Empirical institutionalists, who most closely resemble the traditional approach, classify different institutional types and analyze their practical impact upon government performance. International institutionalists show that the behavior of states is steered by the structural constraints, formal and informal, of international political life. Sociological institutionalists study the way in which institutions create meaning for individuals, providing important theoretical building blocks for normative institutionalism within political science. Network institutionalists show how regularized, but often informal, patterns of interaction between individuals and groups shape political behavior. Constructivist or discursive institutionalism sees institutions as shaping behavior through frames of meaning, the ideas and narratives that are used to explain, deliberate, or legitimize political action. Post-structuralist institutionalists go further in arguing that institutions actually construct political subjectivities and identities. Feminist institutionalism studies how gender norms operate within institutions and how institutional processes construct and maintain gendered power dynamics. Lowndes, Vivian and Mark Roberts, 2013, page 31. 51. Understanding comparative. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. How does new institutionalism seek to bridge the gap between behavioral and institutional scholarship? 3.5. Let us sum up. The institutional approach in its various forms has been an important constituent of comparative political analysis. The study of institutions of governance was at the core of political analysis, be it the explorations of the ideal state of Plato's Republic or the typology of states proposed by Aristotle in his Politics. In the classical and early modern forms, the institutional approach was more philosophical and speculative, concerned with ideal typical states and prescribing the norms of ideal governance. With Montesquieu and his successors, the preoccupation of the approach with legal constitutional frameworks or structures of democracies became entrenched. The belief in institutions of liberal constitutional democracies, however, did not translate into a study of the way the structures of governance functioned. Often, at least until the end of the 19th century, the intricacies of the legal constitutional structures or the theoretical framework of governance continued to seize the attention of political scientists and legal experts. So far, thus the approach could be said to have been characterized by a preoccupation with constitutions and legal formal institutions of government and normative values of liberal democracy. This approach was also propagated by colonial regimes to popularize European liberal values in the erstwhile colonies. The works of the institutionalists were also extremely relevant to the elite's efforts in institution building in various countries. It was, however, only by the late 19th and early 20th century that scholars like Bryce, Lowell, and Ostrogorsky broke new grounds in the study of institutions, by combining the study of the theoretical legal constitutional framework with facts about their functioning, and b. giving the study a comparative flavor by including into their works the study of institutions in other countries. Thus, the approach by the first quarter of the 20th century, 52, could be said to have acquired a limited comparative character and rigor. In the 1950s, however, the approach came under attack from system theorists. Institutional approach. Like Easton and Makarides. The latter criticized the approach for a. overemphasizing facts, b. lacking theoretical formulations which could be applied generally to institutions in other countries, and c. lacking a comparative character. These theorists on their part preferred to build holistic or global models or systems which could explain the functioning of institutions in countries all over the world. An important criticism leveled against the practitioners of the institutional approach was their Western-centric approach, their failure to take up for study institutions in the countries of the Third World and communist countries of Eastern Europe. The failure to study these countries emanated in effect from the normative framework of this approach, which could accommodate only the theoretical paradigms of Western liberal constitutional democracies. The lack of tools to understand the institutions in other countries of the developing and the communist worlds resulted in a temporary waning of the influence of this approach. It resurfaced, however, in the 1980s in a form which, while retaining its emphasis on facts, did not shy away from making generalized theoretical statements. The new institutionalism uses a variety of methodological approaches to understanding how norms, rules, cultures, and structures constrain and influence individuals within a political institution. 3.6 References. Apter, David E. Comparative Politics, Old and New in Robert E. Gooden and Hans Klingman. Eds. 1996. A New Handbook of Political Science. Oxford University Press. Blondel, Jean. Then and Now, Comparative Politics. Political Studies. Volume. XLVII, 1999, pp 152 to 160. 1981. The Discipline of Politics, Butterworths. London, Butterworths. Colbolt, T.A., 1995. The New Institutionalism in Political Science and Sociology, Comparative Politics, 27, pp 221 to 244. Vivian Lowndes and Mark Roberts. 2013, Why Institutions Matter: The New Institutionalism in Political Science. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Rothstein, B. 1996. Political Institutions, An Overview in R. Gooden and K. Hansdieter. Eds. A New Handbook of Political Science. Oxford University Press. Wiarta, J. Howard. 1985. New Directions in Comparative Politics. Boulder, Westview Press. 3.7 Answers to Check Your Progress. Check Your Progress 1. 1. The approach is based on the study of various institutions in comparison with 53. Each other. This compares similarities and differences in the composition, and 54. Understanding comparative politics. Functions of similar institutions, e.g. executive, legislature, etc., and tries to draw conclusions. 2. Comparison of similar institutions, the context of their origin, development, and working, drawing conclusions, making suggestions for changes or improvements based on conclusions. Check Your Progress 2. 1. See section 3.3. 2. Blond pointed out the limitations of structural functional approach and as yet lack of sufficient information about the institutions. He also emphasized the importance of institutions and legal frameworks. Check Your Progress 3. 1. New institutionalism seeks to study individual behavior embedded in institutions, thus bridging the gap between the traditional and the behavioral approaches. 55. Systems Approach. Unit 4 Systems Approach. Structure. 4.0 Objectives. 4.1 Introduction. 4.2 Systems Approach. 4.2.1 Genesis of the Systems Approach. 4.2.3 Historical Context. 4.3 General Systems Theory and Systems Theory. 4.3.1 General Systems and Systems Approaches. Distinctions. 4.3.2 Systems Analysis. Characteristic Features. 4.3.3 Systems Approaches. Concerns and Objectives. 4.4 Derivatives of the Systems Analysis. 4.4.1 Political System Derivative. Input-output derivative 4.4.2 Structural functional derivative 4.4.3 Cybernetics derivative 4.5 Systems theory and evaluation 4.5.1 Limitations of the systems approach 4.5.2 Strength of the systems approach 4.6 Let us sum up 4.7 References 4.8 Answers to check your progress exercises 4.0 Objectives. This unit deals with one of the modern approaches in the study of comparative government and politics, the systems approach. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the meanings and evolution of systems approach, define a system, explain the objectives, characteristics, and elements of systems approach, distinguish the political system from other social systems, evaluate the systems theory in its proper perspective. Drive N.D. Aurora, late, University of Delhi, Delhi. 4.1 Introduction. Understanding comparative politics. In the study of comparative politics, political scientists adopt various approaches and methods for explaining political phenomena. The approaches used in comparative political inquiry can be broadly classified under two categories, the traditional approach and the modern approach. Traditional approaches are mainly concerned with the traditional view of politics, which emphasized on the study of formal political institutions, structures, or agencies existing in different political systems such as the judiciary, legislature, bureaucracy, political parties, pressure groups, or any other institution which is constantly engaged in politics. Proponents of traditional approach comprise both ancient and modern political thinkers such as Plato, Aristotle, James Bryce, Bentley, Walter Bagehot, Harold Laski, etc. There are various other traditional approaches to the study of politics, which includes philosophical, advocated by Plato, Aristotle, etc., historical, Machiavelli, Sabine, Montesquieu, Tocqueville, etc., legalistic, Cicero, Jean Bodin, Thomas Hobbes, Jeremy Bentham, John Austin, etc., and institutional approaches. However, traditional approaches have their inherent weakness and limitations. They are also normative and idealistic in the sense that their analysis stressed more on values and norms of politics. Traditional approaches are also considered to be narrow since their analysis and descriptions are primarily confined to the study of Western political institutions and systems. But, despite their limitations, these approaches largely remain popular till the mid-20th. It was in this backdrop various modern approaches to the study of politics were developed aiming to remove the inherent weakness of traditional approaches. These modern approaches, which may include behavioral approach, post-behavioral approach, systems approach, structural functional approach, communication approach, etc., seek to present scientific, realistic, and analytical perspectives of politics. In this regard, the development of modern approaches is said to have brought a revolutionary change in the study of comparative politics, which was, according to Amond and Powell, directed towards a. The search for more comprehensive scope, b. The search for realism, c. The search for precision, d. The search for the theoretical order. In the previous unit, you have studied the use of a very old and important traditional approach of political inquiry called the institutional approach, which emphasized on the study of formal political institutions and agencies of the government and the state. In this unit, an attempt shall be made to study, review, and examine a popular modern approach to the study of comparative politics called the systems approach, also called the systems analysis, which seeks to take the study of politics beyond the formal institutions and structures and look into other aspects of politics such as functions, processes, and behaviors. The unit will deal with the evolution, historical context, characteristics, strengths and weaknesses, and various other aspects of systems approach. 56. Systems approach. 4.2 Systems approach. The systems approach is the study of interrelated variables forming one system, a unit, a whole which is composed of many facts, a set of elements standing in interaction. This approach assumes that the system consists of discernible, regular, and internally consistent patterns, each interacting with another and giving, on the whole, the picture of a self-regulating order. It is, thus, the study of a set of interactions occurring within and yet analytically distinct from the larger system. The systems theory presumes the existence of a whole on its own merit, the whole consisting of parts, the whole existing apart from the other wholes, each whole influencing the other and in turn, being influenced itself. The parts of the whole are not only interrelated but also interact with one another, thereby creating a self-evolving work. The emphasis of the systems theory is on the articulation of the system and of its components and their behaviors by means of which it maintains itself over time. 4.2.1 Genesis of the systems approach. The genesis of systems approach can be traced to the German biologist Ludwig von Bertalanffy, who introduced the general systems theory in the study of biology in the 1930s. A system, as defined by Bertalanffy, is a set of elements formulating in interaction. This concept is based on the idea that elements within a group are in some way or the other related to one another and in turn interact with one another on the basis of certain identifiable processes. It was from this general systems theory that the social scientists took the idea and applied it as an important tool for explaining social phenomena in the post-Second World War period. Since the 1960s, systems theory or systems analysis became an important element in the study of political science. David Easton was among the first political scientists to formulate systems approach in political analysis. In his book A Systems Analysis of Political Life, 1965, Easton defined a political system as that behavior or set of interactions through which authoritative allocations are made and implemented for society. Applying systems approach in political science, he argued that each part of the political canvas does not stand alone but is related to other parts, and that The operation of one part cannot be fully understood without reference to how the whole system operates. Other prominent scholars who advocated for a systems approach in political analysis are Gabriel Amond, Comparative Politics, A Developmental Approach, 1978, David Apter, Introduction to Political Analysis, 1978, Carl Deutsch, Nation and World, Contemporary Political Science, 1967, Morton Kaplan, System and Process in International Politics, 1957, Harold Laswell, Power and Society, 1950, etc. 57. 4.2.3 Historical Context. Understanding comparative. The systems approach, like any other modern approach, has evolved in a politics historical perspective. As the traditional approaches to the study of comparative politics proved futile, the need to understand it in a scientific manner became more important. The influence of other disciplines, both natural and social sciences, and their mutual interdependence gave a new impetus for looking out these disciplines, comparative politics including afresh, and brought to the fore the idea that scientific analysis is the only way to understand politics. The study of political systems became, as times passed on, more important than the study of constitutions and governments. The study of political processes came to be regarded more instructive than the study of political institutions. The post-Second World War period witnessed, in the USA particularly, a fundamental shift in the writings of numerous American scholars when they began to borrow a lot from other social and natural sciences so as to give new empirical orientation to political studies, which helped ultimately to examine numerous concepts, out in the process enriched their findings. The Social Science Research Council, USA, contributed a lot to provide an environment in which scientific analysis in comparative politics could be carried on. Some other American foundations, such as the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Carnegie Foundation, provided liberal funds for studies in comparative politics. Thus, it was possible to introduce new approaches, new definitions, and new research tools in comparative politics. All this led to what may be conveniently termed as revolution in the discipline, a revolution of sorts in the definition of its mission, problems, and methods. See Michael Rush and Philip Althoff, An Introduction to Political Sociology. The introduction of the systems analysis, like other modern approaches in comparative politics by writers like Easton, Amond, and Kaplan, was, in fact, a reaction against the traditional tendency of unidimensionalization, impeding, in the process, the patterns of scientific analysis which make possible the unification of all knowledge. The systems approach is one of the modern approaches that help to understand political activity and political behavior more clearly than before. It looks at the social phenomenon as a set of interactive relationships. So considered, the systems analysis covers not only the science of politics but also virtually all social sciences. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of the unit. 1. The emphasis of the systems approach is on 58. 2. State briefly the inherent weakness of the traditional approaches. Systems approach. 4.3 General systems theory and systems theory. 4.3.1 Distinctions between general systems and systems approaches. The systems analysis may have sprung from the general systems theory, but the two are different in many respects. To identify the systems theory with the general systems theory amounts to committing the philosophical error of the first order. While the general systems theory gives the impression of a system as one which is as integrated as the parts of the human body, the systems theory does recognize the separate existence of parts. What it means is that the general systems theory advocates organized unity of the system, whereas the systems theory speaks of unity in diversity. That is one reason that the general systems theory has been rarely applied to the analysis of potential and social phenomena, while the systems theory has been applied successfully in political analysis. David Easton, for example, has applied the systems theory to politics. Professor Kaplan has brought out the distinction between the general systems theory and the systems theory. He says, systems theory is not a general theory of all systems. Although general systems theory does attempt to distinguish different types of systems and to establish a framework within which similarities between systems can be recognized despite differences of subject matter, different kinds of systems require different theories for explanatory purposes. Systems theory not only represents a step away from the general theory approach but also explains why such efforts are likely to fail. Thus, the correct application of systems theory to politics would involve a move away from general theory toward comparative theory. Furthermore, it has not been possible to make use of the concepts of general systems theory in social sciences such as political science, while the systems theory has been able to provide concepts such as input-output, stability, equilibrium, feedback, which have been well recognized by the empirical political scientists. 4.3.2 Systems analysis, characteristic features. Systems analysis implies system as a set of interactions. According to Young, it is a set of objects, together with relationships between the objects and between their attributes. To say that a system exists is to say that it exits through 59. Its elements, say objects, and its elements, objects, are interacted and they, understanding comparative, interact within a pattern frame. A system as analyst perceives interrelated and a politics, web-like objects and looks for ever-existing relationships among them. Young has advocated for an interactive relationship among the objectives. His main concerns are I, to emphasize the patterned behavior among the objects of the system, 2, to explain the interactive behavior among them, 3, to search for factors that help maintain the system. Systems analysis elaborates, for understanding the system itself, a set of concepts. These include system, subsystem, environment, input, output, conversion process feedback, etc. System implies persisting relationships demonstrating behavioral patterns among its numerous parts, say objects or entities. A system that constitutes an element of a larger system is called a subsystem. The setting within which a system occurs or works is called environment. The line that separates the system from its environment is known as boundary. The system obtains inputs from the environment in the form of demands upon the system and supports for its functioning. As the system operates, inputs are subjected to what may be called conversion process, and it leads to system outputs embodying rules to be forced or policies to be implemented. When system outputs affect the environment, so to change or modify inputs, feedback occurs. The system's approach, therefore, has characteristics of its own that may be summed up as: a social phenomenon does not exist in isolation, but numerous parts join together to make a whole. It is a unit, a living unit with existence and goal of its own. It is a unit, a living unit with existence and goal of its own. Its parts may not be and are not organically related together, but they do make a whole in the sense that they interact and are interrelated. Specific behavioral relationships pattern them into a living system. It operates through a mechanism of inputs and outputs and within an environment which influences it and which, in turn, provides feedback to the environment. Its main concern is as to how best it maintains itself and faces the challenges of decay and decline. It implies patterned relationships among its numerous parts, explaining their relative behavior and role they are expected to perform. 4.3.3 Systems Approaches, Concerns and Objectives. Systems analysis is concerned with certain objectives. One of its major concerns is the maintenance of the system's integrity, which is, according to Welsh, depends on the system's ability to maintain order. The system involves a regularized procedures by which resources in the society are distributed so that 60 members in the system are sufficiently satisfied to protect the system from chaos. Systems approach and collapse. The second concern of the systems approach is that to how the system meets the challenge of change in its environment. Welsh argued that since changes in the environment are natural, it is natural for the environment to affect the system and that the system has to adapt itself to the realities the environmental changes. The systems approach identifies the conflict between systems' necessity of responding to the changes and the already engineered changes as provided by the environment, and also the capacities to remove the conflict. The third objective of the systems approach is the importance it gives to the goal realization as the central aspect of the system. No system can exist over a substantial period without articulating, determining, and pursuing some specific identifiable goals. According to Welsh, the pursuance of these goals is an important focus in the systems approach. Check your progress too. Note, I used the space given below. For your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of this unit. 1. Identify the main differences between the general systems theory and the systems theory. 2. State 2 characteristic features of the systems approach. 4.4 Derivatives of the systems analysis. 4.4.1 Political system derivative, input-output derivative. Political system or the input-output approach is one derivative of the systems analysis introduced by David Easton. He provided an original set of concepts for arranging at the level of theory and interpreting political phenomena in a new and helpful way. Davies and Lewis, Models of Political Systems. Easton selects the 61 political system as the basic unit of analysis and concentrates on the intrasystem. Understanding comparative behavior of various systems. He defines political system as those interactions. Politics, through which values are authoritatively allocated and implemented for society. It would be useful to highlight some of the characteristic features of Easton's concept of the political system, which can be briefly put as: political system implies a set of interaction through which values are authoritatively allocated. This means the decisions of those who are in power are binding. Political system is a system of regularized persistent patterns of relationships among the people and institutions within it. Political system, like any natural system, is a self-regulating system which can alter, correct, or adjust its processes and structures by itself. Political system is dynamic in the sense that it can maintain itself through the feedback mechanism. The feedback mechanism helps the system to persist through everything else associated. It may change, even radically. Political system is different from other systems of environments: physical, biological, social, economic, ecological, etc. Inputs through demands and supports put the political system at work, while outputs through policies and decisions throw back what is not accepted as feedback. Or Young sums up the essentials of Easton's political system, saying, above all, the political system is seen as a conversion process performing work, producing output and altering its environment, with a continuous exchange between a political system and its environment based on the steady operation of the dynamic processes. At the same time, the systems approach provides numerous concepts for dealing both with political dynamics in the form of systematic adaptation processes and even with purposive redirection in the form of goal-changing feedback. However, Easton's political system approach has not been free from criticisms. For instance, Professor S.B. Varma regards it as an abstraction whose relation to empirical politics, which is classic, is impossible to establish. Eugene Meehan also said that Easton does less to explain the theory and more to create the conceptual framework. His analysis, it may be pointed out, is confined to the question of locating and distributing power in the political system. He seems to be concerned more with questions such as persistence and adaptation of the political system as also with the regulation of stress, stability and equilibrium, and thus advocates only the status quo situation. Therefore, there's much less in Easton's formulation about the politics of decline, disruption and breakdown in the political system. Despite all claims that the political system approach is designed for macro-level studies, Easton's analysis has largely focused on Western countries. Easton's political system of the input-output model also deals 62. Only with the present and has, therefore, no perspective of the future and has less systems approach. Study of the past. However, the merits of the input-output or political system approach cannot be ignored. It has provided an excellent technique for comparative analysis by introducing a set of concepts and categories that have made the comparative analysis more instructive. Easton's analysis is among the most inclusive systematic approach of political analysis. It also laid the foundation for systems analysis in political science, which provided a general functional theory of politics. 4.4.2 Structural Functional Derivative. The structural functional analysis adopted by Gabriel Amand is another derivative of the systems approach widely adopted in political science, especially in comparative politics. It is primarily concerned with the phenomenon of system maintenance and regulation. The basic theoretical proposition of this approach is that all systems exist to perform functions through their structures. The basic assumptions of the structural functional derivative of the systems approach are: society is a single interconnected system in which each of its elements performs a specific function and whose basic goal is the maintenance of the equilibrium. Society consists of its numerous parts which are interrelated. The dominant tendency of the social system is toward stability, which is maintained by its inbuilt mechanism. System's ability to resolve internal conflicts is usually an admitted fact. Changes in the system are natural, but they are neither sudden nor revolutionary, but are always gradual and adaptive as well as adjustive. System has its own structure, aims, principles, and functions. The structural functional derivative speaks of the political system as composed of several structures as patterns of action and resultant institutions with their assigned functions. A function, in this context, means purposes served with respect to the maintenance or perpetuation of the system, and a structure means any set of related roles, including such concrete organizational structures as political parties and legislatures. The structural functional analysis, therefore, involves the identification of a set of requisite or at least recurring functions in the kind of system under investigation. It attempts to determine the kinds of structures and their interrelations through which those functions are performed. Gabriel Amand's The Politics of the Developing Areas, 1960, summed up structural functional analysis as the legitimate patterns of human interactions by which order is maintained. All political structures perform their respective functions with different degrees in different political systems. The input functions include 63. A. Political socialization and recruitment. Understanding comparative. B. Interest articulation. Politics. C. Interest aggregation. D. Political communication, whereas the output functions consist of A. Rulemaking. B. Rule application. C. Rule adjudication. Gabriel Amand, while considering politics as the integrative and adaptive functions of a society based on more or less legitimate physical coercion, regards political system as the system of interactions to be found in all independent societies which perform the functions of integration and adaptation by means of the employment or threat of employment of more or less legitimate order-maintaining or transforming system in the society. He argued that there is interdependence between political and other societal systems, that political structures perform the same functions in all systems, that all political structures are multifunctional, and that all systems adapt to their environment when political structures behave dysfunctionally. Thus there is a basic difference between Easton's input-output model and Amand's structural functional approach. While Easton emphasized on interaction and interrelationship aspects of the parts of the political system, Amand is more concerned with the political structures and the functions performed by them. And this is perhaps the first weakness of the structural functional analysis, which talks about the functions of the structures and ignores the interactions which are characteristics of the numerous structures as parts of the political system. Amand's model suffers from being an analysis at the micro level, for it explains the Western political system, or to be more specific, the American political system. There is undue importance on the input aspect and much less on the output aspect in his explanation of the political system, giving, in the process, the feedback mechanism only a passing reference. Like Easton, Amand too has emerged as status quoist, for he too emphasized on the maintenance of the system. While commenting on Amand's insistence on separating the two terms, structures and functions, Sartori said, "The structural functional analysis is a lame scholar that claims to walk on 2 feet, but actually on 1 foot, and a bad foot at that. He cannot visualize the interplay between structure and function because the two terms are seldom, if ever, neatly disjointed. The structure remains throughout a kin brother of its inputted functional purposes. And yet, the merit of the structural functional model cannot be grossly ignored. It has successfully introduced new conceptual tools in political science, especially in comparative politics. It has also offered new insights into political realities. And that is one reason that this model has been widely adopted and is being used as a descriptive and ordering framework. 64. 4.4.3 Cybernetics Derivative. Systems approach. Another important derivative of the systems analysis is the communication approach, which Carl Deutsch called as cybernetics. Cybernetics, as defined by Deutsch, is the science of communication and control. It focuses on the systematic study of communication and control in organizations of all kinds. The idea of cybernetics suggests that all organizations are alike in certain fundamental ways and that every organization is held together by communication. Deutsch's cybernetics approach viewed governments as organizations where information processes are communicated through channels. Information, according to cybernetics, is a patterned relationship between events. Communication means the transfer of such patterned relations, and channels are the paths through which information is transferred. Deutsch rightly says that his book, The Nerves of Government, 1966, deals less with the bones or muscles of the body politic and more with its nerves. Its channels of communication. The political system, according to Deutsch, is nothing but a system of decision-making and enforcement as a network of communication channels. Drawing largely from the science of neurophysiology, psychology, and electrical engineering, Deutsch perceived the similarities in processes and functional requirements between living things, electronic machines, and social organizations. According to him, organizations in the society have the capacity to transmit and react to information. Davies and Lewis, Models of Political Systems, 1971. The characteristic features of the cybernetics model of the systems analysis can be briefly stated as under. Feedback constitutes a key concept in the cybernetics model. It is also called a servo mechanism. By feedback, Deutsch means a communications network that produces action in response to an input information. All organizations, including a political system, are characterized by feedback mechanisms. It is feedback that introduces dynamism into what may be otherwise a static analysis. Thus, Deutsch's model of cybernetics deals with communication, control, and channels against Easton's input-output model of interactions and Amund's structural functional analysis of structures and their functions. All these seek to explain the functioning of the system, its ability to adapt itself amidst changes, and its capacity to maintain itself over time. However, Deutsch's cybernetics model has numerous drawbacks. It is essentially an engineering approach which explains the performance of human beings and living institutions as if they are machines. The cybernetics is also quantity-oriented, rather than quality-oriented, which makes the understanding of political phenomena complex. But, as a derivative of the systems approach, cybernetics contributed its bit in explaining political phenomena concerning 65. Human behavior. In this sense, cybernetics model has indeed expanded our understanding comparative effort in understanding the political system. Politics. Check your progress 3. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of this unit. 1. Give the 3 characteristic features of Easton's input-output model. 2. What are the limitations of Deutsch's cybernetics theory? 4.5 Systems theory. An evaluation. The introduction of systems approaches in political studies provides a broader and better understanding of not only the political activities, behaviors, process of a given political system but also politics at large. This is so because the systems approach takes into account the political phenomena as one unit, a system in itself, not merely the sum total of its various parts, but all parts standing in interaction with one another. The systems theorists have drawn much from biology and other natural sciences and have equated the organic system with social system. Indeed, there are similarities between the two systems, but analogies are only and always analogies. Any attempt to extend the argument amounts to falsification. To relate a hand to human body is not when we relate an individual to the society or a legislature to the executive organ of the government. The systems theorists have only built an extended form of organic theory which the individualists had once argued. All the systems theorists have committed themselves to building and maintaining the system. Their concern has been only to explain the system as it exists. What they have, additionally, done is to state the causes which endanger its existence and factors which can strengthen it. They are, at best, the statusquoites who have little knowledge about past and perhaps no concern for the future. All the 66 concepts that systems theorists have developed do not go beyond the explanation. Systems approach. An understanding of the present. The entire approach is rooted in conservation and reaction. Varma, 1966. The systems theorists in political science or in the field of comparative government and politics have substituted political system in place of the state by arguing that the term political system explains much more than the term state. Indeed, the point is wide and clear. But when these theorists come to highlight the characteristics of political system, they do not say more than the political power or force with which the conventional word state has been usually associated. What the systems analysts have done is that they have condemned the traditionalists for having made the political analysis descriptive, static, and non-comparative. What they have, instead, done is that they have introduced the numerous concepts from both natural and other social sciences in political science or comparative politics so as to make the discipline more interdisciplinary. The claim that the systems theorists have evolved a scientific and empirical discipline is too tall. 4.5.2 Strength of the systems approach. If the idea behind the systems approach is to explain the concept of system as a key to understand the social web, the efforts of the systems theorists have not gone waste. It is important to note that the influence of the systems analysis has been so pervasive that most comparative politics research makers use of the systems concepts. It is also important to state that the systems approach has well addressed and well directed itself to numerous meaningful questions such as the relationships of systems to their environment, the persistence of the system itself and over time stability of the system, function assigned to the structures as parts of the system, dynamics and machines of the system. Professor S.N. Ray has summed up the merits of the systems theory very aptly, saying that the system theory, gives us an excellent opportunity for fusing microanalytical studies with macroanalytical ones. The concepts developed by this theory open up new questions and create new dimensions for investigation into the political processes. It often facilitates the communication of insights and ways of looking at things from other disciplines. It may be regarded as one of the most ambitious attempts to construct a theoretical framework from within political sciences. 4.6 Let us sum up. Systems approach is one of the modern approaches adopted in the study of political science, especially in comparative governments and politics. It viewed the political system as a set of interactions, interrelations, patterned behavior among the individuals and institutions, a set of structures performing their 67 respective functions and one that seeks to achieve certain goal and attempts to understanding comparative, maintain itself amidst vicissitudes. Politics. The systems approach, though claims to provide a dynamic analysis of the system, remains confined to its maintenance. It claims to have undertaken an empirical research, but has failed to provide enough conceptual tools for investigation. It has not been able to project system, particularly political system, more than the state. The approach is, more or less, conservative insofar as it is status quoist. Yet the systems approach is unique in many respects. It has provided a wider scope in understanding and analyzing social behavior and social interactions. It has drawn a lot from natural sciences and has very successfully used their concepts in social sciences. It has been able to provide a degree of methodological sophistication to the discipline of political science. 4.7 References. Amon G. A. and Powell G. B. 1978 Comparative Politics, A Development Approach. Boston, Little Brown. Apter, David E. 1977. Introduction to Political Analysis. Mass, Cambridge. Charlesworth J. edition. 1967 Contemporary Political Analysis. Free Press, New York. Dahl, A. Robert. 1979. Modern Political Analysis, Englewood Cliffs. Davies M.R. and Lewis, V.A., 1971, Models of Political Systems, Macmillan, London. Deutsch Karl. 1963. The Nerves of Government. New York, The Free Press of Glencoe. Easton David. 1965. A System Analysis of Political Life. Chicago, John Wiley. Macreadis, R.C. and Ward, R.E., 1964, Modern Political Systems. New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Ray, S. N., 1999. Modern Comparative Politics. New Delhi, Prentice Hall of India Private Limited. Varma, S.B. 1975, Modern Political Theory. New Delhi, Vickers Publishers. Young or Oren. 1966. Systems of Political Science. Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall. 68. Systems Approach. 4. 8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. The systems approach primary emphasized on A. On the articulation of the system, B. On the articulation of the components of the system, C. On the behavior by means of which the system is able to maintain itself. 2. The traditional approaches are largely historical and descriptive. They are also normative and idealistic. They lack explanatory power. Check Your Progress 2. 1. The general systems theory has been rarely applied to the social sciences while the systems theory has been successfully applied. B. The general systems theory, developed as it is from natural sciences, biology particularly, treats the systems as more or less organically integrated from within, while the systems theory lays emphasis on the interactions aspect of the elements of the system. 2. The characteristics of systems approach are: A. It viewed social phenomena as a unit. B. It regarded the system as a set of interactions of various elements. Check Your Progress 3. 1. Easton's input-output provided an excellent technique for comparative politics. Its significance is that it has provided a set of concepts and categories which has helped in comprehending the system more clearly. 2. Its engineering approach equating individuals and society with machines. Moreover, its concern with quantity rather than quality of communication poses a challenge to understanding political phenomena. 69. Unit 5 Political Economy Approach *. Structure. 5.0 Objectives. 5.1 Introduction. 5.2 Development as Modernization. 5.3 Development as Underdevelopment and Dependency. 5.4 World System Analysis. 5.5 Articulation of Modes of Production Approach. 5.6 Class Analysis and Political Regimes. 5.7 State-Centered Approach. 5.8 Globalization and Neoliberal Approach. 5.9 Let us sum up. 5.10 Keywords. 5.11 Some useful books. 5.12 Answers to Check Your Progress exercises. 5.0 Objectives. The political economy approach to the study of comparative politics affirms that there exists a relationship between politics and economics and that this relationship works and makes itself manifest in several ways. This approach provides the clue to the study of relationships between and explanations of social and political phenomena. After going through this unit, you should be able to describe the various attributes of political economy as a concept, explain how the concept has become relevant for the study of comparative politics, and trace the evolution of the political economy approach and identify the different theoretical strands within the political economy approach formed the basis of studying relationships between countries and social and political phenomena over the past years. 5.1 Introduction. Political economy refers to a specific way of understanding social and political phenomena whereby economics and politics are not seen as separate domains. It is premised A. on a relationship between the two and B. the assumption that this relationship unfolds in multifarious ways. These assumptions constitute adapted from EPS 09 Comparative Government and Politics, Unit 5. Important explanatory and analytical frameworks within which social and political economy approach political phenomena can be studied. Having said this, it is important to point out that whereas the concept of political economy points at a relationship, there is no single meaning which can be attributed to the concept. The specific meaning the concept assumes depends on the theoretical, ideological tradition, e.g., liberal or Marxist, within which it is placed, and depending on this positioning, the specific manner in which economics and politics themselves are understood. Interestingly, the appearance of economics and politics as separate domains is itself a modern phenomenon. From the time of Aristotle till the Middle Ages, the concept of economics as a self-regulating separate sphere was unknown. The word economy signified in Greek the art of household management. As the political evolution in Greece followed the sequence household village city-state, the study of the management of the household came under the study of politics, and Aristotle considered economic questions in his Politics. Among the classical political economists, Adam Smith considered political economy as a branch of the science of statesman or legislator. As far as the Marxist position is concerned, Marx, 1818 to 1883, himself generally spoke not of political economy as such but of the critique of political economy, where the expression was used mainly with reference to the classical writers. Marx never defined political economy, but Engels did. Political economy, according to the latter, studies the laws governing the production and exchange of the material means of subsistence. Engels, anti-Düring. The Soviet economic theorist and historian Isaac Ilyich Rubin suggested the following definition of political economy. Political economy deals with human working activity, not from the standpoint of its technical methods and instruments of labor, but the standpoint of its social form. It deals with production relations which are established among people in the process of production. 1928. In this definition, political economy is not the study of prices or scarce resources, it is rather a study of culture seeking answers to the questions why the productive forces of society develop within a particular social form, why the machining process unfolds within the context of business enterprise, and why industrialization takes the form of capitalist development. Political economy, in short, asks how the working activity of people is regulated in a specific, historical form of economy. In the years after decolonization set in, the understanding of relationships between nations and specific political and social phenomena was informed by various approaches, viz., institution, political sociology, and political economy. These were geared primarily towards examining how social values were transmitted and also the structures through which resources were distributed. All these would eventually form the bases or standards along which different countries and cultures could be classified on a hierarchical scale of development and could be seen as moving along a trajectory of development and change. Several theories were advanced as frameworks within which this change could be understood. Among these was the modernization theory, which emerged in the historical context of the end of Japanese and European empires and the beginning of the Cold War. 71. Understanding. 5.2 Modernization theory, development. Comparative politics. As modernization. The theory of modernization was an attempt by First World scholars to explain the social reality of the new states of the Third World. This theory is based upon separation or dualism between traditional and modern societies. The distinction between traditional and modern societies was derived from Max Weber via Talcott Parsons. A society in which most relationships were particularistic rather than universalistic, e.g. based on ties to particular people, such as kin, rather than on general criteria designating whole classes of persons, in which birth, ascription, rather than achievement, was the general ground for holding a job or an office, in which feelings rather than objectivity governed relationships of all sorts, the distinctions between effectivity and neutrality, and in which roles were not separated. For instance, the royal household was also the state apparatus. Role diffuseness versus role specificity was called traditional. Other features generally seen as characteristic of traditional societies included things like a low level of division of labor, dependence on agriculture, low rates of growth of production, predominance of local networks of exchange, and restricted administrative competence. A modern society, on the other hand, is seen as displaying the opposite features. Modern society was defined as a social system based on achievement, universalism and individualism as a world of social mobility, equal opportunity, the rule of law, and individual freedom. Following this opposition of the two categories, modernization referred to the process of transition from traditional to modern principles of social organization. This process of transition was not only seen as actually occurring in the newly independent countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but also seen as the goal these countries had set for themselves to achieve. In other words, the purpose of modernization theory was to explain and promote the transition from traditional to modern society. Modernization theory argued that this transition should be regarded as a process of traditional societies catching up with the modern world. The theory of modernization was most clearly elaborated in the writings of W. W. Rostow, The Stages of Economic Growth, a Non-Communist Manifesto, 1960, who argued that there were 5 stages of development through which all societies passed. These were I, the traditional stage, 2, the preconditions for takeoff, 3, takeoff, 4, the drive toward maturity, and V, high mass consumption. Third world societies were regarded as traditional and so needed to develop to the second stage and thus establish the preconditions for takeoff. Rostow described these preconditions as the development of trade, the beginnings of rational, scientific ideas, and the emergence of an elite that invests rather than squanders its wealth. The theory argued that this process could be speeded up by the encouragement and diffusion of Western investment and ideas. Scholars in this tradition also argued that industrialization would promote Western ideas of individualism, equality of opportunity, and shared values, which in turn would reduce social unrest and class conflict. 72. As we have mentioned earlier, modernization theory developed in the context of political economy approach. The Cold War, and at times it is unclear whether A. Modernization theory was an analytical or prescriptive device, B. Whether modernization was occurring or whether it should occur, and C. Whether the motives of those promoting modernization was to relieve poverty or to provide a bulwark against communism. The two factors are connected, but the subtitle of Rostow's book, A Non-Communist Manifesto, suggests that the latter may have been considered more important than the former. To conclude, we can say that modernization theory was based on an evolutionary model of development whereby all nation-states passed through broadly similar stages of development. In the context of the post-war world, it was considered imperative that the modern West should help to promote the transition to modernity in the traditional Third World. 5.3 Development as underdevelopment and dependency. Dependency theory arose in the late 1950s as an extended critique of the modernization perspective. This school of thought is mainly associated with the work of Andre Gunder Frank, but the influence of Paul Barron's The Political Economy of Growth, 1957, work is also very important. Barron argued that the economic relationships that existed between Western Europe and later Japan and the United States and the rest of the world were based on conflict and exploitation. The former took part in outright plunder or in plunder, thinly veiled as trade, seizing and removing tremendous wealth from the place of their penetration. Barron, 1957, pages 141-2. The result was the transfer of wealth from the latter to the former. In the 1960s, Frank examined Third World countries at close hand and criticized the dualist thesis of the modernization school, which isolated modern and traditional states and argued that the two were closely linked. Latin America. Underdevelopment or revolution. 1969. He applied his critique to both modernization theory and orthodox Marxism, replacing their dualism by a theory that argued that the world has been capitalist since the 16th century, with all sectors drawn into the world system based on production for the market. The ties of dominance and dependence, Frank argues, run in a chain-like fashion throughout the global capitalist system, with metropoles appropriating surplus from satellites, their towns removing surplus from the hinterland, and likewise. Frank's central argument is that the creation of First World advanced capitalist societies and the Third World satellites is a result of the same process, worldwide capitalist expansion. According to the dependency perspective, the contemporary developed capitalist countries' metropoles were never underdeveloped as the Third World satellites, but were rather undeveloped. Underdevelopment, instead of being caused by the peculiar socio-economic structures of the Third World countries, is the historical product of the relations. 73. Relations of imperialism and colonialism which have obtained between understanding underdeveloped satellites and developed metropoles. In short, development and comparative politics. Underdevelopment are two sides of the same coin, two poles of the same process. Metropolitan capitalist development on a world scale creates the development of underdevelopment in the Third World. According to Frank, Latin America's most backward areas, e.g., northeastern Brazil, were precisely those areas which had once been most strongly linked to the metropole. Institutions such as plantations and haciendas, Spanish landed estates, regardless of their internal appearance, have since the conquest been capitalist forms of production linked to the metropolitan market. Economic development, according to Frank, was experienced in Latin America only in those times when the metropolitan linkages were weakened, the Napoleonic Wars, the Depression of the 1930s, and the two world wars of the 20th century, and it came to an end precisely as the metropoles recovered from these disruptions and recovered their links to the Third World. Dependency theory was indeed a powerful advance over modernization theory, but it suffered from peculiar weaknesses of its own. First of all, it suffered from a certain historical character, viewing change within the Third World countries as an outcome of its undifferentiated dependent status. As Colin Lees put it, dependency theory concentrates on what happens to the underdeveloped countries at the hand of imperialism and colonialism rather than on the total historical process involved, including the various forms of struggle against imperialism and colonialism which grow out of the conditions of underdevelopment. The Underdevelopment of Kenya, 1975, page 20. Secondly, dependency theory tends to be economistic. Social classes, states, and politics appear as derivatives of economic forces and mechanisms and often receive very little attention. Classes, class projects, and class struggles appear neither as the prime movers of historical change nor the prime foci of analytic attention. Thirdly, critics have alleged that the concept of development is obscure in dependency theory. Given that it is frequently argued that development occurs in the third world when the metropolitan satellite linkages are weakened, does development imply autarky? Since development is an attribute of capitalist development in the metropoles, is the debate in the ultimate analysis again about the third world's ability to replicate this path? Finally, the assumptions of the dependency theory fail to provide explanations for the various so-called economic miracles of the third world. Thus, while marking an advance beyond the myths of modernization, dependency theory did not fully escape its imprint. While modernization theory argued that diffusion brought growth, dependency theory would seem to argue in a similar vein that dependence brought stagnation. 5.4 World System Analysis. Immanuel Wallerstein further developed the idea of the world capitalist economy in his world system analysis. Wallerstein argued that the expansion of Europe starting in the 16th century signaled the end of pre-capitalist modes of production in those areas of the third world incorporated within the world. 74. Capitalist market. According to this theory, dualism or feudalism does not exist in political economy approach. The third world. The modern world system is unitary in that it is synonymous with the capitalist mode of production, yet disparate in that it is divided into tiers, core, semi-periphery, and periphery, which play functionally specific roles within the system as a whole. World system theory places a new emphasis on the multilateral relations of the system as a whole. Core and periphery relations become important to the analysis as do core-periphery ones, rather than on the unilateral relations of the system of metropole and satellite characteristic of dependency theory. Wallerstein's basic argument was that the creation of the world capitalist economy in the 16th century led to a new period of history based on expanded accumulation rather than stagnant consumption. This was attributable to the emergence of three key factors: an expansion of the geographical size of the world in question through incorporation, 2. The development of variegated methods of labor control for different products and different zones of the world economy, specialization, and 3. The creation of relatively strong state machineries in what would be the core states of this capitalist world economy to assure the transfer of surplus to the core. In the formation of the world economy, core areas emerge as countries where the bourgeoisie got stronger and landlords weaker. The important relationship that determines whether a country is to be a core or part of the periphery is dependent on the strength of its state. According to Wallerstein, those countries that could achieve the process of statism, i.e., the concentration of power in the central authority, became the core countries of the world economy. On the other hand, the strength of the state machineries is explained in terms of the structural role a country plays in the world economy at that moment of time. A strong state enables the country as an entity to get a disproportionate share of the surplus of the entire world economy. The stability of the world capitalist system is maintained due to three factors: the concentration of military strength in the hands of the dominant forces, 2. Pervasiveness of an ideological commitment to the system as a whole, and 3. The division of the majority into a large lower stratum and a smaller middle stratum. The existence of the semi-periphery means that the upper strata core are not faced with the unified opposition of all others because the middle stratum, semi-periphery, is both the exploited and the exploiter. The semi-periphery, however, also constitutes a site for change. New core states can emerge from the semi-periphery, and it is a destination for the declining ones. Although the world systems theory has been advanced further by several thinkers like Oliver Cox, Samir Amin, and Giovanni Arrighi, it has been widely criticized for its primary focus on the system imperative. Thus, in this theory, all events, processes, group identities, class, and state projects are explained by reference to the system as a whole. Such a reference point implies that all the above-mentioned actors are seen as embedded within the system so much so that they do not act in their immediate concrete interests but always in accordance with the 75. Understanding. Prescriptions or dictates of the system. Critics have also pointed out that the comparative politics theory explains the contemporary capitalist world inadequately since it focuses attention on the market, failing to take into account the processes of production. Check your progress. 1. Note: use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What are the core features of the modernization theory? 2. From the above analysis, can you work out the lines along which Wallerstein criticized the modernization theory? 5.5 Articulation of modes of production approach. From the late 1960s, an attempt was made to resurrect a certain variant of the Marxian approach to the transition process in the third world in which mode of production was the determining concept. Theorists belonging to the school of development argued that third world social formations encompass several modes of production and that Theorists belonging to the school of development argued that third world social formations encompass several modes of production and that capitalism both dominates and articulates with pre-capitalist modes of production. These theorists made a distinction between social formation and mode of production. Social formation refers to a combination of economic, political, and ideological practices or levels. Mode of production refers to the economic level that determines which of the different levels is dominant in the structured totality that constitutes the social formation. The economic level sets limits on the other levels that carry out functions which necessarily reproduce the economic mode of production. These non-economic levels, therefore, enjoy only a relative autonomy from the mode of production. The mode of production 76, or economic level, is in turn defined by its relations of production, i.e. the political economy approach. Direct relation between the immediate producer of the surplus and its immediate appropriator. Each couplet, slave master, serflord, free labor, or capitalist, define a separate mode. The mode of production perspective takes as its point of departure the production of the surplus product and is able, therefore, to move to an explanation of the division of the world between core and periphery based on the modes of production rather than trade relations. The core, therefore, coincides with the capitalist regions of the world, which are largely based on free wage labor. The periphery, on the other hand, was incorporated into the world economy based on free relations of production, that is, non-capitalist modes of production, which prevented an unprecedented accumulation of capital. Unequal trade relations were therefore a reflection of unequal relations of production. It is for these reasons that the advanced capitalist countries were able to dominate other areas of the world where non-capitalist modes of production existed. On the face of it, the mode of production perspective appears to constitute at least a partial return to the sectoral, modern, and traditional analysis of modernization theory. The crucial difference, however, is that unlike dualist interpretations, the emphasis here is on the interrelatedness of modes of production. It is argued that the capitalist expansion of the West in the 16th century encountered pre-capitalist modes of production in the Third World which it did not or could not transform or obliterate, but rather which it simultaneously conserved or destroyed. The relationship between the capitalist mode of production and the pre-capitalist modes of production, however, has not remained static, and capitalist relations of production have emerged in the periphery. Capitalism in the periphery is of a specific kind, one that is qualitatively different from its form in core countries. The marked feature of capitalism in the periphery is its combination with non-capitalist modes of production. In other words, capitalism coexists or articulates with non-capitalist modes. Non-capitalist production may be restructured by imperialist, that is, core capitalist, penetration, but it is also subordinated by its very conservation. The mode of production theory is, however, weakened by a functionalist methodological approach. This is because the theory explains social change as a product of the necessary logic of capitalism. This results in circular reasoning. If pre-capitalist modes of production survive, then that is evidence of its functionality for capitalism, and if pre-capitalist modes broke down, then that too is evidence of capitalism's functional requirement. This approach has also been criticized because it subordinates human agency to structure and assumes that social phenomena are explained by their functionality for capitalism rather than by actions and struggles of human beings themselves. 5.6 Class analysis and political regimes. In the early 1970s, yet another approach to explaining the sociopolitical changes taking place in the Third World countries emerged from Marxist scholars. 77. Understanding. Prominent contributions came from Colin Lee's Underdevelopment in Kenya. Comparative Politics. 1975, and James Petra's Critical Perspectives on Imperialism and Social Classes in the Third World, 1978, who explained the transition process in the developing world not in terms of world imperatives or articulation of modes of production, but in terms of classes as the prime movers of history. The focus here is not on development, i.e. growth versus stagnation. The key question which surfaces in Petra's and Lee's work is development for whom? Petra's differs from the external relations of world system analysis and the internal relations of modes of production analysis. The salient feature of Third World societies, according to him, is precisely the manner in which external and internal class structure cross one another and the various combinations of class symbiosis and interlock. Capitalist expansion on the world scale has engendered the existence of collaborative strata in the Third World which not only orient production outwardly but also exploit internally. Decolonization gave these strata access to the instrumentality of the indigenous state and the choice of several developmental strategies based on different internal and external class alliances. To explain different patterns of development strategies, Petra's examines a. the conditions under which accumulation takes place, which includes I. the nature of the state and state policy, 2. class relations, the process of surplus extraction, intensity of exploitation, level of class struggle, the concentration of workforce, and b. the impact of capital accumulation on class structure, which includes understanding I. class formation/conversion, small proprietors to proletarians or kulaks, landlords to merchants, merchant to industrialist, etc. 2. Income distribution, concentration, redistribution, reconcentration of income, and 3. Social relations, labor market relations, free wage, trade union bargaining, semi-coercive market and political/social controls, coercive slave, debt peonage. Broadly speaking, Petra suggests that post-independence national regimes in the developing world can choose among 3 strategies or types of class alliances for capital accumulation. First, there is the neocolonial strategy wherein the national regime participates with the core bourgeoisie in exploiting the indigenous labor force. Wealth and power under the neocolonial regime are concentrated in the hands of foreign capital. Secondly, the national regime may undertake a national development strategy based on the exploitation of the indigenous labor force and the limitation or elimination of the share going to imperial firms. In terms of the pattern of income distribution, the major share goes to the intermediate strata in the form of the governing elite of the periphery. Thirdly, the regime may ally with the indigenous labor force, nationalize foreign or even indigenous enterprise, redistribute income, and generally undertake a national populist strategy as against core capital. Income distribution is more diversified, spreading downward. Although we cannot go into the details over here, Petrus has much to say about the interrelations among these strategies and the role of the imperial state in shoring up neocolonial regimes and undermining the others. 78. Political economy. 5.7 State-centered approach. In the field of comparative political economy, a backlash took place against developmentalism in the late 1960s and the early 1970s when the concept of state and power was revived. The contributions to the theory of state came primarily from the Marxist scholarship. In Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the concept of state is premised on its relationship with the existing class divisions in society. It is the nature of this relationship, however, which has remained a matter of debate among Marxists. One tradition prevalent in the United States of America emanated from community studies that identified power along the lines of position and reputation is associated with works of G. W. Domhoff, Who Rules America? 1967, The Powers That Be, 1979. Domhoff's main thesis is that there not only exists an upper-class corporate bourgeoisie in the USA but also that this class is a governing class. Domhoff's contributions have been seen as a part of instrumentalist tradition within Marxism in which state is seen as an instrument of the ruling or dominant class. This perspective is guided by Marx and Engels' concern expressed in the Communist Manifesto that the executive of the state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. A careful reading of Domhoff's works, however, suggests that he does not subscribe to the instrumentalist viewpoint and the state in the USA is seen as representing the interests of the corporate class while at the same time opposing the interests of individual capitals or fractions of the business elite. A second tradition revolved around what has been described as the structuralist view of the state and is found in the writings of French Marxists, notably Nikos Poulantzas. Poulantzas, in his early work Political Power and Social Classes, argued that functions of the state in capitalism are broadly determined by the structures of the society rather than by the people who occupy positions of the state. The state operates in a relatively autonomous manner to counteract the combined threats of working-class unity and capitalist disunity to reproduce capitalist structure. Poulantzas, in his later work State, Power, and Socialism 1980, argues that the capitalist state itself is an arena of class conflict and that whereas the state is shaped by social class relations, it is also contested and is, therefore, the product of class struggle within the state. Politics is not simply the organization of class power through the state by the dominant capitalist class and the use of that power to manipulate and repress subordinate groups, it is also the site of organized conflict by mass social movements to influence state policies and gain control of state apparatuses. An interesting debate on the state theory in the West figured in the pages of New Left Review in 1969-70 in the form of an exchange between Ralph Miliband and Poulantzas. As Poulantzas' view has already been discussed above, we shall briefly examine now the contribution of Ralph Miliband. The debate in New Left Review centered around Miliband's book The State in Capitalist Society, an analysis of the Western system of power 1969, in which he argued that while the state may act in Marxist terms, on behalf of the ruling class, it does not act at its behest. The state is a class state, but it must have a high degree of autonomy. 79. Understanding and independence if it is to act as a class state. The key argument in Miliband's comparative politics work is that the state may act in the interests of capitalists, but not always at their command. While the above-mentioned debates focus primarily on the nature of the state in Western capitalist societies, a lively contribution to the debate on the nature of the state in the developing world followed. Hamza Alavi, The State in Post-Colonial Societies, Pakistan and Bangladesh, 1970. Hamza Alavi, The State in Post-Colonial Societies, Pakistan and Bangladesh, 1972, characterizes the post-colonial state in Pakistan and Bangladesh as overdeveloped, as it was the creation of metropolitan powers lacking indigenous support, which remained relatively autonomous from the dominant classes. The state controlled by bureaucratic military oligarchy mediates between the competing interests of three propertied classes, namely the metropolitan bourgeoisie, the indigenous bourgeoisie, and the landed classes, while at the same time acting on behalf of them all to preserve the social order in which their interests are embedded, namely the institution of private property and the capitalist mode as the dominant mode of production. This theme of relative autonomy was later taken by Pranab Bardhan, The Political Economy of Development 1986, in his analysis of the Indian state, where the state is relatively autonomous of the dominant coalition constituted by capitalists, landlords, and professionals. State, however, in Bardhan's formulation remains a prominent actor which exercises choice in goal formulation, agenda setting, and policy execution. The idea of the overdeveloped post-colonial state and the concept of relative autonomy in the context of the relationship between state and class in the context of African societies was carried in the work of John Saul, The State in Post-Colonial Societies, Tanzania, 1974. Another perspective came in the work of Issa G. Shivji, Class Struggle in Tanzania, 1976, who argued that the personnel of the state apparatus themselves emerge as the dominant class as they develop a specific class interest of their own and transform themselves into bureaucratic bourgeoisie. The debate on the nature and role of the state have continued in journals like Review of African Political Economy, Journal of Contemporary Asia, Latin American perspective and the annual volumes of Socialist Register in light of changes taking place in the forms of economy, social classes, and political forces. 5.8 Globalization and a neoliberal approach. In the context of globalization, the neoliberal modernization approach has emerged as a dominant paradigm giving explanations for and prescribing remedies for underdevelopment in peripheral states. The neoliberal paradigm proposes that the underdevelopment of peripheral states of the Third World is primarily because of the failure of state-led development strategies, particularly import substitution industrialization. It believes that these countries can, however, develop and obtain a competitive advantage in an open world economy. 80. By rolling back state control. At the heart of the neoliberal perspective lies the political economy approach. Notion of separation or dichotomy between the state and the market. The paradigm limits the role of state to providing enabling conditions of good governance in which market forces can flourish unhindered. This enabling role involves the preservation of law and order, the guarantee of private property and contract, and the provision of public goods. Criticizing this assumption of a natural dichotomy between the state and market, Ray Keeley, Sociology and Development, The Impasse and Beyond, 1995, points out that the separation between the two cannot be taken as natural but historically and socially constituted. The appearance of separate political and economic spaces, he points out, is unique to the capitalist social relations which emerged in England and cannot, therefore, be generalized to the rest of advanced capitalist world or the developing world. International institutions like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, have, however, proceeded to implement this ahistorical neoliberal model onto the developing world, with its accompanying prescriptions regarding structural adjustment and good governance. The World Bank, for example, asserts that the economic problems of the developing world can be attributed to too much government and a subsequent failure of market forces to operate freely. The proposed remedy is, therefore, the encouragement of the private sector and the liberalization of national economies. To achieve these objectives, 3 key policy proposals are recommended: I. Currency devaluation, 2. Limited government and incentives to the private sector, and 3. The liberalization of international trade. These structural adjustment programs, however, overlook the socio-economic realities of specific countries and the role played by the state in providing social justice. The withdrawal of the state from this role to unfetter market forces means that the state is no longer expected to play a role in balancing unequal resources. This then leads to an increase in the vulnerability of the weaker sections, particularly women and of the working class, deepening already existing hierarchies within countries. Similarly, the notion of good governance within the neoliberal agenda of international aid-giving institutions as providing the enabling conditions within which market forces can flourish has been viewed within skepticism. Kiley, for example, points out that the World Bank's explanations of the failure of structural adjustment programs in sub-Saharan Africa as lack of good governance fails to specify how public accountability, pluralism, and the rule of law, all of which are cited by the World Bank Governance and Development, World Development, 1992, as important constituents of good governance, can be achieved without the participation of the lower classes of society. The concept of good governance within the neoliberal agenda envisages a condition where democracy and freedom are seen as antagonistic. Freedom involves the preservation of private property, free market, and provision of negative freedoms like the right to speech, associate, and move freely, conditions, in other words, which preserve the market economy. Democracy, on the other hand, is seen with suspicion as belonging to the political realm where demands for participation, 81. Understanding and distribution of resources are made. The latter, it is feared, may endanger the comparative politics. Freedom's essential for the strength of the economic realm. The prioritization of freedom over democracy, as prescribed by the neoliberal paradigm, fails thus to meet the developmental needs of the people. Check your progress too. Note, I use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is meant by mode of production? What is the nature of socio-economic reality in the Third World according to the articulation of mode of production theory? 2. What are the key elements of the neoliberal approach? 5.9 Let us sum up. The political economy approach emerged in the wake of decolonization to understand and explain the relationship between nations and socio-political phenomena. At the basis of this approach was the assumption of a relationship between the domains of politics and economics. The modernization, underdevelopment, and dependency, world systems, articulation of the modes of production, class analysis, state-centered analysis, and the neoliberal analysis are dominant among the various explanatory frameworks which have emerged in the last few decades. While the analytical tools of all these frameworks have varied, almost all have development as their key problem. In the process of exploring this problem within a comparative perspective, they have inevitably seen the world in terms of a hierarchized whole. They do, however, provide important insights into the intricacies of economic forces and the manner in a symbiosis of economy and polity works within and in connection with external forces. 82. Political economy. 5.10 Keywords. Approach. Class state, a state that works to protect the interests of a particular class. In Marxian terminology, it is used to describe the present liberal states as protecting the interests of the capitalist class. Mode of production, it refers to the way goods are produced and distributed in a society. It consists of 2 major aspects, the forces of production and the relations of production. The forces of production include all of the elements that are brought together in production from land, raw material, and fuel to human skill and labor to machinery, tools, and factories. The relations of production include relationships among people and people's relationships to the forces of production through which decisions are made about what to do with the results. Structural adjustments, reforms in economics like currency devaluation, incentives to private sector, liberalization of international trade, etc. 5. 11 references. Chattopadhyay Paresh. 1974. Political Economy, What's in a Name? Monthly Review, April. Chilcote, H. Ronald. 1994. Theories of Comparative Politics, Westview Press, 1994. Chilcote, H. Ronald. 1989. Alternative Approaches to Comparative Politics in Howard J. Wiarda, edition, New Directions in Comparative Politics, Westview Press, Boulder and London. Healy Ray. 1995. Sociology and Development, UCL Press, London. Lemkiko, Peter and Bruce McFarlane. 1983. Neo-Marxist Theories of Development. Croom-Hellman St. Martin Press, London. 5.12 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. It is based on an evolutionary model of development, whereby traditional societies pass through different stages of development. These stages of development are broadly similar to all nation-states. In the context of the post-war world, it was considered imperative that the modern West should help to promote the transition to modernity in the traditional Third World. 2. Since Wallerstein focused on world system, he criticizes modernization theory for its focus on the nation-state as the only unit of analysis as the role. 83. Understanding of transnational structures which constrain local and national development are comparative politics. Disregarded. He also rejects the core assumption of the modernization theory that there is only a single path of evolutionary development for all countries. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Mode of production means how in a society goods are produced and distributed. It also refers to the economic level which determines which of the different levels is dominant in the structured totality that constitutes the social formation. In the developing countries, generally pre-capitalist mode coexists with the capitalist mode of production. 2. Neoliberal approach is based on the study and evaluation of concepts like good governance, structural adjustments, withdrawal of the state, globalization, etc. 84. Block II Context of Modern Government. Block 2. Context of Modern Government. Context of Modern Government. The concept of government is one of the most vital political institutions in our political life. Governments are generally conceived as a formal administrative apparatus or an institutionalized process through which states exercise their sovereignty and control over the society. They exercise vast range of functions, managing the state, regulating public affairs, making and implementing public policies, enforcing laws, protect the state and its citizens, and so on, which are considered as essential for the society to exist as a sustainable political system. However, there is diversity in the ways and means these governmental functions are fulfilled, determined by the circumstances and the context in which they operate. For instance, governments in countries like the United States, Canada, France, Japan, or Germany are found to be different from government of other countries like China, North Korea, Vietnam, or India, Brazil, or South Africa. They not only differ in their political, economic, and social outlook, but also differ on the practice and extent to which public affairs within society are shaped and directed. Likewise, the machineries or organizations that carry out the governance of the state also differ to a great extent. The three units in this block focus on the broad context in which modern governments operate. For the purpose of comparison, we depend on the familiar threefold division of the world into the capitalist first world, the socialist second world, and the third world of newly independent nations. While such a grouping is politically not sustainable after the collapse of the socialist camp, existing systems of governance broadly correspond with the earlier political division: the advanced economies, the centrally planned economies or post-communist countries, and industrializing economies or developing economies. In Unit 6, we will learn about the idea of capitalism and the nature and structure of governance in industrialist capitalist states. In Unit 7, we introduce to socialist ideology and the working of socialist model of government, focusing on its role in the conduct of a country's economic affairs. The last unit of the block deals with the nature and structure of governance in the developing post-colonial countries, which are generally characterized by fragile socio-political conditions. 86. 87. Capitalism and the idea of liberal democracy. Unit 6, Capitalism and the idea of liberal democracy. Structure. 6.0 Objectives. 6.1 Introduction. 6.2 Historical moorings of capitalism and liberal democracy. 6.3 What is capitalism and liberal democracy? 6.4 Interrelationship between liberal democracy and capitalism. 6.5 Contestations, debate around and future of capitalism and liberal democracy. 6.6 Let us sum up. 6.7 References. 6.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. 6.0 Objectives. Democracy and capitalism have been the thriving ideas of modern times. This unit aims to familiarize you with the idea of democracy, the idea of capitalism, and the interrelationship between these two ideas. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the idea of liberal democracy and capitalism, explicate their changing nature and the interrelationship between these two ideas, Discuss the challenges these two ideas face in contemporary times. 6.1 Introduction. Liberal democracy and capitalism have proved to be the most successful political and economic systems despite intermittent challenges. This unit discusses Dr. Sanhita Joshi, Assistant Professor, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, Vidyanagari Campus, Mumbai. Different dimensions of liberal democracy and capitalism and encapsulates the context of modern meaning both lend to each other. Fundamentally, democracy celebrates the government, common good, and capitalism rejoices the personal good. Capitalism follows the logic of unequal property rights, whereas democracy aims at giving equal civic and political rights. Democratic politics is embedded in consent and compromise, and capitalism is all about hierarchical decision-making. Wolfgang Merkel, a well-known authority on democratization, has therefore said, "Capitalism is not democratic, democracy is not capitalist." 6.2 Historical moorings of capitalism and liberal democracy. It is difficult to point to the first traces of capitalism, since capitalism as an idea or as an attitude must have always existed, probably in its primitive avatar. The evolutionary journey of man signifies that natural man was occupied with satisfying his basic needs and gradually learnt to amass capital/resources and understood the significance of the art of enterprise and speculation to transform the capital into unapologetic wealth. However, the development of capitalism as a system began in the 16th century. The industrial form of capitalism with which we are familiar first developed in England in the 18th century and spread to other parts of Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. By the end of the 19th century, with the expansion of European colonial rule, capitalism came to dominate the entire world. It has been pointed out that rise of capitalism is associated with three main features. 1. The growth of the capitalist spirit, i.e., the desire for profits. 2. The accumulation of capital. And 3. The development of capitalist techniques. Max Weber believed that capitalism was the product of rationalization and rationality, which was a significant characteristic of modernity. Capitalism was thus a rational organization of the productive enterprise. The concept of a waged worker, which emerged in the aftermath of the Industrial Revolution, signaled a crucial stage in the development of capitalism. A brief look at the history of the economic and social conditions that predated the Industrial Revolution shows that capitalism did not arise from the efforts of a few inventors causing an industrial revolution, nor because British capitalists had some special enterprising spirit. It arose from the systematic breakdown of feudalism as a social and economic system and the imposition of a wage labor system in its place. Karl Marx did a historical and dialectic analysis of the evolution of the capitalist system and considered it to be the product of contradictions found within the earlier feudalistic order. He opined that capitalism was a stage in history which replaced feudalism, thus ending the control of the feudal lords over the serfs. The serfs were absorbed as factory workers, that is, wage laborers in the new system of mass production, thus fully establishing the hold of the capitalist system. Marx maintained that as capitalism reaches its advanced stage, it will break down because of its inherent contradictions and will be overthrown by a proletarian revolution. However, such a working-class revolution only took place in 88. Underdeveloped Russia to establish what later came to be criticized as state capitalism and the idea of liberal capitalism. When the communist bloc disintegrated and collapsed, Francis Democracy Fukuyama, an American political theorist, declared in his The End of History and the Last Man that mankind has reached the endpoint of ideological evolution. The collapse of communism in Soviet Russia signaled the triumph of liberal democracy and capitalism. In the subsequent years, aided by international financial institutions that were infused with neoliberal ideas, liberal markets paved the way for global capitalism. However, the recent global financial crisis of 2008 has regenerated momentum in favor of contained markets, pulling back globalization and promoting redistributive policies. Fukuyama chose to revisit his proposition and called for redistributive programs to address the huge imbalances in income and wealth. Democracy today is celebrated as one of the most successful political systems that practically don't have any competition. Its rudimentary meaning implies a form of government in which decision-making is by the people, for the people, and of the people. Nonetheless, there are myriad forms and types of democracy. Generally, the historical roots of democracy are traced to the ancient Greek cities of Athens and Sparta, where direct participation of people in city assembly was encouraged. At the same time, Greek democracy was problematically exclusivist in design. It did not recognize women, medics, foreign residents, and slaves as legitimate participants of the system. In recent years, the idea that democracy is essentially a system which originated in the Western world is being contested, as references to the practice of Sava and Samiti in Vedic literature, where people used to participate in the decision-making process, point to the existence of such a system in the non-Western world too. Liberal democracy is particularly considered as a product and characteristic feature of modernity. It came into existence as a result of civil war against royal absolutism and paved the way for the transfer of powers from the crown to the parliament. Since then, liberal democracy has expanded not only in physical terms but also has matured in terms of meaning ascribed to it. The American and French revolutions coupled with the growth of industrial capitalism since the late 18th century has deepened the roots of democracy. The French Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1789, and the American Declaration of Independence, 1776. The political ideas of John Locke, who invoked the idea of inalienable rights of man, Bentham S. defense of representative politics, J.S. Mill S. championing of suffrage for women, have greatly contributed to the development of democracy, particularly in a liberal sense. Democracy made considerable progress not only as an idea but also as a political system with gradual enfranchisement of the population belonging to different socio-economic strata, public education, and electoral reforms. Decolonization of the world and claims for the right of self-determination by newly independent countries in the post-World War II years also contributed to further democratization of the world. However, it must be noted that the adjective liberal before the word democracy denotes a specific meaning and definition of individual freedom. The role of the 89. State and role of the market. The liberal understanding of democracy has been in favor of greater individual rights and lesser interference of the state. The term context of modern liberal may denote two diametrically opposing meanings. For instance, it can government simply mean the absence of restraints, negative liberty, or it can mean individuals' capability to engage in the process of governance and decision-making. Thus, there are different versions of democracy depending on the meaning and definition adopted for the idea of liberty/personal freedom and role of the state. For instance, liberal democracies which prioritize the interests of the working class and exercise limits over individual/private ownership can be considered as socialist democracy, while the ones which give precedence to duties, responsibilities and obligations towards society over the enjoyment of individual liberties can be considered communitarian democracy. And, if a political system chooses to prioritize environmental concerns or concerns related to women/gender, then such systems have environmental and feminist orientations. 6.3 What is capitalism and liberal democracy? The Macmillan Dictionary of Modern Economics defines capitalism as a political, social, and economic system in which property, including capital assets, is owned and controlled for the most part by private persons. Capitalism is necessarily an economic system which is driven by the individual enterprise to earn profits. It demands greater space for private ownership, unencumbered freedom, contractual transactions, and economic competition. In other words, capitalism is a system in which the allocation of resources in a society is based on the price mechanism. The extent to which the price mechanism is used, the degree of competitiveness in markets, and the level of government intervention distinguish exact forms of capitalism. In its extreme form, the laissez-faire, literally meaning leave us alone model, capitalism despises any form of governmental control and regulation. Such a free market system, if not controlled and monitored, can be perverted into one of the most ruthless and unscrupulous systems. Capitalism is also a system of indirect governance for economic relationships, where all markets exist within institutional frameworks that are provided by political authorities, i.e. governments. Scott, 2006. From this perspective, capitalism is a three-level system much like any organized sports. Markets occupy the first level, where the competition takes place. The institutional foundations, administrative and regulatory infrastructure, that underpin those markets are the second, and the political authority that frames the rules of the game and administers the system is the third. In other words, a capitalist system to evolve in an effective developmental sense through time must have two hands and not one. An invisible hand that is implicit in the pricing mechanism and a visible hand that is explicitly managed by government through a legislature and a bureaucracy. According to Max Weber, capitalism is simply an attitude of earning profit rationally and systematically. Therefore, this form of economic system thrives on 90. Private ownership of resources, rational techniques of production, and capitalism and the idea of liberal distribution, free market, free labor force, commercialization of economy, and democracy, rational legislation. On the other hand, Karl Marx sees capitalism as a progressive historical stage that is bound to collapse under the weight of its internal contradictions. For Marx, capitalism is a system of acute exploitation, class divide, inequality, and oppression. Capitalism thrives on private property, mass production of commodities under the factory system for profit, and the existence of a working class. This working class is forced to sell its labor power in the market, and eventually, this leads to polarization between the haves, owners of the means of production or bourgeoisie, and the have-nots, the wage workers or the proletariat. Marx maintained that government in a liberal democracy is the executive agency of the capitalist class. This fusion of economic and political power in the hands of the property class leads to exploitation of the have-nots. He believed, when the working class unites to fight back, both liberal democracy and capitalism will be overthrown to establish a communist society. Thus, according to Marx, capitalism and democracy are prime factors behind the exploitation of the working class. Capitalism can thus be defined as a spirit of enterprise, as a particular mode of production, and as a commercial system. For capitalism to work, it requires a rule-bound economic policy, constitutionally enshrined protection of markets and property rights from discretionary political interference, independent regulatory authorities, central banks firmly protected from electoral pressures, and international institutions. Streeck, 2011. Yamamura and Streeck talk about two types of capitalism, the non-liberal and liberal capitalism. They use these terms to connote the extent of social and political regulation in particular economies and, more fundamentally, the ways in which national societies organize their economies and indeed the extent to which they do so. Democracy is basically a government by consent in which periodic, competitive, free, and fair elections are mandatory. The election is the key institutional process through which democracy functions. The opinion of the citizens/governed is of paramount significance in a democratic system. The process of consensus building is at the heart of the liberal democratic process. Such a consensus needs to be achieved at 3 levels according to David Easton. A. Consensus at the community level, basic consensus. B. Consensus at the regime level, procedural consensus. And C. Consensus at the policy level, policy consensus. Sartori maintains, in democracy, no one enjoys unconditional and unlimited power. Limited exercise of power and accountability are the key elements of democracy. In other words, individualism, popular sovereignty, and limited government are the foundation of liberal democracy. In order to explicate democracy further, it is necessary to understand the procedural as well as substantive aspects of democracy. While the procedural aspect focuses on the constitutional framework, the substantive aspect of democracy reminds us to strive for the equitable distribution of fruits of growth and development. The claim of the liberal democracies to be liberal democracies. 91. Rests on the claim that they have both well-established and accessible procedures for protecting the liberties of individual citizens, where, 1992, the liberal context of modern democratic trajectory also reveals that values such as liberty, equality, and government fraternity are its building blocks. These values only make the procedural aspect of democracy stronger and contribute to the regimented control over the markets, thereby ensuring efforts for equitable redistribution of resources. Liberal democracy has 2 significant components within it: the liberal component, which talks about limits on political power, and the democratic component, which deals with people's rule, participation, and representative institutions. Liberalism intends to free the people, and democracy stands for empowering people. It also means safeguarding people from tyranny and arbitrariness. This is achieved through ensuring political representation to people. Political parties are important mediums to provide this representation to people in a democratic society. The form of representation can be direct, indirect, proportional, etc. Each society, depending on the nature and composition of its population, will have different types of party systems. For example, a more homogeneous society tends to have 2 party systems, and a heterogeneous society tends to have a multi-party system. Values such as liberty, equality, and fraternity are considered as the core values of a liberal democratic society. On the other hand, liberal democracy is also inseparable from free market and property rights. The Marxist critique of liberal democracy is therefore that political equality is farcical in the absence of economic equality. The class divide, which is an inherent feature of capitalism, has to be overcome by abolishing private property. Socialist democracy is essentially aimed at overthrowing capitalism that gets strength from liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is also criticized by the elite theorists such as Gaetano Mosca, Wilfredo Pareto, and Robert Michel, who point out that in any given society it's the few elites who tend to rule rather than the people at large. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What, according to Max Weber, are the conditions necessary for capitalism? 2. Which one of the following is not a necessary condition for a liberal democracy? A. Individualism. B. Popular sovereignty. C. Laissez-faire. And D. Limited government. 92. Capitalism and the 6.4 interrelationship between liberal idea of liberal democracy and capitalism. Democracy. The economy and polity are the main problem-solving mechanisms of human society. They each have their distinctive means, and they each have their goods or ends. They necessarily interact with each other and transform each other in the process. Amond, 1991. Point 1 question that muddles us is how capitalism and democracy, which are in many ways opposite ideas, are complementing each other across the world. The former produces stark inequalities, and the latter aims to craft an egalitarian society through distribution of equal political rights. On one hand, there is a system that pushes for the free hand of the market, and on the other is a system that longs for a redistributive welfare state. The rising inflation since the 1970s, increasing private indebtedness, financial crisis has exposed the struggle between growing demands for security, socially funded programs by government, redistribution of income and wealth through progressive taxation, which is fundamentally incompatible with the market. A detailed probe into the historical evolution of these 2 ideas and its practice reveals that they both have managed to respond to their contradictory nature. The post-World War II welfare state compromise tried to reduce the growing inequalities as a result of an unregulated capitalist market. Later, the onset of the Bretton Woods crisis in the 1970s led to an expanding horizon of globalization, neoliberal reforms since the 1980s. This created a dent in the idea of the welfare state. While the state did not wither away, it did make enough space for the globalization of capitalism. What is interesting here is that the amount of and nature of liberal in democratic politics in a way determines the space and structure of capitalism in a given system/society. For instance, governments that fail to attend to democratic claims for protection and redistribution risk losing their majority, while governments that disregard the claims for compensation from the owners of productive resources, as expressed in the language of marginal productivity, cause economic dysfunctions and distortions that will be increasingly unsustainable and will thereby also undermine political support. Streak 2011. Marx believed that capitalism thrived because proletariat class is repressed and kept misinformed. His notion of collapse of the capitalist system under the weight of its inner contradictions no longer holds, as capitalism has survived these challenges by adapting and accommodating itself within the liberal democratic setting. In fact, the capitalist class today consents to democracy and redistribution for the cost of repression, and the consequent threat of revolution may be higher. There are various assumptions, theories, and approaches to look at the interrelationship between capitalism and democracy. For example, greater democratization results in greater redistribution, Meltzer and Richard Model 1981, since the median voter belonged to the lower income group. However, they do not provide much leverage on explaining the observed variance in redistributive politics in different countries. The other main approach to the study of capitalism and democracy focuses on the role of political power, especially the 93. Organizational and political strength of labor. If capitalism is about class context of modern conflict, then the organization and relative political strength of classes should government affect policies and economic outcomes. There are two variants of this approach. The power resource theory focuses on the size and structure of the welfare state, explaining it as a function of the historical strength of the political left, mediated by alliances with the middle classes. The second variant is called the neo-corporatist theory, which focuses on the organization of labor and its relationship to the state, especially the degree of centralization of unions and their incorporation into public decision-making processes. Iverson, 2006. Joseph Schumpeter opined that democracy was a part of civilization story of capitalism, thus making the point that democracy was historically supported by capitalism. In Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, 1942, he states flatly, history clearly confirms that modern democracy rose along with capitalism and in causal connection with it. Modern democracy is a product of the capitalist process. The evolution of capitalism and liberal democracy, though remained conflictual, it has found a strong ground, especially since the end of World War II and the birth of welfare state, which was inspired by Keynesian economics. In the 3 decades following the adoption of the welfare state policies, the Western world experienced phenomenal economic growth where liberal democratic politics and the capitalist market grew simultaneously. There has been always skepticism about the harmonious coexistence of liberal democracy and capitalism. According to Barrington Moore, there have been 3 historical routes to industrial modernization. The first was followed in Britain and France, where democratic capitalism rose to prominence by promoting bourgeoisie mercantilism. Japan and Germany adopted the second route with the help of landed aristocracy, producing a system of capitalism that was encased in feudal authoritarian framework dominated by the military aristocracy. Russia chose to be an authoritarian communist regime along with state-controlled industrial economy. Moore, therefore, concludes that capitalism has remained a constant feature of emerging democracies in the 19th century. Robert Dahl too maintained that it is an historical fact that modern democratic institutions have existed only in countries with predominantly privately owned, market-oriented economies, or capitalism if you prefer that name. Peter Berger, in his book The Capitalist Revolution, 1986, discusses 4 propositions on the relations between capitalism and democracy, which primarily explain a positive nature of the relationship between the two. On the other hand, there are those conflictual relationship between the two. For instance, Friedrich von Hayek in his later years advocated abolishing democracy in defense of economic freedom and civil liberty. John Stuart Mill had taken a similar position and maintained that capitalism subverts democracy. Therefore, he imagined a less competitive and eventually a socialist society. Mill wanted to control the excesses of both the market economy and the majoritarian polity by the education of consumers and producers, citizens, and politicians, in the interest of producing morally improved free market and democratic orders. Thomas Jefferson did not object to significant inequalities in wealth, but he believed an economically independent citizenry was 94. Essential for liberty and democracy. Marx similarly explains how access to free capitalism and the idea of liberal land/resources serves as an impediment to capitalist dominance over and democracy. Exploitation of labor. In other words, when economic resources/power is equally distributed and also controlled by the government, it acts as a check on capitalism. Gabriel Ammon discusses at length various dimensions of the interaction between democracy and capitalism. He identifies 4 broad types of interrelationships. 1. Capitalism supports democracy. 2. Capitalism subverts democracy. 3. Democracy subverts capitalism. And 4. Democracy fosters capitalism. Ammon, 1991. It is important to recognize that democracy and capitalism are both positively and negatively related, that they both support and subvert each other. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain how democracy and capitalism interact with each other. 6.5 Contestations, debate around and future of capitalism and liberal democracy. The birth of liberal democracy in the shadow of modernity and growing industrial capitalism in the 19th century later became a global phenomenon and was taken as historically established and socially given. The key questions that are asked today, retrospectively as well as prospectively, are Is a liberal society a society which guarantees civil, political, and economic freedoms, expansion of the franchise, periodic elections, a precondition for the sustenance and protection of capitalism? And B, does this kind of liberal democratic expansion cohere with capitalist interests, institutions, and property relations? Alternatively, to put in the words of Eliot, would greater participation by the working masses in democratic politics be the potential undoing of the market capitalist system of economy? 1987. The growth of liberal democracy and capitalism globally today is being revisited and questioned, for the world is trapped in unimaginable problems and issues. The unprecedented technological and material progress is an outcome of the capitalist system, but it also has created an unimaginable gulf between the haves and have-nots, climate change, growing tensions among communities on account of pressing economic conditions, rising terrorism, increasing unemployment, and 95. Most importantly, growth of the self-interested and atomistic individual. In the context of modern face of these contemporary challenges, Fukuyama's end of history thesis that government, liberal democracy has won is now quaint. There has been rather an acceleration of history. Robert D. Kaplan's apocalyptic article The Coming Anarchy points out that scarcity, crime, overpopulation, tribalism, and disease are rapidly destroying the social fabric of our planet. The fundamental issue that lies at the heart of human suffering today is exclusion and extreme inequalities. Isabel V. Sawhill, in her article Capitalism and the Future of Democracy, makes a compelling opening remark: America is a mess. So are many other Western nations. Populism is on the rise because our existing system of a market-based liberal democracy is falling short of producing what citizens need and want. She discusses the interrelated problem in the context of American society, but her argument has global relevance. For instance, some of the global problems are economic in nature, such as rising inequality, stagnant wages, lack of employment, lower intergenerational mobility, disappointing levels of health and education, rising levels of public and private debt, growing place-based disparities. Some other problems are political in nature, such as hyperpartisanship, influence buying and corruption at the highest levels, paralysis, and declining trust in government. And finally, some issues are cultural, such as resentment of migrants and growing tensions over race/ethnic identities and gender. These problems cannot be addressed in silos. What has contributed to these impending issues globally is the mindset that markets work and governments don't, and that governments must create an environment for markets to work. Most modern societies are made up of three sectors: the state, the market, and civil society. Most political philosophies contain an implicit bias toward one of these three sectors. While the socialists tilt toward the state, the capitalists repose faith in free markets. A softer version of capitalism that we might call liberal democracy or the mixed economy model accepts the importance of markets but recognizes the need for government to correct market failures and address distributional questions. This type of a mixed economy prevailed in the 3 decades following World War II in the US and has been championed by many world leaders. Sawhill, 2020. Harvard professor Michael Sandel maintains that the US has drifted from a market economy to a market society. It's fair to say that an American's experience of shared civic life depends on how much money they have. Market economy and market societies have transformed everything into saleable things. See Michael Sandel's book What Money Can't Buy. The triumphant march of liberal democratic capitalism has significantly raised a breed of politicians such as Bernie Sanders, etc., across the globe who today have called into question the practice and intentions of the system. There seems to be a revived interest in socialism to fight and address issues of unimaginable and growing inequalities across the world. Thomas Piketty, in his book Capital in the 21st Century, 2013, argues that rate of capital return in developed countries is persistently greater than the rate of economic growth and that this will cause wealth inequality to increase in the future. To address this problem, Piketty proposes redistribution through a 96. Progressive global tax on wealth. While the political feasibility of such proposals, capitalism and the idea of liberal, is slim, the fact that they are even being discussed makes the point that we may democracy be near a tipping point in the battle between market capitalism as philosophy and its alternatives. The liberal democratic and capitalist world system need to revisit the proposition that market functions best when they are complemented by government/political system. The growing inequalities warrant urgent attention from the political system to curtail the spread of the market. More than ever, economic power seems today to have become political power, while citizens appear to be almost entirely stripped of their democratic defenses and their capacity to impress on the political economy interests and demands incommensurable with those of capital owners. In fact, looking back at the democratic capitalist crisis sequence since the 1970s, one cannot but be afraid of the possibility of a new, however temporary, settlement of the social conflict in advanced capitalism, this time entirely in favor of the propertied classes that is now firmly entrenched in their politically unconquerable institutional stronghold, the international financial industry. Streak, 2011. It will be too optimistic and farcical to believe that liberal democracy creates space for people's voices to be heard. Martin Gilens and Benjamin Page's empirical study suggests that economic elites and organized business interests have a large influence while the average citizen has virtually no impact. The median voter has a very little impact on legislative decisions in a democratic system. This is a very castigatory critique of liberal democracy as it fails to ensure individual liberty, and the democratic space ultimately is hijacked by private/business interest. On the other hand, it is also necessary to mull over the fact that this very liberal democratic space has allowed alternative politics to come to the forefront. Around the world, we see a rise in mobilization of masses against inequality, racial/ethnic discrimination, gender-based oppression, etc. This is a ray of hope that democracy still can offer a thriving space for alternative politics as well economics. Isabel earnestly discusses 3 possible alternatives to rescue the world from liberal democracies being hijacked by market capitalism. They are democratic socialism, government intervention in the economy, democratic liberalism, mixed economy, and social capitalism, renewal of social capital and trust. These alternatives can offer effective solutions to an impending problem that is at the root of all other interrelated problems, that is, inequality. In the words of William Galston, it is unarguable that beyond a certain point economic inequality is a threat to liberal democracy. 2018, p. 135. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. List some of the important problems and issues arising from capitalist development in contemporary times. 97. 6.6 Let us sum up. Context of modern government. As we saw in this unit, the 2 thriving ideas of modern times, liberal democracy and capitalism, have consolidated their position worldwide. Since the inception of democracy in ancient Greece, the idea of people's participation in political affairs has flourished with expanding meaning attached to the idea of rights of people. The beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century contributed to the growth of liberal democracy, or it can be also said that both complemented each other. The emergence of the welfare state in the post-war years was a compromise between liberal democracy and contained capitalism. However, the financial crisis since the 1970s has greatly contributed to a paradigm shift in the economic sphere and the political sphere. The growing influence of global financial capitalism eschewed the liberal democratic spirit and has caused unimaginable inequalities. Therefore, a revisit of these ideas is impending to prevent the transformation from a market economy to becoming a market society. People, academics, and activists have faith in the democratic spirit that with the expansion of people's voice, the capitalist tendencies can be put under veritable check. 6.7 References. Amond, G. A. 1991. Capitalism and Democracy. P.S. Political Science and Politics, 24, 3, 467-474. Dahl, R. A. 2008. Democracy and Its Critics. Yale University Press. Elliott, J. E. and Scott, J. V. 1987. Theories of Liberal Capitalist Democracy, Alternative Perspectives. International Journal of Social Economics. Galston, William. 2018. Anti-Pluralism, The Populist Threat to Liberal Democracy. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Iverson, T. 2011. Capitalism and Democracy. In Robert E. Gooden. The Oxford Handbook of Political Science, London, Oxford University Press. Merkel, W. 2014. Is Capitalism Compatible with Democracy? Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Politikwissenschaft, 8 109-128. Piketty, T. 2015. About Capital in the 21st Century. American Economic Review, 105, 5, 48-53. Sawhill, I. 2020. Capitalism and the Future of Democracy. In Melody C. Barnes et al. ed. Community Wealth Building and the Reconstruction of American Democracy. Cheltenham, Edward Elgar Publishing. Schmitter, P. C. 1995. Democracy's Future, More Liberal, Pre-Liberal, or Post-Liberal? Journal of Democracy, 6, 1, 15-22. Scott, B. R. 2006. The Political Economy of Capitalism. Harvard Business School Working Paper, number 07-037. Streak, W. 2011. The Crisis in Context, Democratic Capitalism and Its Contradictions. Max Planck Institute für Gesellschaftsforschung Discussion Paper, November 15. 98. 99. Capitalism and the Idea of Liberal Democracy. Where, A. 1992. Liberal Democracy, One Form or Many? Political Studies, 41, 130-145. 6.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Conditions for capitalism to flourish are private ownership of resources, rational techniques of production and distribution, free market, free labor force, commercialization of economy, and rational legislation. 2. C. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should include 3 aspects. I. Liberal democracy, a precondition for capitalism. 2. Impact of capitalist intent and institutions on liberal democracy. And space for democratic spirit to make a dent in capitalist system. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. Capitalism has led to unprecedented technological and material progress, but it has also created an unimaginable gulf between the haves and have-nots, climate change, tensions among communities, 1. Capitalism has led to unprecedented technological and material progress, but it has also created an unimaginable gulf between the haves and have-nots, climate change, tensions among communities, terrorism, unemployment, and growth of the self-interested and atomistic individual. Unit 7 Socialism and the Working of the Socialist State. Structure. 7.0 Objectives 7.1 Introduction 7.2 Socialism. Critique of Capitalism 7.3 Evolution of Socialism and Socialist Thought 7.3.1 The Early Socialists 7.3.2 Marxism and Scientific Socialism 7.4 Socialism and the Marxist Perspective of State 7.5 Emergence of Socialist States 7.6 Working of Socialist State 7.6.1 PRC 7.6.2 Cuba 7.6.3 Vietnam 7.7 Critique of Socialism and the Socialist State 7.8 Contemporary Debates Future of Socialist State 7.9 Let's sum up 7.10 References 7.11 Answers to check your progress. 7.0 Objectives. Socialism as a political ideology has been in opposition to or alternative to capitalism and capitalist mode of production. This unit introduces you to the political ideology of socialism and the working of states based on socialism. At the end of this unit, you should be able to explain the concept of socialism and socialist state. Dr. Kishorchand Nongmithan, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Explain the factors that gave rise to the growth of socialism. Socialism and the working of the evolution of socialism and socialist states. Social state. Identify the different variants of socialism. Describe the functioning of socialist states. Explain the major issues and challenges facing the socialist states. 7.1 Introduction. Socialism has a rich tradition of political thought and practice which posits that the society, community, rather than individuals should own or control the means of production. Within its tradition are a variety of view and theories, often differing in many of their conceptual, empirical, and normative commitments. In this unit, we will present the main features of socialism, both as a critique of capitalism and as a proposal for its replacement. As an ideology, socialism has been understood in at least 3 different ways. First, it is seen as a political economic system based on social ownership and centralized control of the means of production as opposed to private ownership and the free market model of capitalism. Second, socialism also stands for certain political ideology, theory, or dogma which embodies certain values, beliefs, and principles associated with what is often called the socialist thought or socialist outlook, that may include values of egalitarianism, collectivism, cooperation, classless society, economic equality, etc. Third, socialism is also identified with political and social movements aiming to overthrow capitalism and elimination of capitalist structures, such as private property, and a free market economy, and the replacement of it by socialist system, where the means of production is collectively owned and controlled by the state. Therefore, a socialist state may be defined as a state having a socialist system where the means of production are owned or controlled by the state. In this unit, we introduce you to the political ideology of socialism and the nature and working of states based on socialism. 7.2 Socialism. Critique of capitalism. Historically, socialism has made its way in the intellectual discourse during the early 19th century as a reaction against the unfair and unjust economic and social conditions generated by industrial capitalism. Therefore, socialism cannot be fully understood without knowing the basic aspects of capitalism and capitalist structures. Capitalism, as we observed in the preceding unit, is a political and economic system which emphasizes unrestricted economic activity and explicit recognition of private property. In other words, in a capitalist system, the means of productions are privately owned and competitive for market economy operates as a dominant force. As a result, the primary motive of production in the system is not for social necessity or benefits, but for maximizing their profit which can be made from the production. Similarly, the choice of investments in the system is determined by the demand and supply in the market rather than social or public demand. G. Cohen 2000. This free 101 market model of capitalism essentially led to the accumulation of wealth in the context of modern hands of a few individuals who own and control the means of production known government as bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie then used their accumulated wealth to reinforce their dominance in society. Therefore, capitalist societies are marked by a sharp division between the bourgeoisie, who owns the means of production, and the proletariats who had nothing but their labor power. Socialism emerged as a political and economic doctrine aiming to provide a more humane and socially worthwhile alternative to capitalism through substituting the capitalist mode of production by socialist mode of production. Haywood, 2012, 97. Socialism contended the private ownership and competitive free market system of capitalism as the primary cause of social inequality in the society and therefore envisaged for a centrally planned economic system directed and organized by the state. Therefore, the socialist economic system is also known as planned economy or command economy. According to socialism, since the means of production are owned by society as a whole, everything that is produced in the society is in a sense a social product, and the value derived from production also belongs to the society collectively. This would be a system based on the principle of from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, Marx and Engels' 1848. In this regard, American socialist Daniel de Leon defined socialism as a social system under which the necessaries of production are owned, controlled, and administered by the people, for the people. 7.3 Evolution of Socialism and Socialist Thought. Although socialist ideas of egalitarianism, community, living and sharing of labor, resources, etc. have existed throughout history, they lacked the means to convince that their arguments worked. It was only in the early 1800s that socialism made its first appearance in the writings of reformers, popularly early socialists, like Comte Henri de Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, Robert Owen, 177-11858, Charles Fourier, 1772 to 1837, and others who came to be known as the early socialist. 7.3.1 The early socialist. These early socialist thinkers highlighted the structural inequalities, injustice and sufferings in the society which they conceived to be brought by the capitalist mode of production. According to them, the private ownership of the means of production was the source of all evils. Saint-Simon argued for a system where the state controls the production and distribution for the benefit of all in the society, while Owen and Fourier proposed a system based on small collective self-sufficient communities, rather than a centralized one. These early socialists believed that it is possible to achieve socialist goals by convincing the capitalists to change their attitude and behavior towards the society, and also by improving the condition of the workers, such as providing good wages, good housing, good healthcare, education, etc. 102. However, this vision of socialism was subject to severe criticism by Karl Marx. Socialism and the Working of the 1818 to 1883, and Friedrich Engels 1820 to 1895, who argued that the idea of social state, achieving socialism through moral correction or social reforms, is not only unscientific, but also unrealistic or utopian. In their pamphlet The Communist Manifesto 1848, Marx and Engels set forth their doctrine of socialism, which they called as scientific socialism, which has come to be known as Marxism. 7.3.2 Marxism and Scientific Socialism. Scientific socialism, according to Marx and Engels, is based on the scientific analysis of social problems and finding their practical solutions. Unlike the early socialists who believed in building a socialist society through moral correction, Marxism argued that the conditions of the working class could not improve as long as there is private ownership of the means of production. According to them, a socialist society cannot be planned by thinkers or reformers. It must arise out of the revolutionary activity and will be successful only when historically appropriate. Marxism also believes that socialism is a certain stage of historical development destined to be achieved through a revolution of the working class against the property-owning bourgeoisie class. Marxism emerged as a popular and influential theory of socialism, partly because it provided a scientific approach and methodology in the analysis of capitalism and provided the theoretical and practical basis upon which socialism could develop. 7.3.3 Anarcho-socialism. Another highly radical form of socialism is anarchist socialism, also referred to as anarcho-socialism, libertarian socialism, free socialism, or stateless socialism, developed by people like Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 1876, etc. This strand of socialism. Another highly radical form of socialism is anarchist socialism, also referred to as anarcho-socialism, libertarian socialism, free socialism, or stateless socialism, developed by people like Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 1876, etc. This strand of socialism rejects coercive authority in all forms, including the state, which it considers to be undesirable, unnecessary, and harmful. They believed that capitalism and state as inseparable, and that one could not be abolished without the other. Therefore, they called for the abolition of all forms of authoritarian institutions, including the state. This is in contrast to other forms of socialism which advocates for state socialism or state-controlled socialism. Instead, they emphasized on workers' self-management and decentralized control of the economy through a horizontal network of voluntary associations. For them, socialism can be achieved through direct participatory democracy at the grassroots level. Therefore, they are also known as stateless socialism. Check your progress. 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 103. 1. A major factor contributing to the rise of socialism in the early 19th context of modern government century is. 2. What were the proposals of the early socialists for achieving socialism? 7.4 Socialism and the Marxist perspective of state. Unlike liberalism, which regarded the state as a neutral arbitrator of the conflicting interests or a protector of individual rights and property, Marxism views the state as an instrument of class, for the domination of one class over the other. Applying the dialectical method to the study of history, Marx and Engels argued that states came into existence at a certain stage of historical development due to the antagonistic class nature of the society, and at every stage, it represents and serves the interest of the dominant class. In the Communist Manifesto 1848, Marx and Engels highlighted the centrality of class struggle in historical change and wrote that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. They also introduced the materialist conception of history, according to which each successive stage of development was a progression from the one that had preceded it. In other words, each stage contained within itself the elements of destruction on its own and transformation into a more progressive one. It was in this way that feudal society advanced into more complex and progressive capitalism. By this same process, Marxism argued, the internal contradictions of capitalism would inevitably lead to a higher stage of socialism. For instance, in The Origin of Family, Private Property and the State, Engels pointed out that the capitalist state is a product of irreconcilable class division arising out of the emergence of private property and capitalist mode of production. This view of Engels was further endorsed in the writings of Lenin, who said state is an organ of class oppression which legalizes and perpetuates this oppression by moderating the conflicts between the classes. Lenin 1977, 11. Thus, the capitalist state system, in Marxist perspective, is an instrument of class exploitation and oppression in favor of the bourgeoisie class against the proletariat class. 104. Marxism, therefore, called for the overthrow of the capitalist state system and in socialism and the working of its place established a socialist state system through a violent revolution of the social state. Proletariat led by the Vanguard Party. Lenin 1977, 11. Commenting on the task of the proletariat and its Vanguard Party, Lenin said that the proletariat's objective is to establish a socialist system by overthrowing capitalism and the bourgeoisie class. But this objective, according to him, cannot be achieved at one stroke. It requires a fairly long period of transition from capitalism to socialism. This period of transition is called the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is the socialist form of state. In his State and Revolution, Lenin 1967 wrote, the existence of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is needed to destroy the resistance of the capitalists after the proletariat takes over political power. In other words, the state under the dictatorship of the proletariat is still a class state and there will be class division. The purpose of the dictatorship of the proletariat is to use the state power for the removal of capitalist elements from society by transferring the means of production from private ownership to state property. In this regard, Marx said, proletariat state is first stage or lower stage of socialism, and its ultimate objective will be to create the conditions for its eventual transition to a stateless and classless society known as communism, which Marx called as the second stage or higher stage of socialism. That is why Marx called socialism or the socialist state as immature or crude form of communism. In communism, which is the ultimate stage of socialism, the society will be free from class and class antagonism, and the state will wither away. In this regard, Marx in his critique to the Gotha Program 1875 said, between capitalist and communist society there lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one to the other. And state during this transition period can be nothing but the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx 1875, 8. Therefore, in the Marxist perspective, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a temporary or interim stage of socialism towards communism. Thus, the Marxist theory of the state does not glorify the state. Rather, it is a theory for the eventual overthrow of the state. 7.5 Emergence of socialist states. At the beginning of the 20th century, there were a variety of socialist parties and groups in Europe, ranging from a relatively moderate Fabian socialists or guild socialists to highly radical Marxian and anarchist socialists. While they agreed on the common principle that capitalism must be abolished, there are diverse ideological and philosophical outlooks on how the socialist agenda should be executed. While the reformist or evolutionary socialists believe in achieving socialist goals through peaceful and democratic means, the radical or revolutionary socialists believed in bringing socialism through a revolution led by the working class. In 1917, the Bolshevik Party led by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1817 to 1924, seized power in Russia and established the first socialist state in history. The success of the Russian Revolution had a profound impact on the history of mankind in the 105 20th century. You will be reading about these developments in the other context of modern courses of this program. Here you should note that the Russian Revolution government posed a major challenge to the revolutionary and evolutionary socialist groups. They could support Lenin and his allies as fellow socialists who succeeded in overthrowing the capitalist state through a workers' revolution, or they could oppose them as authoritarians who were abandoning the essentially democratic spirit of socialism. Socialist parties in Europe and America split into pro-Soviet communist parties and more traditional social democratic parties. In the United States, for instance, the two pro-Soviet parties, the Communist Labor Party and the Communist Party of America, split off from the Socialist Party of America before merging to form the Communist Party USA. Similarly, in France, the French Communist Party was formed by a breakaway faction of the French section of the Workers' International, SFIO. The non-communist socialist parties became members of the Socialist International, or the Second International, as it succeeded Marx's original International Workingmen's Association. While the Soviet Union organized the communist parties into the Communist International, also known as Comintern, or the Third International. While the debate between reform and revolution had always existed among the socialists, it had its impact on Marxism as well. This is captured in the debate between two prominent Marxist members of the Social Democratic Party, also known by its German acronym SPD, Eduard Bernstein and Rosa Luxemburg. Bernstein's analysis of industrial and agricultural development in Germany convinced him that capitalism was adapting to changes in society, and Marx's prediction of the imminent and inevitable demise of capitalism was nowhere in sight. Bernstein believed that socialists should abandon the goal of bringing capitalism to a point of crisis and achieving some final socialist end state. The aim of socialist movements is not to achieve socialism in some sense, but to exist as a force pushing to make life better for workers. He famously wrote, "To me that which is generally called the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing, but the movement is everything." 1899. Luxemburg, on the other hand, argued that the reformists have lost sight of scientific socialism. She argued that socialism has its end in social revolution, and Bernstein's reformist approach amounts in practice to the advice that we abandon the social revolution, the goal of social democracy, and turn social reform from a means of the class struggle into its final aim. Gay, 1952, 259. The Russian Revolution also became an inspiration for various anti-colonial national liberation movements around the world. In 1920, with the formation of the Indonesian Communist Party under the guidance of the Comintern, Indonesia became the first country. In 1920, with the formation of the Indonesian Communist Party under the guidance of the Comintern, Indonesia became the first country to establish a communist party outside the Soviet Union. 106. Which was followed by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in 1921. After the end of World War II, the Soviet model of socialism was adopted by most. Socialism and the working of the countries of Eastern Europe, including Croatia, Romania, Hungary, Poland, East Social State, Germany, etc. Later, Mao Zedong led the Chinese Revolution in 1949 and established the People's Republic of China, PRC, as a socialist state which subsequently spread to North Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In the 1960s and 1970s, socialism became the guiding mantra of many revolutionary struggles in Central and South America. For instance, the Cuban socialist Fidel Castro came to power after a successful revolution in 1959, overthrowing the US-backed Batista regime. The Argentine revolutionary Che Guevara also led various guerrilla struggles in several countries of South America, Bolivia, Venezuela, Chile, etc. And after his death in 1975, revolutionary socialism became a symbol of rebellion. As a result, many socialist leaders came to power, such as Salvador Allende in Chile in 1970, and the Sandinista guerrillas in Nicaragua in 1979. Socialism also developed in synthesized form, blending the ideas of socialism with traditional and tribal values such as the African socialism or Arab socialism in West Asia and Northern Africa. However, the demise of the Soviet Union in 1991 gave a major blow to the socialist ideology and the socialist state systems in other parts of the world. Despite the upheaval, some states that identify themselves as the socialist state still survive. Currently, countries like the People's Republic of China, Republic of Cuba, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and North Korea are some of the self-declared socialist states which claim to follow the principle of socialism. 7.6 Working of the socialist state. In the Marxist-Leninist perspective, a socialist state is a state under the control of the workers' proletariat class, which works towards the realization of socialism. Socialist states are ruled by a vanguard party, mostly a communist party, which controls the country's productive forces for the establishment of a socialist economy and socialist society. Although China, Cuba, and Vietnam have common aspirations for building socialism, there are differences in the nature of their functioning. 7.6.1 The People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, PRC, is perhaps the most prominent and powerful country that claims itself as a socialist state today. Like other socialist states, China is governed by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, which is the sole ruling party since its establishment in 1949. While China shares several features in common with other socialist states, it is distinct from traditional socialist states like the USSR. Unlike Soviet socialism, which is rigid, China's variety of socialism is highly flexible, which has been modified multiple times to adapt to the Chinese condition. In China, Soviet socialism serves as a negative mirror of a failed variety, and critique of Soviet socialism has been a central feature of China's socialist discourse. The Sino-Soviet split in the early 1960s was a consequence of competition between the two versions of socialism. China adopted a unique variety of socialism which the country's constitution described. 107. As socialism with Chinese characteristics, instead of following the established context of modern Soviet model of single party, China's political system allows 8 minor parties. Government to exist along with CCP. However, China's political system has been regarded as one-party state because the CPC remains the only ruling party which dictates every sphere of political life, while the minor parties exist on the condition of their allegiance to the leadership role of the CPC. Ideological factor in Sino-Soviet split. The Marxist theory had argued that the revolution against capitalism would be led by the proletariat, that is, the urban working classes. In Russia, the middle-class leftist activists were able to rally some members of the small urban proletariat to their cause and capture state power in 1971. The Soviet Union advised the Chinese and other communists to follow the same path. The Chinese communist leader, Mao Zedong, had to reject this advice as China did not yet have an urban working class. Mao instead based his revolution on rural peasants. Much to the annoyance of the Soviet leaders, nations in Southeast Asia, North Korea, Cambodia, and Vietnam, lacking urban proletariat, followed the Maoist path rather than the classical Marxist-Leninist doctrine. By early 1960s, these differences, combined with geostrategic factors, led to breaking up of political relations between the Soviet Union and China. Both the countries began to compete for leadership of world communism. Like most other socialist states, in China adopted the communist principle of party state, in which party always exercises its monopoly of political power and control over the government, the state. To maintain the party supremacy, CCP's top-ranking leaderships simultaneously hold executive and decision-making positions of the state, government. For instance, though the president of the PRC, who is the head of the state, is formally elected by the National People's Congress, NPC, in reality, its choice is limited to only one candidate who is usually the head of the party, i.e. the General Secretary of the CPC. Similarly, the premier, informally referred to as Prime Minister, his vice premiers and other members of the State Council are formally approved by the NPC. In practice, their candidacy is chosen and approved within the party in advance. Since the key officials of the government are chosen by the party, it is the party that decides policies while the government executes and implements those policies. Like any other communist party in the world, CCP always maintains its hold on power because controlling power is the essence of the socialist system. In this regard, the CCP consolidated its control through a variety of means such as censoring the press, suppressing the civil societies, dissidents, and also the use of force. The party also controls the military, the judiciary, and other administrative apparatus by appointing party members in key positions. The party stands above 108. The interests of the individuals, and every citizen or party member is bound to socialism and the working of the abide by the party decision. Obedience to the authority is considered a moral or social state, patriotic duty of every citizen. 7.6.2 Cuba. The Republic of Cuba is another country which identifies itself as an independent and sovereign socialist state of workers. After a successful revolution in January 1959, Fidel Castro introduced Marxism-Leninism in Cuba and established a communist regime under the Communist Party of Cuba. Since then, Marxism-Leninism continues to remain the guiding ideology of the party. The Cuban Constitution describes the party as the vanguard party of the nation, leading the nation and the society to build the highest goals of construction of socialism and advancement toward the communist society. Unlike China, Cuba followed the single-party system on the Soviet model, under which the Communist Party of Cuba will remain the only party ruling the country. As a socialist country, the Cuban Constitution stipulates a socialist economy based on the people's socialist ownership of the fundamental means of production and the abolition of the exploitation of man by man. It also practiced the principle of socialist distribution from each according to his capacity, to each according to his work. Again, Chapter 9 of the Cuban Constitution deals with the principles of organization and functioning of the state organs. The state organs are based on the principles of socialist democracy. The National Assembly of People's Power is the supreme organ of state representing the sovereign will of all the working people. It is composed of deputies elected for 5 years term through a secret ballot system. The Assembly then elects the Council of State consisting of the President, who is, at the same time, the head of state and head of government. Like other socialist states, Cuba maintains strict protocols against any dissenting voices by censoring the communication medium like newspapers, radio and television, etc. Although Cuba has made some attempts for political democratization like the 1992 constitutional amendments to allow alternative political parties, the Communist Party of Cuba has not provided room for such political reform. Cuba remains as a one-party state without any opposition party. This socialist character of the Cuban political system has got even deeper after the last constitutional reform in 2002, which set forth socialism as irrevocable and declared that the country shall never return to capitalism. It was supported by the Cuban people at large, and therefore, the Cuban state is likely to continue with its existing socialist characteristics in the foreseeable future. 7.6.3 Vietnam. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam is a single-party socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam, CPV, which is the founding and ruling party of the country. It espouses Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought as the guiding ideologies for both the party and the state. Founded in 1930, the CPV under the revolutionary communist leader Ho Chi Minh fought for national 109. Independence and redistribution of land to the working people freedom struggle. Context of modern: the party came to power in 1945, announcing the creation of the Democratic Government Republic of Vietnam, DRV, also called North Vietnam, as a socialist state. After it seized power over South Vietnam in 1975, the country was renamed as Republic of Vietnam. The CPV has been ruling the country till today. The preamble to the country's constitution declared Vietnam is in the period of transition to socialism, and by adopting the socialist principle of party state, the CPV sets and takes all major policy decisions in the country. Check your progress too. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is the dictatorship of the proletariat? Why is it necessary? 2. What is the reason for the existence of a single-party system in socialist states? 7.7 Critique of Socialism and Socialist State. Socialism and socialist states have been criticized by pro-capitalist thinkers on many grounds. Some critics consider socialism to be a purely theoretical concept, and criticism should be made on theoretical grounds, while others hold the view that since socialist state exists in one form or the other, it must be criticized on practical terms. The American economist and champion of free market capitalism Milton Friedman, 1962, argued that the socialist principle of state ownership and elimination of private ownership would inevitably create worse economic conditions for the general population. According to him, private ownership and market exchange are natural entities or moral rights which are central to the conceptions of freedom and liberty. Therefore, any restriction on private ownership is an infringement upon liberty. Friedman also contended that economic restriction of socialism hinders scientific and technological progress due to stifled competition. He pointed out the technological backwardness in socialist countries as compared to advanced capitalist countries where individuals, 110, and companies are free to research and develop technologies. The stark disparity, socialism and the working of the between capitalist South Korea and the socialist North is a classic example in this social state case. Friedman's view was shared by other liberal economists like Friedrich Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, and John Maynard Keynes, all of whom believed that capitalism is vital for freedom to survive and thrive. According to them, without the market, it would be impossible to have rational calculation over the allocation of resources in society. Besides, the sharing of wealth and income in the socialist system reduces individuals' incentives to work, which results to slow economic growth, less entrepreneurial opportunity, and less motivation or competition to work because under socialist system one does not receive rewards or incentives for extra work, she does. Friedrich Hayek's book The Road to Serfdom, 1944, was one of the most profound critiques of the socialist doctrine of collective ownership and state interventionism. According to him, merging of state power and economic power leads to totalitarian regime, because to achieve total control over the means of production, the state must acquire significant powers of coercion. Socialism cannot be possible without surrendering the political and economic rights of the general population. Socialism cannot be possible. Therefore, he said the road to socialism leads to totalitarianism. On the other hand, the track records of 20th century socialist states have been not very pleasing. The repressive despotic regimes of Stalin in the Soviet Union, Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia, Mao's Cultural Revolution in China, or Pinochet's regime in Chile were some of the darkest episodes in human history. Such brutal episodes, according to Hayek, were the inevitable outcomes of this socialist trend. Although some socialist states made some progress in terms of economic prosperity, authoritarianism, repression of democratic values, and restrictions on political freedom have been a major source of criticism from the outside world. 7.8 Contemporary debates and the future of the socialist state. Till the mid-20th century, socialism remained an aspiring ideology progressing in almost every part of the world. Several countries, Cambodia, Chile, East Germany, Hungary, North Korea, Venezuela, and many others adopted socialism in some form or the other. However, socialism went through a tumultuous period in the latter half of the 1980s when several popular movements swept across the communist world demanding economic reforms and political democratization. The first major challenge to socialist regimes came with the Tiananmen Square protest in China in 1989. The military crackdown on the 2-month-long, from April to June, protests instigated a series of pro-reform or pro-democracy movements, often termed as democracy wave, which resulted to the fall of communist regimes throughout the world. The socialist regime in Poland collapsed in September 1989. In October, Hungary ended its 111, more than 4 decades-long communist rule by adopting multi-party democracy. Context of modern in November, the socialist rule in East Germany came to an end with the fall of government. The Berlin Wall. Other communist regimes of Eastern Europe collapsed like dominoes in Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, etc., but the most significant event that shook socialism was the dissolution Soviet Union, the first socialist state, in 1991. Events of 1989 to 1991 generated intense debate on the future of socialism and the socialist state system. According to Francis Fukuyama, it indicated the death of socialism and the triumph of liberal democracy. That in his influential essay, The End of History? 1989, Fukuyama adopted the analogy of Marxist dialectics of history as a linear progression and said, the demise of Soviet Union marked the end point of mankind's ideological evolution and hence the end of history. Fukuyama's articulation was simple. For Marx, the final stage of human progression would be communism, and he, Fukuyama, was proclaiming liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Thus, after the fall of Soviet Union, debates on the imminent collapse of other communist regimes have been raging against the socialist state by liberal scholars, arguing that all socialist states will inevitably meet a similar fate like the Soviet Union. For instance, David Shambaugh in his book China's Future, 2016, forecasted the eventual crack-up of the communist regime in China. Similar predictions have been about the future of socialism in Cuba, Vietnam, etc. The challenges faced by communist states in the post-Cold War period compelled them to introduce economic and political reforms of varying degrees. The necessity was primarily brought by forces of globalization with capitalism as the dominant economic system. To deal with these challenges, many communist countries have introduced market-oriented economic reforms by opening up their economies to the outside world. Most socialist states have moved from centrally planned socialist economy to market socialism, a subtype of socialism that embraces certain traits of capitalism within the socialist system. For instance, in 1978, Deng Xiaoping introduced his reform and opening up policy to incorporate elements of the market economy in China. Deng also rolled out the Four Modernization program for what he called socialist modernization in agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology. Similarly, Cuba launched the Special Period in Time of Peace in 1990, under which local councils, local government units were formed to allow communities greater participation in the decision-making. Cuba also reoriented its economy towards the market model in the early 1990s to deal with economic challenges. Likewise, Vietnam introduced a socialist-oriented market economy in 1986, known as Doi Moi economic reforms, which transformed its centrally planned economy to a multi-sectoral market-oriented economy model. Under this system, the state sector plays a decisive role in shaping economic development to build socialism while allowing private individuals and Under the system, the state sector plays a decisive role in shaping economic development to build socialism while allowing private individuals and enterprises to work according to the market economy. 112. But despite having many aspects of capitalist elements, they continue to call socialism and the working of themselves as socialists and communist parties still maintain their firm control. Social state over the state. However, in the strict sense of the term, none of these states is purely socialist. A purely socialist state has never existed, and none of them has achieved the elimination of private property or class systems that the communist ideology requires. Nevertheless, socialist countries still practice or claim to be practicing socialism in one form or the other. But many scholars are of the view that the gradual transition from socialism to a market economy is inevitable. 7.9 Let's sum up. Having discussed the nature of three main socialist states in the world, we came to know that socialism is an ideology based on the principles of the social instinct of man and collective ownership of means of production. The establishment of the Soviet Union following the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia paved the way for the setting up of the first socialist state. However, the Soviet Union and other socialist states in Eastern Europe collapsed, eventually marking the end of the Cold War period. These developments posed major challenges to the surviving socialist states. Therefore, the question of survival of socialist states like China, Cuba, and Vietnam in the post-Soviet period cannot be completely ignored. To adjust to the changing international order, these socialist states have made necessary economic reforms and limited political reforms while maintaining the monopoly of the Communist Party in their political systems. 7.10 References. 1983. Class Power and State Power. London, Verso. Friedman, Milton, 1962. Capitalism and Freedom. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Gay, Peter. 1952. The Dilemma of Democratic Socialism, Edward Bernstein's Challenge to Marx. New York, Columbia University Press. Hobsbawm, Eric. 2011. How to Change the World, Marx and Marxism, 1-8402011, London, Little Brown. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 1848. The Communist Manifesto. New York, International Publishers Co. Limited. Lenin, V.I., 1917. State and Revolution. New Delhi, Penguin Classics. Miliband, Ralph. 1969. The State in Capitalist Society, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson. Mises, Ludwig von. 1951. Socialism and Economic and Social Analysis. New Haven, Yale University Press. Newman, Michael. 2005. Socialism, A Very Short Introduction. New York, Oxford University Press. Schumpeter, Joseph. 1942. Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, Harpers and Brothers. 113. Shamba, David. 2016. China's Future. Oxford Polity Press. Context of Modern Government. 7.11 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check your progress. 1. The unfair and unjust economic and social conditions generated by industrial capitalism. 2. Early socialists believed in reforming capitalism. While some proposed state control over production and distribution, others called for establishing small collectives by educating the capitalist class. Check your progress. 2. 1. Marxists believe that the dictatorship of the proletariat is a period of revolutionary transformation that lies between capitalist and communist society. This transition phase is necessary to remove all remnants of capitalism. 2. In Marxist thought, a revolutionary party has to play the role of a vanguard party to capture the power and remove all remnants of capitalism thereafter. 114. Unit 8 Decolonization and the State in the Developing World. Structure. 8.0 Objectives. 8.1 Introduction. 8.2 Decolonization and Anti-Colonial Struggles. 8.3 The Decolonization Process. 8.3.1 Latin America. 8.3.2 Decolonization after the Second World War. 8.3.3 South Africa. 8.4 State in the Developing World. 8.4.1 Features of the state in the developing world. 8.4.2 The overdeveloped state. 8.4.3 Autonomy. 8.4.4 Control of the metropolis. 8.5 Let us sum up. 8.6 References. 8.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 8.1 Introduction. Colonialism appeared on the political horizon of the globe when European nations, principally Spain and Portugal and subsequently other European nations such as Great Britain, France, Holland, etc. began building empires over Asia, Latin America and Africa. The European powers exploited the resources of what came to be known as the Third World countries and subjugated their people for about 4 centuries by their colonial and imperialist policies. The exploitation inevitably provoked its own contradictions in the form of national liberation and democratic movements. During the interwar period, 1919 to 1939, the colonies questioned the right of the colonizer to colonize and oppress the people of the Third World. It was, however, after the end of Second World War and the establishment of the United Nations that the process of decolonization began when several Asian, African, and Pacific countries emerged as sovereign. Adapted from Unit 2 and 12 of EPS 7 International Relations. 115. Independent countries. These countries are described as the Third World or context of modern developing world and in recent times as post-colonial societies in political theory, governments, and comparative politics. While identifying the common features of the developing world, one should not ignore variations among them. Some, like the Arab countries, are very rich, while others, like Bangladesh, are very poor. Some have strong democratic institutions, and while many have come under authoritarian or military regimes. There are also differences among the Third World countries in terms of social formations ranging from tribal societies to capitalist societies. Despite all these differences, the developing world is not a meaningless category because it helps us in grouping together countries that came into being by fighting against the colonial domination. They all encounter similar problems because of their background. Hence, it is useful to study the Third World or the developing world, keeping in mind both similarities and dissimilarities without exaggerating one to eliminate the other. This unit introduces you with the decolonization process and the debate on the nature of the state in the newly independent countries. There are, however, different theoretical frameworks in which the state can be understood. You have been acquainted with some of these theories in the earlier courses. Here we acquaint you with the context in which governments in the developing world function. 8.2 Decolonization. The term decolonization took on its current meaning in the mid-20th century when European colonial empires came to an end. The term is used to refer to a chronological period, the post-Second World War years, when political upheavals led the establishment of nearly 100 new nation-states across Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. The term decolonization also refers to a process of ending all forms of colonialism, not just direct political control. This dimension of decolonization acquired prominence after Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana coined the word neocolonialism to highlight the continuity of former colonizers' power through economic, political, educational, and other informal means. The breakup of the European empires or the process of decolonization in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific was primarily the result of growing nationalism and the consequent revolt against the Western colonialism and imperialist domination. In many colonies, protest against colonial or alien rule had existed right from the moment of occupation. However, anti-colonial movements really gathered strength only with the rise of nationalism in the colonies. The Western values and institutions inevitably penetrated these colonies and began to bring about a fundamental change in their socio-economic setup, thus facilitating the rise and development of nationalism in the latter half of the 19th century. 116. The Third World included countries which were subject to colonial decolonization and the state in the domination, most of which refused to align with the capitalist First World, developing world, or the socialist Second World. Later, the term acquired an economic dimension and was used to distinguish these primary goods-producing developing world from the developed private economies of the First World and the centrally planned economies of the Second World. Since the 1990s, the term post-colonial came into popular usage to give the developing world a distinctive political voice outside of the universalist pretensions of Western thought, particularly as represented by liberalism and socialism. In recent years, the term Global South is being used to refer to the same group of countries, as the term is seen to be more open and value-free alternative to Third World, and similarly potentially valuing terms like developing countries. It was, however, in the decades between the First and the Second World Wars that the attack upon colonialism gathered momentum in the form of national movements. On the entire eastern frontier of the Western world, in the great sweep from Morocco through the Middle East and South Asia to Southeast Asia, people rose to rid themselves of imperial domination. This is why the end of the World War I was regarded as the signal for the effective beginning of the great upsurge of nationalist movements that reached its fruition after the end of the Second World War in 1945. In Morocco, Abd el-Krim challenged the Spanish and the French. In Egypt, Saad Zaghloul Pasha led the nationalists against the British, and in Syria In Morocco, Abd el-Krim challenged the Spanish and the French. In Egypt, Saad Zaghloul Pasha led the nationalists against the British, and in Syria there was rebellion to throw off the French mandatory rule. Turkey, Iran, and Afghanistan saw the rise of revolutionary leaders who attempted the forced draft modernization of their countries in dictatorial guise. Of these, by far the most striking and successful was Mustafa Kemal, who, discarding the anachronistic trappings of the Ottonian Empire, saved Turkey from an imposed treaty of peace and humiliation, consolidated it as a nation-state, and started it on its modern path. At the furthest remove from Europe, the Chinese revolutionary movement gradually emerged from the tangled campaigns and alliance of the warlords, and the Kuomintang came to be the major embodiment of Chinese nationalism as Chiang Kai-shek beat back the ill-judged communist bid for power. There were two main patterns of anti-colonial struggles. In some of the colonies, the struggle was limited against their colonial masters and not against the then-existing socio-economic systems. Where struggles were merely against the rulers and not against the system, the desire was to secure transfer of political power from the colonial masters to the peoples of the colonies. These struggles were described as independence movements, which merely sought transfer of political power to the peoples of the countries concerned. However, where there was a fight not only against the foreign rule but also against the existing socio-117 economic system, which was unjust, undemocratic, and supportive of exploitation. Context of modern, these struggles were termed as liberation movements or liberation struggles. Governments. The appeal of Marxism. The overthrowing of the autocratic regime of Tsar by a group of revolutionaries and their Communist Party in Russia in October 1917 sent a clear message that European imperialism and their local surrogates were not invincible against the combined strength of the oppressed. The appeal of Marxism became so strong that there was hardly a colony which did not have intellectuals converting to communism or an international socialist movement. The new leadership in Russia also lent support to struggles to achieve freedom and end colonialism and imperialism. This emboldened the nationalist movements in the colonies, and they progressively veered towards the socialist bloc, in whom they saw a sympathizer and a savior. 8.3 The decolonization process. The term decolonization is likely to give the impression that process of gaining independence was a peaceful one. However, this has been so. Colonization itself was a violent process involving deceit, war, and simple annexations by the colonial powers. The independence of the colonies was won by the people struggling in various forms. In some countries, the process was relatively peaceful, as in some of the French colonies of Africa like Senegal, the Ivory Coast in West Africa, and in some British colonies such as Nigeria, Ghana, etc. Some of the countries attained independence through the intervention of international organizations, the League of Nations and the United Nations. Mandated territories under the League of Nations such as Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, Tanganyika, Rwanda, Burundi, Cameroon, Pacific territories, etc. either became independent or were placed under the Trusteeship Council of the United Nations. The aim of these organizations was to lead these territories to self-determination and eventually to independence. Most of them attained independence except Southwest Africa, now Namibia, which was under the trusteeship of South Africa, which pursued the policy of apartheid. In the African colonies of Portugal, Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau there was a long-drawn armed struggle, and they could not become independent until 1974, when Portugal herself witnessed a democratic revolution that overthrew the military dictator Salazar. The former French colony of Algeria too had to put up an armed struggle for 7 long years from 1954 to 1961, while Morocco and Tunisia attained independence with comparative ease. The opposition of the French settlers in Algeria to its independence resulted in a violent struggle under the leadership of Ben Bella and Ferhat Abbas of National Liberation Front of Algeria, FNLA, 118. 8.3.1 Latin America. Decolonization and the state in the developing world. In Latin America, independence was achieved by the Spanish and Portuguese colonies much before the African and Asian colonies. Revolutionary movements started in the Spanish colonies of Mexico and elsewhere, and wars of independence developed in Venezuela, Argentina, etc. by the early 19th century. By 1825, Spain lost her vast empire except Cuba and Puerto Rico. Unlike the North American struggle against the English, which led to the 13 colonies becoming the United States, the Spanish-American revolts and wars of independence paved the way for 17 separate republics. Cuba and Puerto Rico continued under the corrupt rule of the Spanish until the United States became involved in the Cuban movement against Spain. Cuba not only fought a revolutionary war of independence against Spain, but also against U.S. domination. The U.S. drove Spain out of Cuba in 1898, but U.S. investors then attained a dominant position in the island so that Cuba lost control over her own economic resources. Under the leadership of Fidel Castro, Cuba fought a guerrilla war against the dictatorial regime of Batista and overthrew him in December 1958. Later, Castro expropriated U.S. property, sought Soviet support, and established a regime inspired by Marxism-Leninism. The ideological conflict between the United States and Cuba continues to this day, even in the post-Cold War era. Spain and Portugal sought to re-establish their empire in Latin America. However, in 1823, the United States unveiled the Monroe Doctrine, which, while recognizing the existing colonies are dependencies of European powers, refused to permit any future colonization by any European power. This was, in fact, a part of British and American maneuver to promote their own interests in Latin America. 8.3.2 Decolonization after the Second World War. The process of decolonization was accelerated after the Second World War. Some of the colonial territories like French Indochina, Dutch Indonesia, British Malaya, and Italian East Africa were occupied by enemy conquest and were virtually cut off from their colonial governors. The Japanese occupation of Southeast Asia provided a fillip to the nationalist sentiments and movements in the region by driving out the Western colonialists, removing them from strategic positions in the colonial administration and replacing many of these with natives. Finally, though quite authoritarian and oppressive, the eventual collapse of the Japanese gave the nationalists an opportunity to seize the arms left by the defeated armies and give a militant thrust to their struggles. Indonesia and Vietnam proclaimed their independence in this way. The Indonesian nationalists had to fight a long struggle for 4 years against the Dutch to gain their independence. In both cases, an open war was fought between the colonial power and the nationalist forces. In Vietnam, under the leadership of Viet Minh after the 1954 ceasefire, the French withdrew from the northern parts of the country. 119. In the south, a non-communist government was installed. Later, the French context of modern presence was replaced by the Americans. The long-drawn heroic struggle of the governments Vietnamese against American imperialism is a legend in itself. The most far-reaching historical outcome of Second World War was undoubtedly the hastening of the liquidation of 19th-century empires and the contraction of Europe. The most momentous event was indeed the independence of India in 1947. The various peasant and tribal revolts against the British and local landlords in different parts of the country and the rebellion of 1857 contributed to the rise of a nationalist movement. The establishment of the Indian National Congress gave an organizational expression to the movement. Indian nationalism was strongly influenced by Gandhi, whose tenets were nonviolence and non-cooperation. Gandhi's entry turned the movement into a mass movement. The transfer of power in India was facilitated after the socialist-oriented Labour Party government came to power in Britain, though the vivisection of the country into India and Pakistan could not be avoided. Although partition was not peaceful, it paved the way for the establishment of the Constitution. Among the British African colonies, the Gold Coast, Ghana since independence, and Nigeria became the pioneers of independence. In March 1957, the Gold Coast together with the Trust Territory of Togoland became the independent state of Ghana with dominion status within the Commonwealth. Nkrumah, its prime minister, was a champion of African independence and an exponent of Pan-Africanism. The Federation of Nigeria attained complete independence in 1960. 8.3.3 South Africa. The struggles of the African people in South Africa and Namibia deserve special attention in the history of decolonization. Historically, the Dutch were the first to settle in South Africa in 1652 on the site of what is today Modem, Cape Town. The area of white settlement extended more rapidly in the first half of the 19th century with the coming of the British and the establishment of British colonial rule in the Cape Town in 1806. The Dutch settling Afrikaners were forced to leave the Cape and go north of the Orange River, culminating in the mass exodus, the Great Trek, in 1830s. This resulted in the formation of two independent Afrikaner republics, Orange Free State and Transvaal, and the new British colony of Natal. In each of these, as in Cape Colony, racially stratified society developed with whites assuming a position of dominance and the African being reduced to a state of serfdom. Although the declared policy of the British in the Cape and Natal was against discrimination, in practice, however, a property qualification restricted the franchise largely to whites. In the Dutch Afrikaner republics, Africans were denied franchise, debarred from acquiring ownership of land in the Orange Free State, and obliged to carry passes within the white-occupied areas of Transvaal. The discovery of diamonds at Kimberley and large deposits of gold in the Transvaal after the end of the 19th century led to a scramble for control of these areas between the Dutch and the British, eventually leading to the defeat of 120. The Dutch and the formation of the Union of South Africa in 1910, bringing decolonization and the state in the together the Afrikaner republics of Orange Free State, Transvaal, Cape Colony, Developing World, and Natal. The Union of South Africa attained dominion status and later became a sovereign independent state within the British Empire in 1934. In 1961 it broke its links with Great Britain and left the Commonwealth to become a republic. In 1961 it broke its links with Great Britain and left the Commonwealth to become a republic. The racist government, the apartheid regime of South Africa, denied even the most basic human rights to the Africans. The regime received support from many Western governments which had strategic and economic interest in South Africa. As the African people had no legal rights or freedom, opposition to the regime had to be clandestine. As the apartheid regime became increasingly brutal, African opposition to it also gained militancy. African resistance, which began as cultural resistance to the white, eventually took the form of African National Congress in 1923, and Nelson Mandela emerged as its leader. He was sentenced to life imprisonment following the Rivonia Trail in 1963. Third world countries and the non-aligned movement supported the South African cause in international fora. In the 1980s and 1990s, the increasing international pressure both within the UN and from the developing world forced the Western nations to concede some of the demands of African countries. This forced the apartheid regime to agree to negotiate with African opposition. In 1993, Nelson Mandela was released from jail. After prolonged negotiations, elections were held in 1994. Thus, with the parliamentary elections, power was transferred to the black majority. The former German colony of Southwest Africa, Namibia, came under the mandate of South Africa. When the UN succeeded the League of Nations, South Africa claimed the trusteeship over Southwest Africa, thus extending apartheid to the territory. The UN declared South African occupation as illegal, and in 1967, the UN established the Council for Namibia to administer the territory. After a long-drawn struggle put by the Southwestern African People's Organization, SWAPO, and the implementation of UN resolutions, Southwest Africa attained independence to become Namibia. Check your progress. 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Distinguish between independence movements and national liberation movements. 121. 2. What was the nature of the anti-apartheid movement? Context of modern governments. 8.4 State in the developing world. There has been a debate on the question of the nature of the state in the Third World, sometimes referred to as the post-colonial societies in political theory and comparative politics. There are 3 important theoretical frameworks for understanding the states of the developing world: the liberal, Marxist, and the dependency frameworks. The liberal theory argues that the state is a neutral agency and acts as an arbiter between the contending groups in the society. In other words, no group has a privileged access to state. Different groups in the society make their demands on the political system. The state agencies consider all these demands and take decisions in the general interest of the society. Within the fold of liberalism, some writers propose that state agencies are dominated by the elite groups. Elite groups exercise domination by virtue of certain personal attributes, not due to the control over economic resources. Liberal theory holds that in a democracy, elite groups do not use power in their personal or group interests. Electoral compulsions force them to work for the welfare of groups. In the Third World, the westernized elite controls the state and use it as an instrument to transform the traditional agrarian society into a modern industrial society. The liberal approach has 2 lapses. In the first instance, it refuses to recognize that political capacity of individuals is decided by their economic resources. Secondly, it fails to explain how elite groups work for the entire society, rising above their narrow economic and social interests. In other words, any explanation of the state in total disregard of the class divisions in the society would be simplistic. State is embedded in the society. Therefore, it must be studied in relation to the society. In the Marxist framework, state is neither an impartial agency nor a common trustee. It expresses the interests of the dominant classes to protect their interests. In other words, it is an instrument in the hands of the dominant classes. The state follows society but does not precede it. Hence, the nature of the state depends upon the character of the division of labor in the society. Unfortunately, Marx has not written elaborately on the state. He made sketchy remarks. The followers of Marx have written extensively about the state. However, most of these writings deal with the developed capitalist countries. These explanations are not valid for the Third World, which is different from the capitalist countries. The Third World countries have a colonial past. Even 122. After securing political independence, they are subjected to economic exploitation, decolonization, and the state by the Western developed countries. Yet another important attribute of the Third Developing World countries is that they are dominated not by one single class but multiple classes. Due to the above-mentioned conditions, the Third World state has a district nature. It is known by various names such as peripheral state, the post-colonial state, and the overdeveloped state. The Third World countries were subjected to colonial exploitation that disturbed the course of development and brought about lopsided development. The domination of the Third World by the imperialist powers continued even after decolonization. There is no unanimity among writers about the nature of relationship between developed Western countries and the Third World. Some writers who propounded the dependency theory argue that the Third World countries do not enjoy political freedom and continue to be dominated by the imperialist powers. According to these writers, the world is integrated into a single capitalist system. The developed Western countries constitute the core of the world system. During the colonial periods, the Third World countries were shaped by the imperialist countries to suit their requirements. Due to this process, the Third World is structurally integrated with the economies of the developed countries and is dependent on the developed countries. In world capitalism, the Third World survives as an adjunct of the core, also known as metropolis, and lies on the periphery of world capitalism. In this model, the Third World state is an instrument in the hands of the metropolitan capital. While agreeing with the notion that the underdeveloped countries are dominated by the developed capitalist countries, critiques of the dependency theory rejected the argument that the Third World state has no autonomy. According to these writers, political freedom has enabled the Third World countries to use the state to further their interests within the constraints imposed by neocolonial dominations. 8.4.1 Feature of the state in the developing world. The state as an institution came into existence as part of a historical process. In the developing world, decolonization shaped the state, giving it specific characteristics. The boundaries existing at the time of colonization were modified in some cases. In other cases, entirely new states were carved out. The territorial boundaries of the state did not always coincide with the nation. That is, often people belonging to different ethnic groups, nationalities were brought together and the boundaries of the colonies were traced, delimited according to the needs of the colonial powers. African states are the best examples to indicate the artificiality of the state. Nigeria, for example, was entirely a British creation. States in the developing world became states before they became nations. This is to a large extent responsible for territorial conflicts and for problem of national integration. Several developing countries face ethnic and secessionist movements. 123. In the post-colonial era, British colonial policies and the dynamics of nationalist context of modern movements led to the creation of Pakistan's secessionist movement, which is turn governments led to the creation of Bangladesh. The artificiality of the colonial boundaries, the impact of colonial legacy, and the dynamics of decolonization processes explain the complexity of the state in the developing world. The state in the developing world has the following distinct features. 1. It is an overdeveloped state. 2. It enjoys autonomy from the dominant classes. 3. It protects the interests of the metropolitan bourgeoisie. And so. 8.4.2 The overdeveloped state. In the Western capitalist countries, the modem nation-state has emerged due to internal dynamics of society. It came into being in the course of historical transition to capitalism. The rising capitalist class took the initiative to establish a nation-state. In the Third World, the motive force for change in the political institutions came from outside. During the colonial period, the Third World was dominated by the Western capitalist countries. The colonial rulers had created political institutions in their own image to facilitate domination over the native classes and economic exploitation of the colonies. To perform these functions, the colonial rulers have erected an elaborated legal institutional structure to control the colonies. The army and the bureaucracy who manned these institutions played a vital role in managing the affairs of the colonial rulers. Even after independence, the elaborate structure remained in existence. There are two salient features of the state: 1, that it is not formed by the local classes, nor is it established because of social change. 2, the native ruling classes had no control over the state. The state is far ahead of the time and space in which it is located. In the developing countries, therefore, bureaucracy and the army have acquired a central place. In the Western capitalist countries, the bureaucracy plays an auxiliary role. It is an instrument of the dominant class, whereas in the developing world it has a central place and it enjoys autonomy from the dominant classes. An overdeveloped state weakens democratic institutions. Even in those developing countries where democratic institutions exist and the elected representatives control the state agencies, bureaucracy retains its domination over the state. However, it exercises control in league with politicians. In countries having democratic control, politicians occupy central place. Politicians articulate the demands of the people to cultivate support. They formulate policies to fulfill the demands of the people. In this process, politicians provide legitimacy to the political institutions. However, the power is hemmed in by bureaucratic procedures and controls. Politicians are converted into brokers between the state and the people. 124. 8.4.3 Autonomy. Decolonization and the state in the developing world. The Western countries are dominated by a single well-formed dominant class. In all the Western countries, the capitalist class is the dominant class. The developing world is marked by the existence of multiple dominant classes. The landlord class, i.e., local bourgeoisie of the metropolis, control the Third World. An alliance consisting of all these classes dominates the state. The alliance is called historic bloc. The historic bloc arises because the social formation in the developing world consists of elements from both capitalist as well as pre-capitalist social relations. The capitalist class is weak and incapable of fighting against the pre-capitalist relations in society. The capitalist class is weak because it exercises limited control over the economic activity. A large part of the economic production is controlled either by the metropolitan bourgeoisie or by the local landed gentry. No class is enough strong to exercise control over the state. Since there is no single dominant class, the state acquires the autonomy to regulate the relationship between different classes of the historic bloc. The state in the developing world, by deploying vast economic resources to reproduce capitalist production process in the interest of local dominant classes and the bourgeoisie of the metropolis, sustains its autonomy. 8.4.4 Control of the metropolis. The state in the developing world is subjected to control by extraneous forces. The underdeveloped nature of the economy and the nature of the ruling elite render the state dependent on foreign aid and capital. The ruling elite, by acting as mediators between the state and the external capital, amass profits. This process does not help development. The gap between the ruled and the rulers and between the rich and the poor widens. It is far-fetched to argue that the state in the developing world is completely under the control of imperialist rulers. Independence from colonial domination has eliminated the scope for the bourgeoisie of the imperialist powers to exercise direct control over the Third World state. However, it influences the state, the developing world, indirectly. The overdeveloped Third World state, by dissolving the national boundaries, creates favorable conditions for the world market to penetrate the developing world. The state, by facilitating the induction of technology and investment, brings about the integration of the Third World into the global market. The state, the ruling elite, negotiates with the external world with diminishing power and ability to do so. Check your progress too. Note, I used the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 125. 1. In the Marxist analysis, how does the state in the developing world sustain its context of modern autonomy? Governments. 8.5 Let us sum up. The rise of colonialism marks an important chapter in the history of the world as it changed the relations between different parts of the world. Decolonization as well as anti-imperialist struggles of the colonies gave rise to what is referred to as the Third World. These nationalist, anti-imperialist movements varied from country to country in their specifics. This was due to the patterns of colonial policies and their impact on colonial societies. There were those colonies which became independent through constitutional procedures and reforms. There were some which achieved independence through armed liberation struggles. Some attained independence due to international pressures and the intervention of organizations such as the League of Nations and the United Nations. However, these differences should not be overemphasized. Practically all colonies experienced violent oppression by the colonial powers. Even for those countries which attained independence through constitutional reforms, it would be false to say that these struggles were always peaceful. Armed struggles became inevitable in some colonies due to the intransigence of colonial powers. The Third World states are to a large extent colonial creation in the sense that their boundaries, the nature of their regimes have been deeply influenced by colonial policies. There are divergent views on the nature of the dominant classes in the Third World. Some argue that the Third World is dominated by the native capitalist class. But the predominant view is that there is no well-formed dominant class in the Third World. A loose alliance of various classes dominates the Third World. The Third World state is also analyzed in terms of its relationship with the dominant classes. Most of the writers on the Third World argue that the state has autonomy from the ruling classes that is delimited by the social structure. Due to certain historical personalities, the Third World state has acquired another distinct character. The colonial rulers have created a highly centralized state machinery to maintain their domination over the colonized. The state machinery is thus imposed from above and it has not evolved out of the internal social dynamics. Hence, the Third World state is not in tune with society. It is either advanced or overdeveloped when compared with society at large. 126. After looking at the Third World from various angles, one may say that the third, decolonization and the state in the world state is an overdeveloped, post-colonial state with autonomy from the developing world, ruling classes. In other words, it is a product of a complex social formation of the Third World. 8.6 References. Vandana, A. 1995. Theory of International Politics. New Delhi Vikas Publishing Company. Césaire, Amy. 1972. Discourse on Colonialism, New York, Monthly Review Press. Dwara, Prasenjit. eds. 2004. Decolonization, Perspectives from Now and Then. Routledge, New York. Manor, James. 1991. Rethinking Third World Politics. Longman, London. Melkote S. Rama. 1992. International Relations. New Delhi, Sterling Publisher Private Ltd. Kruma Kwame. 1965. Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism. New York, International Publishers. Poole and Tardoff, 1981. Third World Politics, A Comparative Introduction, London, Gammack, Macmillan. Ruthermund, Dietmar. 2006. The Routledge Companion to Decolonization. New York, Routledge. 8.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. Both are anti-colonial struggles, but while independence movements merely sought transfer of political power, liberation movements fought not only against the foreign rule but also against the existing socio-economic system, which was unjust, undemocratic, and supportive of exploitation. 2. It is basically a nonviolent movement backed by the progressive section all over world. Check Your Progress 2. 1. By deploying vast economic resources to reproduce capitalist production process in the interest of local dominant classes and the bourgeoisie of the metropolis, the state in the developing world sustains its autonomy. 127. Block 3 Themes for Comparative Analysis. Block 3. Parliamentary Supremacy and Rule of Law. Themes for Comparative Analysis. In the last two blocks, you have been acquainted with the major approaches in the study of comparative government and politics and the broad politico-economic framework, the advanced capitalist, socialist, and developing within which modern governments function. In this block, we take up 4 case studies for analyzing the working of institutions within a political system as well as in the broader world system, the United Kingdom, China, Brazil, and Nigeria. As is evident from the choice of these country cases, they reflect the 3 politico-economic frameworks you have been introduced to in the previous block. Modern governments are generally classified on the basis of the nature of the constitution, concentration and distribution of power within the state, relation of the executive. Modern governments are generally classified on the basis of the nature of the constitution, concentration and distribution of power within the state, relation of the executive with the legislature, nature and extent civil liberties, and degree of participation or number of political parties existing within a political system. All these institutions shape the political behavior and activity within a system. At the same time, there are external institutions and structures, the structural inequalities and institutions of global governance which have a bearing on domestic politics. These are the themes taken up in this block, pairing each theme with a country study. Such an approach, it is hoped, will provide the theoretical as well as practical aspects of different political systems, regimes, institutions, process, and activities in different countries. In this context, Unit 9 explains the nature, characteristics, and practice of the rule of law and supremacy of Parliament in the UK. Unit 10 deals with the condition of dependency, which is a common experience in underdeveloped countries of the Third World. The unit also explains the strategy of development emerged out of the Latin American dependency school called the dependent development, focusing on Brazil as a case study. Unit 11 examines the fundamental aspects of federalism or federal system of governance by examining its operational aspects as practiced in Brazil and Nigeria. And the last Unit 12 describes the centrality of Communist Party in socialist state system in the context of the role of Chinese Communist Party in China. Thus, by the end of the block, you should be able to construct and substantiate an informed and reliable argument concerning contemporary debates in comparative politics. 129. 130. Themes for comparative analysis. Unit 9 Parliamentary Supremacy and Rule of Law in UK. Structure. 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 Meaning of Parliamentary Supremacy 9.3 Evolution of the Doctrine of Parliamentary Supremacy 9.4 Model of the UK Parliament 9.5 Limitations on Parliamentary Supremacy 9.5.1 Executive and Legislature in British Parliament 9.5.2 Common Law and the Role of Judiciary 9.5.3 International Law 9.5.4 Electoral Concerns and Informal Controls 9.6 The Doctrine of Rule of Law 9.7 Let us sum up 9.8 References 9.9 Answers to check your progress exercises 9.0 Objectives. The unit aims at introducing the concepts of parliamentary supremacy and rule of law as applicable in the United Kingdom. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of parliamentary sovereignty and rule of law, explain the evolution of these doctrines and practices in a historical sense, analyze the nature of relationship between the executive and legislature in UK parliamentary system, analyze the contemporary challenges to the doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty from within and outside the parliament. Dr. Anamika Asthana, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Jesus and Mary College, Delhi University. Parliamentary. 9.1 Introduction. Supremacy and Rule of Law. On account of a long history of British colonialism in several parts of the world, the British parliamentary system was extrapolated in different colonial countries, often with contextual modifications. This unit will help you to understand the principal features and characteristics of British parliamentary sovereignty and the doctrine of the rule of law. Derived from the French word parler, meaning to speak, Parliament initially implied the practice of monarchs summoning wise advisors for a discussion on the affairs of state. Sovereignty is broadly understood as the supreme authority over a particular territorial jurisdiction. Internal sovereignty is understood as unhindered and unchallenged authority over a population without being blocked or coerced by another entity. Britain's political system is unitary, unlike the federal polities like the United States of America, which has a conception of shared internal sovereignty. The British Parliament enjoys supreme and ultimate lawmaking authority in the country. As the eminent constitutionalist A.V. Dicey noted with respect to British parliamentary system - Parliament has, under the English Constitution, the right to make or unmake any law whatsoever, and, further, no person or body is recognized by the law of England as having a right to override or set aside the legislation of Parliament. 9.2 Meaning of Parliamentary Supremacy. The doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty implies that the Parliament is the absolute or the highest lawmaking authority in Britain. Its de jure powers enable it to legislate, amend, or repeal any law without being challenged, vetoed, or overridden by any other domestic person or body of persons in the country. The law's opinion is almost a proverbial expression of parliamentary supremacy. It is a fundamental principle with English lawyers that Parliament can do everything but make a woman a man and a man a woman. One of the most glaring evidence of it was the passage of the Septennial Act, which extended the legal duration of the then existing House of Commons from 3 to 7 years, and thereby overextending the duration of mandate given to those representatives by the British electorate themselves. In essence, the doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty establishes the supreme lawmaking authority of the Parliament within the United Kingdom and enables it to legislate, amend, or repeal any law without the interference of any other UK institution. Dicey notes 3 traits of parliamentary sovereignty in England. 1. Legislative power to amend any law, fundamental or otherwise, in a free and uniform manner. 2. No legal distinction between different kinds of laws as constitutional/fundamental and others. And 3. No authority, judicial or otherwise, has power to declare void a parliamentary act. The British Parliament, as the national legislature and legal sovereign of the country, makes laws, scrutinizes and ensures accountability of the executive, including financial scrutiny, and represents the voices and concerns of British people. These functions necessitate free and extensive debates and deliberation. 131. On the floor. It also acts as the pool for recruitment of government members. The themes for comparative. Members of Parliament (MPs) act as an important channel of communication. Analysis between the electorate and the government. 9.3 Evolution of the Doctrine of Parliamentary Supremacy. In the British system of parliamentary democracy, the head of the state is the monarch while the head of the government is elected and comes from the Parliament. According to Professor Mayer Grant, the evolution of British Parliament can be understood in 4 broad phases. 1. First phase. In Middle Ages, the Parliament was represented only through one house, i.e., House of Lords. During the Saxon times, it comprised of wise men, often including the religious, archbishops, bishops, etc., and political, earls, knights, etc., advisors. Later, Magna Carta was promulgated in 1215 as a result of barons' resistance to the policy of excessive taxes imposition by the monarch. The 13th century also witnessed the creation of the commons as costly wars weighed heavily on extensive tax collections not only from the lords but also the freemen of the country. This tax obligation was supplemented with some sort of limited right of representation. Subsequently, each county elected 4 knights who were sent to Westminster. The federal council now became more representative of the population interests, with 3 major factions being the clergy, the barons, and the commoners. The 14th century witnessed a gradual separation of the 2 chambers or houses into the House of Lords and the House of Commons. 2. In the second phase from 1485 to the 17th century, parliamentary evolution was characterized by a tussle of power between the Stuart kings and the Parliament for ultimate sovereign authority. The kings asserted their divine right to rule, which was rejected by the Parliament. The Petition of Rights was signed in 1628 by Charles I but was not followed, and he later dissolved the Parliament too. All this led to civil war for 11 years, during which no parliamentary session was conducted. The Civil War established the legal sovereign authority of Parliament once and for all. The practice of parliamentary scrutiny of the executive or the government started with Parliament gaining the right to punish those royal officials who violated the tax collection rules. Also, being the taxpayers, the Commons started asserting their sole propriety against the House of Lords on the right to approve the matters of finance and taxation laid down by the government. 3. The initiation of some of the practices associated with modern parliamentary system in Britain, like party system, the doctrine of ministerial responsibility, cabinet system. Public reporting of parliamentary debates, etc. began in the 3rd phase from 1688 to 1832. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 during the regime of James II established the ultimate sovereignty of the Parliament. The Bill of Rights in 1689 reinforced this by advocating for a constitutional or limited monarchy with a supreme Parliament. Queen in Parliament was declared the sole 132 sovereign in Britain. Parliamentary powers in the matters of new laws and taxes. Parliamentary supremacy and rule increased at the expense of royal powers through the Bill of Rights 1689, also of law, called the Great Charters, and the Act of Settlement in 1701. 4. The 4th phase, from 1832 till today, is characterized by an institutionalization and specification of the roles, responsibilities, and relations between the executive and the legislature on the one hand, and between the 2 houses on the other. The overall effect has been to establish the legal sovereignty of the elected British Parliament as the representative body of the population. In terms of political sovereignty, the British electorate was hailed as the authority through the Reform Act 1832 when electoral districts were redrawn, though permitted voting rights to a very limited population at the time. The franchise was extended in later periods, especially after 1867. Women received the right to vote only in 1918 after a prolonged movement for it. In the recent times, there has been more devolution of power through the creation of Northern Irish, Scottish, and Welsh regional assemblies or parliaments in order to meet the nationalistic aspirations of British people. All the 3 parliaments are elected bodies. They are responsible for certain devolved matters, while the reserved matters are the responsibility of the Westminster Parliament. These assemblies too, though operate in their respective jurisdictions, they are responsible for certain devolved matters, while the reserved matters are the responsibility of the Westminster Parliament. These assemblies too, though operate in their respective jurisdictions, are circumscribed by the central parliament, which can limit, enhance, or abolish their powers and functions. This, however, does not imply a uniformity of law throughout the United Kingdom. There are significant variations, say between Scottish and British laws, but they persist because the Westminster Parliament allows them to continue. Since the most important dimensions of British political domain are controlled and administered by the Parliament, one can, like Bogdaner, 2016:164, argue that the fundamental feature of British constitutional development, then, is the long tradition of continuous and undivided parliamentary sovereignty. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by the concept of parliamentary supremacy or parliamentary sovereignty in the United Kingdom? 133. Themes 4. 2. Trace the evolution of the practice of parliamentary supremacy in UK. Comparative analysis. 9.4 Model of the UK Parliament. United Kingdom is a constitutional monarchy with symbolic ceremonial leadership of the monarchy, while real powers are exercised by the government led by the Prime Minister. The Parliament is a bicameral legislature, i.e. it has 2 houses or chambers, the Commons and the Lords. In most of the liberal democracies, the legislature is bicameral. Countries like Sri Lanka and Denmark have unicameral legislatures, though, in order to provide institutional checks and balances on the legislative power, for example, the Indian Parliament, American Congress, etc. However, unlike the American and Russian practices, the upper house in Britain is not an elected body, comprising of elder statesmen on account of their expertise, religious authority, and traditional hereditary status. The House of Lords has less democratic legitimacy than the Commons, as the seats are even now largely hereditary. Like the Canadian upper house, it is completely non-elected. The Parliamentary Acts of 1911 and 1949 brought decisive decline in the powers of the House of Lords as they were deprived of the legal right to amend money bills, and their power to delay the legislative bills of the Commons was reduced too, by limiting it to 1 year, i.e. 2 parliamentary sessions alone, which too is rarely exercised. The upper chamber still serves useful functions because it can initiate legislations, must pass the bills, although their rejection can be overruled by the House of Commons, can debate controversial issues as they have more time for it and less to lose in terms of electoral support. It acts as a space for pluralistic interest groups to lobby and extract concessions from Commons at times. However, apart from the church members, most of the other members belong to either of the major political parties. Some are independent too, and therefore are instrumental in introduction and passage of certain legislations. Contrary to its proclamation, the Labour Party government of Tony Blair did not abolish the upper chamber as there was no final consensus on new forms that it could take. In Britain, every bill has to go through a process of approval by the three entities, the House of Commons, the House of Lords, and the Crown, in order to become a statute or an act of Parliament. Especially since the Glorious Revolution of 1688, it has been established that will of the public reflected through elected members of Commons be carried out and not be challenged by a non-elected monarchy. Royal legislation through proclamation/ordinances too was done away with during the reign of Edward VI, the last instance of a monarch. 134. Challenging the legislative authority of Parliament was in 1707 when the Queen, parliamentary supremacy and rule, vetoed the Scotch Militia Bill. Though it is imperative for a bill to get the royal of law assent to become a law, for all practical purposes, the monarchy's role in legislation is just ceremonial, but in accordance to convention and tradition, annual state opening of parliamentary session is addressed by the Queen. The address, however, is written by the government and the Queen only reads it aloud. The Crown dissolves the Parliament and calls for new election on the request of the Prime Minister. Power to veto a bill is only symbolic in case of British monarch. In regular confidential meetings, the Queen has the right, according to Walter Bagehot, to be consulted, the right to encourage, and the right to warn. After an election, the Prime Minister meets with the Queen to request her permission to form government, which is more of a formality. In case there is no clear absolute majority party, the Queen acts as an arbiter. The person who appears to be in the best position to form a government in Queen's opinion on the advice of the Prime Minister is invited to form the government. Monarchy is still revered as a symbol of tradition, unity, stability, and national identity of British nation. Nominally, she is the supreme executive authority and commander-in-chief. Being the head of the Commonwealth, she also symbolizes a continuity of relations with the erstwhile colonial countries. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Analyze the nature of UK Parliament with special reference to comparative powers of the House of Lords and the House of Commons. 9.5 Limitations on parliamentary supremacy. In the absence of a fully codified constitution, the specific limitations on the parliamentary legislative powers are not clearly spelled. The flexible nature of constitution is correlated to the British parliamentary supremacy in the matters of constitutional amendments, which can be brought in like the ordinary process of lawmaking. This is in sharp contrast to the practices in countries with a rigid and inflexible constitution like American, Irish, or even the Indian constitution, which lay down special procedures for changing fundamentals of the constitution. Tocqueville wrote, in England the parliament as an acknowledged right to. 135. Modify the constitution as, therefore, the constitution may undergo perpetual changes. It does not in reality exist. The parliament is at once a legislative and a themes for comparative constituent assembly. By that count, the parliament, and rather the House of Analysis Commons in effect, with one vote majority, can push any legislation at will. No power under the English constitution can limit or rival it. As long as the parliament abides by the electoral mandate, its legislative powers are deemed legal and is not bound by laws formulated by the previous parliaments. A limitation on enactment power of future parliament or enactment of unchangeable laws will be a negation of the sovereignty of the parliament. It, however, does not mean that it alone is the source of all laws in the United Kingdom. The country is run in accordance with constitutional principles emanating primarily from 5 major sources: McCormick 2010 statute law or parliamentary acts, common law enunciated through court judgments, European law in areas where EU has primacy, customs and conventions do not have force of law but are almost binding because of long precedent and strong favorable public opinions toward them, and commentaries of constitutional experts like A.V. Dicey, Walter Bagehot, etc. Despite the fact that the UK adheres to the doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty, there are certain limitations to the actual exercise of its actual powers. 9.5.1. Executive and legislature in UK Parliament. Though Parliament has legal sovereignty in UK, it does not govern. Governing is responsibility of the executive, comprising of the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and junior ministers. Unlike the presidential system as in the United States of America, where the executive and legislatures are entirely separate bodies, the parliamentary system in Britain provides for a fused system where the executive members are also a part of the legislature. As the head of the government, the Prime Minister, who has majority party support in the House of Commons, enjoys tremendous powers over laws and policies, agenda setting, assigning portfolios to individual members, or even shuffling them. Though his/her position is primus inter pares, or first among equals among his peer cabinet ministers, The power to appoint ministers in important positions and to request monarchy to conduct parliamentary elections at a time seeming more favorable to the party establishes her preeminence. The Prime Minister must be a member of the Commons and governs through a cabinet, which unlike American system, is derived from members of the legislature. Cabinet shapes and directs the governmental policies significantly and through collective decision-making presents an impression of cabinet government. Strong personality of the Prime Minister, however, can undermine or in a way control the governance through cabinet. Kesselman 2019. The cabinet functions on the principle of collective responsibility. This means that all the cabinet ministers must uphold the policies of the government in public even if they do not concur with them personally and be accountable and responsible for success and failure of those policies. They can express their dissenting opinions in closed-door meetings and are governed by directives of official secrecy. 136. Theoretically, the executive is subordinate to the legislature. A constitutional, parliamentary supremacy and rule. Convention requires the government to resign if it is defeated in the House of Law. Commons through a no-confidence motion. In a way, it reinforces the parliamentary sovereignty because the majority party plays a very significant role not only in passage of bills but also in their implementation once the acts are formulated to that effect. The bicameral parliament draws its authority not just from the fact that House of Commons is an elected body of the people through the first-past-the-post system but also by virtue of traditions and expertise in the case of the House of Lords. Since the latter is not a representative body, its legislative powers too are quite limited. Also, the system requires individual MPs to obtain a simple majority of votes and not necessarily more than 50% of the votes cast in their constituencies. The British Parliament is often critiqued for the dominance of the executive in Parliament, which on account of party-affiliated and supportive MPs in the House of Commons are able to get any legislation passed. With institutionalization of election process, universal adult franchise and the need to attract more votes, the party lines have strengthened especially since the late 19th century. Now the individual MPs have lesser powers to influence the legislation because of the extended formal and informal controls that the government has come to enjoy in the parliament. Apart from the factor of institutional design, the tendency of executive dominance of the parliament is further strengthened because of the development of major party systems on account of strict party discipline and loyalty which enforces the will of the government with respect to legislative proposals. Voting on important legislation is along the party line in Parliament and is enforced through disciplinary powers of the party whip. The government enjoys quite some control over the timetable of the House of Commons, restricting scrutiny opportunities of the House. The doctrine of individual ministerial responsibility mandates the ministers to resign over personal scandals or departmental errors. Over the period, the Parliament has devised innovative methods to hold the government accountable through the mechanism of debates, question time, parliamentary committees, etc. Her Majesty's opposition, the second largest party in Parliament, plays an important role in this regard, especially when the ruling party does not have a majority in the House. Its leader sits directly opposite to the Prime Minister along with the shadow cabinet. They are responsible for challenging their counterparts in government and are salaried positions. 9.5.2. Common law and the role of judiciary. Theoretically, laws promulgated by the Parliament cannot be upturned by any court in the country. Judges can interpret the parliamentary legislation but not undo it. The Parliament, on the other hand, can legislate to counter the juridical interpretation. In the absence of a fully written and codified constitution in this unitary state, the Parliament is not held back on account of judicial. 137. Pronouncements or considerations. The courts cannot nullify the constitutional themes for comparative laws of the Parliament but give it directions through interpretations. They analysis recognize and validate conventions and customs to give them legal credence. 9.5.3. International law. Some limitations to the parliamentary sovereignty emanate from British membership in the European Union, originally as member in European Economic Community in 1973. The European Human Rights Council, for example, lays down guidelines, norms and directives to be followed by member states. Membership of the EU enabled European courts as well as British courts to override the British laws if they clashed with EU laws. In certain areas where EU laws had mandate, the British laws could be superseded to implement the former and even without prior parliamentary assent. The Westminster Parliament, theoretically, can enable or take away the powers given to any local body or even to the international institutions like EU. With the United Kingdom having exited the European Union, Brexit, after a referendum on this issue in 2016, the British Parliament is likely to gain more power in matters involving international jurisdiction. However, EU is not the only international authority to be able to impose certain limitation on Parliament's legislative powers. International institutions like International Monetary Fund, NATO, etc. to exercise some influence on the legislative powers of Westminster. 9.5.4. Electoral concerns and informal controls. The Parliament can bring in any legislation and even change the Constitution if it pleases. This is not a commonplace practice, though. In fact, British people are highly respectful of their traditions and every government is careful of not advocating major overhauling of conventions and traditions. At the same time, though Parliament can enact any law it will, it needs to be mindful of the prospects of resistance from the people. though it is difficult to ascertain the crucial junctures at which public resistance may become vociferous enough to reject such law and vote for an alternate agenda, the governments avoid bringing in laws and policies that could evoke insuperable resistance. Notwithstanding the merits of a flexible constitution, many British people also support the demand for a codified constitution to curb the potential of power abuses by the government due to unfettered legislative authority of Parliament. Other informal controls over the parliamentary powers emanate from diverse interest groups, pressure lobbies, media, etc. As the MPs need to please the domestic constituencies for political survival, they often consider the dominant public mood on important subjects. The legal sovereignty of the Parliament, therefore, is tamed by the political sovereignty of the electorate who hold power, not limited to, but especially during the elections. As discussed in the previous sections, parliamentary sovereignty has come to mean sovereignty of the House of Commons, which in turn has come to mean the 138 overarching influence of majority party forming the government. Party loyalties, parliamentary supremacy and rule, discipline and whip therefore in a sense have imposed limitations on the of law. Parliamentary sovereignty to result in the government's preponderance in legislative and implementation competence. However, dissent within the party is not very rare and leaders and governments have been replaced on this count. For example, John Major replaced Margaret Thatcher because of her thin support margin as the Prime Minister from Conservative Party in 1990. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the nature of relationship between the executive and the legislature in UK? 2. What are the major limitations or challenges to the legislative authority of the UK Parliament? 9.6 Rule of Law. Though the conceptual origin of the doctrine of rule of law is owed to classical political philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, who advocated that law, held by reason and not passion, be considered superior to the ruler or government. Aristotle said law should govern and those who were in power should be servants of the law. In practice, the doctrine started taking practical shape in medieval times. The doctrine of rule of law implies that both the citizens and the government, including its officials, are bound by the law which is already determined and specified in general terms. Additionally, it requires mechanism and institutions to enforce the rules of law. Certain scholars focus on the substantive and normative commitment and respect to the ideas of individual liberties as imbibed in the thick version of the doctrine, while those who advocate the thin version focus on the procedural aspects of rule of law with an emphasis on the legality aspect of the doctrine. In essence, there is a broader consensus that 139. Rule of law necessitates a curbing of arbitrary or tyrannical governance. While the themes for comparative element of discretion or discretionary power of the state itself may not be analysis interpreted as being contradictory to rule of law, but an arbitrary exercise of discretionary powers can undermine rule of law. During the Middle Ages, the monarch would swear an oath to affirm obedience to positive, customary, or divine law, but the historical origin of the concept in United Kingdom is owed to Magna Carta signed by King John in 1215. He wanted to raise the taxes to be paid by noblemen to fund the war against France. This written instrument sought to limit the powers of the king in terms proposed by the barons, feudal lords, who in turn for their tax-paying responsibility wanted the king to adhere to good governance and not rule arbitrarily. Among other things, the document asserted that no one should be deprived of their liberty or property except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. It was cited numerously by the successive parliaments and courts to assert a limitation on the arbitrary powers of the monarch in order to protect individual rights. This was in sharp contrast to the doctrine of divine rights of kings propounded in the 16th century by Jean Bodin, a French jurist, in response to religious wars between Catholics and the Protestants. The idea of rule of law, however, survived this phase and was adopted by legal professions subsequently. The sovereign had to abide by the law in force. If they wished to change it, they still had to make new laws in consonance with natural law or customary law. Originally meant to constrain the sovereign power of the king, the doctrine was later elaborated to support individual rights vis-a-vis the government. This is not to argue that the monarchs always ruled according to the prevailing law. But more often than not, they tried to present a rationale to garner public legitimacy to their conduct. Charles I, for example, was infamous for imposing arbitrary rules like raising taxes without seeking parliamentary approval or ordering execution of dissenters, along with his tussle with religiously dominant Puritans in the parliament. It resulted in English Civil War from 1642 to 1651, the victory of Parliament and trial and execution of King Charles I in 1649. The doctrine of rule of law was expressed in more robust terms by the Chief Justice Sir Edward Coke during the regime of James I, when he expressed that the king should be under God and the law. With the age of Renaissance, rise of modern nation-state, separation of church and state, and rise of economic bourgeoisie class demanding better protection and maintenance of property and contract rights and mercantile interests, political liberalism gained strong foothold as dominant ideology in the 19th century. Britain. This phenomenon contributed to the strengthening of individual rights dimension of the rule of law doctrine. One of the most systematic and authoritative elaboration of rule of law is found in Introduction to Study of the Laws of the Constitution 1885, written by the British constitutionalist A.V. Dicey. His understanding of this conventional doctrine in a liberal democracy entailed three interrelated elements. 140. 1. Supremacy or predominance of regular law rather than arbitrary exercise of parliamentary supremacy and rule. Power by the government. Defaulters or violators of laws can be punished by law of law alone and for only the breach of those specific laws. For Dicey, discretion meant absence of known rules and principles and therefore created room for arbitrariness. Too much discretionary power of the government can cause arbitrariness. 2. All citizens are equal before the law and same set of rules would be applicable to citizens and government officials alike in cases of violation and would be similarly tried by the ordinary courts of law. Dicey dismissed the system of administrative law or administrative tribunals popular in France then. Under the system, the matters of contention between citizens and government/government officials were not tried by the ordinary or civil courts but by the specially designated administrative courts and tribunals. He believed the British version of rule of law of treating citizens and officials alike and subjecting them to same law of the land reflected that there was no administrative law in England. However, the ideal does not warrant complete homogeneity or uniformity in the manner that everyone is treated under the British laws. In fact, there are rules of privilege or exception guaranteed under the law, or example, prerogative powers of the Crown may supersede the rights available to a British citizen. Police have higher investigative powers. The parliamentarians too enjoy immunity and privileges in certain aspects which are not available to common citizens. 3. Predominance of legal spirit which maintains that a defense of individual rights and liberties is legally and judicially recognized through common law. While the UK does not have a comprehensively written constitution, the Rule of Law Convention has been interpreted by the courts in common law and incorporate legal safeguards to protect individuals from arbitrary actions of the government. For example, rules against arbitrary detention and arrests, freedom of speech and expression, etc. Dicey rather expressed more faith in strengthening common laws and role of courts in interpreting and enforcing them. However, in Britain, the principle of parliamentary sovereignty theoretically and practically limits the power of courts as the latter is not the custodian of the Constitution and Parliament has the power to amend any common law or provisions of fundamental liberties, as it deems fit. Check your progress exercise 4. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the meaning of the doctrine of rule of law? How does it act as a constraint on the powers of the government? 141. Themes 4. 9.7 Let us sum up. Comparative analysis. The principle of parliamentary supremacy and rule of law evolved in UK in response to the socio-political developments over several decades. These were a result of the declining powers of the British monarchs vis-a-vis the Parliament. The latter's demands for policy-making powers as a matter of right and accountability resulted in progressive limitations on the power of the Crown. The Parliament in UK is the supreme lawmaking authority and is not limited by any other institution, person, or authority. However, there are formal and informal controls built in British parliamentary structure along with the societal concerns and demands placed by various sections of British society on the legislature which limit its powers. The most relevant challenge emanates from the overarching powers of the House of Commons and of the executive or government of the day in majority in lower house, more specifically. The doctrine of rule of law, in that sense, provides not only a rationale for supremacy of Parliament but also acts as an implied check on its power by placing an obligation to legislate or rule in accordance with the law. It places a limitation on the exercise of discretionary powers of the government in an arbitrary and biased manner and a rejection of granting of personal favors. The two principles are harmoniously interpreted in favor of a law-abiding democratic governance in UK. 9.8 References. Dicey v. Albert. 1915. Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution. London, Liberty Classics. Etheridge, E. Marcus and Handelman, Howard. 2013. Politics in a Changing World, A Comparative Introduction to Political Science. Stanford, Sungage Learning. Grant, Moira. 2009. The UK Parliament. Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press. Kesselman, Mark, William A., Joseph and Krieger, Joel. 2019. Introduction to Comparative Politics, Political Challenges and Changing Agendas. Boston, Sungage Learning. McCormick, John, 2010. Comparative Politics in Transition. Canada, Wadsworth. Tamanaha, Brian, 2012. The History and Elements of the Rule of Law. Singapore Journal of Legal Studies, 232 to 247. Valka, Anthony, 2012. The Rule of Law, Its Origins and Meanings, A Short Guide for Practitioners, URL. Villaverde, Jesus Fernandez, 2016. The Rule of Law and the Limits on the Government, International Review of Law and Economics 47, 22 to 28. Yadav K., Alok, 2017. Rule of Law. International Journal of Law and Legal Jurisprudence Studies 4, 3, 205 to 220. 142. Zolo Danilo. 2007. The Rule of Law, A Critical Reappraisal in Pietro Costa. Parliamentary Supremacy and Rule. And Danilo Zolo. eds. The Rule of Law, History, Theory, and Criticism. The of Law. Netherlands, Springer. 9.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Having the competence to formulate or amend any laws without any other institutional interference in a free manner, and 2. No other authority being competent to make a parliamentary law null and void. 2. Your answer should highlight following points. I. The phase-wise progressive incremental powers accorded to the Parliament. 2. A simultaneous reduction in the powers of the monarchy in formulating policies or overruling the UK Parliament. And 3. A progressive expansion of electoral rights and concern for democratic accountability of the government to the larger electorate. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Elaboration of the phrase Queen in Parliament, the monarch, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. 2. Lower house is democratically elected while the upper house is not. 3. Limited powers of the House of Lords in financial matters, limited veto power in policy matters. 2. 4. Useful role performed by the upper house as a deliberative platform. And v. Powers of the monarch in modern parliamentary system limited to symbolic functions. Check your progress exercise 3. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. UK has a fused legislature, i.e. the executive is a part of the legislature. And 2. Overarching power of the ruling party on account of its dominance of the lower house. Limited powers of the House of Lords vis-a-vis House of Commons, institution of party whip, nature of political parties. 2. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Executive predominance of the legislature. 2. International law as accepted by the Parliament but can be revoked too by it, for example the Brexit. 3. Role of judiciary. 4. Public opinion asserted through periodic elections and informal controls. And v. Rule of law as a doctrine. Check your progress exercise 4. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Equality before law, curb on arbitrary and discretionary power of authorities, protection of citizens' rights. And 2. Laws should not be arbitrarily formulated or implemented by the government. Progressively, the doctrine has been incorporated in the functioning of legislature and judiciary. 143. Unit 10 Dependency and Development in Brazil. Structure. 10.0 Objectives. 10.1 Introduction. 10.2 What is development? 10.3 The idea of dependency. 10.4 Dependency and development in Brazil. 10.5 Let us sum up. 10.6 References. 10.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 10.0 Objectives. Dependency theory provides a third world perspective of development. This unit examines the developmental model which arises out of dependency known as dependent development, focusing on Brazil's experience. After reading this unit, you will be able to describe the concepts of dependency, development, and underdevelopment and their relationship. Give a brief account of dependency and development in Latin America, explain dependent development, and describe the various development strategies adopted by Brazil since its independence. 10.1 Introduction. After the Second World War, reconstruction efforts in Europe and the challenges of economic growth in the newly emergent countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America brought development to the agenda of the international community. The dominant theory of development at that time, the modernization theory. Dr. Atul Kumar Varma, Assistant Professor, Center for Political Science and Public Administration, Professor Rajendra Singh, Rajubia, University, Prayagraj, UP. And Dr. Vikas Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Kashi Naresh Government. Postgraduate College, Gyanpur, Badohi, UP. Attributed low levels of development in the Third World to domestic factors. Themes for comparative. Problems of the Third World were traced to one or more domestic factors such as perspective, their population size, low levels of capital, lack of industrialization, unskilled labor, the dependence on the primary sector, corruption, unstable governments, undemocratic political regimes, etc. As a reaction to these theories of development, the dependency theory evolved in Latin America in the 1950s. The dependency theory focused on external factors to explain the underdevelopment of Latin American states and suggest the instruments which can break the dependency cycle. Advocates of this theory attribute the causes of the underdevelopment of these countries to the unequal terms of trade in the world economy. In other words, they situated national economies within their global economic context to explain the persistent levels of underdevelopment in Latin America. Dependency theorists believe that outside forces have significantly influenced the process of development in Brazil and Latin America. Spain and Portugal controlled the Latin American region from the 16th century to the early 19th century. During this period, they exploited the region's natural resources. In the 19th century, all Latin American economies pursued natural resource-based, export-oriented development strategy. At the beginning of the 20th century, this export-based economic development strategy in the region lost its momentum. Multiple factors have contributed to this development. Their exports were affected adversely by the outbreak of the First World War and disruption in the supply of essential imports caused by the blockade of trade routes. Secondly, the Great Depression of 1929 hampered the export earnings. The Great Depression of 1929 hampered the export earnings of most Latin American countries. A large economy like Argentina, for instance, was compelled to delink itself from the global economy and adopt policies to discourage exports. Other Latin American states also adopted inward-looking growth strategies. This strategy involved state interventions in the economy and the adoption of protectionist policies to encourage domestically owned enterprise. After the Second World War, Raúl Prebisch, an Argentine economist and first Secretary General of the Economic Commission for Latin America (ECLA), advocated an inward-looking development strategy for the region and developing countries. The central feature of this strategy was state-led industrialization or import substitution industrialization. To grasp dependency and development in Brazil adequately, it would be prudent to understand the two dominant approaches to development. 10.2 What is development? Development is essentially a multidimensional and contested concept. There have been different meanings of development in different disciplines, geographies, historical epochs, and adhering to different theories. Sometimes it is used as synonymous with modernization, progress, and improvement. Sometimes two competing theories of development converge on the meaning of development as a goal but differ on how to achieve it. In social sciences, the concept of 145 dependency and development is studied equally by political scientists, economists, geographers, development in Brazil, and sociologists. The economists define and understand development in terms of industrialization and economic growth. They consider lifestyle in advanced states of Europe and America as a model for developing states to emulate. The level of development achieved by the developing states is taken as a measure for calculating development achieved by other states. The liberal economists focus on the role of private players, market forces, the openness of the economy, liberalization of trade and services, reducing trade barriers, and minimal role of the state in economic affairs. This model of development is associated with the economic philosophy of leading thinkers like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Hayek, Milton Friedman, and Robert Nozick. Development is a dynamic concept. In the post-Second World War period, a new paradigm of development emerged in the form of the modernization theory. Modernization theory sees development as a departure from the traditional value system to a modern value system. In this sense, development is a process in which traditional underdeveloped states try to catch up with the economic, political, and social values system and material status of the advanced industrial states. Modernization theory regards traditional culture and economic system as barriers to development. Though there are many versions of modernization theory, implicit in all versions is the belief that societies develop through a series of evolutionary stages, and that industrialization will not only lead to economic growth in developing societies but also other structural and cultural changes associated with a developed society. What the modernization theorists were saying is that at some time in the past, today's developed areas were in a situation like that faced by today's underdeveloped areas. For instance, W. Rostow, based on the experience of European countries, posits that developed countries have tended to pass through 5 stages to reach their current degree of economic development. See the box below. Modernization theorists, therefore, argue that underdeveloped countries must be set on an accelerated common path of development by various means, such as investment, technology transfers, and closer integration into the world market. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is development? Discuss. 146. W. Rostow is his book The Stages of Development, a non-communist. Themes for comparative. Manifesto 1960 has identified 5 stages of economic development. In perspective. The first stage, traditional society states do not have ample wealth to invest in technology and industrialization to produce sufficient goods. These societies are characterized by substance farming, where farming is done for livelihood. Cultural barriers become an obstacle in the path of development. In the second state, the preconditions of take-off external investment brings money, Western cultural and political values, and technology. The investment results in an infrastructure improvement, introduce technology in agriculture, and starts industrialization. The externally induced initial development paves the way for further investment and industrialization. The third stage, the takeoff stage, is a relatively short period of 2 to 3 decades. Here, takeoff refers to self-sustaining economic growth where investment rises at the rate of 5% to 10% higher in comparison to national income. The fourth stage, drive to maturity, comes when a state's economy becomes mature and capable of sustaining its growth on its own. Traditional industries which propelled takeoff decline during this phase, but new sectors emerge to maintain economic growth. In the fifth stage of mass consumption, there is an increase in per capita income accompanied by new types of industries producing durable consumer goods. With the increase in per capita income, the consumption basket expands beyond basic needs to include luxurious goods and services. 10.3 The idea of dependency. Dependency theory emerged as a response to modernization theory. Dependency theorists like Raoul Prebisch and André Gunder Frank were critical of the economic development model, which posited that nations move linearly through successive stages of growth. They reject Rostow's presumption of a global economic structure that would allow for all nations to pass through these stages successfully. Prebisch 1962. The main proponents of dependency theory are Prebisch, Singer, Paul Barron, Paul Sweezy, C. Furtado, F. H. Cardoso, Gunnar Myrdal, A. Gunder Frank, Gervin, and Bill Warren. Many of these scholars focus their attention on Latin America. The leading dependency theorist in the Islamic world is the Egyptian economist Samir Amin. The concept of dependency is used to explain the relationship between industrialist capitalist states and underdeveloped Latin American states. Dependency is a relational concept. It informs us about the hierarchical relationship between 2 or more actors in a given system. According to Raoul Prebisch, dependency informs us about relations between centers industrialist capitalist states like the USA and the periphery developing states of the Third World. whereby a country is subjected to decisions taken in the centers not only in economic matters but also in matters of politics and strategy for domestic and foreign policies. In another sense, dependency also refers to a situation in 147. Dependency and which one actor becomes dependent on others for something. Defining development in Brazil. Dependency as a situation. The Brazilian economist Theotonio dos Santos, 1970, says that it is a situation in which the economy of certain countries is conditioned by the development and expansion of another economy to which the former is subjected. Dependency theorists argue that the Latin American states are underdeveloped not because of their domestic factors but because of the structure of the world economy. They perceive the world economy as consisting of two types of states, core and periphery, metropolitan and satellite, developed and underdeveloped, and dominant and dependent. The core consists of advanced industrialist states of Europe and America, while the periphery is made of the developing states of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Emanuel Wallerstein adds another layer to this structure, semi-periphery. In the world economy, the semi-periphery is located between the core and periphery. It exploits the periphery but is exploited by the core states. The unequal terms of trade between the underdeveloped and developed states in the world economy push underdeveloped states to the periphery. The periphery states become mere sources of cheap natural resources and raw material for states of the core and provide a market for expensive high-end products manufactured in core states. In the late 1940s, Raoul Prebisch worked with UN economist Hans Singer to develop the Prebisch-Singer thesis. Analyzing trade data between wealthier countries and Latin America, they found that the terms of trade for Latin American countries relative to the richer countries had deteriorated over time. The underdeveloped countries were able to purchase fewer and fewer manufactured goods from the developed countries in exchange for a given quantity of their raw materials exports. This thesis, which has been validated by several subsequent studies, has served as the major pillar of dependency theory. Dependent development is another related concept used to explain the process of development in Brazil and Latin America. Peter Evans argues that dependent development is a special instance of dependency if dependence is used to explain the position of weak states of the periphery. The dependent development is used for semi-periphery states like Brazil and Mexico. The dependent development is defined as dependence combined with development, Evans 1979, 32-33. In the situation of dependent development, development takes place at the periphery. But this development remains dependent on core states. Dependent development is characterized by an alliance of international capital, local capital, and state. Evans believes that alliance among international capital, local capital, and state is a fundamental factor in the emergence of dependent development, Evans 1979, 32. That accumulation of capital and some degree of industrialization on the periphery are other defining features of dependent development. In his celebrated study titled Dependent Development, The Alliance of Multinational, State, and Local Capital in Brazil, 1979, Peter Evans 148, has used dependent development for those states where capital accumulation, themes for comparative, and diversified industrialization of a more than superficial sort are not only perspective occurring in a peripheral country but are dominating the transformation of its economy and social structure, Evans 1979, 32. According to the dependency theorists, for instruments or mechanisms lead to and maintain the dependency of the periphery. According to the dependency theorists, for instruments or mechanisms lead to and maintain the dependency of the periphery states on the core states. First, exploitation through repatriation. Working as an instrument of the core states, the foreign firms and multinational corporations reinvest only a tiny part of their profits earned from their investments in the third world states. A large part of their profit is repatriated back to their head office located in the core states. Second, elite complicity. There emerges a nexus between the native capitalists of the periphery and capitalists of the core. The elites of the core and periphery sign mutual benefiting agreements. As a result, they seek to maintain the status quo and perpetuate the dependency relationship. Third, structural distortion. The dependence of periphery states on the core states leads to the distortions in the underdeveloped states' economies. Industrialization halts and the dependence of the economy on the export of raw material and cheap labor increases. Due to a decline in industrialization, the periphery states' dependence on core states for manufactured goods increases. Fourth, market vulnerability, uncertainty, and fluctuation are defining features of the world economy. Recession or slowing down of the world economy's growth rate hits the raw material exporting states most severely. A key challenge for the dependency theories has been that of overcoming the cycle of underdevelopment. The dependency theorists regard the role of the state as essential in breaking the cycle of underdevelopment. State-led industrialization and investment in key strategic sectors are the panacea to escape this vicious cycle. It was believed that the state intervention in the economy and consequent industrialization would diversify the export basket and reduce its dependence on the core for manufactured goods. The state-led development, state developmentalism, and import substitution policy, therefore, became the preferred developmental strategies of states in Latin American and many other third world states. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is dependency? 149. Dependency and 2. Examine development as modernization. Development in Brazil. 10.4 Dependency and development in Brazil. Brazil was a Portuguese colony for over 300 years before it emerged as an independent state in 1822. During the colonial period, the economic exploitation of Brazil was based on Brazil wood extraction, 16th century, sugar production, 16th to 18th centuries, and finally gold and diamond mining, 18th century. With slaves brought from Africa and, for a brief time, Indian slaves providing the workforce, Brazil was an export-oriented economy. In the early years of the 19th century, when Napoleonic French forces invaded Portugal, the Portuguese royal family fled to Brazil and established Rio de Janeiro as the de facto capital of Portugal. When the king returned to Portugal, his regent Dom Pedro declared independence in 1822. The constitutional monarchy that was established provided political stability and vibrant economic growth. Although civil rights were provided for its subjects, there were restrictions on women and slaves. In 1889, the first republic in Brazil was established after Emperor Dom Pedro II was overthrown by a military coup. An important achievement of the First Republic, also called the Old Republic, was the beginning of the elections with restricted voting rights. The political system of the Old Republic was an oligarchy. The federal government was weak. Powerful provinces like São Paulo and Minas Gerais shaped federal politics significantly. With the limited voting rights ranging from 1 to 5% of the total population, elections were held regularly. But the elections were not seen as free and fair. Most often, the presidency alternated between two provinces, São Paulo and Minas Gerais. The Brazilian state played a dual role. On the one hand, in coastal cities, the government accommodated cosmopolitan, liberal, and outward-looking financial and export sectors. Grameni and Pariah 2019, 44. Coffee, cotton, rubber, and tobacco dominated the Brazilian export. On the other hand, the federal government also represented the interests of provinces and landlords controlling plantation in rural areas. The economy was a mix of traditional and modern in the sense that it was primarily based on the primary sector with moderate export. The Old Republic was followed by Vargas years, 1930 to 45. In 1930, Getulio Vargas, the former governor of Rio Grande do Sul, came into power. Vargas initially introduced proportional representation for the election of the National Congress's popular chamber to prevent the dominance of any party. He 150. Introduced universal suffrage and strengthened the federal or national themes for comparative government vis-a-vis the states. In 1937, by introducing new administration perspective known as the Estado Novo, new state centralized powers and ruled for the most part without a Congress. At the same time, he diversified the agricultural sector, enacted social legislation including minimum wages that benefited the working class, introduced educational reforms, and introduced a program of rapid industrialization through import substitution. The Second Republic, 1945 to 64, established in 1945 after Getulio Vargas was forced to quit by the military leaders. The expansion of voting rights, industrialization, and urbanization were the defining features of this phase. The state emerged as a leading force in industrialization. The state-owned oil company named Petrobras and the National Bank for Economic Development (BNDES) were established. Juscelino Kubitschek, 1956 to 61, popularly known as JK, was perhaps the most remarkable ruler of this phase. He came to power with a promise to achieve 50 years of development in just 5 years. He continued focusing on state-led industrialization. Brazil's model of economic development from 1930 to 1984 is known as national or state developmentalism. In this phase, instead of developing by the logic of static comparative advantage theory, Brazil moved by the dynamic comparative advantage logic. A static version of comparative advantage theory entails that a state should keep producing what it is producing efficiently. Thus, it leads to the status quo. In contrast, the dynamic comparative advantage theory envisions an active role for the state in breaking the vicious cycle of underdevelopment through industrialization. Import substitution and self-reliance were regarded as vital strategies to industrialize and end the dependency of any state. A defining feature of state developmentalism during 1930 to 64 was that the state established, owned, and operated hundreds of enterprises, controlled prices of essential goods, provided a subsidy to needy people, and facilitated credits to firms. In this endeavor to protect the nascent industries, it imposed tariffs on imports of manufactured goods from developed states of the core. The military regime, 1964 to 1985, is regarded as a crucial phase in Brazilian history. In this phase, state-owned industrialization flourished. President Ernesto Geisel, 1974 to 1979, is considered a leading figure with regard to state-led industrialization and the establishment of state-owned enterprises. Before resuming the Brazilian presidency, he served as the chief executive officer of the Brazilian petro giant Petrobras. He was a strong supporter of the state-led development and policy of import substitution. In the aviation field, the military regime established a state-owned enterprise named Embraer in 1969. Unlike the other industries that were found to provide a substitute for import, the Embraer's main goals was to develop the civil aviation industry to the extent that it can emerge as an exporter of commercial airplanes. To this end, since its initial days, Embraer was integrated with the global airline market. The period between 1965 to 1979 is often regarded as a miracle in Brazilian history. For smooth implementation of developmental plans, the Brazilian 151 dependency and government decentralized industries and enterprises control among different Development in Brazil. Ministries. As a result of state-led investment in industrialization, urbanization, and demographic change took place because people moved from the agriculture sector to the manufacturing industry in this phase. Brazil's economic achievements were splendid. It grew at an average rate of 9 to 10% per annum. Given the impressive growth rate, the gap between Brazilian and Western living standards started narrowing rapidly. Capital accumulation increased because value addition in industries rose at an impressive rate of 7.7% annually between 1967 to 1979. While labor productivity grew at 5.81% in the same period, Musacchio and Lazzarini 2016, 114. As per a study in 1976, there were 200 enterprises managed by the federal government while the provincial governments managed 339 enterprises. The Council for Economic Development, the Council for Social Development, the Ministry of Planning, and the Secretary of Planning were leading agencies of this phase associated with the management of the state-owned enterprises. Musacchio and Lazzarini 2016, 115. The state's intervention in the Brazilian economy broke the cycle of dependency under which Brazil was forced to export natural resources like coffee, rubber, cotton, minerals, wood, sugar, and import manufactured goods from developed states. Between 1965 to 1980, Brazil's industrial production increased fourfold. It was greater than Japan's threefold increase in the same period. State intervention in the economy and state-driven development strategies pushed industrialization and urbanization. It helped Brazil to diversify its export basket from natural resources and primary goods to manufactured goods. The size of the medium class in the social composition of Brazilian society enlarged. However, by the end of the 1970s, the external and internal situations in Brazil gradually started changing. Internationally, Brazil's state-led development was funded by the cheap credit available in the international market. But in 1980, America's Federal Reserve Board hiked the interest rate. It made the external credit relatively costly. After the Mexican debt crisis of 1982, the credit of the private sector almost disappeared. As a consequence of the dollar shortage, Brazil was compelled to depreciate its currency. The depreciation of currency rendered high inflation. The fall of the Brazilian currency reduced its capacity to meet debt obligations. During a short span of 3 years, 1980 to 83, the state-owned enterprises' net profit went down because their expenditure went higher. The government also sought to bring price stability and maintain the unemployment rate low through these enterprises. As a consequence of price control, these enterprises' profits reduced, but due to inflation, they had to spend more and more on the employees' salaries. As a result, capital formation, which was at 5% in 1980, fell to 3% in 1982 and further reduced to 2% in 1990, Musacchio and Lazzarini 2016, 118. These external and internal factors paved the way for change in the developmental model from state developmentalism to the neoliberal development model characterized by liberalization and privatization. Moreover, the end of the military regime, which 152 was a leading supporter of the state-led developmental model in the mid-1980s. Themes for comparative. Weakened the support base of the state-led development. Perspective. The new Republican phase of Brazilian politics began in 1985 when the military regime paved the way for democratic government. In 1988, Brazil promulgated a new constitution with a multi-party presidential system. Largely based on the U.S. model, this system provides for a 4-year tenure for the president. In the 1980s, Brazil moved away from the state-led development model to the neoliberal model of development. With liberalization and privatization, the government substantially reduced its role in the economy. The number of federally controlled enterprise fell from around 250 enterprises to 47, and the number of state government entities fell from about 400 enterprises to 49 in 2014. Musacchio and Lazzarini 2016, 120. Underscoring major shift in Brazil's economy in the 1990s, Musacchio and Lazzarini 2016 have argued that Brazil departed from a system in which the government owned and operated hundreds of state-owned enterprises. SOEs and dozens of state-owned banks controlled prices and supported big national firms using subsidies and trade measures to a system in which the government opened up many sectors to foreign competition, privatized most of the state-owned firms, and let most domestic prices to be determined by market forces. In the changed global scenario of the 1990s, Fernando Collor de Mello, 1990 to 1992, started implementing the neoliberal model of development by privatizing state-owned enterprises. The neoliberal policy was further extended by Fernando Henrique Cardoso, 1995 to 2002, in the form of market opening, privatization of state-owned enterprises, and deregulation. To tackle the inflation problem, he launched the Real Plan and issued a new currency named Real. As a result of the Real Plan, inflation was brought down to 7% by 1997. Cardoso is known for his 3 economic policies, namely inflation targeting by the central bank that kept price rises within a band between 2.5 and 6.5% per year, a floating currency with an exchange rate largely determined by market forces, and a primary fiscal surplus or a federal government surplus before government debt payments are taken into account. Garmani and Pereira 2019, 72. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva 2003-10, who succeeded Cardoso, continued his predecessor's 3 economic policies. On the economic front, Lula did not introduce any significant privatization. He is known for his social programs. Through social programs, he sought to combine economic growth and redistribution. To impress his supporters, he expanded social programs. To tackle hunger, he introduced the Zero Hunger program and distributed food to the malnourished and enhanced people's accessibility to foods. He also launched a family allowance program, the Continuous Cash Benefit Program, popularly known as the BPC program, to ensure minimum wages for elderly and disabled persons, and the Pro-Uni program for students to get an education in private universities. He is seen as the most popular president in recent decades. President Lula was succeeded by Dilma Rousseff 2010-16 of his Worker Party. She was the first female president of Brazil. Through social 153 dependency and programs such as minimum wage and cash transfer, she succeeded in development in Brazil, alleviating power and inequality. Because of her efforts, the size of middle-class Brazil increased significantly. President Michel Temer 2016-2019 continued the neoliberal policies. He initiated a series of privation and liberalization through reducing the government's share in key state-owned industries like Eletrobras, doing business in electricity, airports, and road sectors. Labor rights were curtailed through a constitutional amendment. Given his privatization moves, Temer is regarded as better than his predecessor Worker Party regime 2003-2016 by the liberals. The present President Jair Bolsonaro, who is a former military officer and politician who represented the state of Rio de Janeiro, is pursuing the same neoliberal economic policies but with conservative social policies. Presently, three defining features of implementing the neoliberal model of development in contemporary Brazil make it different from other states. First, despite marching on the path of privatization and liberalization, Brazil has kept majority shares in some state-owned enterprises. It is most often referred to as Leviathan as a majority stakeholder. Second, in other enterprises, a large part of shares has been sold out to private players, but the government has retained minority stakes. In this case, the state has been reduced to a minority stakeholder. More importantly, while keeping part of its shares, the government has handed over these firms' control or management to private players. Third, the state has emerged as a leading lender to public and private enterprises. The state is providing much-needed funds to establish and run enterprises. Brazil's National Bank for Economic and Social Development, BNDES, has emerged as the leading lender. Even in the age of globalization, under the neoliberal model of development in Brazil, the BNDES has arisen as a significant player in the field of lending. For instance, in 2013, the bank's amount of given loan was 3 times greater than the amount of loan provided by the World Bank in the same year. Despite all ups and downs, today, Brazil is emerging as one of the leading states from the global south. Economically, it is one of the top 10 states in the world measured either in GDP or purchasing power parity (PPP) terms. More precisely, in terms of GDP, Brazil is ranked 9th, while in terms of PPP, it is ranked 8th. Its political clout has enhanced significantly in the last few decades. Because of economic development and changing international scenario, it has joined rank with other emerging powers like China, Russia, India, and South Africa in forums like Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa BRICS. And India, Brazil, South Africa, I say. Today, it is playing a pivotal role in shaping the global norm and standard setting. For instance, in response to the responsibility to protect doctrine, Brazil introduced responsibility while protecting in the United Nations to ensure that interventions by force always do the smallest damage possible. As a member of the BASIC Group, Brazil has significantly shaped global climate change negotiation at the international fora. As a member of the G4, it is demanding democratization of the United Nations Security Council and her membership in it. 154. Check your progress exercise 3. Themes for comparative perspective. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is state developmentalism in the context of Brazil? 2. Examine the defining features of the Brazilian neoliberal model of development. 10.5. Let us sum up. Dependency is a widely used approach to explain Brazilian and Latin American development. There is no agreed definition of development. Its meaning differs in different geographical regions, disciplines, and theories. It is sometimes equated with progress and enhancement of the living standard of people in each society. Models of development proposed by the modernization theory and dependency theory provide a nuanced understanding of how to achieve development. For the advocates of modernization, free market functioning based on comparative advantage theory with minimal state intervention is the best way to develop. In contrast, the dependency theorists accept the significant role of the state in industrialization and breaking the dependency cycle, victimizing poor states of the global south. During the 3 centuries of colonial rule, 1500 to 1821, Brazil exported Brazilwood, sugar, and gold. For nearly 100 years thereafter, Brazil continued with an export-oriented development strategy. It exported 6-8 primary products, mainly coffee, rubber, sugar, and cacao, to the international market. However, the beginning of the Great Depression started a movement of transition from dependence to dependent development in Brazil. The state's intervention in the economy and the policy of import substitution consolidated Brazil's internal market. The state emerged as a major investor in high-risk and low-profit key sectors like steel, airplane manufacturing, telephony, national oil, gas, petrochemicals, mining, and an integrated electric grid. State-led investment in these sectors significantly changed the export basket of Brazil. It helped break the dependency cycle in which Brazil was functioning as an exporter of natural resources and importer of manufactured goods. Since it 155 dependency and adopted neoliberal development model in the late 1980s, the Brazilian development in Brazil government has been reducing its share in state-owned enterprises. The defining features of development under the neoliberal development strategy is that the government owns majority and minority stakes in selected state-owned enterprises but without management responsibilities. The state is also a leading source of lending. 10.6. References. Evans, Peter. 1979. Dependent Development, the Alliance of Multinational, State, and Local Capital in Brazil. Princeton University Press. Garmany, Jeff and Anthony W. Pereira. 2019. Understanding Contemporary Brazil. New York Routledge. Hagopian, Francis and Timothy J. Power. 2014. Politics in Brazil, in G. Bingham Powell, Russell J. Dalton and Carr W. Strom, eds, Comparative Politics Today, A Worldview, New York, Pearson, pp. 482-531. Ioris, Raphael R. 2016. Transforming Brazil, A History of National Development in the Post-War Era. New York Routledge. Montero, Alfred P. 2019. Brazil, in Mark Kesselman, Joel Krieger and William A. Joseph, eds, Introduction to Comparative Politics, Political Challenges and Changing Agendas, Boston, Sungage, pp. 369-414. Eusachio, Aldo and Sergio G. Lazzarini. 2016. The Reinvention of State Capitalism in Brazil, 1970-2012 in Ben Ross Schneider ed. New Order and Progress, Development and Democracy in Brazil. London, Oxford University Press, pp. 107-133. Namkung, Young. 1999. Dependency Theory, Concepts, Classifications, and Criticisms. International Area Studies Review 2, 121-150. O'Neill, Patrick H. Carlfields, and Don Scher. 2009. Cases in Comparative Politics. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. 10.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progresses Exercise 1. 1. Development as synonymous with progress, improvement, and modernization. 2. Meaning of development in political science, economics, and sociology. 3. The relativity of the concept of development. Check Your Progresses Exercise 2. 1. It is a situation that informs us about the relations between two states in the 156. Given system. 157. Themes for comparative perspective. 2. A theory that offers an outside-in explanation of the causes of the Latin American states' underdevelopment. 3. A structural division of labor among states in the world economy. 2. Modernization is a theory of development that offers an inside-out explanation of states' relative marginalization and underdevelopment. 2. It is a process that comes in phase after phase and harmonizing process. 3. Stages of development offered by W. W. Rostow. Check Your Progresses Exercise 3. 1. Your answer should contain the following points. State's leading role in breaking the dependency cycle through establishing and maintaining enterprises, industrialization, and diversifying the export basket of Brazil. 2. Import substitution and self-reliance is declared goal. 3. Mention the government's role in establishing Brazilian enterprises in the fields like telecommunication, oil and natural gas, banking, aviation, etc. 2. Your answer should contain the following points. State's persisting role in the Brazilian economy. 2. State as a minority shareholder. 3. State as a majority shareholder. 4. State as a lender. 158. Themes for comparative perspectives. Unit 11 Comparative Perspectives on Federalism, Brazil and Nigeria. Structure. 11.0 Objectives 11.1 Introduction 11.2 Federalism, Essential Features 11.3 Federalism in Brazil. 11.3.1 Historical Background 1.3.2 Structure of Brazilian Federalism 1.3.3 Issues in the Functioning of Brazilian Federalism. 11.4 Federalism in Nigeria. 1.4.1 Historical Background 1.4.2 Structure of Nigerian Federalism 1.4.3 Issues in the Functioning of Nigerian Federalism. 11.5 Comparing Brazilian and Nigerian Experience of Federalism 11.6 Let us sum up 11.7 References 11.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 11.0 Objectives. A state's government can be classified as a federal or unitary political system based on the division of power between central and various constituent units. This unit brings out the basic features of federal political systems and explains how federalism is a relevant theme for examining alternative political system in historical perspective. After going through this unit, you should be able to Identify the basic elements of the federal system. Understand Brazilian and Nigerian federalism. Explain how federalism acts as a significant theme for comparative analysis. Ms. Surbhi Rao, Senior Research Fellow, Political Science, School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Comparative. 11.1 Introduction. Perspective on Federalism, Brazil. The early modern states that emerged in Europe were absolute monarchies. They and Nigeria were predominantly hierarchic or organic states with power vested in the hands of the monarch. But as their economies changed, the rulers realized that the power can't be managed entirely by a central authority and that there was a need for decentralization. Some of them delegated powers to the regional or local authorities while retaining the right to change or withdraw those powers at their discretion. In contrast to such unitary forms of government, there were federal forms of governments which provided for a formal division of powers between the central and the state or regional governments. The idea of regional authorities should have greater autonomy can be traced to the writings of Johannes Althusius, 1557 to 1630. Following his call for regional autonomy to accommodate dissent and diversity in society, several thinkers like David Hume, Montesquieu, Immanuel Kant, Rousseau, and others advanced federal principles. It was, however, in the late 18th century that the first federal form of government came into being in the United States of America. In the War of American Independence, 1775 to 83, 13 colonies became free from British colonial control. These states, former colonies, first established a confederation. As this confederation proved inadequate to meet the needs of the situation, the representatives of states met together in a convention in 1789 and drafted a federal constitution. The states created a structure of government at the center and conferred on it certain specified powers, retaining the residual powers with themselves. Since then, the U.S. Federation has changed through formal amendments, judicial interpretations, and political processes. Nevertheless, the U.S. Federation became a prototype, a model of federal polity for many to emulate. The first country to follow the U.S. example was Canada, which adopted a federal system in 1867. The British colonies in Australia too adopted a federal polity when it attained dominion status in 1901. In Europe, the Swiss cantons had already organized themselves into a federation. Soon after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia adopted a federal constitution. Following decolonization, several newly independent countries in Asia and Africa saw federalism as a mechanism for accommodating diversities. India, Pakistan, Malaysia, Nigeria, and Cameroon adopted a federal system for this purpose. In Latin America too, a large state like Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico have become federations. One can identify two distinct processes in the evolution of the federal political systems. In the first case, independent states have joined together by ceding or pooling sovereign powers in certain domains. Examples of such coming together federal processes can be seen in the United States, Canada, Switzerland, and Australia. In the second case, federal systems emerged from unitary states when governments, to accommodate diversity, began to devolve authority to regions with distinct socio-culture or geographical features. Examples of this form of holding together process include India, Belgium, and Spain. In general, the coming together federal political orders are typically arranged to constrain the 159 center and prevent majorities from overriding a member unit. In the holding themes for comparative together federal political orders, subunit are granted autonomy in certain domains. Perspectives. In an asymmetric federation, while maintaining broad scope for the central government and majorities. With the changing nature of the state and the economy in the post-war years, the boundaries between the unitary and federal have become blurred. Since the 1970s, a number of countries have introduced strong regional governments, e.g. Spain and the United Kingdom, and many countries have decentralized significant authority to regional tiers, e.g. France and Italy. Likewise, in Latin America, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia have strengthened regional or local governments. Today, most political systems contain some features which are unitary and others which are federal. In this unit, we will explore the essential features of the federal political system and then proceed to examine the working of federalism in two countries: Brazil, one of the largest and regionally diverse countries in Latin America, and Nigeria, one of the wealthiest and ethnically diverse populations in Africa. 11.1 Federalism, Essential Features. Whether a federal system comes into being as a result of independent political units coming together, as in America, or as a result of unitary states constitutionally devolving powers to the states, as in India, all federal forms of government have the following three important features. Division of power. Although the manner and degree of division of power vary across the systems, the core feature of a federation is the division of power between the federal and the state governments. This can be achieved by specifying the subjects on which the federal or central government has exclusive jurisdiction and keeping the residuary powers with the states, as in the United States or Brazil. Another way this is done is by specifying the subjects allotted to both the center and states and giving subjects not mentioned in the list to the center. In India, Canada, and Belgium, for instance, the residuary powers are given to the center. Written constitution. Since the division of powers between the center and states is like a compact, it is necessary to be given a written form. Constitutions of a federal setup specify the areas over which the center and states have jurisdiction. This means that both the center and the states derive their powers from the Constitution. The Constitution is supreme in a federal setup. Every power, executive, legislative, or judicial, whether it belongs to the center or the states, is subordinate to and is controlled by the Constitution. Neither the center nor the states can make a law violating the provisions of the Constitution. Given the centrality of the Constitution, most federations have provisions which make it difficult to alter the Constitution unilaterally either by the center or the states. Because of the difficult procedures. 160. Prescribed for the amendment of the Constitution, especially its federal. Comparative perspective on. Provisions. Federal constitutions are regarded as rigid constitutions. Federalism, Brazil and Nigeria. Judicial review. The legal supremacy of the Constitution, which is an essential feature of a federal system, makes it necessary that there is a body above both the federal government and the state governments to decide whether they are operating within the powers given to them. This function of interpreting the Constitution is usually given to the Supreme Court. It is the Supreme Court which decides the legal disputes arising between the center and states or between two or more states. It can declare any act or law unconstitutional and void if it goes against the Constitution and its spirit. In some cases, this function can be entrusted to an independent body. For a long time, this function relating to the Canadian Constitution was performed by the Privy Council in England. The power of the courts to decide the constitutional validity of laws is called the power of judicial review. In a unitary system, the powers legislative, executive, and judicial are vested in a centralized authority, whether a republican authority or monarch, which may or may not devolve power at lower level, and which may or may not provide for local or regional or provincial or subnational autonomy. In the unitary form of government, all powers are vested in a central authority. The central government can devolve certain power to the lower levels if it finds it difficult to administer the entire state by itself. The power thus devolved to the subunits at the local or regional level is not permanent. It can be revoked by the center at any time without even having to provide any justification. This is because the subunits do not derive their powers from the Constitution but from the legislative enactments of the central legislature. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the units. 1. What are the core features of a federal system? 161. 11.3 Federalism in Brazil. Themes for comparative perspectives. Brazil's political history can be read as a cyclical alternation between centralization and decentralization, a contest between the center and the periphery. Selcher, 1989. In 1891, Brazil adopted a federal constitution modeled after the Constitution of the United States. After experiencing centralizing tendencies under Getulio Vargas 1937 to 1945 and military dictatorship from 1964 to 1985, Brazil's political system paved way for democratic decentralization and fiscal federalism with the adoption of a new constitution in 1988. The functioning of federalism in Brazil can't be understood without looking into the historical development in the country which paved the way for a democratic federal republic, Brazil. Thus, before trying to identify the elementary features of Brazilian federalism, let us look at a brief historical background of Brazil's political system. 1.3.1 Historical background. Brazil, being a Portugal's colony, enforced the idea of unity and eventually made possible the formation of a great empire. Its territory was divided into various captaincies directly dependent on Portugal. Between 1807 and 1822, the Portuguese King Dom João and 15,000 court members moved to Brazil and established the United Kingdom of Brazil and Portugal. A few years after Napoleon's defeat, the king returned to Lisbon. In 1822, the Prince Regent Dom Pedro I, who became the emperor, declared Brazil as an independent empire in 1822. Dom Pedro I recognized that it was not possible to impose absolutism. He therefore paved the way for a constitutional monarchy and a parliamentary system in 1824. Dom Pedro I and his son Dom Pedro II ruled Brazil for 67 years, 1822 to 89. During this period, Brazil was divided into 20 provinces, which were further divided into several municipalities, and the power was distributed between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Thus, the evolution of federalism in Brazil dates to the era of Portuguese colonialism. However, the monarchy retained the moderating power to step in whenever required to maintain stability, thus laying the foundation of centralized state with limited power at the provincial level. The constitutional monarchy ended in 1889 following a military coup. Brazil becomes a presidential republic with the military having the moderating power. The First Republic, 1889 to 1930, incorporated the features of federalism based on America's example. It provided wide-ranging state autonomy. However, the states didn't have sufficient fiscal and political power at their disposal to address the regional inequalities and take autonomous decisions without the interference from the center. Brazil thus was a quasi-centralized political system where the power was concentrated in two main states of São Paulo and Minas Gerais. They represented their regional interest as national interest. This misrepresentation was challenged and Getulio Vargas came to power in 1930 through a revolt. Vargas tried to establish Estado Novo, new state based on the policies of corporatism, populism, nationally planned economic development, and uniform bureaucratic. 162 policies, all of which had long-term centralizing consequences. Moreover, their comparative perspective on was a deliberate manipulation of state structure by suppressing opposition. Federalism, Brazil abolished all legislative bodies, political parties, and elections. Over a period, and Nigeria. Political and economic crisis arose as a result of growing inflation, trade imbalance, the balance of payment crisis, and reduced economic growth. These conditions resulted in a polarized climate with the left favoring nationalization and the right pushing for a free market for economic growth and stability. Amidst economic slowdown and societal unrest, the military decided to take over in 1964 and thus Brazil became a military republic for more than 2 decades. During the military rule, 1964 to 1985, Brazil saw heights of centralization. Politically, state governors were appointed by indirect election, mayors were appointed by the president, and the election rules were manipulated at the local level. Economically, fiscal and tax reforms expanded the power and role of the national government in the economy and limited the ability of states and localities to collect taxes. Despite the Brazilian miracle of double-digit growth, social inequality began to widen. Rising unemployment and hyperinflation soon led to political unrest. With the military regime also failing to repay foreign debt obligations, disenchantment with the military rule set in. The military regime became repressive and suppressed labor and student movements. But it could not suppress democratic aspirations for long. In 1982, the military allowed direct elections for state governors, gradually increased federal transfers to municipal governments, and allowed political parties to function. This paved the way for the transition to a democratic regime in 1985 and drafting of a new constitution in 1988 after wide consultations. The new constitution provided for political and fiscal decentralization and made federalism a basic and non-amendable feature of Brazil's political system. Brazil thus became one of the most decentralized federations of the world. 1.3.2 Structure of Brazilian federalism. Brazil, officially called the Federative Republic of Brazil, comprises of 26 states and a federal district, Brasilia. The country is further divided into over 5,000 municipalities. Thus, the vertical federal structure of the country is divided into 3 tiers of autonomously governing bodies: the central government governed by president, the state government governed by the governor, and the local government called municipios governed by the mayor. The head of all 3 levels is directly elected. The Constitution of 1988 provided for a vertical division of legislative powers to be exercised by the 3 tiers, namely exclusive powers to be exercised by the federal government, 12 areas under joint powers exercised by the federal government, states, federal district, and municipalities, and 16 areas having concurrent legislative authority among the federal government, states, and the federal district. Residual areas were reserved for states provided the powers are not forbidden to them by the Constitution. The Federal Parliament of Brazil, commonly called the National Congresses, is made up of 2 houses or chambers: Senate, the upper house, and the chamber. 163 of deputies, the lower house. The Senate is made up of representatives from the 26 states. Regardless of their size and population, each state elects 3 senators. Themes for comparative. To the Senate for 8 years. Whereas the Chamber of Deputies is made up of perspectives, representatives from various voting districts, popularly elected by the people. The number of deputies is proportionate to the population of each state. This meant that states with higher populations enjoy more representatives to the Chamber of Deputies than states with less population. The system of judicial review, though extensive, is a bit complicated. Both the state and the federal courts can exercise the power of judicial review. The constitutionality of any law, federal, state, or municipal, can be challenged either at the state or federal court. Thus, the jurisdiction over the federal or state law is shared by both the state and federal courts. Any unit not satisfied with the judgment can appeal to the Supreme Federal Tribunal, which is the ultimate arbiter of the balance of power. Fiscal federalism is a major highlight of the Brazilian federalism. Brazil is the most decentralized state, with most of the expenditure done by the state governments. State expenditure stands more than 40% in Brazil, which is in contrast with just 23% expenditure done by the states in the USA, Geddes and Benton, 1997. Fiscal federalism is paralleled by political federalism with the transfer of various resources and rights to the state and municipalities. States and local government are at complete liberty to decide how they utilize the fixed percentage of autonomous funds, around 20%, given to them. This decentralization has had a positive impact in delivering services such as primary education and health. 1.3.3 Functioning of Brazilian federalism. Although the new Constitution of Brazil tried to address the prolonged issues of regional imbalance and economic disparity, it fell short in delivering the desired results. Some of the major issues involved in the working of the federal system in Brazil are embedded in the historical context. The Brazilian state is a diverse state varying in demographic profile and economic development. The disparities in the population are very sharp. The South and the Southeast are more densely populated as these regions offered better economic opportunities. On the other hand, the states of the North and Northeast are sparsely populated due to the predominance of agricultural activities. This stark difference in population resulted in malapportionment in both the lower and upper houses of the legislature. Malapportionment happens when electoral constituencies are created in such a manner that there is an unequal representation of voters to representatives in various constituencies. In the upper house, regardless of the population, each state is represented by 3 senators. For instance, São Paulo has 116 times the inhabitants of Roraima, but still, both states have 3 senators each. This has contributed to an unequal representation of the regions in the upper house. Quite different, yet similar mismatch of representation exists in the lower chamber. Although the number of seats is allocated based on population, the Constitution has fixed the minimum, 164, 8, and maximum, 70. As the maximum number is fixed, the densely comparative perspective on populated states of the southern and central region are underrepresented, and thus, federalism, Brazil, the lesser populated areas have an indirect veto against them. The sparsely, and Nigeria, populated states thus also have a large share in bargaining power to extract transfers from the center which impact the federal balance of the country. There are also issues of balance between the resources and responsibility in the much celebrated fiscal federalism of Brazil. Dispersing political and economic power was thought to increase economic efficiency, but few results were quite contrary. Firstly, as the power of the subnational actors such as governors and mayors increased, they often engaged in excessive expenditure. They began borrowing from domestic as well as foreign markets, resulting in enormous debt at the state level. This impacted the overall economy of the country and added financial pressure on the federal government. Secondly, to attract new investment, states competed with each other to lure investors by waiving taxes. This fiscal war impacted all the states negatively, as they were increasing their expenditure on one hand and reducing their sources of revenue on the other hand. Thirdly, the fiscal horizontal balance was unable to address the issue of already existing economic and fiscal disparity among regions and states. Rather than encouraging local revenue mobilization and properly expanding their local tax base, the municipalities became dependent on the state and federal devolution of funds. In anticipation of getting more federal resources, many states went on creating new municipalities. Thus, the federal government was left with more expenditure responsibility and comparatively less revenue at disposal. This further impacted the spending of the state negatively on social programming and urban infrastructure. Ja, 2007. The federal government tried to restore fiscal sanity at the subnational level by placing curbs on state borrowing, privatizing state banks, rationalizing spending of state and municipal expenditure, and setting limits on expenditure on payment for working expenses. It also put in place a law on fiscal responsibility, LRF, to ensure transparency and responsibility in public finance. Check your progress too. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check the answer with the one given at the end of the units. 1. Write a note on the practice of federalism in Brazil. 165. 11.4 Federalism in Nigeria. Themes for comparative perspectives. In comparison with established democracies, Nigeria is a highly populated and diverse country. Along with the ethno-linguistic divisions, Nigeria is deeply divided along religious lines. Given the plural nature of the state, the federal system became necessary to hold together the diverse elements inhabiting in the state. The introduction of a federal system in the Constitution of 1954 by the British colonial rulers was thus a pragmatic decision, as a unitary government would have led to socio-political unrest in the colony. Since it emerged as a sovereign independent state in 1960, Nigeria perennially has sought to redesign constitutional institutions to accommodate its diverse ethnic groups and contain intergroup conflict. The short-lived First Republic, 1960 to 1966, was followed by over 3 decades of military rule, 1966 to 1999, with a brief civilian interregnum during the Second Republic, 1979 to 1983. During the military rule, Nigeria moved from a relatively decentralized parliamentary federation to a centrist presidential system. In 1966, the first military administration sought to establish a unitary state, but there was a violent reaction to such a scheme. The following year, civil war broke out, with one of the regions seceding and forming the Republic of Biafra. After 3 years of civil war, the region was reunited. Since then, successive military administrations have remained committed to maintaining the federal structure. The military implemented 5 rounds of territorial reorganization, steadily increasing the number of federal subunits from only 4 regions at the end of the First Republic in 1966 to 36 states in 1996. Thus, the advent of military rule and the Civil War of 1967 to 1970 have had a profound impact on the evolution of the federal system. They led to an assertion of federal principles, albeit with a strong center. Nigeria continued to experience many political upheavals, but its leaders have strived to achieve true federalism. Let us briefly look into the historical transition of a unitary Nigeria to a federal political system and try to understand the reasons for its dysfunctional character. 1.4.1 Historical background. Nigeria, like most African states, is a product of colonialism. The British ruled over northern and southern Nigeria as 2 separate colonies until 1914, when the 2 colonies were brought together as Protectorate of Nigeria. As is the case most African states, Nigeria's boundaries had little to do with the borders of the pre-colonial African societies, and merely marked the point where British influence ended and French began. Nigeria was a forced union of myriad African cultures and ruling entities. Although estimates of the number of ethnic groups in Nigeria's diverse society range from 250 to 503 ethnic groups, the Igbo, generally Christian, in the southeast, Yoruba, mostly Muslims. Although estimates of the number of ethnic groups in Nigeria's diverse society range from 250 to 503 ethnic groups, the Igbo, generally Christian, in the southeast, Yoruba, mostly Muslims, in the southwest, and the Hausa Fulani, mostly Muslims, in the northern region constituting 2/3 of the population and dominate the political history of Nigeria. Muslims, predominantly present in the northern region, constitute about half of the 166 Nigerian population and Christian, predominantly present in the southern region. Comparative perspective on constituting almost 40%. Federalism, Brazil and Nigeria. The amalgamation or loose fusion of the North and South Nigeria in 1914 and the differential policies has left a poor legacy of nation building in Nigeria. The British had given greater local autonomy in the northern regions but penetrated or intervened administratively and militarily in the south. Besides, they systematically disadvantaged the northern region in terms of education, access to political influence and economic development. The disparities arising from these policies continue to affect Nigeria even today. Sodero, 2008. In 1939, colonial power divided Nigeria into 3 regions corresponding to the 3 major ethnic groups. After the World War II, these regional divisions evolved into a federal structure with a single ethnic group dominating each region: the Hausa Fulani in the northern, the Igbo in the eastern, and the Yoruba in the western region. After Nigeria became independent in 1960, its first republic, 1960 to 1966, was dominated by the strong regional governments and a weak federal government. Various issues of contention based on North-South, Muslim-Christian, ethnic and linguistic lines began to impinge on politics in Nigeria. As these led to rampant violence and corruption, the military intervened in 1966. This was followed by civil war in 1967 with the unilateral declaration of independence by the Eastern Region's military commander. The Civil War led to the introduction of several economic and political measures which resulted in the concentration of the power in the hands of central authority. Further, the boom in oil prices since 1973 to 74 increased the economic centrality of the federal government. Thus, the concentration of economic power at the center resulted in the supremacy of the federal center as well as centralization of the federal system. Also, after the end of the Civil War, the military had tried to foster a new national identity based on ethnic accommodation and tolerance. National identity came to the fore by subsiding regional identities and aspirations. Thus, there was a shift in the federal character of Nigeria. In the beginning, when Nigeria was trying to integrate different regional identities, it focused on bottom-heavy approach by providing sufficient regional autonomy. But later, when it realized that too much autonomy was leading to social unrest and secessionist tendencies, then it reversed its federal character towards a top-heavy approach. While recognizing and providing for accommodation of different ethno-linguistic and religious groups, Nigeria now maintains a strong center. 1.4.2 Structure of Nigerian federalism. Since it first captured power in 1966, the military has remained in power till 1999 with a 4-year interregnum of civilian rule between 1979 and 1983. During this period, the military introduced the 1979, 1989, and the 1999 constitutions as a part of their transition to military rule. In between these constitutions, the military enforced extra-constitutional laws and decrees. It also abolished the legislature and seized the function of lawmaking. As a result, federal governance became an 167 exclusive precept of the military through military legislative organs, IGNOU. Themes for comparative. 2007, 103. Since the restoration of civilian rule in 1999, the Federal Republic of Perspectives. Nigeria is a federation consisting of 36 states and a federal capital territory of Abuja. The executive head at the federal level is the president, governor in each state and chairman in each local government. The president of Nigeria is both the head of state and head of the federal government. The president in its cabinet must include at least one member from each of the 36 states, thus trying to make the cabinet inclusive of the ethno-linguistic and religious communities. The Constitution of 1999 provides for 2 lists which divides the legislative powers. The exclusive list and the concurrent list provided of the subjects to be legislated by the center and by both the center and state respectively. This distribution of power makes it clear that the state government has very limited power as compared to the central government, as there is no area in which the state has exclusive power to legislate. Although the center argues this division of power serve the common interests of the country as a whole and the federating units, in reality, it points towards an extremely centralized federation. The National Assembly of Nigeria is the federal lawmaking body of Nigeria. It consists of 2 chambers, the House of Representatives, the lower house, and the Senate, the upper house. The executive branch in the Nigerian federal government consists of president, vice president, ministers. The country's court structure exists at both federal and state levels, with the highest court in the land being the Supreme Court. As the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, The judiciary is charged with interpreting the laws in accordance with the Constitution. 1.4.3 Functioning of Nigerian Federalism. Nigeria is a federal country, but in practice, the country works as a unitary state. Centralizing tendencies have come to characterize the governmental system. Federalism is based on the principle of sharing of power among the various constituent units and respecting their autonomy. But both the state and the local governments lack the capacity and resources to act and are left at the mercy of the center for resources to ensure the welfare of the people. To accommodate the diversity of its society, Nigeria has steadily increased the federating units from 4 states in the 1960s to 36 states. While this was intended to address the issue of concentration of resources in a few regions, it has created more problems owing to non-viability of the states in terms of resources. The centralized authority over revenue and resources during the military regime has left its mark on fiscal federalism in Nigeria. There is a mismatch between resources and the constitutional responsibility of the state and local level. Further, these centralizing tendencies have led to both vertical and horizontal imbalance, with the North having less revenue than the South and Center. The picture is further complicated by federal government's decisions, which tend to increase the concentration of resources in their hands. For instance, the federal government, 168, reserved the offshore resource exploitation exclusively for them. There are even comparative perspective on instances of misappropriation and illegal deductions of the fund by the center. Federalism, Brazil, from the federal account, with the federal government enjoying enormous power. And Nigeria, for revenue, the center became the sole distributor of oil rents, dictating the share of national wealth. The states, in turn, became extensions of the federal government rather than independent tiers of government. The problem is not just limited to the fiscal imbalance. At the political level, irregularities and fraud in elections, as observed by the EU Election Observation Mission, highlights the questionable integrity of the democratic process, which acts as the bedrock of federalism. Further, the federal government also abused its power by frequently acting contrary to the interest of the state government. At the societal level, in northern Nigeria, the federal setup has not been able to address the concerns of the minority ethnic groups, which are in constant conflict with the majority for getting access to basic facilities and rights. As a result, many Nigerians, especially those from the south, have demanded what they called true federalism. Although there is no fixed meaning of what constitutes true federalism, but central to its idea is the dissatisfaction with the current form of highly centralized federalism. A weak center which accommodates the ethnic diversity in true sense is central for the minority groups such as Yoruba. The people of Niger Delta want more access and autonomy regarding the exploitation and usage of resources located in the region without intervention from the center. These are contrary to the demands of the people of the northern region, who are satisfied with the current federal structure as it is perceived to be in their best interest. Thus, in a sense, federal practice in Nigeria still battles with the fallouts of the heterogeneity of the Nigerian state. 11.5 Comparing Brazilian and Nigerian experience of federalism. As it is now clear from the above, there are different variants of federalism. Both Brazil and Nigeria have a different degree of federalism, the former being exceptionally decentralized and the latter being highly centralized. The variation in the degree of power sharing can be attributed to the different socio-economic and cultural context in which federalism emerged. While ethno-linguistic and religious diversity guided federalism in Nigeria, in Brazil it is the existence of regional diversity that led to a federal order. As we saw, unlike other federations where the division of powers is between the federal government and the state governments, the Constitution of Brazil recognizes municipal governments as integral components of the federal system. Although municipalities are not institutionally represented in the Senate, they enjoy enormous powers almost at par with powers to the states. Nigeria, on the other hand, began as a typical federation, but during the military several decree laws were enacted which have encroached on the powers and resources of the 169 states or regional units. Most of these centralizing features were entrenched in the themes for comparative constitutions that the military bequeathed to the civilian administration. Perspectives. A comparative picture of the functioning of federalism in Brazil and Nigeria clearly brings out that federalism is incompatible with non-democratic rule. In both cases, we see the federalist guarantee of autonomy of states or subunits have been credible and effective under democratic constitutional regimes. Both federations witnessed massive centralization during authoritarian or military regimes. Brazil's federal system was able to address the regional imbalance by providing for fiscal federalism and by transferring adequate power to the state and local level. On the other hand, the Nigerian political setup was unable to address the ethnic diversity and resource sharing properly, thus resulting in a dysfunctional federal system. Nevertheless, despite unresolved issues in Nigeria's federation on power sharing, Nigeria, along with Ethiopia and South Africa, is one of the few countries in Africa where the federal system, with various transmutations, has survived since its independence. What is clear from the study of these two federations is the importance of striking a balance of powers and resources between the federal and state governments. From the Brazilian case, we know that fiscal federalism, the politics of allocation of resources, plays a crucial role in shaping the federal-state relation. While Nigerian experience shows that in the absence of devolution of power and participatory procedures, there would be constant friction between the two levels of government. It might be suggested that depending on the context and extent of diversity, certain amount of centralization might be required. As we saw in the case of Brazil, too much decentralization has left the federal government with a resource crunch. Due to the shortage of resources, the center has not been able to fulfill several socio-economic upliftment programs, and its scope has been restricted to transferring resources from revenue-rich state to revenue-poor states. It shows that the degree of institutionalized centralization or decentralization is of crucial importance for the practice of the federal system. Centralization here does not imply a movement towards a non-federal polity. After all, the key difference between a federal and a unitary government lies not in the capacity of subunits or regions to rule themselves, but in their capacity to co-rule the country as a whole. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check with the answer given at the end of the units. 1. Why is ethnic diversity a challenge in Nigerian federalism? 170. 2. What is true federalism in the context of Nigeria? Comparative perspective on federalism, Brazil and Nigeria. 11.6 Let us sum up. In this unit, we have seen that a federation is a form of government in which the powers are divided between the federal or central and the state governments. The US was the first country to adopt a federal form of government in the late 18th century. Since then, several countries have adopted a federal form of government primarily to accommodate diversity and achieve administrative efficiency. Different socio-political context results in different forms of federalism. We have seen this in the context of Brazil and Nigeria. Although both these countries were excessively centralized during the military rule, Brazil emerged as one of the most decentralized federations among the developing countries, whereas Nigeria becomes a highly centralized federal system. From the example of both Brazil and Nigeria, it becomes clear that a federation can only be successful if it maintains equilibrium between the unity of the nation and regional demands. Without an equitable division of power and toleration, any federation can become dysfunctional like the Nigerian federal system. By acknowledging the regional differences and proper devolution of power and resources, a state can become a highly functional federal system like Brazil. In recent years, there has been a trend towards centralization of power in a federation even within the most functional federal system of the world. This has been largely due to the compulsions of achieving rapid development and security. In developing countries, the pressures of diversity on the one hand and the centralization tendencies for achieving economic growth on the other continue to strain the federal balance, which needs to be addressed carefully. 11.7 References. Ladipo Adamalakan. 2005. The Nigerian Federation at the Crossroads, The Way Forward, Publius, pp. 383-405, New York, Oxford University Press. Babalola, Delhi. 2019. The Political Economy of Federalism in Nigeria. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Burgess, Michael, and Alangi. Gagnon eds. 1993. Comparative Federalism and Federation, Competing Traditions and Future Directions, New York, Harvester, Wheatsheaf. 171. Ilegwu, I. 2007. Politics of Federalism in Nigeria. London, Adonis and Themes for Comparative. Abbey Publishers. Perspectives. Elzer, Daniel J. 1994, Federal System of the World, A Handbook of Federal, Confederal, and Autonomy Arrangements, London, Longman. Uwedin Alabangio, 2012. Fiscal Federalism in Nigeria, Theory and Practice, International Journal of Development and Sustainability, 1, 3, pp. 1075-1087. Klesner, Joseph L. 2007. Mexico and Brazil in Sidaro, Michael ed. Comparative Politics, A Global Introduction, pp. 702-761, New York, McGraw-Hill Higher Education. Santiso, Carlos, 2003, Economic Reform and Judicial Governance in Brazil, Balancing Independence with Accountability, Democratization, 10, 4, 161-80. Souza C., 1994, Political and Financial Decentralization in Democratic Brazil, Local Government Studies, 20, 4, pp. 588-609. 11.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check your progress. 1. 1. The answer should include the following points: the division of powers, a written constitution, and independent judiciary. Check your progress. 2. 1. The answer should include how there has been a trend of centralization and decentralization in Brazil, then address the historical regional inequality and how federalism, especially focusing on fiscal federalism, can address those inequalities. Also, write a few problems associated with the operationalization of federalism in Brazil. Check your progress. 3. 1. Start with how Nigeria is an ethnically diverse country within which there are 3 major ethnic groups. Those groups also tend to identify with different religious and linguistic identities, complicating the whole picture. Also, highlight the regional inequalities and how those interact with a different ethnic group historically. 2. The concept of true federalism is understood in a variety of ways in different regions of Nigeria. It refers to dissatisfaction with the current form of centralized federalism. 172. Unit 12 Role of Communist Party in China. Structure. 12.0 Objectives. 12.1 Introduction. 12.2 Understanding China's political system. 12.3 Historical background. The birth of the Communist Party of China 12.4 Nature and characteristics of the Communist Party of China 12.5 Guiding ideologies and principles of the CPC 12.6 Organizational structure of the Communist Party of China 1.2.6.1 The Party Congress 1.2.6.2 Central Committee of the CPC 1.2.6.3 The Political Bureau 1.2.6.4 Standing Committee of the Political Bureau 1.2.6.5 General Secretary 1.2.6.6 Secretariat 1.2.6.7 The Central Military Commission 1.2.6.8 Central Commission for Discipline Inspection 1.2.6.9 Local Level Party Organizations December 6, 10 Primary organizations of the party 12.7 The Chinese Communist Party, Some Issues and Challenges 12.8 Summary 12.9 References 12.10 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises 12.0 Objectives. The main objective of this unit is to introduce you the basic characteristics of the Chinese political system by focusing on the role of the Communist Party of China, CPC. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the nature and characteristics of the Chinese political system, describe the factors for the emergence of the Communist Party in China. Dr. Kishore Chand Nongmithan, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. Explain the power, function, and role of the CPC in China's political themes for comparative system analysis. Describe the structure of the CPC. Identify the major issues and challenges related to the CPC. 12.1 Introduction. Political parties are an important component of modern-day politics. The existence of political party or parties is common to all forms of modern states, democratic, socialist, totalitarian, etc. The nature of political parties and party system in a given country is determined by the historical, political, economic, social, and cultural conditions or experience of that country. In democratic states, we generally find two-party system as in the USA or Britain, or multi-party party systems as in India, Switzerland, etc., whereas in socialist or totalitarian states like the former Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, Cuba, etc., the one-party system operates in which a single ruling party dominates the whole political spectrum. In this context, China, officially the People's Republic of China (PRC), is a socialist state ruled by the Communist Party of China (CPC), also called the Chinese Communist Party (CCP). Founded in 1921 with just 59 members, the CPC today has nearly 90 million members and governs the most populous country in the world. Ever since the party seized power and established the PRC in 1949, it remains the sole ruling party that controls the country's government. The party is the ultimate source of political power in China, which commands and controls the entire apparatus of the state, which includes the government, the media, the army, and other leading political institutions in the country. In other words, the CPC has been the most influential political force leading the Chinese people and shaping its politics, economy, and society. Therefore, to understand politics in China, we must first understand the CPC. This unit is designed to provide you with an overview of the Communist Party's role in the Chinese political system. The unit will explore the organizational structure, power, functions, and activities of the CPC in China's political system. 12.2 Understanding the Chinese political system. China's political system has several distinctive features which are rarely known and often puzzled many outsiders. While dealing China, there has often been a gap between rhetoric and reality, between what we know or perceived and what is real, between what is officially claimed and what is actual, between how the story is told and things that occurred. Therefore, we should not merely look into what is perceived or appears to be, but carefully observe the actual structures, functions, processes, and institutional mechanisms of the Chinese political system. 174. Article 1 of the Constitution of the PRC defines the country as a socialist state. Role of Communist Party in China. Under the People's Democratic Dictatorship led by the working class and based on the alliance of workers and peasants, this article also stipulates that the socialist system is the basic system of China and any disruption to the system by any group or individual is prohibited. Such provisions can be traced to the Leninist principle of the state, which proclaims the dictatorship of the proletariat as the most appropriate form of state power, in which people are the masters of the state and the society. In this regard, CPC claims that it alone can represent the best interest of the Chinese people and the Chinese nation as a whole. The party is endorsed by the country's constitution itself. The preamble of the PRC constitution states that the country is under the leadership of the Communist Party of China. While China shares several features in common with other socialist states, it is distinct from traditional socialist states like the USSR. Unlike the established Soviet model of the single-party system, China adopted a unique party system permitting 8 minor parties, sometimes referred to as democratic parties, to operate in the system along with the CPC. These minor parties came into being and had existed before the formation of the PRC in 1949, and each of these represents a particular section of the Chinese society, such as academics, scientists, artists, writers, professionals, minority groups, etc. They are permitted to exist on the condition that they swear their allegiance to the leadership role of the CPC. The Constitution of the PRC described this arrangement as multi-party cooperation and political consultation led by the CPC. However, China's party system cannot be called as a multi-party system because the CPC has an absolute monopoly of power over the system. The 8 minor parties can neither question nor challenge the leadership of the CPC through election or any other means. Their role is practically meaningless, restricted to submitting motions, queries, proffering ideas, or giving suggestions to the CPC mostly on non-political matters through a consultative institution called Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC. But it does not oblige the CPC to act upon it. Moreover, the CPC neither allows the formation of new parties nor is willing to broaden the power and functions of the existing 8 democratic parties. When a political party called the Democracy Party of China (DPC) was formed by former activists of the Tiananmen movement in 1998, the CPC quickly suppressed it and arrested or exiled most of its leaders. The CPC is also very cautious in preventing the CPPCC from becoming a forum for dissent or a platform for political mobilization against the CPC. Thus, if we compare China's political system with other political systems, it is a fairly centralized system dominated by the CPC. In China's politics, although the party, CPC, and the state, PRC, are organizationally and functionally separate entities, the two are intertwined under the communist system of party-state, in which party always exercises its monopoly of political power and control over the government, the state. To maintain the party's supremacy, its top-ranking leadership simultaneously hold executive and decision-making positions of the state government machinery. 175. And institutions. For instance, though, the president of the PRC, who is the head, themes for comparative, of the state, is formally elected by the National People's Congress, NPC. In analysis reality, its choice is limited to only one candidate who is usually the head of the party, i.e. the General Secretary of the CPC. Similarly, the Premier, informally referred to as Prime Minister, his Vice Premiers and other members of the State Council are formally approved by the NPC. See box item. In practice, their candidacy is chosen and approved within the Communist Party, and most of them have always been members of the party's powerful Politburo Standing Committee, PBSC. Therefore, since the key officials of the government are chosen by the CPC, it is the CPC that decides policies while the government acts as an administrative agency which executes and implements those policies. As a party which holds the leading position, CPC seeks to establish socialist democracy or consultative democracy in China. It should, however, be noted that the CPC's understanding of the term democracy is quite different from its widely accepted definition. The CPC claims that China's socialist democracy is the superior form democracy as it is based on the unchallengeable role of the CPC, chosen by the Chinese people and born out of China's culture and tradition. Moreover, it proclaims that the socialist system is the system which suits China's reality and effective in guiding the country and building China into a strong and modern society. National People's Congress, NPC, is the national legislative body of the PRC. It is composed of deputies, approximately 3,000, who are elected for 5 years from various electoral units, provinces, municipalities, autonomous regions, special administrative regions, PLA units, ethnic minority groups, etc. The NPC meets once a year for about 2 weeks. It wields legislative powers, the power to elect major officers of the government. State Council is the principal administrative body of the government which functions as the cabinet in the parliamentary system. It is headed by the Premier, Prime Minister, and includes few vice premiers, currently has 4 vice premiers, ministers, heads of the ministries, and several senior officials of the state. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. China can be best described as a one-party system. Why? 176. Role of communist. 12.3 Historical background, the birth of party in China. The CPC. The emergence of the Communist Party has had a profound impact on the development of modern Chinese society. In the early 19th century, the last imperial dynasty of China, the Qing dynasty, also known as Manchu dynasty, faced several challenges to its rule, including foreign incursions in its territories. After the Opium War of 1840, China was compelled to open its ports to foreign powers for trade. It had to sign a series of unequal treaties with almost all Western imperial powers. Britain, US, France, Russia, Japan, etc. secured economic and territorial privileges and established their spheres of influence in different parts of China. Economically, China was plundered by foreign powers and reduced into a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. The failure of the Qing dynasty to protect China from foreign incursions and the national humiliation meted out of it persuaded a group of revolutionary intellectuals to unite a political force against the monarch, Qing, and external enemies. In 1905, the intellectual movement brought into existence the Chinese Revolutionary Alliance, Tongmenghui, a revolutionary group led by Sun Yat-sen. This group led several uprisings against the autocratic Qing rule, and finally in 1911 it succeeded in overthrowing the 2,000 years old dynasty and established the Republic of China, ROC. The Revolutionary Alliance was transformed into a political party called the Kuomintang, KMT, sometimes spelt as Kuomintang, often translated as the Nationalist Party of China. China was set to evolve into a liberal democracy on the pattern of Western democracies. However, the new Republican government was unable to consolidate its power, resulting in the rise of feudal warlords of various kinds. In these circumstances, in May 1919, a mass uprising, known as May 4th movement, broke out in Beijing against the Republican government, weak response to foreign interventions. It was an unprecedented movement in which people from all walks of life took part. Around that time, a small group of intellectuals, inspired by the success of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, set up communist groups across the country to propagate revolutionary ideas and organize workers' movement among the masses. In July 1921, these communist groups came together at the first National Congress held in Shanghai and announced the formation of the Communist Party of China, CPC. The Communist Party of China, as we shall see, soon emerged as a significant political force. In 1923, under the instruction of the Communist International, Comintern, CPC allied with the KMT and formed the United Front, in which CPC members joined the KMT as individuals while retaining their CPC membership. The alliance was held together by their common enemy, imperialism and feudal warlordism. The United Front, however, did not last long. Following the death of Sun Yat-sen in 1925, Chiang Kai-shek, a staunch anti-communist, assumed the leadership of KMT. Soon after, KMT turned hostile towards communism. In 1927, Chiang launched large-scale military campaigns to expand KMT's themes for comparative influence and suppress communist strongholds. During this civil war between analysis KMT and the communists, the latter were forced to abandon their revolutionary activities among China's urban proletariat and relocate their bases in the countryside. Here the communists established close links with the peasants. It was during this time that Mao Zedong propounded the idea of the peasantry as the leading social force for revolution in China. By recruiting peasants in the party, Mao soon emerged as the leading political figure among the communists. In May 1928, the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, better known as the Red Army, was formed to combat the advancing KMT forces. But in October 1934, KMT's extermination offensive against the Red Army's main base in Jiangxi forced some 90,000 soldiers of the Red Army to retreat towards the north. After marching a little over a year, covering nearly 10,000 kilometers across some of the most remote parts of China, the Red Army founded a new base at Yan and in Shaanxi province in northern China. This escape from Jiangxi and founding of a new base in Yan is one of the most significant episodes in the history of the CPC and is celebrated as the Long March. In 1937, to resist the territorial expansion of the Japanese that had begun with the capture of Manchuria in 1931, CPC made an uneasy alliance with the nationalist KMT. This resistance to Japanese expansion extended into World War II. During the wartime period, the communists led by Mao regained their strength by successfully mobilizing the peasants, whereas the nationalists became unpopular and isolated because of widespread corruption and mismanagement in KMT. After the Japanese surrender at the end of World War II in 1945, a full-scale civil war ensued between the two hostile forces CPC and the KMT. The communists led by Mao Zedong defeated the nationalist KMT and established the People's Republic of China, PRC, on October 1, 1949. Since then, the CPC has remained the sole party ruling the PRC. 12.4 Nature and characteristics of the CPC. The fundamental task of every communist party in the world is to make sure that the party retains its firm hold on power because they believe that political monopoly is the essence of the socialist system. As the sole governing party in China, CPC exercises its power by consolidating its control through a variety of coercive means, such as censoring the press, jailing dissidents, suppressing the civil societies, imposing regressive laws, and at times, using brute force to silence the opponents. As a party formed on the basis of Leninist principle of vanguard party, CPC also controls the military, the judiciary, and other administrative apparatus of the state by appointing party leaders in key positions of governance. For example, party leaders also simultaneously hold leading positions as premier, ministers, state presidents, generals, and officers in the military, police, etc. The CPC believes that it alone can represent and lead the interest of the Chinese people and the nation as a whole. 178. The Communist Party of China's basic organizational principle is also based on role of Communist Party in China. The Leninist principle of democratic centralism. Democratic centralism as defined in the party constitution is a combination of centralism built on the basis of democracy and democracy under centralized guidance. The core idea of democratic centralism is that the party should encourage open and democratic debate and discussion among its members and party organs while taking a decision. But once a decision is taken by the party leadership, all members of the party and party organizations have to abide by the decision. Under this principle, individual members are subordinate to the organizations, the lower organizations are subordinate to the higher organizations, and all the constituent organizations and members of the party must follow the command and leadership of the party authority. The interests of the party stand above the interests of the individuals or citizens. The people are often told that obedience to the authority is a moral, sacred, or patriotic duty of the citizens, whereas repression is justified in the name of the system's stability. 12.5 Guiding ideologies and principles of the CPC. One of the defining characteristics of communist parties around the world is their allegiance to Marxism-Leninism as the guiding ideology. The CPC is no exception. The party officially proclaims Marxism-Leninism as its guiding ideology and also affirms its commitment towards establishing a society based on socialism. Since the formation of the party in 1921, Marxism-Leninism has been the primary inspiration and guiding force. While Marxism provided the broad theoretical framework of the 1949 revolution, Leninism offered the practical techniques of revolution to seize state power. However, there have been remarkable changes in Chinese thinking and approach towards Marxism-Leninism. Over time, many significant ideas and thoughts have been incorporated to the party's guiding ideology, to adapt to the changing situation and also help in retaining its rule in China. This ideological adaptation produced a unique variant of socialism, known as socialism with Chinese characteristics. Another significant ideological foundation of CPC is the Mao Zedong thought. Mao's thought was described by the CPC as a doctrine created by the integration of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. It is essentially the sinification or adaptation of Marxism-Leninism to the prevailing agrarian conditions of Chinese society. Besides, during the revolutionary movement, Mao adapted party-building concepts developed by Lenin. These include concepts like vanguard party of the working class, democratic centralism, or the party state. Acknowledging Mao's contributions, his ideas known as Mao Zedong thought, along with Marxism-Leninism, were formally proclaimed as CPC's guiding ideology when the party adopted its first constitution at the Seven-Party Congress in 1945. Although Mao made significant contributions to the party, two of his utopian initiatives, namely the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1960, and the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, ended in terrible 179 catastrophes. Although these developments have sharply reduced Mao's stature, themes for comparative. As a national leader, his ideas continue to guide the party and the nation. The CPC analysis has recently described Mao Zedong thought as the spiritual assets of the party. Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1960, was an economic and social campaign put forward by Mao Zedong to accelerate China's economic transformation from a predominantly agrarian economy into an industrial society. It aimed to lead China into an era of true communism, where there would be complete social and economic equality. Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, was a socio-political purification campaign launched by Mao Zedong to preserve communist ideology and revive its revolutionary spirit by purging the impure, bureaucratic Soviet model of development and also eliminating the Western capitalist elements from the Chinese society. Following the death of Mao Zedong in 1976, Deng Xiaoping 1904 to 1997, rose to power and became the de facto leader of China. Although Deng never held a position as head of the state/government or the CPC, he exercised supreme authority in China in the post-Mao era. In 1978, he initiated the historic reform and opening up policy which brought a far-reaching transformation in China. Deng started the Four Modernization Program in areas of agriculture, industry, defense, and science and technology with the goal of rejuvenating the Chinese economy. He also initiated a parallel set of principles for political reform called the Four Cardinal Principles that became the ideological and political guide for both the party and the state. The four principles called for upholding I. the road to socialism, 2. the people's democratic dictatorship, 3. the leadership of the CPC, 4. Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. Deng's initiatives and programs became a turning point resulting in a far-reaching transformation in China's political, economic, and social development which earned him the reputation as the architect of modern China. Under him, often called the era of reform and opening up, China's centrally planned economy was shifted to socialist market economy resulting in unprecedented economic growth. His policies also brought greater integration of the Chinese economy with the global economy. Thus, Deng Xiaoping's era brought a new brand of socialist thinking formed by forging the orthodox Marxism-Leninism doctrine with China's pragmatic condition, which is known as socialism with Chinese characteristics. After he died in 1997, his ideas collectively known as Deng Xiaoping theory were added into the CPC's constitution along with Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought as the party's guiding ideology. In February 2000, the Chinese president Jiang Zemin, 1993 to 2003, introduced another ideological innovation called 3 represents. It stipulates that CPC must always represent I. China's advanced productive forces, 2. China's advanced culture, and 3. interests of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people. Jiang's ideological contribution of the 3 represents was enshrined in the PRC's constitution in 2003. In 2012, the 18th CPC Congress, 180, incorporated yet another guiding ideology called the scientific outlook on role of Communist Party in China development, also known as scientific development concept, conceived by Hu Jintao. Hu Jintao advocated that the CPC's role as the core leadership is critical for building a harmonious socialist society, a society free from social and economic inequality. In its latest adaptation of Marxism-Leninism to the Chinese context, CPC at the 19-Party Congress in 2017 adopted President Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristic for a new era as the party's guide to its action. She also conceived another vision called the China Dream to rejuvenate the Chinese nation and make China a great power. To realize the Chinese dream, Xi Jinping called the party as well as the Chinese people of all ethnic groups to uphold the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics, have a firm conviction in its path, theory, system, and culture, and implement the party's basic line, basic theory, and basic policy. Thus, a strong element of nationalism was injected into the ideology of China's party state. Though communist ideology is much less significant in China today than it was earlier, it continues to provide the basic framework for the party. The party constitution proclaims that the highest ideal and ultimate goal of the party is the realization of communism. However, it should be noted that to maintain its relevance and legitimacy, CPC not only restructured the orthodox Marxism-Leninism but also developed new doctrines. CPC shows no signs of abandoning Marxism-Leninism but rather committed to using it more pragmatically. Check your progress too. Note, I use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is the principle of democratic centralism? 2. Is CPC guided by Marxism-Leninism? 181. Themes 4. 12.6 Organizational structure of the Comparative Communist Party of China. Analysis. The CPC is a highly integrated party characterized by centralized power, hierarchy, and subordination. In line with this, CPC has several organs spread across 3 broad-level central, local, and primary organizations. The role and functions of these organs are all distinct yet mutually interconnected following the principle of collective leadership and individual responsibility. 12.6.1 The Party Congress. According to the CPC Constitution, the highest leading bodies of the party are the National Party Congress and the Central Committee. The National Party Congress, also called the National Congress of the Communist Party of China (NCCPC), is the most important political convention in the Chinese political calendar, held once every 5 years. It is not to be confused with the National People's Congress (NPC), which is an annual legislative congress of the PRC. During this gathering, approximately 2,300 delegates representing all levels of party hierarchy across China review the activities of the party since the previous Congress and also lay down guidelines and policies for the coming 5 years. The first session of the Party Congress elects a new Central Committee which then elects members of other party organs. 12.6.2 Central Committee. The Central Committee of the CPC primarily consists of 370 members who are elected for a 5-year term by the NCCPC from across the country. It meets annually for about 2 weeks and is charged with carrying out the business of the NCCPC when it is not in session. The Central Committee conducts its sessions, usually known as plenums or plenary sessions, which acts as a forum for discussion and ratification of major policies of the party. It is vested with the power to elect the members of the Politburo and its Standing Committee, the Central Military Commission, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, as well as endorses the composition of the Secretariat. 12.6.3 The Political Bureau. The Political Bureau of the CPC, in short, the Politburo, is a group of 25 senior-most leaders of the party. It exercises the powers and functions of the Central Committee when a plenum is not in session. Though nominally elected by members of the Central Committee, in practice, Politburo members are selected through backroom negotiations by its 7-member Standing Committee. Most Politburo members occupy leadership positions in the government and other state machineries in various levels. 12.6.4 The Politburo Standing Committee. In the Politburo, power is centralized in a subgroup called the Politburo Standing Committee (PSC), currently comprised of 7 members who are the most powerful personalities in the echelon of leadership in the CPC. The 7. 182. PSC members are elected by the plenary session of the Central Committee and role of Communist Party in China. Each member of the PSC has a rank responsible for a specific portfolio. Hence, PSC is the most authoritative policy and decision-making body in the CPC and in the country as a whole. 12.6.5 General Secretary. The General Secretary is the formal title of the head of the CPC. Since the abolition of the post of chairman of CPC in 1982, the General Secretary is the highest-ranking official of both the party and the state. According to the party constitution, the General Secretary is elected from members of the Politburo Standing Committee (PSC) by the plenary session of the CPC Central Committee. Besides presiding over the functioning of the Secretariat, the General Secretary also heads other party organs such as the Central Committee, Political Bureau, and its Standing Committee. Therefore, the General Secretary of the CPC is the paramount leader in the Chinese political hierarchy. 12.6.6 Secretariat. The Secretariat, which consists of 7 members, is an important organ of the party which is responsible for coordinating the routine business and administrative affairs of the party. Secretariat members meet daily and supervise the functioning of other organs of the party. Members of the Secretariat are nominated by the PBSC and are subject to approval by the Central Committee in the plenary session. The Secretariat is also responsible for executing the decisions made by the Politburo and its Standing Committee. 12.6.7 The Central Military Commission. The Central Military Commission (CMC) is the key organization in charge of the armed forces of the PRC. Technically, there are 2 parallel military commissions, one within the party apparatus (CMC) of the CPC and another controlled by the state (CMC) of the PPC. The party CMC is supervised by the Central Committee of the CPC, whereas the state CMC is directed by the National People's Congress, NPC. These two commissions exercise the command and control of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, which is the combined armed forces of both the party and the state. Although the state CMC is nominally considered the supreme military decision-making body, the actual command and control resides with the party CMC. Currently, it consists of 12 members headed by the party general secretary, who acts as the commander-in-chief of the PLA. 12.6.8 Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, comprises of 130 members, is an internal control body of the CPC, originally designed to enforce rules and regulations and safeguard morale and discipline of the party. It also acts as an anti-corruption watchdog of the party, responsible for monitoring and punishing party cadres who committed abuses of power, corruption, and other wrongdoings. At the lower-level party organs in the hierarchy, including 183 provincial, municipal, county levels, there are identical discipline inspection. Themes for comparative. Commissions that report directly to the commission one level above them. Analysis. 12.6.9 Local level party organizations. Apart from the central organs mentioned above, CPC also has several local organizations comprising local party congresses and local party committees at the level of provinces, autonomous regions, municipalities directly under the control of the central government, cities divided into districts, autonomous prefectures, counties, autonomous county, and cities not divided into districts and municipal districts. The local committees also conduct local party congresses at their level once every 5 years or earlier. They are convened by their corresponding level committee. The functions and power of local party congresses are in many ways similar to the National Congress at the central level. They examine the reports of the local party committee at the corresponding level, examine the reports of the local CCDI, discuss and adopt resolutions on major local issues, and elect the members of the local party committees and local CCDI. The local party committees conduct at least 2 plenary sessions a year and carry out the directives of the higher-level party organizations and the resolutions of their party congresses at the corresponding levels. 12.6.10 Primary organizations of the party. At the base of the party structure are the primary party organizations, which are formed in villages, factories. At the base of the party structure are the primary party organizations which are formed in villages, factories, enterprises, schools, colleges, research institutes, communities, social organizations, military units, or any other basic units where there are at least 3 full party members. These primary organizations are essential components of CPC's party building, the foundation of all its work, activities, and exercise of power at the grassroots level. Primary organizations disseminate the party's ideologies, policies, and principles and carry out the resolutions and directions of the higher party organizations and maintain constant and close ties with the masses. Thus, primary organizations are the foundation of the party, which functions at the grassroots level to expand the party's influence throughout the country. 12.7 The Chinese Communist Party, Issues and Challenges. At present, CPC is confronting a variety of issues and challenges from both within and outside the party. This is quite natural given the highly centralized and complex nature of the party. The often encountered criticism facing the party largely arises from the lack of transparency in governance and decision-making process. Perhaps no party is more secretive as to its inner processes than the CPC. China's politics remain far more secretive, decided by a handful of top party leaders with no public scrutiny and accountability. For instance, the succession and/or selection of party leaders such as members of the Central Committee, the Politburo and its Standing Committee, the CMC, the CCDI, etc. are decided by the top leadership in the party hierarchy. Very little information is 184 available in the public domain how selections are made. On the other hand, the role of Communist Party in China. Absence of independent press and the organized opposition party in the political system lends credence to the perception that the party is not supportive of freedom of expression and political reform. When confronted with choices between greater control and more openness, CPC always opted for the former. In such a politically restricted environment, CPC has been under intense criticisms from both within and outside the country. Another hotly debated topic among the observers of contemporary China is related to the prospects of the CPC. Many China observers in the West have questioned the viability of China's political system. Some of them have even predicted the imminent collapse of China. China scholars like David Shambaugh, Gordon Chang, etc. argue that CPC's rule in China is historically anachronistic and suffers from a deepening governance and legitimacy crisis. On the other hand, forceful suppressive measures taken by CPC, such as in the Tiananmen massacre where hundreds of pro-democracy citizens were killed, also undermined the Communist Party's legitimacy and severely eroded its global reputation. Coinciding with this, the growing awareness of civil and political rights among the Chinese citizens and their growing expectations for wider political reforms has brought profound challenge to the party. There is a growing demand for political democratization, including multi-party election, internal democracy, ensuring transparency, protection of civil rights and liberties, and so on, thereby making the party more accountable. At the same time, development in new technologies, especially the internet, has empowered the Chinese citizens in tremendous ways, making it increasingly difficult for the CPC to control the public opinion. Considering this, CPC has taken certain reform initiatives in the economic sphere since the Deng Xiaoping era. However, the party has been reluctant in introducing political reforms. Top leadership in the CPC from the time of Mao has constantly rejected the multi-party system of election unsuitable to China's society and tradition. Tiananmen movement was one of the most significant protest movements in the history of the PRC. It started in April 1989 with university students gathering in Beijing's Tiananmen Square to commemorate the death of former party leader and political reformer Hu Yaobang. The gathering soon transformed into a protest camp against the communist regime, demanding for democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of press, etc. But on June 4, the Communist Party sent in PLA troops and crushed the movement, killing hundreds of civilian protesters. The event is known as the Tiananmen Massacre incident. Corruption is perhaps the biggest challenge facing the party in recent times. Corruption is today so blatant and widespread in China that it affects the lives of most people in the society. It not only eroded the reputation of the party but also decreases its governing capacity. Acknowledging this, Jiang Zemin has said the fight against misconduct and corruption is a grave political struggle vital for the existence of the party and the state. Most scholars in the West argued that China's problem of corruption has its structural causes, i.e., the autocratic nature. 185 of the political system is responsible for it. Meanwhile, the rapid economic growth in China since the 1980s also brought serious problems such as themes for comparative unemployment, income disparity, etc., the widening gap between the rich and the analysis poor, the drift between urban and rural, and other frustrations breed social unrest in many parts of China. As a result, a growing number of popular resistance and protest has become visible across China, sometimes violently in recent years. All these conditions in Chinese society illustrate a larger challenge facing the CPC today. Though CPC used several methods to forestall any major violence out of these uprisings, how long the party would be able to maintain its stability and legitimacy is a question many ask. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with that given at the end of the unit. 1. What are the major challenges confronting the CPC today? 12.8 Let us sum up. The CPC is the single most powerful political party in the PRC, which is having a socialist political system. As a party based on the Leninist principle of vanguard party, the CPC not only seeks to exercise its authority over the government but also over almost every aspect of the Chinese society. After its takeover in 1949, the political, ideological, and organizational leadership of the CPC is authoritative and unquestionable. The Chinese political system does not permit any organized interest groups or societies to influence the political process unless they are under the CPC's authority. The CPC also forbids any attempt to organize opposition within and outside the party. The above analysis of the CPC, its powers and functioning shows that the party is deeply rooted in Chinese society. In a way, as a party which dominates the entire political system, the CPC cannot be separated from both the state and society in China. Despite criticisms, one can also argue that there is always a widespread acceptance/confidence among the Chinese public at large towards the CPC. While most other communist regimes have long perished in the post-Soviet period, the CPC has not only survived but maintained its grip on power in ruling China. From the time of Mao's era till the present, the Communist Party of China has never been seriously challenged as China's ruling party. Joseph 2014. 4. In the words of Mao Zedong, the Communist Party of China is the force at the core leading the Chinese nation forward. Hence, for students who wish to observe China, the centrality of the CPC must be taken into account. 186. Role of Communist. 12.9 References. Party in China. Constitution of the Communist Party of China, revised and adopted at the 19th National Congress of the CPC on October 24, 2017. Full text of the Constitution can be accessed at Jinping Shi. 2014. The Governance of China, Beijing Foreign Language Press. Joseph William A. ed. 2014. Politics in China. An Introduction. New York, Oxford University Press. Lenin, 1966. Left-Wing Communism. An Infantile Disorder. In Collected Works of Lenin, Volume XXXI, Progress Publishers, Moscow, page 41. Mao Zedong. 1965. Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 3. Speech at the Assembly of Representative of the Shanxi-Canton-Ningxia Border Region, Beijing, Foreign Language Press. Mao Zedong. 1967. On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, in Selected Works, Volume 4. Beijing Foreign Language Press. Sherman, Franz. 1966. Ideology and Organization in Communist China. Berkeley, University of California Press. Shambaugh, David. 2008. China's Communist Party. Atrophy and Adaptation, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Taijian, Qin. 1992. Historical Process of the Chinese Revolution from 1911 to 1949. In Manoranjan Mohanty, edition, Chinese Revolution. Comparative Perspectives on Transformation of Non-Western Societies, A junta publication, Delhi. Xiaoping, Deng. 1985. Build Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, Foreign Language Press, Beijing. 12.10 Answers to Check Your Progress exercise. Check your progress 1. 1. Despite having 8 minor parties in China's political system alongside the CPC, China is regarded as a one-party system because of the overwhelming dominance by the CPC. The minor parties are permitted to exist on the condition of accepting the leadership of the CPC. CPC neither share power with other parties nor allow the formation of new parties. Check your progress 2. 1. It is a Leninist principle which calls for building democracy under centralized guidance. It means the party exists at the top of power hierarchy, any decision. 187. Taken by the CPC are bound to be abiding by the party organs, subordinate organs. Themes for comparative. Lower organizations and all individual members of the party. Analysis. 2. Yes. The CPC officially proclaims Marxism-Leninism as its guiding ideology, although it is much less significant in China today than it was earlier. Check your progress 3. 1. The CPC faces multiple challenges and criticisms from both within and outside the country because of its absence of transparency in governance and decision-making process. The growing awareness of civil and political rights among the Chinese citizens and their expectations for wider political reforms has also given profound thereat to party's legitimacy, and also the emergence of new technologies. Especially the internet has made people well informed about political affairs, making it difficult for the party to control public opinion. Another big challenge facing the party in recent times is corruption, which not only eroded the reputation of the party but also affects the lives of Chinese citizens. 188. 189. Role of Communist Party in China. Suggested readings. Block 1. Chandhoke, N. 1996, Limits of Comparative Political Analysis, Economic and Political Weekly. Volume 31, Number 4, January 27th. Etheridge, E. Marcus and Handelman, Howard. 2013. Politics in a Changing World, A Comparative Introduction to Political Science. Stanford, Sungage Learning. Ishiyama T. John and Marique Brenning. 21 SD Political Science, A Reference Handbook. California, Sage Publishers. Kesselman, Mark, William A., Joseph and Krieger, Joel. 2019. Introduction to Comparative Politics, Political Challenges and Changing Agendas. Boston, Sungage Learning. McCormick, John. 2010. Comparative Politics in Transition. Canada, Wadsworth. Mohanty, Manoranjan. 2000. Contemporary Indian Political Theory. Samskriti, New Delhi. O'Neill, P. 2009. Essentials of Comparative Politics. 3rd edition. New York, W.W. Norton and Company Incorporated. Palekar, S.A. 2009, Comparative Government and Politics. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. Peters, G. Guy. 2013. Strategies for Comparative Research in Political Science Theory and Methods. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Sartori, Gidvani. 1994. Compare Why and How in Matedogan and Ali Kazantzagil, eds. Comparing Nations, Concepts, Strategies, Substance. Oxford, Blackwell. Block 2. Bara. J. and M. Pennington, eds. Comparative Politics, Explaining Democratic Systems. New Delhi, Sage. Bogdanov, Vernon. 1987. Edition. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Institutions. Oxford, Blackwell Reference. Dwara, Prasenjit, eds. 2004. Decolonization, Perspectives from Now and Then. Routledge, New York. Hobsbawm, Eric. 2011. How to Change the World, Marx and Marxism, 18402011. London, Little Brown. Ruthermund, Dietmar. 2006. The Routledge Companion to Decolonization. Routledge, New York. Scott, B. R. 2006. The Political Economy of Capitalism. Harvard Business School Working Paper, number 07-037. Syroff, Alan. 2013. Comparing Political Regimes, A Thematic Introduction to Comparative Politics. Toronto, University of Toronto. Themes 4. Streak, W. 2011. The Crisis in Context, Democratic Capitalism and its Comparative Contradictions. Max Planck Institute für Gesellschaftsforschung discussion. Analysis paper, November 15th. Block 3. Babalola, Delhi. 2019. The Political Economy of Federalism in Nigeria. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Baldi, Brunetta. 1999. Beyond the Federal Unitary Dichotomy, Berkeley, University of California. Burgess, Michael. 2006. Comparative Federalism, Theory and Practice. New York, Routledge. Ilegwu, I. 2007. Politics of Federalism in Nigeria. London, Adonis and Abbey Publishers. Elzer, Daniel J. 1994, Federal System of the World, A Handbook of Federal, Confederal, and Autonomy Arrangements, London, Longman. Evans, Peter. 1979. Dependent Development, The Alliance of Multinational, State, and Local Capital in Brazil. Princeton University Press. Grant, Moira. 2009. The UK Parliament. Edinburgh University Press. Hagopian, Francis and Timothy J. Power. 2014. Politics in Brazil, in G. Bingham Powell, Russell J. Dalton and Carr W. Strom, eds, Comparative Politics Today, A Worldview, New York, Pearson, pp. 482-531. Joseph, William A., ed. 2014, Politics in China, an Introduction, Oxford University Press, New York. Klesner, Joseph L., 2007. Mexico and Brazil in Sidaro, Michael ed. Comparative Politics, A Global Introduction, pp. 702-761, New York, McGraw-Hill Higher Education. Ladipo, Adamalican. 2005. The Nigerian Federation at the Crossroads, The Way Forward, Publius. pp. 383-405, New York, Oxford University Press. Namkung, Young. 1999. Dependency Theory, Concepts, Classifications, and Criticisms. International Area Studies Review, 2, 1 pp. 121-150. O'Neill, Patrick H. Carlfields, and Don Scher. 2009. Cases in Comparative Politics. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. Schneider, Ben Ross. 2016. ed. New Order and Progress, Development and Democracy in Brazil. London, Oxford University Press, pp. 107-133. Shamba, David, 2008. China's Communist Party, Atrophy and Adaptation, Berkeley, University of California Press. Yadav K. Alok, 2017. Rule of Law. International Journal of Law and Legal Jurisprudence Studies 4, 3, 205-220. 190. BPSC 107 Perspectives on International Relations and World History. Perspectives on International Relations and World History. BPSC 107. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Why? Expert Committee. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, Head, Center for Gandhi and Peace Studies, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhi, New Delhi. Professor Abdul Nafi, RTD, Center for American, Latin American and Canadian Studies, SIS, JNU, New Delhi. Professor R.S. Yadav, RTD, Department of Political Science, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana. Course Preparation Team. Professor A. P. Vijapur, Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University. Professor P. Sahadevan, Center for South Asian Studies, SIS, JNU, New Delhi. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhi, New Delhi. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhi, New Delhi. I. Professor S.V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhi, New Delhi. I. Units Unit Writ. O. Unit 1 Understanding International Relations, Professor R. S. Yadav, Department of Political Science, Kurukshetra University. Thai. Unit 2 Evolution of International System, Professor R. S. Yadav, Department of Political Science, Kurukshetra University. Thai. Unit 3 World War I, Causes and Consequences, Professor S. R. Chakravarthi, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, originally written for EPS 07 International Relation. S. Unit 4 Significance of the Bolshevik, Professor Ajay Patnaik, School of International Studies, Revolution, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, originally written for EPS 07 International Relation. S. Unit 5 Rise of Fascism and Nazism, Dr. Alok Kumar Gupta, Center for Political Studies, Central University of South Bihar, GA. Ya. Unit 6 World War II, Causes and Consequences, Dr. Venkana Deshpande Gupta College, University of Delhi, originally written for EPS 7 International Relation. S. Unit 7 Classical Realism and Neorealism, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science. Unit 7 Classical Realism and Neorealism, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. I. Unit 8 Liberalism and Neoliberalism, Dr. Avipsu Halder, Assistant. T. Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta. Top. Unit 9 Marxist Approaches, Dr. Vikas Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Kashi Naresh Government Postgraduate College, Gyanpur, Bhadohi U. P. Unit 10 Feminist Perspectives, Dr. Ghazala Faretti, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Southfield College, University of North Bengal, Darjeeling. Inc. Unit 11 Eurocentrism and Perspectives from Dr. Jigme Yeshalama, Assistant Professor, Department of the Global South Political Science, University of Calcutta. Top. Unit 12 Cold War. Different Phases, Dr. Sanchi Rai, Independent Researcher, associated with New York University, Abu Dha. By Unit 13 Anti-Colonial Movements and Dr. Sanchi Rai, Independent Researcher, associated with Decolonization, New York University, Abu Dha. By Unit 14 End of the Cold War, Emergence of Dr. Alok Kumar Gupta, Center for Political Studies, Central Global Order/Disorder, University of South Bihar, GA. Yep. Unit 15, Changing Nature of the UN System, Professor Abdul Rahim P. Vijaypur, Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, Uttar Pradesh. Sage. Course Coordinator, Professor Darvish Gopal, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. Editor, Professor Abdul Nafi, Center for American, Latin American and Canadian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. Print production, Mr. Rajiv Girdhar, Mr. Hemant Parida, Assistant Registrar, Publication Section Officer, Publication, MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. Secretarial Assistants, Mr. Suresh Kumar, Mr. Vijender Sas, IGNOU, New Delhi. Stenographer, Sas, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit Vetting, Formatting and Updating. March 2021, Indira Gandhi National Open University. 2021 ISBN 978-93-90773-96. 1. All rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form, by mimeography or any other means, without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information on the Indira Gandhi National Open University courses may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Garhai, New Delhi 1-10068, or visit our website. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, by the Registrar, MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. Laser typeset by Tessa Media and Computers, C206, AFE2. Shaheen Bagh, Jamia Nagar, New Delhi. Printed at SG Print Packs Private Ltd, F478, Sector 63, Noida, 201301, up. Contents. Page No. Block 1, Studying International Relations. 9 Unit 01, Understanding International Relations. 13 Unit 02, Evolution of the International System. 28. Block 2, Historical Perspectives. 41 Unit 03, World War I. Causes and Consequences. 45 Unit 04, Significance of the Bolshevik Revolution. 60 Unit 05, Rise of Fascism and Nazism. 69 Unit 06, World War II. Causes and Consequences. 81. Block 3, Theoretical Perspectives. 99 Unit 07, Classical Realism and Neorealism. 103 Unit 08, Liberalism and Neoliberalism. 115 Unit 09, Marxist Approaches. 128 Unit 10, Feminist Perspectives. 142 Unit 11, Eurocentrism and Perspectives from the Global South. 154. Block 4, Contemporary International Relations. 167 Unit 12, Cold War. Different Phases. 171 Unit 13, Anti-Colonial Movements and Decolonization. 184 Unit 14, End of the Cold War. Emergence of Global Order/Disorder. 196 Unit 15, Changing Nature of the UN System. 210 Suggested Readings. 227. Introduction to Perspectives on International Relations and World History. This course is divided into 4 separate blocks. You would notice 3 things here. Block I, comprising 2 units, presents to you a kind of menu on international relations and the world history. Secondly, blocks 2 and 4 take you on a kind of a guided study tour of 4 historical events on and before the Second World War and 4 contemporary developments that have defined world history and international relations since the second half of the 20th century and the 2 decades of the 21st century. In a concise way, these 8 themes cover the history of international relations in the 20th century. The course also has a very exciting and somewhat challenging block 3. As many as 5 units here introduce you to the theoretical frameworks for the study of international relations, IR. The theories that are introduced to you are empirical. They are grounded in the experiences of sovereign states and/or specific events. Some conceptual frameworks are normative. They make a critique of present IR and suggest what ought to be. Remember one thing, these theories are neither wholly right nor wholly wrong. International relations, IR, is a complex and multi-dimensional subject. Each theory highlights only few though significant truths about IR. A second joy of reading theories is that they allow us to raise some very specific and insightful questions and then search for their answers. And that is the right way of approaching this course. All units of this course have a uniform structure. Each unit begins with objectives to help you find what you are expected to learn from the unit. Please go through these objectives carefully. Keep reflecting and checking them after going through a few sections of the unit. Each unit is divided into sections and subsections for ease of comprehension. In between these sections, some check your progress exercises have been provided. We advise you to attempt these as and when you reach them. This will help you assess and test your comprehension of the subject studied. Compare your answers with the answer or guidelines given at the end of the unit. While the units in this course are carefully designed and written by specialists, it must however be added that the units are by no means comprehensive. For deeper understanding of the themes dealt with in this volume, you are advised and encouraged to read as much of the books, Chapters and articles listed in the suggested readings given at the end of this coursebook. Block I Studying International Relations. Introduction. Units 1 and 2 tell you few important things. I International Relations, IR, is fundamentally characterized by high complexity and dynamism. An event taking place in a far-off place immediately impacts available opportunities and challenges. No wonder, therefore, foreign ministries in all countries are agile, and diplomats are required to be nimble-footed. 2. Contemporary IR emerged from the traumatic experiences of the Second World War. Major norms and institutions of IR were set after the Second World War. 3. The period from the end of Second World War in 1945 till the disintegration of Soviet Union in 1991 is described as the period of Cold War. Cold War was the era of political, ideological, and military rivalry between the US and the erstwhile USSR, and it greatly shaped the domain of IR. For 2 superpowers, few great powers, and a large number of developing countries, that was the world power hierarchy like during the period of Cold War. This changed in the 1990s. The post-Cold War period has witnessed a reconfiguration of power hierarchy. For a while, especially in the 1990s, US was the sole superpower, and for a while, international system looked unipolar. But the unipolar moment passed soon. No doubt, the US remains unquestionably the most powerful country in economic, technological, and military terms. But Russia is resurging, China is rising, Brazil, India, South Africa, and several more countries are emerging. Many other countries in the global south are showing lots of economic and technological dynamism, and thereby they are raising their profiles in IR. Examples include Mexico, Malaysia, and Nigeria, etc. All said and done, world power hierarchy is undergoing transformation. Today's international system is markedly multipolar. The onset of globalization in the 1990s caused major changes in international economic relations. The cloud of emerging economies, such as Brazil, China, India, South Africa, and several more fast-growing economies, increased in international economic and trade matters. In addition, their growing political and military capabilities make them significant stakeholders in global peace and security. 2 points are important here. The reconfiguration of power is calling for reform of the global governance architecture, meaning thereby global institutions need to become inclusive and representative. Secondly, there is an increase in the intra-South trade, investment, and integration. South-South cooperation is a reality today. The idea of Global South is in vogue. 6. Economic globalization and regionalization are running parallel to each other. These are 2 complementary or contradictory processes. A straightforward answer is not easy to give. In 1994, the European Union, EU, came into being. Besides, there were strong movements towards regionalization. Southeast Asian countries cemented their economic and political ties under ASEAN, Canada. US and Mexico came under the umbrella free trade agreement called NAFTA, and US led scores of Asian and Pacific nations into forming the APEC. These groupings started emerging as big centers of economic and technological powers. As Unit 2 tells, international economic relations were a dominant feature of the post-Cold War international relations. With the formation of WTO in 1994, the Bretton Woods system became further consolidated. IMF, the World Bank, and regional development banks all came to reflect the economic and trade priorities of the rich and developed economies. 7. It is observed that economic globalization has not benefited all the people in all the countries, which was its promise. There is also a realization that globalization works to strengthen the capitalist economic model and serves primarily the interests of the rich and powerful global corporate companies and banks. The reaction against globalization and its injustices have given rise to anti-globalization movements and formulation of alternative models of development. These anti-globalization movements bring together non-governmental organizations and civil society activists from across nations. In 1999, the WTO ministerial meeting at Seattle saw protesters across the world protesting the predatory trade policies of the rich and developed countries. The so-called Battle of Seattle marked the rise of anti-globalization movement. World Social Forum WSF began bringing activists from across the globe as an alternative discourse to globalization. History might come to judge the 1990s as truly a transformative decade. Remember, these and other significant changes remain the hallmark of IR in the second decade of 21st century. The world around us continues to change at a fast pace. Hence, there is an utmost need to understand the complex international relations by identifying new contours, dimensions, and orientations of the present world system. One more thing, concerns of IR have broadened. Today, IR covers issues ranging from the social and environmental concerns to the security and well-being of all. Some scholarly writings have set higher goals for IR, empowerment of the entire humankind. We shall come back to discuss some of these issues while examining the theoretical perspectives on IR. Let us first get to know more about the discipline of IR by going through the 2 units of this block. 12. Studying International Relations. 13. Understanding International Relations. Unit 1 Understanding International Relations *. Structure. 1.0 Objectives 1.1 Introduction. 1.2 Contemporary Concerns of International Relations. 1.2.1 Structural Changes 1.2.2 Economic Transformation 1.2.3 Transforming the United Nations 1.2.4 Problem of Nuclear Proliferation 1.2.5 Emergence of Non-traditional security threats. 1.2.6 Issue of humanitarian concerns. 1.3 Agenda for global peace. 1.4 Let us sum up. 1.5 References. 1.6 Answers to check your progress exercises. 1.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will be reading about the complexities and scope of the discipline of international relations. After going through this unit, you should be able to describe the basic contours of international activities and the nature and scope of the discipline of international relations. Trace the evolution of international relations since the end of the Second World War. Identify the challenges of post-Cold War global order. Describe the contemporary concerns of international relations, structural political change, and economic transformation. Discuss the changing dynamics of the UN system, threats of nuclear proliferation, and non-traditional security threats, and identify significant trends in international relations. 1.1 Introduction. Growing complexities and highly dynamic nature have always been the two important characteristics of international relations. After having undergone big changes under the impact of World War II, the relations among nations have changed and are changing at a faster pace. The end of the Cold War brought big and formidable changes in the global power structure. International relations, therefore, underwent several subtle but formidable changes since the disintegration of erstwhile Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, USSR. Professor R. S. Yadav, Department of Political Science, Kurukshetra University. Why? Studying international. Politically, the Cold War came to an end. The Warsaw Pact died a natural death. Relations. With the collapse of the erstwhile USSR in December 1991, Russia emerged as the successor state and the Commonwealth of Independent States, CES, i.e. an association of 9 independent republics of erstwhile USSR. This event had a devastating impact on the economy of the new state of Russia. Domestic political uncertainty and economic dependence upon the USA and other Western countries kept it weak. The disintegration of the Soviet Union left the USA as the sole surviving superpower. Berlin Wall stood buried. Germany became a unified single state. Non-aligned movement, NAM, debilitated and called for recalibration to meet the exigencies of the post-Cold War era. Within a few years of hardship, Russia started rising like phoenix under the strong leadership of Vladimir Putin, who took over the presidency from Boris Yeltsin on December 31, 1999. Russia experienced resurgence as a power under Putin, and now it does not seem weak power from any angle and has great clout at the international front. Besides, with the USA, the UK, France, Russia, China, India, Brazil, Germany, Japan, EU, ASEAN, South Africa, NAFTA, APEC started emerging as bigger centers of power. Securing this multi-centric structure of international relations came to be recognized as the common goal. The world changed and is still changing at a very fast pace. Hence, there is an utmost need to understand this new and complex international relation by identifying new contours, dimensions, and orientations of the present world system. Economically, the WTO consolidated Bretton Woods system and global economic integration has been initiated to strengthen the working of the capitalist economic model. International economic relations became a dominant feature of the post-Cold War international relations. Regional cooperation for development and economic integration models such as the European Union, BRICS, ASEAN, APEC, NAFTA, SAFTA, CICAs came to be the order of the day. Securing sustainable development, environmental protection, non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, elimination of terrorism, human security emerged as major global concerns. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted that issues like health security cannot be ignored by governments, and there is The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted that issues like health security cannot be ignored by governments, and there is need for international cooperation to deal with such threats to human security. Thus, politically and economically, a new kind of world order is taking shape. The emerging order has numerous challenges and huge opportunities as well. It is, therefore, pertinent to understand these dynamic changes of the present international system and their implications for global peace and security and development. 1.2 Contemporary concerns of international relations. In the period since the end of the Second World War, international relations has widened its horizon regarding the key constituents and has witnessed varied processes. Briefly described in the following are the structural changes, economic transformation, reform of the international organizations, the threat of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and the emergence of non-traditional security threats. 14. Understanding international. 1.2.1 Structural changes. Relations. International political relations are undergoing structural change. The change is most effectively felt in two areas: changes in the nature and role of the nation-state, and structural change in global policies. Changed nature of nation-state. Nation-state used to be central to the activities of international relations. But in contemporary times, though international system continues to be constituted by the system of interactions among the sovereign nation-states acting at the local, sub-regional/bilateral, regional and global levels, yet the rest of state has undergone a total transformation. The ideologies of nationalism and self-determination also continue to enjoy support and popularity, yet the role of the nation-state has changed. In this era of increased global interdependence and interconnectedness, the nation-state, howsoever powerful, finds itself compelled to keep its powers and objectives under restraint. The emergence of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction against which the nation-state can offer little protection to the life and property of its people has adversely affected its role in international relations. Decolonization in the 1950s had led to the emergence of many sovereign nation-states as new actors in world politics. However, these developing countries, because of their new problems and unrealized developmental ambitions, have mostly failed to be effective and powerful actors by themselves. They have found themselves individually incapable of facing the new security threats of the post-Cold War world and the economic and cultural challenges posed by the process of globalization. Imperatives of economic development and the very forces of globalization have impelled many of these countries to form regional economic associations for securing their developmental objectives. The Western European states have been able to develop only by compromising their sovereignty and formed the European Union. Besides, the rise of world public opinion, people-to-people contacts, global peace and development movements which have successfully transcended the national frontiers have again changed the role of the nation-states. The decision-makers exercising power on behalf of their sovereign states today find it difficult to avoid and ignore these new powerful forces. They now find it essential to establish collective regional economic institutions and obey their directives for satisfying the developmental needs of their people. Even while defining the goals in terms of its national interest, a nation-state finds it necessary to express these interests in the form of internationalism or universalism. Instances abound. For example, the freedom of the Indian Ocean is demanded by the littoral states in the name of international peace and security. The needs for technology imports are projected as the right of all nations to share gains of the technological revolution. In sum, the nationalistic universalism and not pure nationalism is now being followed by the nation-states. Further, the contemporary nation-state now finds its sovereignty limited by world public opinion, international morality, international law, increased global interdependence, the commitment to world peace, inability to resort to war which 15. Studying international can be a total war, the realization regarding the reduced worth of military weapons. Relations as means of security and national power and presence of several non-state actors. Structural change in global politics. The aftermath of the Second World War was characterized by an intense Cold War conflict between the USA and erstwhile USSR. Both these states, to strengthen their respective positions in international politics, started organizing their camps. The United States brought the liberal democratic capitalist countries in one bloc, the American bloc, through several regional alliances like NATO, SEATO, and others. The Soviet Union organized the socialist states under the Warsaw Pact. The Cold War between the two superpowers and their blocs divided the world vertically into two groups, a configuration that came to be known as bipolarity. However, towards the late 1950s, there appeared cracks in both the camps. The attempts of France to be an independent power and certain other factors weakened the American camp. Similarly, the decision of Yugoslavia to remain non-aligned and the emergence of Sino-Soviet differences made the Soviet camp weak. The tight bipolar system of the early 1950s was also weakened by the emergence of new centers of power, the European Community, Japan, Germany, China, India, and NAM. These developments have initiated the process of transformation of the bipolarity towards multipolarity or polycentrism. As the two superpowers and their respective blocs continued to be operational in international relations, some described the situation in the 1970s as bipolycentrism or bimultipolarity. This bimultipolarity got transformed into a virtual unipolarity in early 1990 with the USA as the sole surviving superpower, along with its NATO. The disintegration of the USSR, liquidation of Warsaw Pact, the inability of Russia, the successor state of the erstwhile USSR, to challenge the US power, the inability of the European Union, Germany, Japan, France, and China to materially check the US power, the continued British support for the US policies and role in the world, the weakness suffered by NAM, and the economic dependence of the third world countries and former socialist states all came to be the new realities of international relations. The USA, as the sole surviving superpower, began dominating the international system in general and the UN Security Council in particular. The virtual absence of any power capable and willing to challenge US power enabled it to play a dominant role in world politics. Unipolarity came to characterize the international system. The neoliberal ideas gaining influence in international economic relations, unipolarity got further strengthened. However, towards the beginning of the 21st century, there appeared several definite indications of the reemergence of polycentrism. Russia, China, Japan, European Union, India, Brazil, the G20, and all began playing a more vigorous role. All these states declared their resolve to secure and maintain the multipolar character of the international system. 16. Understanding international. In June 2005, China, India, and Russia decided to forge and develop a common relations, understanding and approach towards solving the problems like the scourge of terrorism and the need for the protection of their strategic interests. The US dominance that was witnessed in the first few post-Cold War years also came to be somewhat diluted. Later, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, came up as a group to challenge the Western dominance over international financial architecture. After the terrorist attacks in the USA on September 11, 2001, the USA also became conscious of the need to involve fully and more vigorously many states in the international war against terror. As such, there came to be present several definite trends towards the reemergence of a new polycentrism or multipolarity in international relations. The contemporary international system is moving in the direction of becoming a more multipolar system. Check your progress exercise 1. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the key structural changes in international relations? 1.2.2 Economic transformation. Beginning of globalization. The process of globalization has commanded increasing attention and interest of the nations. It has emerged as a commonly shared objective, and contemporary international system abundantly reflects that globalization has gained a near universal acceptance as an objective of international relations. It is seen both as an active process of corporate expansion across borders and a structure of cross-border facilities and economic linkages that have been steadily growing and changing as the process gathers steam. Like its conceptual partner, free trade, globalization is also an ideology whose function is to reduce any resistance to the process of integration by making it seem both highly beneficent and unstoppable. It is expected to act as the means both for real economic, political, and cultural transformation of the world into a global village, as well as for securing the objective of sustainable development and environmental protection. However, the critics of globalization hold that it is really a corporate agenda for dominating international business and economy. It has the potential danger of enabling the rich and developed countries to maintain and strengthen their neo-colonial control over the policies and economies of the developing countries. Many point out that developing countries have seen more of the negative effects rather than the positive outcomes of globalization. 17. Studying international. However, it is also an accepted fact that global problems need global solutions. Relations. Economic shocks such as the attacks on the stock markets by speculative capital, transborder health, and environmental issues such as COVID-19 pandemic require global responses. Hence, globalization is a reality, and a need for international relations and full participation of all the states is desirable. Emerging regional economic groupings. The successful operationalization of the concept of Western European economic integration has been a source of encouragement for other nations. Through the European Common Market and several other institutions, the Western European countries registered rapid and big economic, industrial, and technological development by establishing supranational institutions. The success encouraged them to vote in favor of making Europe a single economic zone with a common currency and banking service. European Economic Community, now European Union, emerged as a powerful supranational actor as well as a regional organization in contemporary international relations. The collapse of the socialist bloc and changes in Eastern European countries in the 1990s set the stage for ushering Europe into an era of meaningful and high-level economic cooperation among all the European states. Several Eastern European states have joined the EU and others are in the queue. The success of the EU also encouraged others to follow the suit. Countries also saw the merit of cooperation in political and security areas and came together to form regional groupings and mechanisms. The Southeast Asian states have been using ASEAN. There is the 8-member South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. 9 states of West Asia and Central Asia have formed Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO. And Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, brings together China, Russia, the 4 Central Asian republics of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, and the 2 countries from South Asia viz. India and Pakistan. Varieties of objectives and ideals have led to the formation of groupings such as the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, African Union, AU, Arab League, and several other similar functional organizations which have appeared in different parts of the globe. Economic and trading blocs like NAFTA and APEC and groups like ARF, G8, G15, G20, and others also point towards the growing importance of economic relations and forces of regional economic integration. Several states have started acting as regional partners in the process of economic development. Along with these, a manifold increase in international and regional and bilateral institutions has been taking place. These have been established for guiding, directing, and coordinating mostly non-political, non-military socio-economic and cultural relations among nations. This trend towards institutionalization of relations is a welcome trend since it is based upon the principle of mutual benefits through organized mutual efforts. Globalism reflects the new urge for international integration. Living through financial crisis. Since 2007 to 2008, the world has been experiencing a global-level financial and economic recession. The economies of all the developed countries, particularly the USA, Japan, UK, Canada, the European Union states, and Australia have. 18. Understanding international. Been living with big economic and industrial slowdowns and several cases of relations. Failures of banks, insurance companies, and other such institutions. Negative inflation, negative industrial growth, job losses, and rising unemployment have been the order of the day. The global financial crisis has had substantial domino effects. Under the impact of economic recession in developed countries, the economies of almost all the developing countries have been facing economic and industrial pressures. The economies of the 2 largest emerging economies, China and India, have been registering low economic and industrial growths. The developed countries have been undertaking several measures, stimulus packages for banks and insurance companies, lowering of interest rates, protection of domestic markets, and several others. The G7 and G20 as well as the World Bank and IMF have been trying to overcome the global economic recessionary conditions. The COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked economic havoc and affected all types of states. Globalization appears to have halted or maybe going into reverse direction. Countries like India have been trying hard to maintain their economies healthy and growing. These are also the countries opposing protectionism by the US, the UK, and other developed countries in the name of fighting the economic recession. The international economic and trading system is under great stress as a result of the coronavirus pandemic, and a need will be increasingly felt for reforms in international financial architecture. 1.2.3 Transforming the United Nations. The dominance of the United Nations by big powers. In the post-Cold War era, as the sole surviving superpower, the US came to be an even bigger actor in international relations. It set out to shape rest of the world after its own image, selling ideas of market economy and coercively democratizing all sorts of countries ranging from Haiti to Afghanistan and Iraq. The Gulf War operations were virtually the US operations under UN flagship with a team of coalition of the multinational force. In the immediate years of the post-Cold War period, as Russia and the former republics of the erstwhile USSR became weak, the US position in the UN Security Council became stronger. None of the other 4 permanent members with veto power were prepared to displease the US. Several UN decisions, the sanctions against Iraq, measures against Libya, the decision to exonerate Israel by pushing the resolution that Zionism and apartheid are not one, the UN decisions on Somalia, Bosnia, Cambodia, and Angola issues, etc. all reflect the increased US influence, nay US dominance of the UN. Several scholars even go to the extent of stating that in the 1990s the UN behaved more like one of the departments of US administration, particularly its Security Council showed a pro-US orientation. Almost all the nations, particularly the Third World nations, were quite aware of the need to check all attempts at the dominance of the US in the garb of UN, particularly in their domestic issues. Demand for democratization of the UNSC. Following the disintegration of the Soviet bloc, East European states became free of Soviet control in the late 1990s. Several new states, Latvia, Estonia, and 19. Studying international. Lithuania emerged as sovereign independent states. As the erstwhile German relations. Democratic Republic East Germany integrated with the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany. The Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia split into several independent republics after prolonged and bloody ethnic wars in the early 1990s. These changes gave a new shape to the world map. The number of sovereign states in the world went above 190. The strength of the UN General Assembly correspondingly registered a big increase. However, the UN Security Council continued to have only 5 permanent and 10 non-permanent members. Asia had only 1 permanent veto-wielding seat held by the People's Republic of China. Without incorporating the changes taking place, the UN Security Council increasingly appears to be an outmoded multilateral body. Riding the crest of economic globalization, many countries had begun registering impressive economic growth from the second half of the 1990s. India, Brazil, South Africa, and several more, and of course China, went on to register impressive economic growth rates year after year. It was soon evident that these emerging economies carry tremendous economic and political clout. However, they are not represented in international institutions that were created some 75 years ago after the end of the Second World War. And that UN was yet to adopt decentralization and democratization. Germany, Japan, India, Brazil, South Africa, and Egypt deserved permanent seats in this apex decision-making body at the international level. Brazil, Germany, India, and Japan formed G4 for securing the objective of reforming and broadening the composition of the UNSC. The plea of G4 is that the UN Security Council represents the power hierarchy of 1945, and that is the principal reason why the Security Council is often found wanting in timely and effectively responding to threats to global peace and security. Inclusion of the G4 countries as permanent veto-wielding members shall broaden the Council, make it more democratic, and reflect current global power distribution. The need to confer permanent membership on some of the states is felt by all, though some prefer to suggest that new permanent members should be non-veto members, while others hold that either the existing permanent members should be made to part with their veto power in the era of sovereign equality of all states and peaceful coexistence, or the new permanent members should also be given the veto power. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is meant by the democratization of the United Nations? 20. Understanding international. 1.2.4 Problem of nuclear proliferation. Relations. The nuclear factor has been a source of a big change in international relations. The nuclear factor has been a source of a big change in international relations, and the nuclear powers, particularly the USA, Russia, Britain, France, and China, are in predicament. They have the power, rather an overkill capacity, yet they cannot use it for securing their desired objectives. Even after signing INF Start 1, Start 2, and Chemical Weapons Abolition Agreement, and even while accepting the need for arms control and disarmament, the nuclear powers have been maintaining their nuclear weapons. However, at the same time, they want the non-nuclear nations to refrain from nuclear proliferation. In addition to the 5 nuclear powers, since 1998, India and Pakistan have also been developing their N-weapon capabilities. States like Iran, Israel, and North Korea have either secretly developed nuclear weapons or are on the way to do so. Brazil and Argentina pursued their respective nuclear weapons programs and refused to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. In the 1990s, the two countries, however, joined the NPT and agreed to confine their nuclear programs for peaceful purposes only under nuclear rules and regulations. Most of the states, however, continue to be non-nuclear states. The nuclear powers, P5, strongly oppose the spread of nuclear weapons and are, therefore, keen to prevent the horizontal expansion of the nuclear club. The non-nuclear states are opposed to nuclear weapons and they oppose both vertical and horizontal expansions of the nuclear club. In fact, they see no reason and rationale behind the production of nuclear weapons and the continuance of nuclear proliferation by the nuclear haves. The nuclear nations support piecemeal nuclear control systems like the creation of nuclear weapons-free zones in the world. Countries like India are opposed to this piecemeal and sub-regional view of arms control and disarmament. Several states support measures for comprehensive and global disarmament. They want to end the state of their defenselessness against nuclear weapons as well as the overkill capacity of the nuclear states. The nuclear haves do not accept such a demand. Through the extension of NPT and signing of Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, they have virtually perpetuated their status as nuclear haves and are now trying to practice a sort of nuclear hegemony on non-nuclear states. These advocate nuclear non-proliferation by the non-nuclear states but justify their own nuclear proliferation in the name of nuclear deterrence and world peace. The issue of CTBT evades consensus. Nuclear weapons and the problem of nuclear disarmament and arms control continue to be key issues of contemporary international relations. 1.2.5 Emergence of non-traditional security threats. The problem of international terrorism. The last decade of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century experienced the emergence of international terrorism in its several dimensions: cross-border terrorism, religious terrorism, fundamentalist terrorism, narco-terrorism, jihadi terrorism. Kashmir, Chechnya, Serbia, Rwanda, Sri Lanka, Washington, London, Paris, Mumbai, Delhi, and many other places witnessed. 21. Studying international. The clumsy, dangerous, and atrocious face of terrorism. Several terrorist groups. Relations. Began acting as highly organized and motivated groups actively using and justifying the use of terror as a weapon for securing their respective narrowly conceived goals. The international community started becoming more and more conscious of the need to control this menace, which has the potential of challenging and disturbing international peace and security in a big way. The International Convention for the Suppression of the Financing of Terrorism, 1999, and follow-up UN Security Council resolutions calling upon states to prevent and suppress the funding of terrorist groups fully reflected such concerns. However, it was only after September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks on the American World Trade Center and the Pentagon that the world, led by the USA, accepted the urgent need to fight the scourge of international terrorism. War against terrorism was initiated in a big way in October 2001. However, this will have to be extended to war against every other center of terrorism and every other such regime as is found engaged in helping or supporting or sponsoring terrorism in any dimension. After December 13, 2001, terrorist attack on the Indian Parliament, and the 26/11 terrorist attacks on Mumbai, it became fully realized that the war against terrorism would have to be fought against Taliban, Al-Qaeda, LET, JEM, Judd, ISIS, etc. The world community is now fully committed to winning the war against international terrorism, particularly terrorism flowing from the Afghanistan-Pakistan area into several different parts of the world. Pakistan must end all terror networks operating from its soil and the POC. The international community wants strong, transparent, comprehensive, and effective Pakistani action against all terrorists without any reservations. There are no good or bad terrorists. All terrorists are perpetrating crimes against humanity, and they must be either forced to abandon terrorism or face complete destruction. There is a strong need to adopt strong political, economic, social, cultural, and military means for meeting this menace. The fight against terrorism should be made under the aegis of the United Nations, and no single nation should be permitted to implement and secure its national agenda in the garb of a collective, coalition, war against terrorism with concerted efforts. War against terrorism should not be selective and subjective. It must be global in scope and approach, as well as involve truly global attempts for pursuing a single objective of securing the end of international terrorism. India has been advocating an international convention to combat terrorism in all its forms called Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism, CCIT. Due to the concerted efforts of India in cooperation with several other countries, Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar was listed as a designated terrorist by the UN Security Council 1267 Committee in May 2019. Problem of narco-trafficking. Narcotic trafficking is also emerging as serious non-traditional threat to global security. Production, supply, and marketing of huge amounts of narcotic drugs from one region to another region is not only affecting the population of that area but also the working of those states. It is a problem of not only of bilateral. 22. Understanding international. Nature, rather regional and global politics are affected in the process. In this relations context, two important regions, Golden Crescent, Pakistan, Iran and Afghanistan, and Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, are considered most important areas affecting the politics of regions of West Asia, South Asia, East Asia and Southeast Asia in particular, and global politics in general. Drug supply route of both the regions is affecting the population, politics, economy, and socioculture milieu of all the states in these regions. In the contemporary era, this problem has acquired significant magnitude. Earlier smuggling of these drugs was affecting the socio-economic, political, culture, etc. scenario and working processes of those states. Nowadays, earning through the supply of these drugs are further invested in the enhancement of terrorism by these mafias. This linkage between drug supplies and terrorism has posed a serious threat to the security of concerned states as well as cover all international political system. Therefore, to understand contemporary international policies, the working of threats emanating from such activities becomes even more crucial. Drug trafficking is a global illicit trade involving the cultivation, manufacture, distribution, and sale of substances which are subject to drug prohibition laws. World heroin market is very large. There are millions of consumers. Hundreds of tons of heroin is seized every year. Myanmar and Laos are major sources of heroin in Southeast Asia. Afghanistan is a very major producer of opium in South Asia. Large quantities of heroin and morphine are trafficked worldwide via routes flowing into and through the countries neighboring Afghanistan. The Balkan and northern routes are the main heroin trafficking corridors linking Afghanistan to the huge markets of the Russian Federation and Western Europe. The Balkan route traverses the Islamic Republic of Iran, often via Pakistan, Turkey, Greece, and Bulgaria across Southeast Europe to the Western European market. The northern route runs mainly through Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, or Uzbekistan or Turkmenistan, to Kazakhstan and the Russian Federation. The size of the heroin market is estimated in several billions of dollars. Cocaine is also consumed by millions of people worldwide. North America and Europe account for major consumption of global cocaine. For the North American market, cocaine is typically transported from Colombia to Mexico or Central America by sea, air, and land. Cocaine is trafficked to Europe mostly by sea, often in container shipments. Colombia remains the main source of cocaine. Bolivia and Peru are the countries where coca plants are cultivated and partially processed. New points of transshipment continue to emerge. Cocaine cartels have spread all over South America. Some parts of Africa have emerged as new points of transshipment. Besides, drug money is laundered through so many major business cities all over North America, Europe, and Asia. Growing ethnic conflicts. A sad and unfortunate reality of the contemporary era of international relations has been the emergence of ethnic conflicts and ethnic wars in several parts of the globe. Even after the defeat of Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam (LTTE) at the hands of Sri Lankan forces, the Tamil ethnic problem of their island nation is yet to be fully resolved. Armenia and Azerbaijan have been involved in ethnic wars, and Russia and Georgia are virtually getting involved in local ethnic wars. A dirty and bloody ethnic war in former Yugoslavia inflicted a big loss of human life. The intertribal conflict resulted in the death of several 100,000 in 23. Studying international. Rwanda. Massacre of children, women, and men in the name of religion and relations. Ethnic cleansing has been a bitter reality in contemporary times. Angola, Cyprus, Somalia, Ethiopia, Algeria, Middle East, South Africa, Russia, Chechnya, China, Lebanon, Iraq, and others continue to be potent centers of ethnic conflicts and wars. The rising force of Islamic fundamentalism in West Asia, Central Asia, Algeria, Egypt, and some other areas has been another development causing concern. The post-Cold War world has yet to really secure peaceful coexistence and freedom from local and ethnic wars. 1.2.6 Issue of humanitarian concerns. Environmental protection, sustainable development, and human rights. In the contemporary era of international relations, all the members of the international community, both as nation-states as well as in their role as regional and global actors, have accepted securing sustainable development, protection of environment, and protection of human rights as the three cardinal objectives to be secured in the years to come. Economic development registered in the age of science and technology has proved to be neither real nor enduring. This development has adversely affected our environment and made our planet Earth insecure, poorer, and polluted by excessive and unprincipled exploitation of natural resources. The development achieved during the past century has adversely affected the ability of the future generations to live, grow, and develop. As such, the current objective is to secure sustainable, real, and enduring development, which in no way limits the ability of the future generation to develop. It also involves making our environment healthier by repairing the damage already done, as well as by strengthening its ability to withstand pressure resulting from development. Use of eco-friendly technology for keeping the environment healthy is the current objective. Finally, protection of human rights of all the people living in different parts of the globe for enabling them to enjoy equal benefits of natural resources of the earth and to gain from technological advancement is again an international objective. The contemporary international system accepts these as valuable objectives to be secured in the 21st century. Check your progress exercise 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Identify 3 important issues of humanitarian concerns in contemporary international relations. 24. Understanding international. 1.3 Agenda for Peace. Relations. A very encouraging and positive trend in contemporary international relations has been the emergence of several and influential world movements in favor of peace, security, environment protection, and sustainable development. The rise of international civil society is a fact of international relations in the present century. Humanitarian concerns are coming to the fore, calls for environmental protection and to cap the global temperature. Sustainable development to make the world safe for future generations and respect for human rights have gained traction in the study of international relations. The people all over the world have joined hands to raise voice in favor of peace against war, disarmament against the arms race, non-nuclear non-violent world against nuclear and highly tensed world, and cooperation and economic development against confrontation and fruitless militarization. Environment protection movements and earth protection drives have given a new positive direction and health to international relations. These initiatives secured vital support for the ideals of peace, security, cooperation, and development. The British-based Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, the European Nuclear Disarmament, END, the Green Peace Against Nuclear Weapons, the Five-Continent Six-Nation Disarmament Initiative taken by India, the Movement for Maintaining the Ecological Balance of Our Planet, the international fundraising movements for meeting the challenges posed by floods, famines, etc., are all signs that study of international politics has been becoming increasingly popular. The process of change, which has been in place since 1991, is neither complete nor can it be finished in the immediate future. The components of international relations have always been dynamic, and the same is also true in contemporary times. A new international system is currently emerging. It has several distinct trends: globalization with a focus on harnessing its positive energies, fight against terrorism as a priority, additional steps for the protection of human rights, environmental protection and steps towards sustainable development, human security, inclusive growth, the need to meet the challenges emanating from climate change, empowerment of women, marginalized and vulnerable people of global society, and the imperatives to achieve the rise of all. Richard A. Falk, in his article entitled The Global Promise of Social Explorations at the Edge of Time, has suggested a five-dimensional agenda for ushering international relations into an era of real and durable peace and development. The five-dimensional agenda included inter alia denuclearization, demilitarization, depolarization, development, and democratization. To achieve this agenda, it is imperative to apply concerted efforts and collective actions of all the nation-states, international statesmen, national decision-makers, the non-state actors, and international social movements. They must accept and emphasize it for the empowerment of the entire humankind. The need is to secure and preserve the multipolar character of the world community as well as a sustainable all-round development for all. 25. Studying international. 1.4 Let us sum up. International relations are fundamentally characterized by high complexity and dynamism. The present IR emerged from the traumatic experiences of the Second World War. The period of the Cold War, which lasted until the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, greatly shaped the IR. Post-Cold War era is beset with new challenges and opportunities. The unit has described in detail, the structural changes being witnessed by the international system in the form of changing role of the sovereign nation-states and the processes of regionalization and globalization. 2. International economic relations are under transformation, first and foremost because of the vigor and speed of economic globalization and the process of formation of regional economic blocs such as the EU and ASEAN. The global economic transformation, however, is constrained by the prolonged financial crisis that had begun in 2008. The global economy seems to have set in an unusual pattern of low and uncertain growth. 3. International organizations, in particular the UN, need to be strengthened so that these multilateral bodies continue to play an effective role in the changing international political and economic environment. An utmost need is there to reform the UN Security Council with the inclusion of new members such as India to make the Security Council representative and effective in the discharge of its duties. 4. The proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, chemical, and biological, remains one of the major concerns before humankind. Besides, the emergence of what is called non-traditional security threats are a very major concern. The important point to understand here is that non-traditional security threats can get transformed into traditional security threats. Besides, these threats are more pervasive, deep, difficult to track. They require concerted global and regional efforts to tackle. In other words, non-traditional security threats cannot be met by a sovereign state acting alone. 1.5 References. Baylis, John, 2015. Et al. eds. The Globalization of World Politics. New Delhi. OUP. Chatterjee, Anik. 2018. International Relations Today. New Delhi. Pearson. Kartsnays, Walter, 2012. Et al. eds. Handbook of International Relations. New Delhi. Sage. George, Jim and Anthony D. Burke. 2007. An Introduction to International Relations. London. Cambridge University Press. Hawking, Brian and Michael Smith. 2014. World Politics, An Introduction to International Relations. London. Routledge. Kumar, Mahendra, 2017. The Theoretical Aspects of International Politics. Agra. India. Shivlal Agarwal. Palmer and Perkins. 2015. International Relations. New Delhi. CBC Distributors. Ray Smith, Christian and Denkensneidel. 2008. eds. The Oxford Handbook of International Relations. London. OUP. 26. 27. Understanding International Relations. Rosenau, James N. 2006. The Study of World Politics, 2 volumes. London. Routledge. Sorensen, George and Robert H. Jackson. 2006. 2016. Introduction to International Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Wilkinson, Paul. 2007. International Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. 1.6 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Key structural changes, the changing role of the nation-state, the rise of non-state actors and the international civil society, and shifts in global power from the West to the rest. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should include the following: changes in the structure of international relations should be incorporated in the UN and the need to strengthen the role of the UN. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. Important issues of humanitarian concern are environmental protection, sustainable development, and human rights. Studying International. Unit 2 Evolution of the Relations. International System **. Structure 2.0 Objectives 2.1 Introduction. 2.2 Stages of Evolution. 2.2.1 Diplomatic History Stage, 1648 to 1919. 2.2.2 Current Events Stage, 1919 to 1945. 2.2.3 Law and Organization Stage, 1919 to 1945. 2.2.4 Scientific Studies Stage, 1945 to 1991. 2.2.5 Critical Theories and Globalization, 1991 to 2019. 2.3 Let us sum up. 2.4 References. 2.5 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 2.0 Objectives. This unit is about the emergence of international relations as an independent and separate academic discipline. After going through this unit, you should be able to trace the evolution of the discipline of international relations, identify different stages in the development of international relations as a discipline, explain the causes for the changes in different stages of the discipline. 2.1 Introduction. The origin and evolution of international relations (IR) as the subject of study and as an independent discipline have several theories and interpretations. Besides, the dynamic nature of events at the global level and the ever-changing scope of the discipline makes it even more difficult to talk about the exact nature of the evolution of IR. However, it is a fact that the history of IR can be traced back to thousands of years, to the prevalence of interaction among the Sumerian city-states dating back to 3500 BC. The Greek city-states had their international system with norms of war and peace. But we cannot mark the origin of international relations to these periods, as they do not fulfill the basic requirement to be called as international relations. The history of modern international relations is more precisely related to the origin of the nation-state system in the 17th century. In this context, the Peace Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, which recognized the idea of sovereign nation-states, can be regarded as the real beginning of international relations. Before this treaty, European medieval organization of political authority was based on a vaguely hierarchical religious order. However, about the Westphalian Treaty also, indeed, there existed still embodied layered systems of sovereignty, especially within the Holy Roman Empire. That is why Professor R. S. Yadav, Department of Political Science, Kurukshetra University. Why? 2. 8. Evolution of the International. More than this treaty, it is the Treaty of Utrecht of 1713 which can be considered system as a more appropriate document delineating the sovereign state, because it reflected an emerging norm that the sovereign had no external superiors as the ultimate authority within the territory's sovereign borders. As with the origin, there is a difference in terms of scope and activities of the IR. Hence, it is necessary to have a critical appraisal of the evolution of the discipline of international relations. 2.2 Stages of Evolution. From the First World War to the present times, international relations has passed through different stages of evolution. Besides, the journey of its efforts to make it an independent discipline also started with the end of the First World War. This journey of international relations for becoming a separate discipline can be understood by analyzing its evolution and direction of the changing contours of interaction among states. 2.2.1 Diplomatic History Stage, 1648 to 1919. Until the First World War, 1914 to 18, the study of IR was dominated by historians rather than political scientists. At this stage, the study of IR mainly centered around the state system. Individual scholars also identified and organized themselves in sovereign states and through them strove to fulfill their interests. That is why no organized and systematic study of international relations was made in universities anywhere in the world. Only in a few courses dealing with history, law and theology, etc., initial efforts were made to study a wide variety of current international problems. But all this was done in a very unsystematic and superficial manner. No real attempt was made to study and analyze IR in an organized and systematic manner to give it the shape and stature of a distinctive subject. The only exception is the pioneering effort of Paul S. Reinsch, who in 1900 delivered lectures on world politics at the University of Wisconsin. Despite the existence of the state system, however, not all states accepted every other state. The norms of universality and sovereign equality were still nebulous and often questioned by powerful states. Truth is, some of the states had only partial attributes. They were small principalities and fiefdoms owing their allegiance to some big empire or a strong man. Some states were significant because of their neighborhood, while others were due to their economic or military might. Some others due to their cultured or ethnic peculiarities. Thus, interstate relations existed due to sovereign states, and it constituted the agenda of international relations. However, relations between two or more states acquired complexities and divergent implications due to a variety of factors like economy, geography, military, historical, social, cultural, religious, ideological, strategic, and leadership. As a result, there emerged a situation of conflict or cooperation among them, and the same became the area of study of international relations. Since both these aspects continued to remain part of the behavior of states, international relations also was constrained to study both dimensions of conflict and cooperation. Thus, in the real sense of the term, despite the emergence of nation-states, international relations did not develop much till the First World War. Since the study of international relations was dominated by diplomatic historians. 29. The basic trends of this era were as follows. Studying international. 1. Most of the study was descriptive and no effort was made to develop the relations. Causal relationship. 2. Instead of analyzing the events based on various factors and forces, most studies of the period were chronological descriptions of the events recorded partially. 3. Most studies were rooted to know the historical past and no effort was made to analyze the contemporary events. Therefore, the study of contemporary events and developments did not receive the importance it deserved. 4. Since most of the studies were not done systematically, they lacked scientific rigor towards theory building. 5. Since most studies were descriptive and chronicled the events without any effort to find a causal relationship, the discipline of international relations lacked empirical and scientific grounding. Thus, in the years before World War I, studies in international relations were predominantly in the form of historical and diplomatic writings. This disrupted the growth of the analytical, theoretical, and contemporary study of the IR. Therefore, this era was devoid of the development of theories of the discipline. Besides, systematic and comprehensive growth of the subject was also missing during this period. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Identify the features of the study of international relations before World War I. 2.2.2 Current Events Stage, 1919 to 1945. The First World War had a tremendous impact on the study of international relations. It was only after the war that teaching of the subject of international relations was initiated in the various universities in the United Kingdom, United States of America, and Switzerland. The teaching of the subject as a formal academic discipline started with the founding of international professorship in the UK. In 1919, Woodrow Wilson Chair of International Relations was established at Aberystwyth, the University of Wales, now Aberystwyth University. The first person to hold this chair was Alfred Eckhart Zimmer. Simultaneously, in the same year, Georgetown University's Edmund A. Walsh School of Foreign Service was founded in the USA. In early 1920, the Department of International Relations was established at London School of Economics at the 30. Evolution of the International. Behest of Nobel Peace Prize winner Philip Noel Baker. This was the first institute system to offer a wide range of degrees in IR. Numerous other universities in the USA and Switzerland also followed this trend. Later, the London School of Economics and at Oxford, Montagu Boston Professor of International Relations was created, which gave further impetus to the study of international relations. In 1927, the first university entirely devoted to the study of international relations, the Graduate Institute of International Studies, was established in Geneva. It was meant to train diplomats for the League of Nations. In 1928, Chicago University started offering a graduate course in international relations. Then in 1933, Harvard and Tufts University jointly started Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, which was the only school in the USA offering graduate degree in IR. Later, such courses were offered in some other universities as well. During this era, some significant changes in the study of international relations were noticed. Salient ones of them inter alia were: 1. This phase focused on current events and happenings in international relations. A past study of diplomatic history was replaced by an interest in current affairs. 2. Despite the neglect of historical descriptions, an integrative knowledge of international relations was still not attained. Because at least to understand the contemporary developments, contextualization of the same in its timing and space was required. Hence, complete neglect of history led to the limited knowledge of international relations. 3. Complete and total dependence on current affairs was not enough for a correct knowledge of IR. This kind of detachment and compartmentalization led to the lopsided reading of international relations. 4. Lack of complete study of past and present with appropriate linkages in the study of international relations were missing. As a result, theory building was absent during this period too. In the absence of a long-term historical perspective to drive common consensual finding, the element of predictability in the working of international relations again went missing. 2.2.3 Law and Organization Stage, 1919 to 1945. The period between the two world wars witnessed a strong trend regarding the growth of international legal organizations. It emphasized the institutionalization of international relations through the development of a legal organizational setup. It was assumed that with the growth of such an institutional arrangement, problems of the international system will automatically get resolved. Therefore, the emphasis was to identify goals and values which would facilitate the growth of peaceful world order. This kind of thinking was based on idealism, optimism, and hope that with the growth of some legal and institutional setup, issues of conflict, violence, and war could be overcome. This type of approach was thus based on an emotional and visionary outlook of its supporter. As a result, the idea of League of Nations was conceived as part of the Treaty of Peaceful Resolution of Conflict after the First World War. It was thought that issue of war and conflict in past were linked to the thinking of power enhancement, the balance of power and demonstration of power which was not appropriate, rather only through law. 31. Studying international. An organization states can attain the goal of peace. This belief was based on the relations, strength of individual and collective morality found in men and state. The increased emphasis on law and organization had the following implications for international relations. 1. Though the emphasis on institutional setup based on law and organization was based more on idealism, morality, and vision for peace, yet it was beyond the prevailing relations of the time and non-comprehension of interests of the state. Therefore, it was far from the existing realities of international relations. 2. The establishment of global peace is dependent on multiple and complex variables than the wishful thinking and narrow outlook of legal and organizational structure. Hence, the thrust on institutionalization did not factor in the dynamism of international relations. This became apparent when the League of Nations failed to establish international peace. 3. Despite their best effort to evolve some framework and establishment of League of Nations, no general theorization of international politics was developed during the period. 4. There is a clear difference between suggestions for reforms at the international level by the states and the pursuit of their national interests. Most powers agreed on the Charter of the League of Nations for the observation of peace, but when issues were confronted by them against their perceived national interest, they left the League, rather than observe the mandate of the Charter. Thus, this era also failed to understand and analyze the complex phenomenon called international relations. Nor the creation of an international legal and institutional setup facilitated the establishment of peace. There were no efforts to evolve a general theory to understand this phenomenon. Therefore, the need for a sound framework of peace was still required. Thus, due to parochial vision which remained restricted to law and organization, the study of IR during this era prevented the real understanding of dynamic and complex forces of international relations. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What were the features of international relations studies during the interwar years? 32. Evolution of the international. 2.2.4 Scientific Studies Stage, 1945 to 1991. System. After the end of World War II, international politics underwent a significant transformation in terms of its nature and scope. On one hand, the emergence of new states of Asia and Africa enhanced the membership of the global community and thereby made international politics truly international. Simultaneous to this phenomenon, the onset of Cold War between the then two superpowers led to the requirement of the study of conflict, proxy wars, arms race, nuclear threat, détente, the balance of power, etc. as new issues in international relations. Besides, a new dimension came to be added in the form of non-state actors who began to strongly influence and shape the working of international relations. These non-state actors were both political like Amnesty International and economic like the multinational corporations, MNCs. As a result of power rivalry and Cold War tensions, theoretical approaches to the study of peace and the world order studies also acquired important space in international relations. Thus, global politics acquired new dimensions that demanded the discarding of earlier idealistic, moralistic, legal, and institutional studies and their replacement by rational and scientific studies. Realism and neorealism. As a result of the above developments, studies of realism and behavioralism acquired importance in international relations. Hans J. Morgenthau has been regarded as the first realist thinker who propounded realism as a theory for the study of international relations. Realism dominated the study of IR since the end of World War II. In 1948, Hans J. Morgenthau wrote his Politics Among Nations, and scholars have continued to refer to the book ever since. Morgenthau and other realists drew ideas from philosophers such as Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes, and others. Their writings on a variety of subjects and themes about IR were clubbed together and labeled by critics as classical realism. Core arguments in classical realism are as follows. In IR, there's no scope for idealism. The failure of the League of Nations to ensure peace in the interwar years is a good example of the misplaced belief in the goodness of human nature, scientific temperament, and the inevitability of material progress for the betterment of all. Classical realists point out the selfishness and brutishness in human nature, the corruptibility and self-serving tendency of institutions, and the anarchic and fluid character of the international system as realistic points to start any discussion on IR. 2. Classical realists argued that there is no centralized authority to enforce the law at a global level, hence international relations operate in an anarchic, somewhat lawless context. 3. Here, every state is concerned with its preservation. Therefore, every state is guided by the pursuit of power and promotion of its self-interest. Classical realism was grounded in a mix of history, philosophy, and theology. As a theoretical framework of IR, it declined with the rise of social scientific behaviorism in the 1960s. The decade of 1970s marked the ascendance of neorealism. In his Theory of International Politics, 1979, Kenneth Waltz argued that all important features of international relations, especially the actions of great powers, could be explained in terms of the anarchical structure of the international system. Waltz tried to give classical realism empirical basis but failed to do so and have since been criticized for that. His neorealism differed from the classical realism in two ways. Waltz tried to give his ideas a scientific basis and drew. 33. Studying international. Some ideas from economics. While doing this, he tried to shed classical realism. Relations. Of its penchant to draw from history, sociology, theology, and human nature. 2. In building their theory of international relations, classical realists considered variables such as domestic institutions, quality of diplomacy, the nature of statecraft, national morale, and human nature. Waltz considered all of them as irrelevant in understanding IR. Core arguments of Waltz's theory of neorealism are: states are unitary rational actors existing in a self-help system. They are all concerned above all else with their survival, and equally important, they all operate with imperfect information. 2. Waltz makes an important statement: states are conditioned by the logic of the international system into similar patterns of behavior. 3. The trajectory of international relations is explained by the distribution of power across units, states, in the system. 4. He argues that the international system conceived in this way has maintained remarkable continuity across space and time. The most important argument of Waltz is that the most stable arrangement in an international system is bipolarity, or a balance between two great powers. Waltz's conception of IR remained influential in the 1980s and the 1990s. Many have criticized his argument that states inherently find cooperation difficult. 2. Critics further ask what it is that the states want in the end, security or power. The so-called defensive neorealists answer: security. Since states seek foremost security, a stable international equilibrium is possible via balancing. The so-called offensive neorealists say power. Maximization of power makes attainment of equilibrium hard to achieve. No wonder the international system always remains on tenterhooks. 3. There are other grounds of criticism. Neorealism has been faulted, for example, for neglecting the insights of history, sociology, and philosophy. Besides, most important, its claim of scientific validity is found false. 4. Neorealism also does not consider, nor in fact, it does explain, systemic transformations in IR. It cannot explain, for example, the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War, or, for that matter, It cannot explain, for example, the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War, or, for that matter, the advent of globalization. Systems theory. In the post-Second World War period, one major development in the field of political science has been to make the study of the discipline more scientific through quantitative methodology with the study of behavior. What do we mean by systems theories? Systems theories of international relations (IR) give priority to the structure of the international system to explain the behavior of states and interactions among them. States are the units of the system, and they collectively constitute a system of states. Most systems theories treat the relationship between the international system and states as reciprocal. However, it is the structure of the international system that strongly influences and shapes the behavior of the states and interaction among states. Thus, what a state does or does not do at the international level can be explained by referring to the structures of the international system and the way these structures impinged on the state. For the first time, systems theory came to treat the international system as the formal and independent variable. Systemic thinking became central to the study of IR in the second half of the 20th century after the publication of Kenneth Waltz's Theory of International Politics in 1979. IR scholars have continued to study and develop the strengths and weaknesses of Waltz's and other systems approaches. No doubt, systems theorizing remains an important approach to the study of IR. However, not all theoretical assertions of systems. 34. Evolution of the international. Approaches have been empirically supported, there thus remains a strong debate. System. About how much systems theories explain the IR and the behavior of the states. Moreover, the notion of an international system and how to define it remain contested among IR scholars. Systems theory assumes that basic parameters of the system can be integrated. Hence, a general system theory can be developed. Though, as stated above, in terms of the meaning of system, there is a difference of opinion among scholars, but one thing is certain: systems theory has helped in the enrichment of theoretical studies of international relations. Systems theory has widened the scope of the study by highlighting those dimensions of international relations which were not given adequate attention earlier. Other theoretical frameworks. Other partial theories developed due to the influence of behavioralism have been decision-making theory, game theory, communication theory, and bargaining theory. They cannot be treated as full general theories of international relations because they are dealing with one aspect of it only, i.e. foreign policy analysis. This has been done through the evaluation of the behavior of foreign policy or decision-makers. They are also based on the scientific method and value-free approach as suggested by behavioralism. Thus, in this era, an effort was made by realists and behavioralists to study international relations in a scientific and realist manner rather than the utopian, idealism, emotive, historical, diplomatic, ethical, legal, and institutional frameworks. But both the studies suffered from serious weaknesses of not interpreting international relations holistically. In the case of the realist approach, predominant issues have been the issue of struggle and conflict. An important aspect of cooperation has been missing, which is not only equal, rather it is the aim of nation-states. Similarly, behavioralism also ignored the value of peace in their craze for scientism issue and quantification. Besides, they all put more and more emphasis on analysis over description, on transnationalism over nationalism, and interaction over action. That is why all these approaches fail to predict the end of the Cold War and its likely consequences for international relations. No theory, howsoever scientific it has been, can predict major upheavals and transformations in the global political system. Check your progress exercise 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Pick the correct response about the core concern of defensive realists. A. Security. B. Power. C. Cooperation. 2. Pick the correct response. Neorealism has been faulted for its neglect of A. Insights from history, sociology, and philosophy. B. Systems approach. C. Models and theories of economics. 35. Studying international. 2.2.5 Critical Theories and Globalization, 1991 to 2019. Relations. With the end of the Cold War, not only the nature and working of international relations changed, but new kind of discourse started in analyzing and understanding of international politics. New critical theories in the form of constructivism, feminism, postmodernism, etc. started raising some normative questions which were missing in the discourses that prevailed during the Cold War era. This theoretical orientation is termed as paradigm shift in international relations. This period is different from post-Westphalia, representing post-sovereignty phase. These theories were not concerned with scientism or analytical framework, rather they are of problem-solving nature. Hence, they can be termed as emancipatory theories. Therefore, they are aimed at providing an answer to questions faced by contemporary international relations. As a result, these are purposive in nature and provide a critique of dogmatism. Simultaneously, they are in favor of delegitimization of the existing order. Hence, their dominant concern is not merely providing a framework, but concerns for social and political examination. These normative and explanatory theories are developed by scholars like Andrew Linklater, Michael Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Jean Elshton, Cynthia Enloe, Christine Sylvester, J. and Tinker, Richard Ashley, Richard Cox, Herbert Marcuse, Jürgen Habermas, etc. Some scholars believe that the behavior of human beings is determined by their identity, which itself is shaped by society's values, history, and practice. Therefore, most of the institutions, including the state, are socially constructed. For instance, feminists believe that gender-based role differentiation is socially rather than biologically determined. Similarly, critical theorists believe that the task of theory is not to just explain but provide for the emancipation of human beings from social institutions and practices that oppose them. In the same way, postmodernists consider themselves as incredulity towards meta-narratives. Postmodernism then is essentially concerned with deconstructing and detrusting any account of human life that claims to have direct access to truth. It is a narrative of narratives that have a totalizing view of historical events, social experiences, and culture as lived and politics as experienced. Meta-narratives are false, they often claim to be all-knowing truths. Thus, in this era, like the earlier period, a lot of theories are available, but they have their limitations like earlier ones. In sum, international relations is a very complex discipline involving a variety of factors and forces shaping its working, and all attempts at building theories about IR have at best met only limited and partial success. Parallel to political development in the form of the end of the Cold War, the world witnessed a new phenomenon of globalization after 1991. But how to interpret and understand this phenomenon is also a cumbersome task. It is because both positive and negative discussion of this phenomenon is given in terms of its being a myth and reality. It is only after knowing both the arguments we can be better equipped to explain the working and process of contemporary international relations. Those who support or justify the process of globalization give the following arguments in support of their contention. First, the world economy has become more interdependent than before, hence it has opened the doors of trade and other such activities for the nations. Second, as a result of this changing world has become more interconnected and communicative, this has strengthened social 36. Evolution of the international cohesiveness. Third, with the growth of large-scale interactions, now the world is system, witnessing common culture across nations. Fourth, with this development, differences among nations are being replaced by homogeneousness. Fifth, time and space have seemed to collapse and we are witnessing concept of the global village. Sixth, even polity seems to be moving in the direction of a transnational order and the beginning of a transfer of allegiance is witnessed from state to substate, transnational and international bodies. Seventh, a cosmopolitan culture is developing and people seem to begin to think globally and act locally. Finally, risk culture is emerging to take care of common humanitarian concerns. But opposition to globalization is equally strong and the following arguments are given to prove their contention. First, the present process of globalization is merely strengthening capitalism. Therefore, it is more about trade, FDI, finances, etc. than development of human growth and interactions. Second, it is very uneven in its effects because it is a game between unequal players. Hence, it is not going to provide equal opportunities for all. Third, it is not globalization with a human face, rather it is the concentration of capital and going to prove the latest stage of Western imperialism. Fourth, it is going to benefit the rich and to remain disadvantageous for the poor. In this open competition, the huge gap between rich and poor countries will only widen and deepen further. Fifth, all forces of globalization are not good. For instance, it also makes it easier for the drug cartels and terrorists to operate worldwide. Sixth, it is not to facilitate good global governance because most of the MNCs and TNCs are not under the control of any one country or some global agency. Finally, it is paradox whether globalization is a triumph of Western capitalism or it marks the rise of Asian economic and technological dynamism. Thus, developments of critical theories and globalization present a paradox for the readers to provide an adequate explanation for the contemporary international relations. If critical theories are discussing the emancipations, then globalization is posing the problem of inegalitarian world order. In both the senses, it is difficult to develop a general theory for the understanding of IR. Both the propositions must deal with multiple factors and processes, hence are not able to explain the complexities of contemporary international relations. No common consensus has been arrived at among different scholars. Thus, this era is also full of partial approaches that can at most explain one or the other phenomenon, but a complete understanding of international relations is missing. Check your progress exercise for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the function of a theory according to critical theorists? 37. Studying international. 2.3 Let us sum up. Above discussion about various stages of the evolution of international relations reveals that this discipline is not only difficult but also very dynamic and complex to understand. In the first phase, it emerges as a separate discipline woven around the concept of nation-states as first developed under the Westphalian Treaty. Treaty of Utrecht further polished it to provide complete external sovereignty to the nation-states. However, this phenomenon remained limited to diplomatic history and of the descriptive nature of the subject. Later, the period between the two world wars proved critical for the development of the subject. During this period, on the one hand, emphasis on current affairs was manifest, whereas, on the other hand, the importance of law and organization was strongly underlined. It was believed that legal and institutional architecture shall help resolve the problems of war and peace among nations. In the post-Second World War era, major stress was put on scientism and studies based on realistic paradigm. Finally, the end of the Cold War presented a bizarre scenario both at political and economic levels. As a result, alternative critical theories of global politics were presented. But new departure has also not been able to develop a complete general theory of international relations. Simultaneously, post-1991 economic development in the form of globalization too cannot provide an answer to all kinds of problems and economic challenges being witnessed by most of the states. Thus, for a sound understanding of international relations, some more efforts are needed. However, due to the dynamic and complex interdependence among nation-states, it seems difficult, if not impossible, to provide a complete explanation and understanding of international relations in times to come. 2.4 References. Baylis, John et al. eds. 2015. The Globalization of World Politics. New Delhi. OUP. Chatterjee, Anik. 2018. International Relations Today. New Delhi. Pearson. Carlsnaes, Walter. Et al. eds. 2012. Handbook of International Relations. New Delhi. Sage. George, Jim and Anthony D. Burke. 2007. An Introduction to International Relations. Hawking, Brian and Michael Smith. 2014. World Politics, An Introduction to International Relations. London. Routledge. Kumar, Mahendra. 2017. The Theoretical Aspects of International Politics. Agra. Shivlal Agarwal. Hammer and Perkins. 2015. International Relations. New Delhi. CBC Distributors. Rhea Smith, Christian and Duncan Snidel. eds. 2008. The Oxford Handbook of International Relations. London. Oxford University Press. Rosenau and James. 2006. The Study of World Politics. 2 volumes. London. Routledge. 38. 39. Evolution of the International System. Sorensen, George and Robert H. Jackson. 2016. Introduction to International Relations. New Delhi. OUP. Wilkinson, Paul. 2007. International Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. 2.5 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. The study of IR was dominated by diplomatic histories which were mostly descriptive and chronological. These studies did not focus on contemporary developments and lacked scientific rigor. They lacked scientific rigor and did not establish causal relations. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. During the interwar years, the focus of IR shifted on institutions and on contemporary developments. In the absence of historical analysis, theory yielding could not take place. Check your progress exercise 3.1. A. 2a. Check your progress exercise 4. 1. A theory should function to emancipate human beings from social institutions and practices that oppress them. Block 2. Historical perspectives. Historical perspectives. As many as 4 units, units 3 to 6, in this block give a historical perspective on IR. The World War I, 1914-18, the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, the rise of fascism and Nazism in the 1930s, and the World War II, 1939-45. Indisputably were the 4 decisive events in the first half of the 20th century. These events greatly impacted the world order that we know it as of today. By going through the Unit 3 on First World War, you will discover that conflict was inherent in the way international relations worked since the 19th century. Aggression, military alliances, balance of power, secret pacts, territorial ambitions, and creation of zones of economic and geopolitical influence were the dominant norms in IR. The result was often war. Peace was only a brief interlude between 2 wars. The imperialist ambitions of the European powers would conflagrate as colonial masters would also drag the colonial people in their conflicts. The age of liberal internationalism dawned with the 14 points of the U.S. President Woodrow Wilson in 1919. An international organization, League of Nations, was established, principle of collective security was incorporated, and right to self-determination was recognized. The interwar period of 1919 to 1945 saw great focus on codification of customary international law and creation of variety of international organization. The sense of IR was that some order needed to be brought in the behavior of the states. This was the period of Wilsonian idealism. The focus on legal institutionalism clarified and gave strong currency to many of the norms of IR. Impact of First World War on the study of international relations was very strong. After the war, teaching of the subject of international relations was initiated in the various universities in Europe and United States. The outbreak of socialist revolution in Russia was a landmark event in the history of mankind. At the level of discipline of IR, the Soviet Socialist Revolution dramatically enhanced the possibility of an alternative system of IR. Look at IR from below and not from above. The perspective of the world's colonial and capitalist powers. Soviet Russia rejected all secret pacts, supported the right to self-determination of people in the colonies and the minorities living in European countries, called for solidarity of the workers, peasants, and all the exploited people of the world. 2 developments are noteworthy. Soviet Revolution very strongly raised the prospects of socialist revolutions and greatly energized anti-colonial movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Secondly, it impressed upon the international system the importance of social justice and equity, the need to have international labor standards and labor rights such as right to strike, land redistribution, and gender equality. In addition to war and peace, development became a concern of IR. Fascism and Nazism in Europe were short-lived but had a devastating impact on the whole world. A militaristic nationalism, war and aggression, racism and belief in racial superiority, and the idea that nation is a living entity whose existence is above everything else were the chief features of these ideologies. Fascism and Nazism lived between the 2 world wars in Italy and Germany respectively, but these ideologies have the tendencies to resurface in Europe and elsewhere too. During their heyday, they left a strong impression and inspired many political movements in other parts of the world, Latin America and Asia. The Second World War was even more destructive than the first one. Apart from the heavy cost of war in terms of man and material, the conflict saw the use of nuclear weapons for the first time. It was clear that nuclear weapons assured mutual destruction. There are no victors and vanquished in a nuclear war. When the Second World War ended, the international political and economic landscape had transformed. Also, IR as a discipline was faced with several immediate challenges. Few significant developments were: empires died, scores of new nations in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were born. The legacies of colonialism, racism, and underdevelopment emerged as new issues to be dealt with in the discipline of IR. Further, the world found itself divided into 2 blocks, a capitalist bloc headed by US and a socialist bloc led by Soviet Union. Ideological competition, spheres of influence, arms race, development of nuclear weapons, and their delivery systems marked the international system. It is in this context that the non-aligned movement, NAM, emerged as the voice of reason, peaceful dialogue, and rejection of bloc politics. United Nations was formed, which provided for the Security Council. It meant that for the first time, decision of an international organization could be implemented, if need be, by using military force. The 5 great powers arrogated to themselves the veto power. They became the global policemen. Bretton Woods institutions emerged and GATT came in for negotiations so as to have rules for international trade. A new and powerful international economic actor emerged and spread in the form the MNCs. Historical perspectives. 45. World War I, causes and consequences. Unit 3, World War I, causes and consequences. Structure 3.0, objectives 3.1, introduction. 3.2, causes of the war. 3.2.1, economic rivalries. 3.2.2. 3.2.1, economic rivalries. 3.2.2, colonial disputes. 3.2.3, conflicting alliance systems. 3.2.4, rising nationalist aspirations. 3.2.5, the outbreak of war. 3.3, sequences of events of the war. 3.3.1, European phase of the war. 3.3.2, global phase of the war. 3.3.3, end of the war. 3.3.4, India's contribution to the British war efforts. 3.4, consequences of the war. 3.4.1 Paris Peace Conference 3.4.2 The Treaty of Versailles 3.4.3 Minor Treaties 3.4.4 Dissolution of the Ottoman Empire 3.5 Impact of the war 3.5.1 Impact on Europe 3.5.2 Impact on the world 3.6 Let us sum up 3.7 References 3.8 Answers to check your progress exercises 3.0 Objectives. The war that broke out in Europe in 1914 and soon engulfed almost the entire world is described as the First World War both because of its unprecedented extent of its spread and its total nature. In this unit we will examine its causes and consequences. After going through this unit you should be able to the circumstances which led to the First World War, causes of the First World War, sequences of events of the war, consequences of the war, impact of the war, understanding of interwar dynamics of the European powers, new beginning in the world politics. Asterisk originally written for EPS 07 International Relations. Asterisk. Historical Perspectives 3.1 Introduction. The First World War broke out in the third quarter of 1914. The war began in Europe but soon engulfed almost the entire world. The damage caused by this war had no precedent in history. In the earlier wars, the civilian populations were not generally involved and the casualties were generally confined to the warring armies. The war, which began in 1914, was a total war. The casualties suffered by the civilian population from bombing of the civilian areas were huge in numbers. The world experienced an unprecedented Holocaust. The war affected the economy of the entire world. Again, a total war in which all the resources of the warring states were mobilized. It continued for more than 4 years. It marked a turning point in world history. The battles of the war were fought in Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. Because of the unprecedented extent of its spread and its total nature, it is known as the First World War. Established dynasties collapsed, Europe began to decline, and America started to dominate. The war generated new ideologies such as those of socialism, founded new institutions e.g. the League of Nations, and gave birth to new leaderships that sought to build cooperation in the world. The world, indeed, stood transformed at the termination of the war. 3.2 Causes of the war. The war broke out in the wake of the assassination of Archduke Francis Ferdinand, the heir apparent to the Habsburg throne. He was assassinated by a group of Bosnian radical nationalists on June 28, 1914. The assassination, however, was not the real cause of the war. It was just the pretext. The causes of the war may be found in the politico-economic developments that had been taking place in the international arena since the Franco-German War of 1870. There arose economic rivalries, disputes over colonies, and the conflicting alliance system in Europe. The growing nationalist aspirations in the subject peoples in Europe added fuel to the fire and further intensified the complex dynamics. 3.2.1 Economic rivalries. Throughout the last quarter of the 19th century and the early decades of the 20th century, most of the European powers had been locked in tariff wars and had been engaged in competition for overseas markets. There had been tariff wars between Italy and France, Russia and Germany, Austria and Serbia, and so on. Besides these tariff wars, there arose stiff competition among the powers in general and between Germany and Great Britain for overseas markets. Throughout the 19th century, Britain had been the supreme economic power, backed by a powerful navy and army. Germany suddenly emerged as a competing great economic power in Europe after its principalities unified as a nation-state. Germany's emergence as the economic superpower made it a stiff competitor for overseas markets too, where other European powers including Britain had great stakes. This competition had far-reaching political repercussions. It created an unending tension in the relations between these states. These relations got further embittered when the competing countries started building up strong navies for safeguarding trade routes and merchant shipping. Germany, which already had a big army, devoted its full energies for building a large navy and achieved the goal within a short span. Germany's emergence as an economic power backed by a strong navy and an army became intolerant for Britain and the other powers hostile to it. Hence rivalries intensified and a flare-up became inevitable. 46. World War I, Causes and 3.2.2 Colonial disputes. Consequences. The European powers, in order to ensure protected markets for their surplus capital and industrial products, got involved in conflicts for overseas colonies. Germany was the youngest in the race for colonies. With its emergence as an economic power, it became very aggressive in the demand for the overseas colonies which could provide markets for its growing economy. It was a general cry in Germany that the country must have a place in the sun. In its struggle for acquiring colonies, Germany found Britain as the stumbling block. Britain was condemned as a selfish dog in the manger. The disputes for a place in the sun were not confined to Germany and Britain alone. All major powers were engaged in the scramble for dependencies in the years preceding the First World War. There were collisions in Africa and in Asia between the European powers for colonies. These contradictions intensified and made relations between European states hostile towards each other. 3.2.3 Conflicting alliance systems. The struggle for colonies in different parts of the world between antagonistic powers led to the formation of conflicting alliances. Germany showed the way. It signed the dual alliance with Austria-Hungary 1879. This alliance aimed at strengthening Germany against a possible French attack for recovering Alsace-Lorraine. The alliance was also designed to protect Austria-Hungary against Russia, with which the former had protracted clashes in the Balkan region. The alliance became the Triple Alliance in 1882. Italy joined Austria-Hungary and Germany, seeking their support in her struggle for colonies against France. The partners of the Triple Alliance attempted to maintain the status quo in the continent. Others, however, saw this as an attempt to dominate Europe and to isolate other states from each other. They therefore took steps to form counter-alliances. France and Russia entered an entente 1893. This entente was aimed at countering the Triple Alliance and containing Britain, against whom both France and Russia had outstanding disputes over the colonies. In the course of time, however, the disputes between France, Russia, and Britain were resolved peacefully. They now entered into alliances. First, the Anglo-French Entente 1904 was singed, and then the Anglo-Russian Entente 1907 was formalized. These two ententes were transformed into the Triple Entente. Europe was thus divided into two conflicting alliances, viz. Triple Alliance and Triple Entente, which added fuel to the already embittered international relations which were aggravated by economic and colonial rivalries. 3.2.4 Rising nationalist aspirations. There were subject minorities in different regions of Europe. These subject minorities remained hostile towards their respective imperial rulers. The growing nationalism of these peoples made them restless against foreign rule. They were demanding the right of self-determination. The French people in Alsace-Lorraine were hostile to German rule over their territory. The Habsburg Empire, ruled by the Austrians and the Hungarians, had been facing growing discontent by the subject peoples. Italian, Romanian, and the Slavic peoples living within the Austro-Hungarian Empire awakened and initiated demands for self-determination or unification with their brethren in the neighboring states. The rulers, however, 47. Historical perspectives tried to suppress the nationalist awakenings. The nationalist movements within empires transformed into military revolutionary movements. Secret radical and militant organizations sprang up in different places in the Balkan region. Belgrade, the Serbian capital, in 1911 hatched the conspiracy to kill Archduke Francis Ferdinand while he was on an official tour in Sarajevo and assigned the job of assassinating him to Gavrilo Princip and his comrades. Princip carried out the assassination. 3.2.5 The outbreak of war. At the assassination of the Archduke, Austria issued a stiff ultimatum to Serbia on July 23, 1914. Serbia had little knowledge about the conspiracy to kill the Duke. Serbia, however, politely replied to the ultimatum, agreeing to comply with all but one of the demands. The ultimatum included, among others, the demands for apologies, suppression of anti-Austrian movements, and participation of Austrian officials in the inquiry for fixing responsibility for the murder. Serbia refused to include Austrian officials in conducting the inquiry. Austria declined to accept the Serbian reply and declared war against Serbia on July 28, 1914. Russia joined the fray in favor of Serbia on July 30. Russia's involvement brought Germany into the war. Germany declared war against Russia and France on 1st and August 3 respectively. The German strategy to attack France by vanquishing Belgium annoyed Britain. Britain declared war on August 4. Thus, the war broke out in full scale between the two blocs, consisting of Austria-Hungary and Germany on one side and France, Britain, and Russia on another. The former bloc came to be known as Central Powers and the latter became famous as the Allies. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. List the politico-economic developments leading to the First World War. 3.3 Sequence of events of the war. At the outbreak of the war, it was presumed that the war would be a brief encounter and there would be a victorious party. These presumptions proved to be wrong. The war was prolonged for more than 4 years and caused an unprecedented toll of men and material. Both the winners and the losers suffered almost equally from the war. Though the Allies won, but it cost them far dearly. 48. World War I, Causes and 3.3.1 European Phase of the war. Consequences. The war continued till the beginning of 1917 and was essentially a European affair. War was being fought over European issues and their control over the colonies. Europe had been the main theater of the war. The German strategy was to end the war in a month or so. German forces accordingly attacked France by overrunning Belgium. German soldiers within a few days reached the vicinity of Paris. The Germans, however, failed to sustain this victory. The French army forced them to retreat to the Aisne riverbank, which was considered the natural defense line. The warring parties failed to make much headway in either direction during the next 3 years. A deadlock resulted. The war took heavy casualties at this front. The casualties during the first 4 months alone were 700,000 Germans, 850,000 French, and 90,000 Britishers. On the Russian and Balkan fronts, however, there had been decisive battles. On the Russian front, the Russian soldiers could not invade East Prussia, and on the Balkan front, Austria faced humiliating defeats. The Serbians drove away the Austrians. Turkey joined the Central Powers in November 1914. Turkey closed the supply line and attempted to stop the Allies from sending supplies to Russia through sea routes. Consequently, the combined Austro-German armies inflicted humiliating defeats upon the Russian forces in the middle of 1915. With these defeats, the decline of Tsarist Empire began. Meanwhile, Bulgaria joined the Central Powers and enhanced their strength and striking capabilities. Now, Serbia fell to the Central Powers. At this juncture, Italy was persuaded to intervene in favor of the Allies. Italy's intervention, however, failed to influence the course of the war. The Central Powers won important victories and the whole area from Hamburg to the Persian Gulf came under their control. In February 1916, the Central Powers launched an all-out attack against the Allies. Their strategy was to inflict a decisive defeat on the Allies and to dictate peace terms for terminating the war. This strategy failed. Germany suffered from heavy losses both in men and material. Russia defeated the Austrians. Now Romania joined the Allies and soon Greece broke her neutrality and intervened in favor of the Allies. Now the joint offensive in the Balkan front against the Central Powers knocked Bulgaria out of the war. The Germans were defeated on several fronts. They opened unrestricted submarine warfare at sea to block the ships carrying supplies to Britain. Though this strategy paid off handsomely, it forced America to intervene in the war in favor of the Allies. The war thus entered a global phase. The war now entered the fourth year. Europe incurred heavy losses both in terms of human life and in terms of wealth. Europe was on the verge of collapse. Now peace became a general demand. The German Reichstag passed a peace resolution in July 1917. Many important personalities appealed for peace to save European civilization. But worse was still to come. 3.3.2 Global phase of the war. The intervention of the USA in the war and the successful conclusion of the Russian Revolution in 1917 completely changed the complexion of the war, which was now transformed from being a European affair into a world affair. The U.S. 49. Historical perspectives. Intervention and the Russian Revolution also brought into force differing ideologies. While the Russian Revolution unleashed revolutionary ideologies, the USA sought to make the world safe for democracy and peace. President Woodrow Wilson of the USA came out with his famous 14-point program. The war contributed largely to the downfall of the Tsarist regime in Russia. The Bolshevik government, installed in power after the fall of Tsar, signed the Brest-Litovsk Treaty in March 1918 with Germany and opted out of the war. Thus, war between Germany and Russia ended. The USA had maintained strict neutrality since the beginning of the war. She broke this neutrality for several reasons, which included, amongst others, Germany's unrestricted submarine attacks on merchant ships, America's huge economic involvement in the war, and the military preparedness within the USA. In April 1917, the USA intervened in the war in support of the Allies. After joining the war, President Wilson declared his famous 14-point program, which was proclaimed as the war aims of the U.S. The 14 points included, amongst others, open covenants of peace instead of secret pacts, freedom of the seas, removal of barriers to international trade, reduction of arrangements, justice to colonial peoples, rights to self-determination to the various subject minorities of Europe, and the establishment of an international body to maintain peace in the world. 3.3.3 End of the war. The participation of America enhanced the striking power of the Allies. The USA sent both men and materials. By July 1918, the number of American soldiers in the different fronts rose to more than 300,000. The Central Powers had no hope of getting fresh supplies. So they failed to bear the Allies' offensive. Consequently, they surrendered during the latter half of 1918, one by one. Bulgaria surrendered in September and Turkey in October. The Habsburg Empire disintegrated and Emperor Charles abdicated in November. The Germans had now no way out. Emperor Kaiser William II abdicated and Germany surrendered in early November. The war thus ended with the victory of the Allies. The war had continued for 4 years and 3 months. 30 states from Europe, America, Asia, and Africa were entangled in the war, which overthrew 4 dynasties and brought into existence 7 new states. The war killed more than 18 million people and the total cost was nearly $333 billion. 3.3.4 India's contribution to the British war efforts. An often unrepresented and uncited truth of the First World War is India's contribution to Britain's war efforts. As war broke out, Britain called upon help from her imperial troops. Indian army contingents arrived in September 1914, that is, within a month of Britain declaring war on Germany. The first Indian contingent reached Marseilles on September 26, 1914. These were soldiers from Lahore and Merit Division and the Secunderabad Cavalry. In October 1914, Indian troops were fed into some of the fiercest fighting at Ypres, and in March 1915, Indian soldiers provided half of the attacking force at the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle, which was the costliest in terms of human lives. 50. World War I, causes and India's contribution and the sacrifice of its soldiers were equal to that of any. Consequences. Large European power. When the war ended, almost 1.5 million Indian soldiers from regions such as Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Bihar had seen action in the Western Front, in East Africa, Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Gallipoli. Estimates vary: 50,000 to 62,000 died, 65,000 to 67,000 were wounded, and 10,000 were reported missing, while 98 Indian Army nurses were killed. The country also supplied 170,000 animals, 3.7 million tons of supplies, jute for sandbags, and a large loan to the British government. Amaya Kumar Bagchi noted that the drain on the Indian economy in the form of cash, kind, and loans to the British government came to about £367 million. While several divisions were sent overseas, others had to remain in India, guarding the northwest frontier and on internal security and training duties. Field Marshal Sir Claude Auchinleck, Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army from 1942, asserted that the British couldn't have come through both wars, World War I and II, if they hadn't the Indian Army. Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba Gandhi were in Britain when the war broke out. Both volunteered as auxiliary hospital workers. In 1914-15, Kasturba Gandhi worked in Indian Army hospitals on England's southern coast, set up for some 16,000 Indian soldiers who had been wounded in France and Belgium. The origins of Indian independence can be traced back to the events of the First World War. The war set in motion forces that developed into India's independence movement. Having made huge sacrifices, leaders of India's freedom movement expected a transition to self-government. These expectations were shared by nationalist leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi and all others, but were dashed by the extension of martial law at the end of the war. In 1917, Mahatma Gandhi launched his first satyagraha at Champaran against the harsh policies imposed on indigo farmers. Champaran revealed Gandhian political strategy of attacking the existing power structure using constitutional space available within the structure while retaining all the while the moral upper hand. Following this, Gandhi launched his first India-wide campaign of civil disobedience against British authority in February 1919. The intensity and popular participation in the freedom struggle was not driven by anti-Western or anti-British sentiment per se, but by the pursuit of self-determination. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Examine India's contribution to the British war efforts. 51. Historical Perspectives 3.4 Historical Perspectives 3.4 Consequences of the war. The war consumed an unprecedented number of men and materials. Europe's supremacy in the world began to decline and the USA began to emerge as a superpower. Japan established its supremacy in the East. The war was terminated through a series of 5 separate treaties between the Allies and the individual states of the Central Powers. These treaties were the Versailles Treaty with Germany, Saint-Germain Treaty with Austria, Nuryi Treaty with Bulgaria, Trianon Treaty with Hungary, and Sevres Treaty with Turkey. While the first 4 were signed in 1919, the last one was signed into 1920. The salient features of these treaties included, amongst others, the foundation of the League of Nations, the application of the right of self-determination in Europe only, and the non-application of the doctrine in the colonies of the European powers in Asia and Africa. 3.4.1 Paris Peace Conference. Wars are normally terminated and peace is restored after the signing of peace treaties between warring states. The First World War was also terminated through peace treaties, mentioned earlier. When the war entered the decisive phase, the Allied powers started considering the plans and proposals put forward by different quarters for a lasting peace in the world. At Germany's surrendering and signing of the instruments of armistice, the Allies took effective steps for holding a peace conference. The conference was ultimately called in Paris in January 1919. It continued for about 6 months. 32 countries consisting primarily of the Allies participated in this conference. The gathering was impressive because most of the world leaders were present. This was the first time in a conference like this that non-European powers, the USA, Japan, etc., attended. Russia did not attend because it had earlier withdrawn from the war. None of the Central Powers was invited to participate in the deliberations. The conference was mainly conducted by the Big Three, the USA, Great Britain, and France. But they could not totally ignore the others. However, the conflicting and narrow national interests, petty and unjust claims, and tendencies of scrabbling colonies dominated the proceedings of the conference and overshadowed President Wilson's idealism enshrined in his 14 points. The conference was called upon to tackle many complex issues which included, among others, the growing national aspirations of the erstwhile subject nations in Europe, the secret pacts signed during the war, the demands for compensation for the losses suffered by the European Allied powers, and the redressal of the wrongs committed by Germany during the war. Germany was held responsible for the declaration of the war and the huge destruction of lives and property. The peace conference in Paris, after its formal inauguration, appointed committees of experts and diplomats to study the different problems and issues and to make suitable recommendations to deal with them. In the context of the conflicting demands, aims, and objectives of the participating countries, it was not easy for the conference to arrive at an objective and rational conclusion. President Wilson had to yield to the pressure of the European powers who were bent upon taking revenge on Germany. After protracted deliberations, the conference came out with the peace treaty containing very stiff terms and conditions it offered to Germany for acceptance. Germany was forced to sign the humiliating treaty. 52. World War I, Causes and explained under the 14 point. Further, the treaty created a stage for future conflict. Consequences, which led to the Second World War. 3.4.2 The Treaty of Versailles. The Versailles Treaty was signed between the Allies and Germany. It was the most important one in the 5-treaty series. The treaty contained 440 articles. It dealt comprehensively with the territorial, military, and war guilts of the Central Powers and the economic, political, and other related aspects of peace settlement. Germany, which was accused for initiating the war, was dealt with severely. Emperor Kaiser William II was accused of having committed crimes against humanity and was blamed for the Holocaust caused by the war. Germany was asked to surrender nearly 40,000 square kilometers of territory with more than 7 million people. With the loss of 3 territories, Germany was deprived of the natural resources which are essential for its economic development. In addition, Germany was told to pay war reparations which after prolonged negotiation were fixed at $33,000 million. German colonies were taken away and were described as mandated territories of the League which France, Britain, and Japan distributed among themselves. Germany was militarily weakened by cutting down the size of its army and navy. It was not allowed to raise an air force or to have a modern merchant navy. The Rhine was demilitarized for 50 kilometers east of the river and the Allied Commission was appointed to supervise the execution of the process. Germany and Austria were barred from uniting. In sum, the treaty was designed to cripple Germany and perpetuate its subordination to the Allied powers. Belgium, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, etc. were recognized as independent states. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk signed between Germany and Russia was rendered irrelevant. The Treaty of Versailles created for the first time in the world an international organization called the League of Nations intending to maintain peace in the world. The treaty also founded for the first time in the world another international body known as the International Labour Organization to look after the welfare of the laboring people. The treaty evolved a system of government for the mandated territories. 3.4.3 Minor treaties. The Versailles Treaty was followed by 4 minor treaties. The St. German Treaty was signed between the Allies and Austria. It recognized the independence of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Yugoslavia. Austria had ceded a large chunk of its territories. The Neuilly Treaty was signed between the Allies and Bulgaria. Bulgaria had to cede part of her coast to Greece. The Trianon Treaty was signed between the Allies and Hungary. As per the terms of the treaty, Hungary was reduced in size and population. The Sèvres Treaty was signed between the Allies and Turkey in August 1920. The treaty stripped Turkey of her Ottoman Empire. 3.4.4 Dissolution of the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire, until its dissolution amidst the First World War, lasted some 600 years. At its height in the 16th century, it was one of the largest empires ever and encompassed most of southeastern Europe to the gates of Vienna, including present-day Hungary, the Balkan region, Greece, and parts of Ukraine, portions. 53. Historical perspectives of the Middle East now occupied by Iraq, Syria, Israel, and Egypt, North Africa as far west as Algeria, and large parts of the Arabian Peninsula. Towards the end of the 17th century, the internal and external situations had become desperate. In 19th century, the authority of the Khalifa within the empire was minimal. Control of North Africa had long since faded, provinces of Egypt and Syria defied the empire, and Wahhabis dominated Arabia. Likewise, European provinces and regions, Albania, Bulgaria, and Serbia, had declared their autonomy. On the external front, Russia and Austria-Hungary were the permanent source of war. By the beginning of the 20th century, the Ottoman Empire was subjugated through many treaties and capitulations which it had signed with the European powers. This was the imperialist processes of peaceful penetration of the Ottoman Empire. There were secret pacts and mutually agreed plans among European powers to divide up the empire even before the outbreak of the First World War. The process of nibbling at Ottoman territories had been going on for almost a century. Algeria and Tunisia had gone their own way and Britain had made Egypt its protectorate in 1882. Ottomans had lost large territories in Eastern and Southern Europe under various wars and peace treaties with Russia and Austria-Hungary. At the Congress of Berlin in 1878, European powers declared Ottoman provinces of Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, and Romania as independent states. Austria-Hungary was given control of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Britain extended its control over Cyprus, and Russia was awarded several Ottoman territories. New financial controls were established to recover the debts the Ottoman Empire owed to Europeans. The sick man of Europe was internationally weak and isolated at the turn of the 20th century. More was to come. The empire had a revolution in 1908 which brought the Young Turks to power. Taking advantage of the domestic instability, Italy seized Tripolitania, Libya, and occupied the Dodecanese, a group of islands in the Aegean Sea in 1911. The two Balkan Wars, 1912-13, nearly destroyed the Ottoman Empire in Europe. In the First Balkan War, October 1912 to May 1913, the Ottomans lost almost all their European possessions, including Crete, to Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, Montenegro, and the newly created state of Albania. The Ottomans had lost more than 4/5 of the territory and more than 2/3 of the population of their European provinces before the start of the First World War. The specter of its dissolution loomed large before the outbreak of the war. There were secret agreements and mutually agreed plans involving Britain, France, Germany, and Russia to divide up the empire into areas of their economic and geopolitical interests. In a defensive move to thwart the European designs, Ottoman Empire joined the First World War on the side of Germany. On October 29, 1914, Ottoman Navy bombed the Russian Black Sea port of Odessa. Declaration of war by the Entente against the Ottoman Empire followed suit. In 1915, Turkish resisted and reversed the British and Allies' attack in the Battle of Gallipoli. The Ottomans made a substantial contribution to the Central Powers' war effort. Their forces fought in Eastern Asia Minor, Anatolia, Azerbaijan, Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine, and the Dardanelles, as well as on European fronts. However, after 1916, the Ottoman Empire found it difficult to sustain the war. An appeal in the name of Islamic solidarity failed to gather popular support. 54. World War I, causes and in the Arab provinces of the Middle East. Rather, Britain deftly used Arab anger. Consequences. Against the Ottomans, the result was the loss of control over the holy city of Mecca in 1916. Entente proposals for the partition of Ottoman territories were formulated in several wartime agreements. By the Istanbul Agreements, March-April 1915, Russia was promised Istanbul and the Dardanelles Straits. France was to receive a sphere of influence in Syria and Cilicia. By the Anglo-French Sykes-Picot Agreement, January 3, 1916, the French sphere was confirmed and extended eastward to Mosul in Iraq. By the London Agreement, April 26, 1915, Italy was promised the Dodecanese and a possible share of Asia Minor. By the Agreement of St. Jean de Maurienne, April 1917, Italy was promised a large area of southwestern Anatolia, including Izmir, and an additional sphere to the north. The Russian Revolution of 1917 and Turkish nationalist resistance made these agreements to undergo modification after the end of the conflict. In 1917, Britain conquered the provinces of Mesopotamia and Palestine and announced that Palestine would be placed under an international regime. A British sphere of influence in Mesopotamia extended as far north as Baghdad, and Britain was given control of Haifa and Akko and of territory linking the Mesopotamian and Haifa-Akko spheres. Britain made various promises of independence to Arab leaders. In November 1917, Britain came with the Balfour Declaration, which promised establishment of a national homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. On May 14, 1948, a day before the British mandate under the League of Nations system was to expire, the State of Israel was established. In 1918, the Ottoman government surrendered to the Allies and Britain occupied Constantinople. At the Versailles Peace Settlement, the Ottoman Empire lost most of its territory, with swathes of Asia Minor ceded to Greece. Strict European control of Ottoman finances was established. A tripartite agreement between Britain, France, and Italy defined extensive spheres of influence for the latter two powers. There was internal political turmoil, and the force of Turkish nationalism prevented more divisions. Turkish nationalists led by Kemal Atatürk successfully resisted the partition of the Turkish heartlands and established a secular republic on the ruins of the Ottoman Empire. As part of his program, Atatürk abolished the office of Khalifa in 1924. Many of the problems generating political instability and conflict in the Middle East and the Southeast Europe, importantly Balkans, reverberate back to what had happened to the Ottoman Empire during and after the First World War. 3.5 Impact of the war. The impact of the war is categorized into different parts: Europe and the world. Since it started in Europe, so it galvanized almost all the European countries. Gradually it inflamed into different parts of the world. The following two segments will analyze the sequence of events and its subsequent impact. 3.5.1 Impact on Europe. The war had weakened Europe so much that it could not re-emerge as an economic and political force. It lost ground to the United States of America. Europe faced economic decline, suffered from political crises one after another, and lost her 55. Historical perspectives. Prestige in the eyes of the colonial peoples. Europe had been the leading economic power in the world. The source of Europe's economic prosperity was her vast colonies. She depended largely upon the huge income which was being earned from her massive overseas investments. The war had cut off the source considerably. Britain lost more than 25% of her pre-war foreign investment, France nearly 34%, and Germany lost almost all. Europe yielded much of her ground to the USA, with which her economic relationship reversed from a creditor to a debtor. Europe no longer remained the banker and the workshop of the world which she enjoyed till the beginning of the war. The political impact of the war on Europe was also far-reaching. President Wilson's 14 points and the successful conclusion of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia unleashed new revolutionary ideas. Russia and adjoining states emerged as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, or commonly called Soviet Union, under a socialist model guided by Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Consequently, everywhere in the continent, the world order came under severe attack. In Europe, even the known democratic states had been continuing with restricted franchise. The war changed the scenario. Women who had so far no voting rights in many countries got the right to vote. The war initiated the process for the emancipation of women. Several kingdoms were wiped out from the map of Europe. The basic rights of the working people began to be included in the statute books of different countries. Last but not the least was the loss of prestige of Europe in the colonies. Intra-European contradictions and cleavages got exposed. The bloc pitted one against another and damaged their prestige irreparably. 3.5.2 Impact on the world. The impact of the war on the world was all-pervading. One of the most significant effects of the war was the emergence of the USA as the superpower. The war gutted Europe. America emerged as the hub of the global capital. The period after the war saw the beginning of the end of the European supremacy in the world. Economically and militarily, Europe was surpassed by the United States, which emerged from the war as a world power. The Soviet Union was also to soon come up as a major world power. The period after the war also saw the strengthening of the freedom movements in Asia and Africa. The weakening of Europe and the emergence of the Soviet Union, which declared her support to the struggles for national independence, contributed to the growing strength of these struggles. The Allied propaganda during the war to defend democracy and the participation of Asian and African soldiers in the battles in Europe also helped in arousing the peoples of Asia and Africa. The European countries had utilized the resources of their colonies in the war. The forced recruitment of soldiers and laborers for war and the exploitation of resources of the colonies for war by the imperialist countries had created resentment among the people of the colonies. The population of the colonial countries had been nurtured on the myth that the peoples of Asia and Africa were inferior to the Europeans. The role played by the soldiers from Asia and Africa in winning the war for one group of nations of Europe against another shattered this myth. Many Asian leaders had supported the war effort in the hope that once the war was over, their countries would be given freedom. These hopes were, however, belied. While the European nations won the right to self-determination, colonial rule and exploitation continued in the countries of Asia and Africa. 56. World War I, Causes and Check Your Progress Exercise 3. Consequences. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What were the main provisions of the Treaty of Versailles? Important facts of the First World War. A handful of journalists risked their lives to report on the realities of war. As the government sought to control the flow of information from the front line at the start of the war, journalists were banned. Reporting on the conflict was, in the opinion of the War Office, helping the enemy. If caught, they faced the death penalty. Sparked the invention of plastic surgery. Shrapnel was the cause of many facial injuries in WW1, and unlike the straight-line wounds inflicted by bullets, the twisted metal shards produced from a shrapnel blast could easily rip a face off. Horrified by the injuries he saw, Surgeon Harold Gillies took on the task of helping victims and pioneered early techniques of facial reconstruction in the process. The youngest British soldier was 12 years old. Sidney Lewis was just 12 years old when he lied about his age and joined the army during World War I. He was one of thousands of eager underage boys who enlisted and ended up fighting alongside their adult counterparts on the front. Some were motivated by patriotism, but for others it was an escape from their dreary lives. Blood banks were developed during WW1. The British Army began the routine use of blood transfusion in treating wounded soldiers. Blood was transferred directly from one person to another. A U.S. Army doctor, Captain Oswald Robertson, established the first blood bank on the Western Front in 1917 using sodium citrate to prevent the blood from coagulating and becoming unusable. Blood was kept on ice for up to 28 days and then transported to casualty clearing stations for use in life-saving surgery where it was needed most. 3.6 Let us sum up. The First World War broke out in 1914 and continued upon the last quarter of 1918. The First World War had been believed to be a war to end all wars. However, the peace treaties had failed to ensure this. On the contrary, the treaties. 57. Historical perspectives contained certain provisions which were extremely harsh on the defeated countries, and thus they sowed the seeds of further conflicts. Similarly, some victorious countries also felt cheated because all their hopes had not been fulfilled. Imperialism was not destroyed as a result of the war. The victorious powers had in fact enlarged their possessions. Europe got splintered and declined as a great power. Ottoman Empire was dissolved, Turkey was modernized and was declared a republic. Other parts of the Ottoman Empire were handed over to the Allies under the Mandate system of the League of Nations. The factors which had caused rivalries and conflicts between imperialist countries leading to the war still existed. Therefore, the danger that more wars would be fought for another redivision of the world remained lurking. The emergence of the Soviet Union was considered a danger to the existing social and economic system in many countries. The desire to destroy it influenced the policies of those countries. These factors, combined with certain developments that took place in the next 20 years, created conditions for another world war. 3.7 References. Adams, R. J. Q. 1990. The Great War 1914-18, Essays on the Military, Political, and Social History of the First World War. London. Macmillan. Baldwin, H. W. 1962. World War I, An Outline History. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Gilbert, Martin, 1994. First World War, A Complete History. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Gilbert, Martin, 2008. Gilbert, Martin, 2008. Routledge Atlas of the First World War. London. Routledge. Horne, John. 2010. Edition. Companion to World War I. Oxford. Wiley Blackwell. Howard, Michael. 2007. First World War, Avery Short Introduction. London. Routledge. Stavrianos, L. S. 1983. A Global History. New Jersey. The Human Heritage Thompson. David. 1974. Europe Since Napoleon. Middlesex. McGraw-Hill. Tucker, Spencer C. Laura Madisek. And Justin Murphy. 1996. The European Powers in the First World War. An Encyclopedia. Garland. Winter, J. M. 2014. Edition. The Cambridge History of the First World War. 3 volumes. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 3.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Economic rivalries, disputes over colonies, alliance systems, and rising nationalism in Europe. 58. World War I, Causes and Check Your Progress Exercise 2. Consequences. 1. Indian Army was pressed into some of the difficult theaters of war. India also contributed to the war effort by supplying health workers and other logistics. Over 1.5 million Indian Army men took part in the war and over one-third of them lost their lives. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. The Versailles Treaty dealt comprehensively with the territorial, military, and war guilts of the Central Powers. Blaming Germany for starting the war, it asked Germany to surrender territory, pay war reparations, and surrender its colonies. Germany was also demilitarized. The treaty also established the first international organization called the League of Nations for maintain peace in the world. Another international body created by the treaty was the International Labor Organization to look after the welfare of the laboring people. The treaty also evolved a system of government for the mandated territories. 59. Historical Perspectives Unit 4 Significance of the Bolshevik Revolution *. Structure 4.0 Objectives 4.1 Introduction 4.2 Bolsheviks and a New System of International Relations 4.2.1 Peace Initiatives of the Bolshevik Government 4.2.2 Bolsheviks Renunciation of Special Privileges in the neighboring countries 4.3 Bolsheviks and Anti-Colonial Struggles 4.4.1 Spread of Socialist Ideas in the East 4.4.2 Unity of Nationalist and Socialist Forces in the East 4.4.3 Intensification of National Liberation Movements 4.3.4 Communist International 4.4 Rise and Growth of Communist and Workers' Movements 4.5 Let us sum up 4.6 References 4.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises 4.0 Objectives. The unit deals with the Bolshevik Revolution, the world's first socialist revolution inspired by the ideology of Marxism. After going through this unit, you should be able to understand and comprehend the following. Nature of the Bolshevik Revolution and its impact on international relations. Measures taken by the new Soviet state to create a new system of international relations based on peace and non-aggression, free of exploitation and colonization. Impact of the Bolshevik Revolution on anti-colonial struggles and contribution of the Bolshevik Revolution to international communist and workers' movements. 4.1 Introduction. Capitalism and industrialization rapidly advanced in Russia after the emancipation of the serfs in 1861 and the defeat of Russia in the Crimea War, 1856-59. The need of sustaining itself as a strong continental power prompted Russia to undertake industrialization on a large scale. This was accomplished by the state playing a major role in economic activities, and with the advancement of capitalism, there arose the need for raw material and markets. In the third quarter of the 19th century, Russian imperialism had already colonized Central Asia and was competing with other imperialist powers for concessions in the Balkans and the Far East. Russia, by the end of the century, was an imperialist power with a semi-feudal system of agriculture and an authoritarian state system. There was originally written for EPS 07 International Relation 6.0. Significance of the Bolshevik. No popular government, no elected organ with real powers to make laws, and a revolution. Total lack of civil rights and political freedom. The liberal groups were weak and compromised too frequently with the ruling czarist autocracy. Marxism was becoming popular and was entrusted with the historic task of combining both the anti-feudal and anti-capitalist struggles. The Marxists, or Social Democrats as they were known then, were divided into various groups and the ideological heterogeneity was too strong to be overcome. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, established in 1898, was split into two major groups who wanted a socialist revolution in Russia to be preceded by a democratic anti-feudal revolution. The former Bolsheviks wanted the working class to lead this democratic phase of the revolution. The Mensheviks instead wanted the bourgeoisie, i.e. the capitalists, to lead it. The Bolsheviks under Lenin's leadership finally emerged as leaders of the revolution in October 1917, with a successful strategy of the Workers-Peasants Alliance to head state power after the revolution. The Mensheviks, who supported the bourgeois government and participated in it after the overthrow of the Tsar in February 1917, had lost the support of the workers and peasants by October. On November 7th, October 25th according to the old Russian calendar, the Bolsheviks were triumphant after 3 days of the armed uprising which led to the surrender of the provisional government set up in February 1917. It was the First World War which finally sealed the fate of the czarist autocracy. The war exacerbated the crisis that had gripped the Russian state. Russian society was an ensemble of contradictions when the war began, contradictions between feudals and peasants, between peasants and capitalist farmers, known also as kulaks, between kulaks and landless labor, between factory owners and workers, between the big bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie, and so on. Once the war came, all these contradictions sharpened. The enormous cost of the war was too heavy for Russia, which still was relatively backward as compared to other imperialist powers. The state could not sustain such an expensive war, and the burden was borne by the working people and the peasants. Workers and even soldiers were up in arms against the state. A socialist revolution materialized for the first time in history, and there was no better country than Russia, which was the weakest link in the imperialist chain, for the revolution to succeed. The October Revolution heralded a new era by creating a state of the workers and poor peasants whose interests were opposed to economic exploitation, wars, aggressions, colonization, and racial discrimination. The revolution brought into existence a socialist state that would work as a bulwark against war and imperialism. It also began a process of creation of an alternative world socialist system based on equality, freedom from exploitation, and which renounced all forms of aggression, colonization, and racial prejudice. 4.2 Bolsheviks and a new system of international relations. The October Revolution spread a new message of hope and liberation for the toiling peoples all over the world and the peoples of the colonies. It was a message of liberation from all forms of exploitation, national, social, economic, and political. This was reflected in a series of declarations, legal pronouncements, and diplomatic initiatives of the new Bolshevik government. 61. Historical perspectives. The Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited People adopted in the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the supreme governing body, in January 1918, reaffirmed an inflexible determination to deliver mankind. Historical perspectives. The Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited People adopted in the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the supreme governing body, in January 1918, reaffirmed an inflexible determination to deliver mankind from wars and to achieve at all costs a democratic peace among nations without annexation or indemnities, on the principle of self-determination of nations. The declaration proclaimed Soviet states' complete break with the barbarous policy of bourgeois civilization, which has built the prosperity of the exploiters belonging to a few chosen nations on the enslavement of hundreds of millions of working people in Asia, in the colonies in general, and in the small countries. The new Soviet state took a determined stand against the prevailing system of international relations in which war and colonization were organic components. Instead, the idea of just and democratic peace and the establishment of a system of international relations based on general democratic principles was advocated. The renunciation of secret diplomacy was a necessary corollary of Soviet international diplomacy. 4.2.1 Peace Initiative of the Bolshevik government. The Decree on Peace, one of the first major acts of the new Soviet state, proclaimed the abolition of secret diplomacy, and in accordance with this law, the Soviet Foreign Ministry published the previous secret treaties signed by the Tsarist state. Russian emperors were called Tsars, including importantly the Anglo-Russian Secret Treaty and Convention of 1907 on demarcation of spheres of interests of England and Russia in the Ottoman Empire's provinces in the Middle East, and the 1916 Tripartite Secret Pact to carve up Turkey between England, France, and Russia, etc. The refusal of the Entente powers, the ultimate victorious powers in the First World War, to negotiate a general peace settlement forced Soviet Russia to enter into peace talks with the Central Powers viz. Germany, Austria-Hungary, Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria. The Soviet proposal included 6 points: no forcible annexation of territories occupied during the war, restoration of political independence to nations vanquished during the war, freedom of choice to the national minorities to either remain within a state or become independent through a referendum, safeguarding of the rights of the national minorities in a state by special legislation protecting their national culture, and, whenever possible, administrative autonomy, renunciation of war, indemnities, and solution of colonial problems in accordance with the first 4 principles. Though imperialist Germany rejected the Soviet proposals and imposed humiliating peace on the latter, Lenin still agreed to sign the Peace Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, 1918. On Germany's terms despite strong opposition within the Bolshevik party and government. Lenin firmly believed that war is detrimental to the interests of the toiling people. 4.2.2 Bolshevik renunciation of special privileges in the neighboring countries. The idea of national sovereignty and equality ran through the theory and practice of the Soviet foreign policy, which aimed at reshaping international relations on socialist principles. The emergence of the first socialist state produced strong inspiration and idealism among formerly independent small states, colonies, and semi-colonies to struggle for freedom and defend their sovereignty against. 62. Significance of the Bolshevik oppression and encroachment by imperialist powers. In the process of evolving revolution, a new system of international relations, the Soviets attached special significance to relations with the Eastern countries based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, and friendship. The Soviet state was willing to give them friendly assistance in their struggle against imperialism and colonial domination. Despite its difficult economic situation, the new socialist state rendered not only political and moral but also great material support to countries such as Turkey, Afghanistan, Iran, and others. In June 1919, the Soviet government abolished all special privileges for Russian nationals in Iran, renounced all concessions and control over Iran's revenue, and handed over to Iran without demanding any compensation the banks, the railways, highways, and port facilities on Iran's Caspian coast and other property which had belonged to Tsarist Russia. A treaty of friendship with Iran was signed in February 1921, the first equal treaty between Iran and an European power, guaranteeing Iran's independence and security of her borders with the Soviet state. Similarly, a treaty of friendship and alliance was signed with Turkey, which received generous economic, financial, and military aid from the Soviet state. A Soviet-Afghan treaty was signed in spring of 1921 by which interest-free loans were given to the latter and Soviet specialists were assigned to work there. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. List the key initiatives of Soviet government for new international relations. 4.3 Bolsheviks and anti-colonial struggles. More lasting, however, was the inspiration provided by the establishment of the first socialist state, which till then was regarded by many as a distant dream. The success of revolutionary ideas influenced the thoughts and actions of generations of freedom fighters in the colonized countries. It also provided great impetus for the growth of radical movements of the toiling peoples in the underdeveloped world. The victory of Russian workers over feudal and capitalist forces convinced many in the colonies that the European imperialists and their local surrogates were not invincible against the combined strength of the oppressed. In the new socialist states' appeal to the toilers of Russia and the East, a direct call was given to Persians, Turks, Arabs, and Hindus to lose no time in throwing off the yoke of their oppressors and making themselves the masters of their lands. The appeal made a pointed reference to the rising tide of nationalism in India. Such 63. Historical perspectives declarations by the new revolutionary state further convinced the colonized peoples that they now had a powerful ally in the revolutionary government of Russia whose support they could count upon in their struggle against imperialists. 4.3.1 Spread of socialist idea in the East. Under the impact of the October Revolution, socialist ideas became widespread. These ideas influenced the view of many leaders of the national liberation struggle. In India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was particularly influenced by Bolshevik idea of scientific socialism and wrote in his Discovery of India that Marx's general analysis of social development seems to have been remarkably correct. Lenin successfully adapted the Marxian thesis to some of these subsequent developments. Acquaintance with scientific socialism provided a better understanding to the national intelligentsia about the political and social forces in their countries and outside that could be relied upon in the struggle for political independence and social progress. It also helped them to determine the ideology best suited to solve the pressing problem of national revival. 4.3.2 Unity of nationalist and socialist forces in the East. Under the impact of the October Revolution, socialist ideas spread that witnessed the creation of revolutionary groups and communist parties whose activities raised the consciousness of the working people and organized them against oppression, be it from imperialists or local oppressors. These revolutionary socialists and communist groups were also active in arousing the masses to political activity and in preparing for conditions that would combine the struggle of the workers and peasants with that of national liberation and anti-imperialism. The October Revolution showed the necessity of an alliance between the workers' movement and the anti-colonial freedom movements to defeat imperialism. With the success of socialism in Russia and a setback to Western colonialism, the national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America assumed greater scope and intensity, embracing more countries and greater masses of people. The national liberation movements became more profound and radical in their content and goals, and more importantly, became more and more successful. This was to a large measure due to the revolutionizing effect of the new Soviet states' successful handling of the national and social question. In short, the October Revolution blazed the trail of socialist national liberation all over the world. It stimulated the consciousness of the people in the colonies, widened the basis of the national movements, and finally, hastened the process of growth of the left movements in the colonies and semi-colonies. Inspired by the success of revolutionaries in Russia, the Indian revolutionary nationalists, operating from abroad, formed contacts with Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership. Mahendra Pratap, Barkatullah, Obaidullah Sindhi, Virendranath Chattopadhyaya, Upendranath Dutta, Hardale, and M.N. Roy were the prominent names who went to Moscow to seek cooperation and guidance for India's liberation. Two great sons of India, Pandit Nehru and Rabindranath Tagore, were greatly influenced by events in Russia and remained till the end of their lives most committed friends of the Soviet Union. Many of the Indian revolutionaries working abroad drew inspiration from the October Revolution and adopted socialism as their programmatic goal. The nascent working class. 64. Significance of the Bolshevik movement in India led to the emergence of communist groups and the formal revolution. Launching of Communist Party of India in 1925. Shahid Bhagat Singh was being attracted towards socialism during his term in jail, and one of his last political acts in prison was celebrating the Lenin Day. 4.3.3 Intensification of national liberation movements. The October Revolution contributed to the quickening of the pace of national liberation movements by inspiring broader sections of the population in the colonies. In India, the closing month of 1918 and early 1919 witnessed a series of strikes by working people on a scale never known in India. The Bombay textile workers' strike involved 125,000 workers. The strike movement reached its peak in the first 6 months of 1920 with about 200 strikes involving 1.5 million workers. It was in this situation that Gandhi and the Congress decided to launch the Nonviolent Non-Cooperation movement, which marked a big step forward in mass mobilization. Some other countries also witnessed intensified struggles against imperialism. Irish militants under the leadership of Michael Collins continued to fight the British, while the Sinn Féin party proclaimed the creation of the Irish Republic. In Egypt, the nationalist party of Zaghloul Pasha was seriously challenging British rule. The Egyptian uprising was savagely put down by British rulers. Independence of Egypt was declared in 1920. In Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Pasha declared war against the Allied occupations. He resisted the partition of the Turkish mainland and set up a provisional government. China not only refused to sign the Treaty of Versailles but also witnessed a new phase in its struggle against imperialism. The May 4th movement of 1919 signaled this transition. It led to mass participation of intellectuals and students, frontal assault on Confucianism, and boycott of Japanese goods. The nationalist leaders of the East responded positively to the message of the October Revolution. Bal Gangadhar Tilak hailed the victory of Bolsheviks in his newspaper Kesari. Bipin Chandra Pal, another prominent leader of Indian national movement, was greatly inspired by the October Revolution and its call against all the forms of exploitation. Lala Lajpat Rai was all praised for the success of the revolution in Russia and its policy towards the East. The Russian Revolution and its socialist achievements had a lasting impact on the political thinking of Jawaharlal Nehru, and this led to a radical shift in the thinking of Indian National Congress. Sun Yat-sen was the first of China's public leaders to call for the recognition of Soviet Russia by Asian states. This was also a response to the policies of a new revolutionary state towards China despite the hostility of the then Chinese government towards the Soviet Republic. In 1918, Soviet Russia publicly renounced all treaties, agreements, and loans that were imposed on China by the Tsarist government. The best minds of China saw the historical relevance of the October Revolution for China's future. Li Dajia and Liu Xian, the moving spirits behind the May 4th movement, which soon became the nucleus of China's communist movement, hailed the October Revolution as the dawning of a new era. 65. Historical Perspectives 4.3.4 Communist International. Communist International, Comintern, was an organization of fraternal communist parties devoted to hastening socialist revolutions over the world. Comintern worked under the overall ideological and political guidance of the Communist Party of Soviet Union, CPSU. CPSU leaders prepared many of the Comintern's major decisions and often decided strategies and tactics to be followed by the Comintern. The founding Congress of the Comintern in 1919 was the first step toward realizing Lenin's dream of uniting the world's workers for socialism. The Congress declared Comintern a unified world communist party, specific sections of which were parties active in each country. The Second Congress of Comintern was held in 1920. It adopted 21 points which called upon all affiliated parties to organize themselves on the principle of democratic centralism, the same as the CPSU. The Comintern existed in two worlds, in the USSR, the socialist world, and in the international arena, the capitalist world. Within the USSR, its roles were to elaborate policies to strengthen the international communist movement and to defend Soviet policies. In the outside capitalist world, the Comintern guided, directed communist parties, laid down their line of political action, and demanded that affiliated communist parties defend Soviet leaders and their actions. There were twists and turns in the ideological trajectory of the Comintern. Until 1921, it followed a hard line: communist parties should not ally with social democrats and others, they must wean away workers from social democrats and other radical parties, and seize power in their respective countries through an armed revolution. Historically, the victory of socialism is inevitable. After 1921, as the prospects of socialist revolution ebbed, Comintern became flexible. It now advocated the formation of broad fronts of communists, social democrats, and other popular forces to bring about revolution. When Nazism and fascism arose in Germany and Italy in the 1930s, Comintern called for the formation of anti-fascist popular fronts. The idea of popular front brought communists, socialists, and liberals of various political hues together. Many communist parties, importantly in Spain, forged popular fronts. The idea of the popular front also got a resonance in countries like India, which were fighting for their national freedom from colonial rule. In 1943, Joseph Stalin ordered the disbandment of the Comintern. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is Comintern? 66. Significance of the Bolshevik. 4.4 Rise and growth of communist and revolution. Workers' movements. The October Revolution not only had a great impact on the liberation movements in the colonies, but it also paved the way for the rise and growth of the communist and workers' movement in the East. To unite various communist groups, parties, and movements, to popularize Marxist-Leninist theory, and to discuss and debate the strategies and tactics of uniting with other nationalist non-communist forces against imperialism, a communist international, also known as the Third International or Comintern, was formed in Moscow in 1919. The ideal that was embodied in the formation of the Communist International was the unity of the working class in the developed West and the oppressed peoples of the colonies in their common struggle against imperialism. The Communist International became the coordinating center of revolutionaries the world over. The problem of a united anti-imperialist front occupied a central place in the Comintern's theoretical and practical activities on the national and colonial question. The idea of uniting all anti-imperialist forces, the national liberation movements, and the socialist movements of workers and peasantry occupied the attention at the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920. Given the repressive nature of the colonial regimes, many communist parties of the eastern countries were formed in Soviet Russia under the auspices of the Comintern. Turkish communists were the first to organize a communist party in Soviet Russia, followed by Iranians, Chinese, and Koreans. The first group of Indian communists was formed in October 1920 following the arrival in Tashkent of Indians who had attended the Second Congress of the Comintern. On the initiative of M. N. Roy and H. Mukherjee, this group of 7 people proclaimed itself the Communist Party of India. Most industry and banks were nationalized in November 1917. This meant that the government took over ownership and management. The land was declared social property and peasants were allowed to seize the land of the nobility. In cities, Bolsheviks enforced the partition of large houses according to family requirements. They banned the use of the old titles of the aristocracy. To assert the change, new uniforms were designed for the army and officials. The Bolshevik Party was renamed the Russian Communist Party. Non-Bolshevik socialists, liberals, and supporters of autocracy condemned the Bolshevik uprising. Their leaders moved to South Russia and organized troops to fight the Bolsheviks, the Red. During 1918 and 1919, the Greens, socialists, revolutionaries, and whites, pro-czarists, controlled most of the Russian Empire. They were backed by French, American, British, and Japanese troops. All those forces were worried at the growth of socialism in Russia. 4.5 Let us sum up. The Bolshevik victory and its support to the liberation movements created favorable conditions for the intensification of anti-imperialist struggles in the colonies. It not only inspired nationalists and communists all over the world but also helped to bring them together on the common platform of anti-colonialism. The Bolshevik policy of peace and renunciation of special privileges and secret diplomacy created an alternative system of international relations. The structure. 67. Historical perspectives of international relations changed drastically. Existing socialist parties in Europe did not wholly approve of the way the Bolsheviks took power and kept it. In many countries, communist parties were formed, like the Communist Party of Britain. The Bolsheviks encouraged colonial peoples to follow their experiment. By the time of the outbreak of the Second World War, the USSR had given socialism a global face and world stature. 4.6 References. Dev Arjun and Indira Arjun Dev. 2009. History of the World. Hyderabad. Orient Black Swan. Ali Ambraf and G. A. Simon. 1977. eds. October Revolution and India's Independence. Delhi. Sterling Publishers. Chamberlain, Leslie. 2017. Arc of Utopia, The Beautiful Story of the Russian Revolution. London. Reaction Books. Carr, E. H. 1985. The Bolshevik Revolution 1917 to 1921. New York. W. W. Norton and Company. Lowe, Norman. 1997. Mastering Modern World History. Gurgan. Macmillan Publishers. McMeekin, Sean. 2017. Russia Revolution, A New History. New York. Basic Books. Milrican, L.V. 1981. Lenin in India. Delhi. Allied Publishers. Nestor, William R. 2010. Globalization, War, and Peace in the 21st Century. Palgrave. Macmillan. Patnaik, Ashok Kumar. 1992. Soviets and the Indian Revolutionary Movement, 1917 to 1929. Delhi. Anamika Publishers. Pethybridge, Roger. 1972. The Spread of the Russia Revolution, Essays on 1917. London. Macmillan. 4.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. The new Soviet state took a determined stand for democratic peace among nations. To achieve this, it rejected secret alliance and made public all treaties signed by the Tsarist state. 2. Supported the self-determination of national minorities. 3. Renounced special privileges. 4. And failing to achieve general peace settlement, negotiated peace treaties with Central Powers. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. The Comintern was an organization of fraternal communist parties which worked under the ideological and political guidance of the Soviet Union. It was intended to hasten socialist revolutions across the world. 68. 69. Significance of the Bolshevik Revolution. Unit 5 Rise of Fascism and Nazism **. Structure 5.0 Objectives 5.1 Introduction. 5.2 Italy, the prisoner of the Mediterranean. 5.2.1 Rise of Mussolini and Fascist Party. 5.2.2 Causes for the rise of fascism in Italy. 5.2.3 Impact of fascism in Italy. 5.2.4 Fascist doctrine. 5.3 Rise of Hitler and Nazi Party. 5.3.1 Causes of the rise of Nazism in Germany. 5.3.2 Impact of Nazism. 5.3.3 Nazis doctrine. 5.4 Let us sum up. 5.5 References. 5.6 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 5.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will be studying the rise of fascism and Nazism in Europe and their impact on international relations. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the reason for the rise of fascism and Nazism, describe the foreign policy and international outlook of fascism and Nazism, the outbreak of the Second World War, and describe the core features of the doctrine of fascism and Nazism. 5.1 Introduction. Fascism and Nazism, though ideologically similar, emerged in Italy and Germany respectively during the interwar period and turned out to be the harbinger of the Second World War. A fascist state was established in Italy in 1922. Nazis came into power in Germany in 1933. The term fascist was derived from the Italian word fascio, which meant bundle, and figuratively a bundle of rods and an axe, a symbol for the party flag. To the Italians, fascisti suggested national unity and strength. Benito Mussolini had formed his fascist party in 1919. Nazi was a term associated with the members of the National Socialist German Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler. To be called a Nazi was not a derogatory term at that time, rather it was used for a person who was fanatically dedicated to or sought to seek control over some activity/practice. Italy in 1919 was politically disgruntled and economically shattered. She suffered from the post-war neurasthenia and could fall easy prey to an aggressive and ambitious political program. Italy had joined First World War, 1914-18, with Dr. Alokumar Gupta Center for Political Studies, Central University of South Bihar, Gaya. Historical perspectives, hopes and ambitions of having plenty after the war for its poor peasants and workers. However, the war rendered Italy great illusions, disappointment and unemployment. The peace settlement of 1919, better known as Treaty of Versailles II, turned out to be dissatisfactory to Italy. On the other hand, the defeat of Germany in the First World War had witnessed important developments such as the Treaty of Versailles, continuation of the age-old rivalry between France and Germany, the emergence of the first communist state in Russia, and the economic depression in the 1930s. These developments were directly or indirectly responsible for the rise of fascism in Italy and Nazism in Germany. Fascism and Nazism, in turn, were primarily responsible for the commencement of the Second World War in 1939. 5.2 Italy, the prisoner of the Mediterranean. Situated in the southern part of Europe, Italy's geographical position is one of the strongest determinants of its external policies. Italy's mainland is a narrow peninsula and the distance from the sea coast is not more than 75 miles. It is so situated that it can easily be subjected to blockade from the sea. That is why it has been described as the prisoner of the Mediterranean. It means if the Mediterranean was controlled by an enemy, Italy had no choice but to go to war. Accordingly, Italy has always nursed an ambition to become a Mediterranean power and establish its supremacy to safeguard its commercial and maritime interests. It was this pride and aspirations that have been a strong motivating factor for strong nationalistic fervor among the Italians. Benito Mussolini was intelligent enough to comprehend this nationalistic feeling and capitalized on the same to capture the power and institute a dictatorial Italy. 5.2.1 Rise of Mussolini and Fascist Party. Economic distress facilitated the rise of socialists and revolutionaries in Italy. Workers and agricultural laborers were often on the streets of countryside protesting against the misdoings of the state. Factory owners and landlords were being forced to grant higher wages and shorter work hours for the workers. The establishment of Communist International, Comintern, inspired the Italian Socialist Party, ISP, and it got affiliated to the same. ISP gave a call for the establishment of dictatorship of the proletariat in Italy. It also contested the elections of November 1919 and secured 1/3 of the votes cast, thereby emerging as the single largest party in the Chamber of Deputies, the lower house. Soon the Catholic peasants, inspired by religious orthodoxy, seized the lands of the landlords in central and southern Italy. Socialist workers seized and controlled the factories of northern Italian cities in September 1920. The liberal government of Prime Minister Francesco Nitti, 1919-20, and then of Giovanni Giolitti, a 5-time prime minister during 1892 and 1921. Became helpless and refrained from taking any action for fear of an upsurge of violent revolution. However, the ranks of socialists witnessed a split with consequent decline. The Revolutionary Socialists formed a separate communist party in January 1921. Socialist upsurge alarmed the landlords and industrialists. Consequently, they found refuge in a patriotic and nationalist movement which was rising under the leadership of Benito Mussolini. The nationalists promised 70. Rise of fascism and Nazism. To restore the lost prestige and rightful respect for Italy among the comity of nations. It was in this backdrop that fascism emerged in Italy under the leadership of Benito Mussolini. Benito Mussolini, born in 1883, the son of a blacksmith with socialist leaning, became the creator, soul and guide of this movement and subsequently the Fascist Party. Mussolini began his political career as a socialist agitator and was exiled to Switzerland. In 1912, he opposed the Italian aggressiveness, was against Turkey, and was captivated. He agitated for Italian participation on the side of the Allies when the First World War started in 1914. He was finally made to leave the Socialist Party on account of supporting the war. He later participated in the war by joining the army. He got wounded in action in 1917. Subsequently, he became a staunch enemy of Russian communism and throughout the rest of his life, he battled against it. The conditions and circumstances that existed in Italy during and in the immediate aftermath of the First World War were highly conducive to the rise of fascist dictatorship under Benito Mussolini. He founded the first Fasci, or Club of Patriots and Intellectuals, in March 1919 and thus started the fascist movement in Italy. He became the rallying center for the unemployed youth and ex-soldiers. He received funds from the industrialists and landlords. He took cudgels against the socialists on behalf of these people. The army officers provided arms and ammunition to Mussolini with which his followers broke the meetings of the political opponents. Followers and workers of the party were enthused with discipline. Volunteers were known as black shirts for their attire and were to salute their Duce leader with their hands stretched in the old Roman fashion. Fascists were thus reduced to the semi-military organization. Ever-growing aggressiveness of the fascists led to the subsequent decline of other parties. The communists became special targets. The fascists mustered 35 seats in the elections of 1921 against 122 of the socialists and communists in the Chamber of Deputies. Mussolini held a national fascist congress at Naples on October 28, 1922 and threatened to march on Rome with his men unless the reign of government was entrusted to him. Following the delivery of a threatening speech, he entrained for Milan while thousands of armed fascist militiamen began to concentrate on Rome. Thus, in October 1922 the fascists felt strong enough to attempt the overthrow of the government by force. Meanwhile, the government decided to declare martial law. But King Victor Emmanuel III refused to sign the declaration. The liberal government resigned on October 27, 1922 and on October 29, 1922 the king invited Mussolini to form the government. Mussolini at once left for Rome announcing, "Tomorrow Italy will have not a ministry but a government." The parliament entrusted dictatorial powers to Mussolini and thus a fascist dictatorship had begun in Italy. Mussolini's coalition government was approved by the Chamber of Deputies by a vote of 306 to 116. The Italians too gave their approval to the fascist revolution and expected a firm and strong government as was promised to them. From 1922 to 1943 the fascist party, under the dictatorship of Mussolini, was in power. The 21 years of rule by Mussolini gave the nation the appearance of being converted to the fascist ideology, though in reality a small minority of confirmed fascists, 20,000 strong alone, were active while most people simply submitted by accepting the new regime. Mussolini joined Hitler and 71. Historical perspectives entered the war in 1940. Italy was, however, defeated in 1943 and Mussolini's regime was overthrown. 5.2.2 Causes for the rise of fascism in Italy. Treaty of Versailles. Versailles Peace Treaty had disappointed the Italians since it could not obtain any share in the German overseas territories which the other Allied powers had secured. Italy had joined the Allies after the secret Treaty of London of 1915. The Allies had agreed to give Italy certain areas like Eritrea and Trieste and later backed out. This gave a justification to Italy's grievance against the Allies. The military leaders in Italy were disappointed as the victory had not benefited their country in any way. Socio-economic conditions of Italy. There was terrible confusion in the political, socio-economic conditions of Italy. There was terrible confusion in the political, social and economic life of Italy in 1919. The economic structure had collapsed due to war and natural resources were scarce. It was argued by the supporters of fascism that Italy under such terrible conditions will be saved by the fascist revolution. However, a group of scholars have argued that the economic condition of Italy after the war, i.e., between the years 1919 to 1922, had improved considerably. They dispute the contention that the post-war conditions alone were responsible for the rise of fascism in Italy. Notwithstanding the short-lived post-war economic prosperity, the economic conditions in Italy on the whole were not satisfactory and there existed considerable unemployment. This resulted in strengthening the revolutionary movements, especially in increasing the influence of the revolutionary movements and the Communist Party. There were strikes, lockouts, and closure of industrial establishments. At the political level, the government was not able to save the situation as there existed chaos and corruption, loss of faith in the parliamentary institutions due to administrative inefficiency and disorder. Such a situation alarmed the middle classes and the well-to-do who were haunted by the specter of Bolshevism. The success of the Russian Revolution was another factor in making them suspicious about the intentions of the communists at home. Socialism and nationalism, these two forces were particularly more prominent in Italy than in any other country in Europe. Italians were disgruntled elements for loss of spoils of victory compared to France and England, which made them feel poor relatives among the rich Western allies. This provided the ground to opposing forces like nationalists and socialists from 1920 onwards to discredit Prime Minister Giolitti's government for his inability to solve the mounting socio-economic problems of post-war Italy. These two parties were also fighting against each other amidst an atmosphere of violence and rebellion. At this juncture, Mussolini appeared on the scene with claims to reconcile the seemingly conflicting forces of socialism and nationalism. His new political party suggested a happy union of nationalism and socialism. Rise of communism. Mussolini claimed that the post-war labor unrest and discontent in Italy were leading the country towards communism and his party, Fascisti, alone could save the society from the danger of communism. The fascist activists, the Black Shirts, opened a violent campaign against the socialists and the communists. Consequently, in 1921 the coalition government of Giolitti was defeated and the fascists entered the Chamber of Deputies with 35 seats. 72. Rise of fascism and Nazism. False aspirations of Italians. The feeling of disappointment owing to the marginalization and subsequent loss in the peace settlement of 1919 left a feeling among Italians that though Italy had won the war, it had lost the peace. The disappointments and frustrations of the Italians were fully exploited by Mussolini. He succeeded not only in uniting the people under his leadership but also in increasing his hold over Italy. The people had this feeling that their high ambitions which could not be achieved under a democratic Italy would be realized under fascist Italy. 5.2.3 Impact of fascism in Italy. Rise of totalitarianism. Mussolini changed the laws to suit his interests of dominating the parliament. He dissolved all political parties except his own. Fascists started terrorizing opponents, making most of them to flee Italy. Giacomo Matteotti, the socialist leader, was killed mysteriously. He abolished the Chamber of Deputies in 1929. Fascist Grand Council was established as an apex body to make laws with Duce leader at its top, with most of the important portfolio with him, like foreign affairs, interior, colonies, war, air, and marine. Strikes and lockouts were declared illegal to enhance agricultural and industrial productions. Almost all walks of Italy's life were being controlled by the state. Territorial expansion. Mussolini gradually transformed the weak foreign policy of the previous government and tried to make Italy a world power. Increase in population, need for raw material for industrial development, making it imperative for Italy to have territorial expansion. Italy thus adopted the policy of setting England against France, France and England against Germany, England, France and Germany against the Soviet Union. Thus, through a systematic policy of dividing the major European powers and through invasion and conquest, Mussolini succeeded in expanding Italian territories. Aggressive foreign policy. Mussolini adopted ambitious foreign policy and persuaded Yugoslavia to hand over the port of Fiume and acquired it in 1924. He established a protectorate over Albania in 1926 and subsequently annexed it in 1939. He also acquired some territory in East Africa and near Libya through negotiations with England and France. He conquered Abyssinia in 1936, which sounded a death knell of the League of Nations. Led to Second World War, Mussolini joined the anti-communist pact of Germany and Japan in 1937. Thus came into being the Berlin-Tokyo-Rome axis. During the Spanish Civil War, Italy helped General Franco. The victory of the general in the Civil War strengthened the position of Italy in the Western Mediterranean. Italy was now in the German camp. Subsequently, Italy denounced in 1938 the treaty made with France in 1935. Italy was right on the warpath when in May 1939 she concluded a formal military pact with Germany. Economic reconstruction of Italy was a success. Italian industries and agriculture made great progress under the fascist regime. He developed hydropower projects and facilitated industries to raise their productions. Automobile industries made rapid advances. Means of communication were also improved. Railways were modernized. Marine and merchant navy were developed with more induction of ships. Armed forces of Italy were also modernized with more weapons and ammunition. Mussolini was quite successful in striving home the majesty, might, and military glory of ancient Rome into the minds of Italians. 73. Historical Perspectives 5.2.4 Fascist Doctrine. Giovanni Gentile, 1875–1944, was the chief exponent of the fascist doctrine and was a disciple of Hegel as well as a great admirer of Benito Mussolini. He had described the core elements of his philosophy as anti-intellectualism, the total submission to authority, and contempt for reason. He believed that there was no contradiction between individual and the state and that maximum of liberty coincides with the maximum force of the state. Gentile became the official philosopher of fascism and described it as a total conception of life. He further explained in 1928 that fascism was not a philosophical system but a plan of action. Mussolini claimed that fascist state was to create a new socio-economic and a political system as all other forms liberal, democratic, and socialist or communist system were defective. It advocated strongly about the duties of citizens rather than their rights. Fascists were opposed to democracy, liberalism, and all forms of socialism, be it revolutionary or evolutionary. Democracy was decried as stupid, corrupt, slow-moving, and the worst form of government, a decaying corpse. Parliament was ridiculed as a useless talking shop. He rejected the Marxists' advocacy that everything in life was determined by economic factors and went on to say economic well-being would reduce man to the level of animals. Fascists also rejected the idea of class war and stood for cooperation between all sectors of society in the glory of the state. Fascism was based on narrow and extreme nationalism. Total commitment to the state was the utmost duty of citizens. Fascism was also opposed to international peace and harmony and advocated war as a national policy as it alone provides an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the nation. He said, war is to man what maternity is to women. Hence, territorial expansionism was the avowed policy of fascism. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What conditions in post-war Italy favored the rise of fascism? 2. What were the main elements of fascist philosophy? 74. Rise of fascism and Nazism. 5.3 Rise of Hitler and Nazi Party. Periods of collapse are marked by the predominant activity of the worst elements, writes Adolf Hitler in his Mein Kampf, My Struggle. It was exactly under these circumstances that his party arose in Germany. Several parties and their factions emerged on the ruins of the German Empire, each with a strong will to capture power. The communists tried to achieve this end by revolutionary methods. The reactionary elements took advantage of the failure of the Weimar Republic and stirred up hostile propaganda against the socialists. In their bid to capture power, they blamed the socialists, Catholics, and the Jews who they said had stabbed Germany in the back during the war of 1914–18. This propaganda became very effective for the millions of middle-class Germans who were on the verge of becoming paupers on account of the economic crisis, 1921–23. They began to join the ranks of the National Socialists. These National Socialists were being backed by the landed aristocracy of Germany, which were aghast at the instance of ever-expanding socialists. Adolf Hitler, the leader of the National Socialists, tried to capture power in 1923 by coup d'état but failed. Hitler was arrested and jailed and his party was proscribed and dissolved. It was during this imprisonment that he wrote the Mein Kampf, which was published in 1926. Adolf Hitler, born in 1889, he was an Austrian and had joined the German army and had fought in the trenches on the Western Front as an ordinary soldier. Hitler joined a group organized by Anton Drexler which started the Nazi movement. Hitler was an influential member of the group which told the German people that Germany was not defeated in the war but was let down. This group infused a new spirit among the Germans and made the Nazi movement revolutionary and militant. Hitler said, "What we have to fight for is security, for our race and our nation, nourishment of its children and purity of its blood, freedom and independence for the fatherland." He appealed to the tender sentiments of the Germans and told them that the German Reich, as a state, should include all Germans. He declared the aim of National Socialists must be to secure for the German people an extension of the space in which our people must live. Hitler said, "What we have to fight for is security, for our race and our nation, nourishment of its children and purity of its blood, freedom and independence for the fatherland." He appealed to the tender sentiments of the Germans and told them that the German Reich, as a state, should include all Germans. He declared the aim of National Socialists must be to secure for the German people an extension of the space in which our people must live. He had major hatred for France, which he considered an eternal and mortal enemy of the German nation. He denounced the Treaty of Versailles and advocated for its revision. The Nazi Party, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, Nazis, assumed an aggressive role from 1926 and its following began to rise readily. The unemployed workers and poverty-stricken middle-class Germans were greatly affected by the hypnotic orations of the party leader and they were won over to the party by its promises of future greatness for Germany. Consequently, in the national elections of 1930, the National Socialists won 107 seats in a Reichstag which had a total strength of 576 seats. An elated Hitler burst with the words, "Heads will roll in this struggle." Hitler contested the presidency in 1932 against the Grand Old Man, Hindenburg, and secured 37% of the German votes. Though he lost the election, it convinced him that he was the man of the future in Germany. The Reichstag elections of 1932 gave him 230 seats out of a total of 75. Historical perspective 608 and emerged as the single largest party. The government ordered re-elections in which National Socialists won 196 seats in a House of 584. Though their votes and strength were reduced, yet they remained the single largest party. Hitler was now invited by the president to become the chancellor. When Hitler demanded powers to rule the country without the help of parliament, it was denied to him. Hitler ultimately formed a coalition government in January 1933. He soon ordered new elections to the Reichstag. The Reichstag building was put on fire on the eve of elections by some miscreants. Hitler blamed it on the communists and pressurized the president to sign a declaration of emergency. The constitution, along with fundamental and all other relevant rights, was suspended. He then let loose his stormtroops on his political opponents. The Communist Party was declared illegal and banned along with many other parties. The Reign of Terror was organized by Hitler and the nationalists. When President Hindenburg died in 1934, Hitler combined the office of the president with that of the chancellor and himself became the Führer, leader of Germany. 5.3.1 Causes of the rise of Nazism in Germany. Following were the main causes of the rise of Nazism in Germany. 1. The war and the peace settlement left Germany disillusioned and crushed spiritually and materially. 2. The continuing hostile attitude of France, the quarrels over the Ruhr, the Rhineland occupation, the Saar, and the reparation it was made to pay. 3. The ceaseless wrangling over security and disarmament, all these fed the indignation and anger of many Germans. 4. The Republic's acceptance of unfair disabilities, its policy of reconciliation and its inability to assert itself more strongly in international affairs rankled in the hearts of many Germans. 5. During the period of temporary economic revival, 1924 to 1929, these factors remained in the background. It required a few years of hard times and increasing unemployment to bring them out in full force. These circumstances were capitalized by the Nazis through propaganda methods, oratory, posters, banners, songs, uniforms, ceremonies, rituals, discipline, historic traditions, theories of racial superiority of Germans, anti-Semitism, enthusiasm, the dynamic personality of Hitler, etc. were the major points of attractions for millions of Germans. Germans were strongly convinced that they needed a strong man who would restore the peace, prestige, and prosperity of Germany. 5.3.2 Impact of Nazism. The impact of the Nazi rule was direct and severe on the people of Germany, indirect and yet paralyzing on Europe and the rest of the world. The Nazis adopted unscrupulous, ruthless, and terrorist methods, all in the garb of serving the nation and racial superiority of the German race. They had no regard for life and property. They had no political morals and adopted incendiary methods for the growth of their party. Terrorization was writ large, which presented a sort of miniature civil war within Germany. People had only to join the party and that prosperity would be theirs. Such were the themes of the Hitlerite propaganda. Nazi adopted a 25-point program with a major focus on forming a greater Germany by the union of all Germans in a single state. 76. Rise of fascism and Nazism. Germany becomes a totalitarian state. Hitler decided to crush all opposition after assuming supreme powers both within and outside his party. Like the fascist state of Italy and the Soviet state of Russia, Germany under Hitler became a totalitarian state. Hitler declared in one of his first decrees, "There is only one political party in Germany, and that is the Nationalist Socialist Workers' Party." Trade unions of the communists and socialists were dissolved, their offices were sealed and funds were confiscated. Criticisms of government in any form and on any forum were not to be tolerated. Reichstag meetings were just to applaud the Führer. Hitler's will was the will of the party and that of the nation. Hitler became dictator and proceeded to direct Germany's national resurgence in the political, economic, and cultural life of the country. The Gestapo or the German secret police service wiped out of existence all opposition to the Führer. Individual liberty of any kind ceased to exist. Newspapers were either Nazified or abolished. Practicing nihilism, reason is impotent. Values are baseless. Morals are invented. Nihilism can be described as an idea that life or the world has no distinct meaning or purpose. There is no objective order or structure in the world except what we give it. Nihilism came out clearly in the terror and the murder of the innocents, the concentration camps, and the gas chambers. Nihilism was the essence of Nazi process which manifested itself through the organized killings of millions of people by destroying the individual as a moral being. The purpose of Nazi nihilism was to transfer a human being into a non-human and to restrict the quality of being human to those who were acceptable to the Nazi rulers. Rearmament of Germany. Germany began rearming itself. Heavy armaments, particularly armored cars, tanks, and airplanes began to be made in huge quantities. Hermann Göring, a close associate of Hitler and an ace pilot, was appointed the commander of the German Air Force. Nazis adopted the slogan, "Guns not butter." Compulsory military training was introduced in Germany in 1935 and Hitler blatantly repudiated the provisions of the peace settlement which placed limitations on its arms. Nazis were proceeding on the path of war to wash away the stains of humiliation and tear up the Treaty of Versailles. Racism and anti-Semitism. Nazi racism and anti-Semitism are traced to the teachings of Rosenberg, who held the superiority of the Nordic race as responsible for the great cultures of Greece and Rome in ancient times. The decline of the German race was advocated on account of its intermingling with inferior races. The Jews were held primarily responsible for decadence and looked upon as the chief conspirators against Nordic purity. Hitler had also believed in such ideas as Lebensraum, living space for a nation. No nation could be strong unless its land was fertile and the peasantry contented. Hitler had classified people as culture creators, culture bearers, and culture destroyers. The Aryans were the culture creators, which included the Germans, the Dutch, and the British. Hitler regarded the Jews as enemies of the Aryan supremacy since they were an embodiment of culture decadence, a gang of international bankers more interested in money and profits than the well-being of the German people. Schools became propaganda machine. The purpose of Nazi education was to shape young minds into good Nazis. Therefore, schools were transformed into propaganda machines. School curriculum was rearranged to include subjects. 77. Historical perspectives like race studies and genetics. Books which were not supposed to be read by good Nazis were burnt publicly. Liberal writers were blacklisted and forced to stop writing. Thus, the thinking and writing too were controlled. Economic growth. When Hitler assumed power in 1934, there was improvement in the economic situation and the credit for the economic miracle was claimed by Hitler. Hitler began a series of 4-year plans and centralization of industries in the hands of corporations such as Krupps to establish control over the economy. Owing to massive rearmament plans after 1935, Germany's economy was geared up and there was a boom in the heavy industry providing ample employment opportunities to Germans. Consequently, workers were willingly parting with their freedom and liberty, and the labor unions lost their independence by becoming the front organization of the Nazi Party in exchange for employment and social security. Almost all stakeholders in the process of economic reconstruction lent their support to the Nazi Party. Expansion of Germany. The influence of Nazism was not limited to Germany only, but its expansionist policy affected many other countries. It led to the denial of basic human equality and persecution of the Jews. The expansionist military policy of Hitler led to military conscription in 1935, the militarization of Rhineland in 1936, the annexation of Austria in 1938, of Czechoslovakia in 1939, and the beginning of the Second World War by the invasion of Poland in September 1939. France was vanquished in 1940. The Nazis, while in possession of large parts of Europe, attacked the Soviet Union in June 1941 and declared war on the United States of America in December 1941. 5.3.3 Nazi Doctrine. Nazism was greatly influenced by the teachings of Nietzsche, Hegel, and Rosenberg. Hegel gave the ideas of extreme militarism and narrow nationalism. Nietzsche's nihilism rejected the Western ideas of morality and dignity of men, the consequences of which have been discussed above. First was their method of ruthless attack on opponents. The second was for repudiation and abrogation of the hated Treaty of Versailles and Saint-Germain. The third was for the restoration of the German colonies to maintain German people and provide a settlement. The third was for the restoration of the German colonies to maintain German people and provide a settlement to their surplus population. Fourthly, it also stood for a strong central authority and a national army. Fifthly, they wanted to abolish all unearned incomes. They pretended to give all things to all Germans. Check your progress exercise 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What were conditions which led to the rise of Nazism? 78. Rise of fascism and Nazism. 5.4 Let us sum up. Both the rise of fascism and Nazism were a temporary phenomenon but had devastating and some lasting impact. Both emerged on the international horizon during the interwar period. Both took entire Europe in their strides, resorting to authoritarianism and leading to the Second World War. They deified the nation, thought of the nation as a living being whose purpose was supreme to the purpose and well-being of an individual. More important than rights are the duties which individuals owe to the nation. A muscular and militaristic nationalism, preparedness for war for territorial expansion, innate belief in racism and doctrine of racial superiority, and hatred and destruction of the other, Jews in the case of Nazi Germany, were the hallmarks of both fascism and Nazism. The end of the Second World War was the final death nail into their coffins. The world heaved a sigh of relief. Never again. 5.5 references. Dev, Arjun and Indira Arjun Dev. 2009. History of the World. Hyderabad. Orient Black Swan. Karsten, F. L. 1967. The Rise of Fascism. London. Methuen. Tannenbaum, E. R. 1972. The Fascist Experience. Italian Society and Culture 1922 to 1945. New York. Basic Books. Karsten, F. L. 1967. The Rise of Fascism. London. Methuen. Griffin, Roger D. 2009. Edition. Fascism. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Griffin, Roger D. 1993. The Nature of Fascism. London. Routledge. Kershaw, Ian. 1993. The Nazi Dictatorship. 3 Eden. London. Edward Arnold. Noakes, Jeremy. And Jeffrey Pridham. 1974. Documents of Nazism 1919 to 1945. London. Jonathan Cape. Lacour, W. 1979. Edition. Fascism. A Reader's Guide. Harmonsworth. Penguin. Lowe, Norman, 1997. Mastering Modern World History. Gergon. Macmillan Publishers. Nestor William R. 2010. Globalization. A Short History of the Modern World. Palgrave. Macmillan. Tannenbaum, E. R. 1972. The Fascist Experience. Italian Society and Culture 1922 to 1945. New York. Basic Books. Wolf, S. J. 1981. Edition. European Fascism. London. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. 5.6 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Deteriorating social and economic conditions, the growing influence of the communists, the weak democratic government combined with the widespread belief that Italy and won the war but lost the peace created conditions for the rise of fascism in Italy. 79. Historical Perspectives. 2. Core elements of fascist philosophy are I. Anti-intellectualism. 2. Total submission to authority. And 3. Contempt for reason. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answers should include I. The conditions of the Treaty of Versailles crushed Germany both spiritually and materially. 2. The Weimar Republic's inability to assert in international relations. And 3. The social and economic crisis due to the Great Depression. 80. 81. Rise of Fascism and Nazism. Unit 6 World War II. Causes and Consequences **. Structure 6.0 Objectives 6.1 Introduction. 6.2 Causes and Outbreak of World War II. 6.2.1 The war begins. 6.2.2 USA and USSR become allies. 6.3 Defeat of the Axis powers. 6.3.1 Defeat of Italy and Germany. 6.3.2 Defeat of Japan. 6.4 Peacemaking after the Second World War. 6.4.1 The Potsdam Conference. 6.4.2 Treaties of Peace. 6.5 India's contribution to the Second World War. 6.6 Emergence of superpowers. 6.6.1 The United States became a nuclear power. 6.6.2 Soviet Union's challenge to the United States. 6.7 Let us sum up. 6.8 References. 6.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 6.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will be reading about World War II that started in September 1939 and ended only in August 1945. By going through this unit, you should be able to explain the causes for the outbreak of World War II, describe how the USA and USSR became allies, discuss the outcome of the war and peace treaties signed at the end of the war, and describe the rise of USA and USSR as two superpowers. 6.1 Introduction. World War II began in 1939 with German aggression on Poland on September 1st. Earlier, two erstwhile enemies, namely Germany and the Soviet Union, had signed a non-aggression pact making way for Polish partition between two of them. All efforts to reach an understanding between the Soviet Union on the one hand and Britain and France on the other hand proved fruitless. International relations were still characterized by the same evil practices that had led to the outbreak of the First World War, aggression for territorial expansion and secret pacts among European great powers. In fact, secret negotiations were being simultaneously. Originally written for EPS 07 International Relations. Historical perspectives carried on between the Soviet Union and Germany and between Britain and Germany. Britain and France took the Soviet Union for granted and did not bother to conclude a military alliance with the latter. This paved the way for Soviet-German non-aggression pact and the German attack on Poland. A few months before the outbreak of World War II, both Britain and France had given guarantees to Poland assuring that in case of aggression on it, they would provide her with all possible assistance. When all attempts to avoid war and protecting Poland had failed, Britain and France declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939. Italy remained neutral in the war for some time but finally joined the war on the side of Germany in June 1940. After Germany had won decisive victories against several countries in Europe, it waged a war against the Soviet Union also on June 22, 1941. This brought USSR into the Allied camp. With the Japanese bombardment of Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the United States finally entered the war. The war was fought between the Allies, Britain, France, Soviet Union, USA, and their friends, on the one side and the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, on the other. The war ended in the unconditional surrender of Italy, Germany, and Japan in that order. 6.2 Causes and outbreak of World War II. You have read about World War II that broke out in September 1939 after the German attack on Poland, and you have read about World War II that broke out in September 1939 after the German attack on Poland and consequent declaration of war by Britain and France against Germany. This gives the impression that the war was caused by the Polish dispute. This is partly true. Polish problem was indeed the immediate cause of the war, but many other reasons created the situation in which war became unavoidable. Let us briefly discuss all the distant as well as immediate causes of the war. Treaty of Versailles. An attempt was made in Paris Peace Conference held after the First World War in 1919 to establish an ideal world order based on justice, peace, and disarmament. But what finally emerged in the shape of Treaty of Versailles was a dictated treaty of peace imposed upon Germany. The victorious participants lacked sincerity of purpose. The Paris Peace Conference lasted 5 months and was dominated by the four big victorious powers: Britain, France, Italy, and the US. None of the defeated powers were part of the peace process. Even smaller countries who had fought on the side of allies were left out. Normal courtesies expected by the representatives of a sovereign country were not extended to Germany. The Treaty of Peace was drafted by allies without any negotiations with defeated Germany. On May 7, 1919, Germany was given the draft treaty for its suggestion to be given in writing within 3 weeks. The announcement of terms of the treaty resulted in a fierce outburst of resentment in Germany. Germany denied that it alone was responsible for the war. Germany raised many objections and suggested modifications, but except for one modification, all the objections were brushed aside. Finally, Germany was made to sign the Treaty of Versailles on June 28, 1919. Germans called it a diktat and could not bear this insult and humiliation. The Allies also signed separate treaties with Austria, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Turkey. The formal peacemaking process wasn't concluded until the signing of the Treaty of Lausanne in July 1923. 82. World War II, causes and Treaty of Versailles was a punishing treaty imposed on Germany, Article 231. Consequences. Held Germany guilty of war crimes. 2. It was forced to give up territory to Belgium, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, return Alsace and Lorraine to France, and cede all of its overseas colonies in China, Pacific, and Africa to the Allied nations. 3. Germany was asked to drastically reduce its armed forces and not to have its air force. It was made to accept the demilitarization and Allied occupation of the region around the Rhine River. 4. The Versailles Treaty redrew the borders of Europe. It created an increasingly unstable collection of smaller nations by carving up the former Austro-Hungarian Empire into states like Yugoslavia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. Of the Ottoman Empire, only the Turkish heartland was left intact. Its remaining European peripheries were undone and Middle Eastern provinces were carved as European mandate under the League of Nations. Europeans' powers still practiced balance of powers. Now keeping a balance of power became more unstable with so many small states. Germany was asked to pay several billion in reparations for causing civilian damages. The total reparations, about 269 billion gold marks, to be exact, the equivalent of around 100,000 tons of gold. BBC, October 2, 2010. France and Britain were largely responsible for the punitive treaty and the unstable peace that ensued in Europe. France had wanted to disarm Germany, clip its military capability, humiliate it, and take revenge for all its past defeats at the hands of Germany. War had given Britain an opportunity to dominate Europe and remake it. It did not want to lose its domination over Europe and looked at the US and President Wilson's 14-point program with suspicion. British economist John Maynard Keynes had found that Germany could not possibly pay so much in reparations without severe risks to the entire European economy. US President Herbert Hoover blamed reparations for causing the Great Depression of 1929. Many realized that Germany could not pay all the reparations. The 1924 Dawes Plan and the 1929 Young Plan reduced the debt to 112 billion gold marks. Germany was granted loans to meet its payment schedule. The 1929 World Depression sent all European economies into a long tailspin. The US then proposed a one-year moratorium on German payments. Germany had paid only about 1/8 of what it owed when Hitler came to power and refused to pay any more of the reparations. The act of defiance greatly appealed to the nationalist pride of Germans. The European Allied powers, however, won't give up. After the Second World War, Germany was divided into states, the Capitalist Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, and the Socialist German Democratic Republic, GDR. Who was the successor state that would now pay the reparations? The 1953 London Treaty agreed to suspend the payment of reparations till the two Germanys united. The question of debt recovery arose in 1990 with German reunification. It was then agreed that in the altered international circumstances, payment of reparations should be written off once and for all. However, it was only in 2010 that Germany made the final payment of 70 million euros to pay the interest on loans it had taken to pay the reparations. The Treaty of Versailles mutilated and humiliated Germany. 20 years later, it was the turn of Germany to take revenge. Hitler had come on the center stage, led his proud people to avenge their humiliation, and thus paved the way for the Second World War. Failure of collective security system. Collective security system was a noteworthy ideal the world leaders had pledged at the end of the First World. 83. Historical perspectives. War. Providing security collectively to the victim of international aggression was its aim. The Covenant of the League of Nations provided that in case of aggression, members of the League, by their collective action, would compel the aggressor to withdraw. This collective action could either be in the form of economic sanctions against the aggressor or military support to the victim of aggression, or both. During the interwar years, it was, however, proof that the League was an ineffective organization in respect of a big power if the latter decided to wage a war against, or annex, a small country. In 1931, Japan committed aggression against China and by early 1932 managed to conquer Manchuria, a province of China. Japan very cleverly kept on telling the League that her action in Manchuria was in self-defense, i.e., protecting life and property of Japanese in Manchuria, and only a police action, not aggression. Japan, a permanent member of the League, forged ahead to establish a puppet Manchukuo regime in Manchuria. When the League asked member nations not to recognize Manchukuo, Japan left the League but retained control on the conquered territory. Later, in 1935, Italy waged a war against Abyssinia and in May 1936 formally annexed that country into Italian Empire. The League tried to enforce collective security system, declared Italy an aggressor, and clamped economic sanctions. All this was of no avail as no military action was taken against Italy, who was also a big power and permanent member of the League Council. Similarly, no action was taken by a weak League of Nations against Germany. When she repudiated the military clauses of the Versailles Treaty, 1935, and the freely negotiated Locarno Pact, remilitarized Rhineland, 1936, annexed Austria, 1938, and dismembered Czechoslovakia, 1938-39. Thus, failure of the collective security system turned out to be a major cause of World War II. Failure of disarmament. It was agreed at the Paris Peace Conference that world peace could be ensured only if nations reduced their armaments to a point consistent with their domestic safety or defense. That means all the weapons of offensive nature were to be destroyed. The task of preparing a plan for the reduction of armaments was entrusted to the League of Nations. The League appointed temporary mixed commission in 1920, which however could not do any substantial work because France insisted on security before this disarmament. In 1925, preparatory commission was instituted. Due to divergent views of nations that mattered, it could not identify offensive weapons. Finally, without much preparatory work, a disarmament conference met at Geneva in February 1932. Once again, mutual distrust and suspicion led to the failure of the conference after protracted negotiations. Germany had been disarmed by the Treaty of Versailles. Victor nations were to disarm later. They, however, never really wanted to disarm. Therefore, in October 1933, Germany declared that she was leaving both the Disarmament Conference and the League of Nations. Later in 1935, Germany formally declared that she was no more bound by the military or disarmament clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. Other countries were already in possession of large quantities of armaments and big armed forces. German decision heralded a massive armament race which led to an armed conflict. The failure of disarmament became yet another major cause of Second World War. 84. World War II, causes and World Economic Crisis. World economic crisis began in 1929 with sudden consequences. Stoppage of loans by the American financial houses to the European countries. Many of them, particularly Germany, were making rapid industrial progress mostly with the borrowed American money. The economic crisis had its severe impact during 1930-32. It adversely affected the economics of most countries either directly or indirectly. Germany proved to be the worst affected country, where nearly 700,000 people were rendered jobless. It was forced to declare that it would not make any more payment of reparations. Out of the economic crisis of Germany emerged Nazi dictatorship of Adolf Hitler. He became Chancellor of Germany in 1933 but soon destroyed democracy and established his dictatorship. Meanwhile, even England had to take some harsh measures like abandoning the gold standard. Germany, Japan, and Italy took advantage of this economic crisis and separately embarked upon aggressive designs. They set up their fascist bloc, which became largely responsible for the Second World War. Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis. On the eve of the First World War, Europe was divided into two hostile camps. The same process was once again repeated with the formation of an alliance of Germany, Japan, and Italy. It was concluded through the Anti-Comintern Pact during 1936–37. This combination of fascist powers, generally called the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis, was aimed at imperialist expansion. They glorified war and openly denounced peaceful settlement of disputes. They bullied Western countries and victimized weaker nations like China, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Poland. Their warlike acts and aggression, though noticed, yet went unpunished. Alarmed at the conduct of Axis powers, England and France came closer to each other, and an unsuccessful attempt was made at the formation and of an Anglo-French Soviet front. Although France and the Soviet Union had an alliance, yet in their desire to appease Hitler, France and England ignored the Soviet Union, and when Stalin wanted a military pact between three non-fascist powers, they took it easy. The Soviet Union became suspicious and surprised the world by signing the non-aggression pact with Germany. This directly cleared the way for the German attack on Poland, which led to the outbreak of the Second World War. While the Soviet Union also invaded Poland, England and France declared war on Germany. The problem of national minorities. Peace settlement after the First World War had resulted in the formation of new nation-states in Europe, with large national minorities left behind uncared for. President Woodrow Wilson of the United States had advocated the principle of self-determination. But on account of various strategic considerations, this principle was never properly implemented. Thus, for example, large German minorities found themselves in the company of non-Germans in Poland and Czechoslovakia. There were Russian minorities in Poland and Romania, and even after the minority treaties were concluded after the Paris Conference, about 750,000 Germans were under foreign rule. Hitler exploited the situation and in the name of denial of rights to German minorities in Czechoslovakia and Poland prepared to attack these countries. He annexed Austria, destroyed and dismembered Czechoslovakia, and finally invaded Poland. Thus, the problem of minorities became an important issue and major excuse for the war. Appeasement by Britain and France. Foreign policy based on appeasement of Nazi-fascist dictators turned out to be a major cause of the Second World War. After the First World War, there appeared a rift in the policies of Britain and 85. Historical perspectives. France. Balance of power had always been the cornerstone of the British foreign policy. Britain feared that a very powerful France would disturb the balance of power in Europe. Hence, it helped Germany against France in the interwar years. Once Hitler came to power in Germany and Italy became an ally of the Nazi dictator, Britain quickly moved closer to France, who badly needed British assistance against a very hostile Germany. After 1933, France's foreign policy virtually became an extension of British foreign policy. Britain was worried about the growing influence of communism. Not only the Soviet Union had to be effectively challenged, but the so-called popular fronts in France and Spain had also to be destroyed. With this objective in view, Britain adopted the policy of appeasement towards Hitler and Mussolini. France soon followed suit. Appeasement was started by Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin but vigorously pursued by Neville Chamberlain in 1938. Anglo-French desire to help Mussolini during the Abyssinian War, while maintaining support for League efforts, their virtual surrender to Hitler at the Munich Conference, and their inability to protect weaker nations like Austria and Albania were clear evidence of Anglo-French weakness, and this prepared the ground for the war. German attack on Poland. The apparent and immediate cause of the war was the German attack on Poland on September 1, 1939. Earlier, when all attempts at an Anglo-French alliance with the Soviet Union had failed, Hitler entered a non-aggression pact with Stalin. This was most unexpected, as, for several years, only hatred had existed between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. Now, keen to partition off Poland between themselves, Germany and the Soviet Union signed the pact not to wage war against each other. Yet, as events turned out, the pact was called by its critics as Simple Aggression Pact against Poland. In a secret pact which emerged only in 1945, the two countries had resolved to divide Eastern Europe into their spheres. On September 1, 1939, England and France had already assured Poland of their help in case of an invasion. They kept their word and declared war on Germany. While Germany invaded Poland in the west, Soviet troops moved into Poland from the east on September 17 to 18, 1939. Poland was divided between Germany and the Soviet Union by the Soviet-German Frontier and Friendship Treaty of September 28, 1939. Meanwhile, many other countries have also declared war on Germany, though these were symbolic declarations, as even France and Britain were still busy preparing for war, while Poland was being destroyed. 6.2.1 The war begins. Poland, as we have seen above, became the immediate cause of the war. On March 23, 1939, German troops had quietly occupied Memel, a German city under Lithuanian sovereignty, after Hitler had asked Lithuania to surrender it. On the same day, German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop called Polish ambassador and dictated to him terms that Germany would like to impose upon Poland. He demanded that Danzig, which had already been Nazified, should be returned to Germany, and an east-west highway and rail link across the Polish corridor may be allowed so that East Prussia could be directly linked with Germany. This virtually meant a corridor across a corridor. Hitler, however, was calculating repeat of another Munich mistake by Britain which did not take place. Prime Minister Chamberlain announced unequivocally British guarantees to Poland. Later, when Italy invaded and annexed Albania, April 7, Britain gave similar guarantees to Greece and Romania. France followed Britain in announcing 86. World War II causes and conscription. Hitler retaliated on the next day and repudiated the Polish-German consequences. Non-Aggression Pact of 1934 and Anglo-German Naval Treaty of 1935. The Anti-Comintern Pact was signed by Germany and Japan in November 1936, and, a year later, Italy too joined. Thus, the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis represented three countries' determination to liquidate world communism was formed. It was, in fact, an alliance against the Soviet Union. By August 1939, Hitler was prepared to settle the Polish issue on his terms. However, he was on the lookout for a plausible pretext. He got the arms of an otherwise determined Britain diplomatically twisted when Hitler agreed to have direct negotiations with Poland on Danzig issue. Hitler asked Britain, through its ambassador in Berlin on August 29, 1939, to arrange a Polish delegation to reach Berlin the next day, fully empowered to negotiate and conclude an agreement with the Germans. This was the most unusual demand. Normally, international negotiations take a lot of time to begin. In any case, formal proposals are first sent through diplomatic means before inviting foreign delegation, who could not arrive on August 30th. Germany closed all doors for negotiation. This gave Hitler the much-awaited pretext for the planned invasion of Poland. The war broke out early in the morning of September 1, 1939, when German troops invaded Poland. England and France declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939. On September 18, the Soviet Union also invaded Poland, but neither Italy nor the United States entered the war for some time. Meanwhile, England and other allies were already in a war, yet attempts were still on for some solution. But Germany was determined for a full-fledged war. 6.2.2 USA and USSR become allies. When the war began, Germany and Italy were political allies, but Soviet-German non-aggression pact disappointed Mussolini. Italy did not enter the war till June 1940. Then, as France was on the verge of defeat and surrender, Italy joined the war on the side of Germany against France and the Allies. The Soviet Union did not join the war but was helping Germany by invading Poland. She later attacked Finland and was expelled from the membership of League of Nations. Stalin continued to trust Hitler until the Nazi dictator had defeated most European neighbors and attacked the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941. Meanwhile, Stalin had coerced three Baltic nations, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, to join the Soviet Union as its union republics. They lost their independence as Stalin told their leaders that if they refused to join USSR, they would be ruined by Germany. The Soviet Union had also dictated terms to Romania and recovered Bessarabia and Bukovina from it. Thus, by mid-1941, Soviet Union was busy collecting war gains without being in the war. Hitler had secured French surrender in June 1940. But Hitler was not so lucky where Spain was concerned. General Franco kept his country out of the war. Since it was being fought by Hitler in association with Stalin, Spain remained neutral throughout the war. Public opinion in the United States was overwhelmingly opposed to being drawn into the war. In 1937, the U.S. Congress had passed the Neutrality Act, which also prohibited the sale of armaments in a future war. When the war broke out and Germany started bombing and destroying Western democracies, Americans began weakening their neutrality stance. Cash and Carry Act was passed in November 1939, permitting countries at war to buy American weapons provided they paid. 87. Historical perspectives cash and carried them in their ships. When the war reached a crucial stage, the Lend-Lease Act was passed in March 1941. It allowed the president to sell, exchange, end the lease or otherwise dispose off any defense article. Thus, the U.S. began supplying armaments to friendly countries such as Britain and China. 3 months later, when Soviet Union was attacked by Germany, she was also covered by the Lend-Lease Act. The Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact signed in 1939 had been designed by Hitler to keep the Soviet Union in the dark about his actual intentions. As soon as Germany had defeated her enemies on the European continent, it began preparing for the invasion of the Soviet Union itself. But Stalin remained convinced that Hitler would not attack the Soviet Union. Everyone had warned Stalin of Nazi attack Churchill, American embassy, and Stalin's men in Tokyo. But Stalin refused to listen till June 22, 1941, when Germany launched the attack on the Soviet Union. Stalin was stunned at this, and the Soviet Union sought Allied assistance. Britain accepted the Soviet Union into the Allied camp. In July, London and Moscow signed a military pact. When the Soviet Union was facing a devastating war, the United States was forced to enter the war in December 1941, when Japan attacked its naval base in Pearl Harbor. American relations with Japan were never cordial. Japanese assets in America were already frozen. In August 1941, the United States had announced that any Japanese action against Thailand would cause her grave concern. Unsuccessful attempts were made for a meeting between U.S. President Roosevelt and Japanese Prime Minister Kono in September. In October, Kono resigned and General Tojo became the Prime Minister of Japan. He openly encouraged conflict. In November, Britain had promised to declare war on Japan if the United States became involved in a war with that country. Tension was building up rapidly and war appeared imminent. On December 6, 1941, President Roosevelt made a personal request to the Japanese emperor for help in maintaining peace. Instead, on December 7, 1941, Japan bombarded American naval fleet based at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii Islands. A few hours later, Japan declared war on the United States of America and the British Empire. On December 11, both Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. The war thus became global. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What was the immediate cause for the Second World War? 88. World War II causes and 2. Write a note on the concept of collective security. Consequences. 6.3 Defeat of the Axis powers. 6.3.1 Defeat of Italy and Germany. The two European fascist powers had conquered most of the countries on the continent. Britain was under constant attack, and large parts of the Soviet Union, including the 3 Baltic republics, had been overrun by the Germans. In 1943, the Allied powers decided to launch an offensive against the Axis by liquidating Italian Empire in Africa. This objective was achieved by May 1943. The Italians were disturbed and fascist structure gave signs of cracking. The Allies decided on Operation Huggy to start Italian invasion through Sicily. It was not an all-out effort because the idea was to use Italy as a base to be able to bomb Germany and the Balkans. In July 1943, following heavy air attacks, a large number of Italians surrendered in Sicily. Mussolini visited Hitler and asked for more German assistance, but was turned down. Mussolini summoned a meeting of Fascist Grand Council which asked the king to take direct command. On July 25, 1943, King Victor Emmanuel III dismissed Mussolini and appointed Marshal Badoglio to head the new government. Mussolini was arrested. Italy finally surrendered unconditionally on September 3, 1943. On the same day, however, Germans entered Rome and kept it under their occupation for several months. Allied forces could capture Rome only on June 4, 1944. The Allied powers decided to defeat Germany by opening 2 fronts against her. From the east, the Soviet Union was pushing her out. In West England, America and its allies launched an attack on Normandy to liberate France. By March 1944, the Axis forces were expelled from most of Ukraine and other parts of the Soviet Union. Soviet soil was cleared of German armies before the year ended. The West Front against Germany was opened on June 6, 1944. It began from the English Channel, and for this purpose, 150,000 American soldiers were transported every month. Allied forces liberated France and entered Germany on September 11, 1944, 97 days after their invasion. Immediately afterwards, Hitler's Air Force began a massive bombardment of London, which continued till early 1945. As Germans began to be defeated, conspiracies were hatched to eliminate Hitler. The final assault on Germany was planned at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. All-round offensive was begun against Germany by the British, Canadian, French, and the Americans' forces. Meanwhile, the Soviet offensive was continuing unabated. The fighting was most fierce at the German Chancellery, in whose underground defenses Hitler had set up his last headquarters. When everything was lost, the Nazi dictator, who was once dreaming of ruling over the entire 89. Historical Perspectives world, committed suicide on April 30, 1945. Hitler had nominated Dochnitz as his successor, but he could do nothing to save the country. On May 5, 1945, German commanders in northeast Germany, the Netherlands and Denmark surrendered unconditionally. Nazi forces in Austria surrendered the next day. Finally, on the May 7th, Dochnitz government of Germany surrendered unconditionally all land, sea, and air forces of the Reich. The war in Europe was over on May 8, 1945. 6.3.2 Defeat of Japan. The Allies were fighting hard for victory against Japan in the Far East. Hence, the main responsibility fell on the United States, who was assisted by Britain, China, the Netherlands, Australia, and New Zealand. Allied invasion of Japan was organized with China as the base. U.S. General Douglas MacArthur directed these operations. 2 Allied campaigns were launched in the autumn of 1944. The one under Lord Mountbatten was aimed at the reconquest of Burma. The other, under Gen MacArthur, involved the liberation of the Philippine Islands. Both the missions were completed by June 1945. The Potsdam Conference, which was meeting to decide the future of defeated Germany and other related issues, gave a call to Japan in July 1945 to proclaim now the unconditional surrender of all Japanese armed forces. The ultimatum was ignored by the Japanese, who continued to fight. At this stage, America decided to use the atom bomb and secure Japan's unconditional surrender. On August 6, 1945, the American Air Force dropped the first ever atom bomb on the important Japanese city of Hiroshima and wiped out more than half of the target area. 2 days later, August 8, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and began an offensive in Manchuria and southern Sakhalin. Both were then. 2 days later, August 8, The Soviet Union declared war on Japan and began an offensive in Manchuria and southern Sakhalin. Both were then under Japanese control. Progress of the Soviet troops was swift. On August 9, 1945, a second atom bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, unleashing unprecedented destruction. The next day, Japan sued for peace. Fighting stopped, but surrender documents were signed only on September 2, 1945, on board the U.S. battleship Missouri. The Second World War finally ended with Japan coming under the American occupation. The consequence of war was the total defeat of three Axis powers and the victory of the Allies. This also meant the victory of democracy and the defeat of fascism and dictatorship. 6.4 Peacemaking after Second World War. The conclusion of peace treaties after the Second World War proved to be a very difficult task. After 2 years of termination of hostilities, treaties were concluded only with 5 of the defeated powers. They were Italy, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Finland. The Treaty of Peace with Austria could be concluded only in 1955, and with Japan in 1952. Germany could not be reunited. It remained divided between pro-West Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the Democratic German Republic under the influence of the Soviet Union. Since Germany was not reunited, no treaty with Germany as such was ever concluded. 2 Germanys were finally united in 1990 into one Germany. We shall briefly deal with the Potsdam Conference and then the peace treaties concluded with other defeated powers. 90. World War II causes and 6.4.1 The Potsdam Conference. Consequences. The Potsdam, Berlin, conference was held during July-August 1945. Germany had unconditionally surrendered to the Allies. Several decisions had been taken during different wartime conferences regarding the future of Germany and the East European countries. A formal arrangement had now to be made in the light of these decisions. The Potsdam Conference was attended by Joseph Stalin, Winston Churchill, Chiang Kai-shek, and the U.S. President Harry Truman. They were assisted by high-powered delegations. The conference took important decisions regarding the future set up in Germany pending the conclusion of a formal treaty of peace. Preparations were also begun for the signing of peace treaties to be concluded with other defeated powers. Japan was yet to be defeated. Pending the final demarcation of the western borders of Poland, southeastern Prussia and the areas to the east of rivers Oder and Neisse would constitute the western parts of Poland. It was also agreed that as soon as possible, free and fair democratic elections would be held in Poland. Potsdam Conference decided the Allied forces would be immediately withdrawn from Iran and Tangier was to be declared an international area. No reparation was to be taken from Austria. The conference took decisions regarding the basis of surrender by Japan. Imperialistic elements would be eliminated and Japan would be disarmed. The war criminals of Japan would be punished. Immediately after her surrender, Allied military control would be established in Japan and eventually a democratic government would be set up. The sovereignty of Japan would be limited to her 4 major and a few smaller islands. All foreign territories occupied by Japan before or during the Second World War would be liberated and transferred to the countries where they lawfully belonged. The conditions as spelt out at the Potsdam Conference for the Japanese surrender were not accepted by Japan. The United States of America, without taking the Soviet Union into confidence, dropped atom bombs on 2 of the Japanese cities early in August 1945, compelling her to surrender unconditionally on August 10, 1945. Thus, the Second World War came to an end. The fact is that the United States developed and used atom bomb without the knowledge of the Soviet Union became one of the causes that gave birth to the Cold War immediately after the Second World War. 6.4.2 Treaties of Peace. The victorious powers had learned but not much from their experiences with the peace treaties concluded after the First World War. Peace treaties concluded after the end of Second World War once again brought territorial divisions and adjustments among European states, occupation of territories and overseas colonies of the vanquished and imposition of reparations. Unlike the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, only a foreign ministers' meeting took place in London from September 11 to October 3, 1945. By that time, serious differences had developed between the Western powers on the one hand and the Soviet Union on the other. Very little progress could be made in the London Conference, nor could any progress be achieved in the subsequent 3 meetings. The draft treaties were prepared in these meetings, to be concluded with 5 powers: Italy, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Finland. Thereafter, the Paris Conference was held from July 29 to October 15, 1946. This was followed by 91. Historical Perspectives. The other meetings of the Foreign Ministers Committee and the treaties were finally approved by the committee at New York on December 12, 1946. Finally, these treaties were signed by the Allies on the one side and the 5 above-mentioned defeated powers on the other. Separate treaties were concluded with each of them. The main provisions of these peace treaties may be briefly mentioned here. The treaty concluded with Italy deprived her of several territories. France, Greece, and Yugoslavia gained territories at the cost of Italy. 2. Trieste became an independent port under the charge of a governor appointed by the Security Council of the United Nations. 3. Albania and Ethiopia regained their independence and became sovereign states. 4. Italy was considerably reduced and she was required to pay a big amount of money as reparation within 7 years. The Romania Treaty provided for the transfer of the provinces of Bessarabia and Bukovina from Romania to the Soviet Union and Dobruja to Bulgaria. She was to pay reparation to the Soviet Union and limits were imposed on the strength of its military forces. 6. Hungary was made to return to Czechoslovakia some of the villages situated to the south of River Danube which she had occupied in 1938. 7. The province of Transylvania was returned by Hungary to Romania. She was also required to pay reparation and was disarmed. Bulgaria did not lose any territory. It gained the territory of Dobruja from Romania. But like others, Bulgaria was asked to pay reparation and her armed forces were curtailed. 7. Finland was deprived of several small territories which all went to the Soviet Union. The area Sala, the province of Petsamo and the naval base of Porkala Ud were given by her to the Soviet Union. Like other defeated powers, reparation was imposed upon Finland also. Its armed forces were considerably curtailed and limited. These 5 treaties gave a maximum advantage to the Soviet Union. Another country which gained sufficient territory, power and prestige was Yugoslavia, which became the most powerful nation in the Balkans and a rival of Italy. Austria. Austria had been occupied by the German army in 1938 and ever since continued as an occupied part of defeated Germany. Austria was treated as a liberated territory. The Moscow Conference of 1943 pledged to create a sovereign state of Austria. But soon after the war, serious differences developed among the Allies. The Soviet Union wanted to impose severe economic restrictions on Austria. This was not acceptable to the Western powers. The deadlock remained for nearly 10 years. Finally, Austria agreed to declare itself a neutral country and to pay some compensation to the Soviet Union. Thereupon, the Soviet Union agreed to separate the Austrian question from the problem of Germany. A peace treaty was signed by Austria on May 15, 1955, whereby it became a neutral country. Japan. The Cold War and differences between the United States and the Soviet Union delayed the conclusion of the peace treaty with Japan. But, unlike Germany and Austria, Japan was under the occupation of only the American forces. After the Japanese surrender on August 10, 1945, an interim military administration had been set up by the Americans. The entire authority was vested in the hands of the Supreme Commander of the Allied powers. General MacArthur was appointed as the Supreme Commander and Japanese Administrator. A meeting to draw up a peace treaty was convened by the United States at San Francisco in 1951. The meeting was attended by 52 countries. It was attended by the Soviet. 92. World War II causes and Union and other socialist countries, but India and Burma refused to attend it. Consequences. Some of the proposed terms of peace were not acceptable to India. Even the Soviet Union found it impossible to sign the draft treaty. The treaty drafted under U.S. influence was signed with Japan by 49 countries on April 28, 1952. A separate peace treaty was signed by India with Japan in June 1952. The peace treaty signed by Japan with the United States and 48 other countries had 27 articles. It recognized the independence of Korea. It may be remembered that Korea had been divided after the war between North Korea Communist and South Korea Liberal Democracy. Japan surrendered its rights over the islands of Formosa, Sakhalin, and Kuriil. The islands of Bonin and Ryukyu, Okinawa were placed under the American trusteeship. The Japanese sovereignty was limited to her 4 principal and a few small islands. Secondly, Japan agreed to give up all her rights to China. Thirdly, Japan accepted responsibility for the war and liability to pay reparation, but given economic conditions, it was exempted from the payment of reparation. This was done because the treaty was concluded much after the heat of the war had subsided and because it was now a close ally of the United States. Lastly, it was agreed in principle that the foreign armed forces would be withdrawn from Japan. Germany was divided into 4 occupation zones immediately after its surrender. The Western powers alleged that, in violation of the understanding earlier reached, Soviet United was converting its zone of Eastern Germany into a communist state. This hampered not only the unification of Germany but also the conclusion of a peace treaty. Nevertheless, both the Soviet Union and the Western powers took several unilateral decisions regarding Germany. The first such decision was taken by Britain and the United States, who merged their zones into one on January 1, 1947. Later, France also allowed the merger of her zone with the unified Western zone. Subsequently, the 3 powers decided to set up a free, independent, and democratic government in West Germany. The Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, comprising erstwhile Western zones, was formally established on September 21, 1949. The Western powers formally terminated the state of war with the Federal Republic of Germany in 1951. Soon after the setting up of the Federal Republic of Germany, the Soviet Union proceeded to create an independent state of East Germany. It was designated as the German Democratic Republic, GDR, and was organized on the socialist pattern of the USSR. Full sovereignty was granted to GDR by the Soviet Union by a treaty concluded between them in September 1955, 1 year after the sovereignty of West Germany was recognized by the Western powers. Thus, Germany remained divided into 2 hostile countries till 1990. One was aligned with the West, had capitalist order, and had made very rapid industrial progress. and the other was aligned to the Soviet Union and had her economy based on socialism and her political system patterned on the Soviet Union. The two Germany, West Germany and East Germany, began the process of unification in 1989. United Germany was born only in October 1990. 6.5 India's contribution in the Second World War. India's contribution to the British Empire during the Second World War has for long been overlooked. It is only over recent years that the sacrifices made by 93 historical perspectives India are being acknowledged. As in the First World War, Indian soldiers were called upon by Britain to help in the war effort. The size of the British Indian Army at its peak reached 2.5 million, making it the largest volunteer army in the world. Approximately 89,000 Indian soldiers died fighting for the empire. Indian soldiers fought in all the major battles: Tobruk, Monte Cassino, Kohima, and Imphal. They fought on all major fronts: East and North Africa, Italy, Burma, Singapore, Malay Peninsula, Guam and Indochina, and secured Southeast Asia from the Japanese. Some 700,000 Indian soldiers fought in the Burma and Southeast Asian theater. Historians have begun to record only now. Among the fiercest of the battles during the war was the Battle of Kohima and Imphal in 1944. The Japanese 15th Army, 85,000 strong for the invasion of India, was essentially destroyed, with 53,000 dead and missing in the Battle of Kohima and Imphal. The entire Indian subcontinent stood transformed during the war years. The subcontinent became a vast supply ground for the war against the Japanese in Southeast Asia. Millions of Indians toiled for the empire under pathetic conditions. Thousands of Indians mined coal in Bihar, built supply roads from India into Myanmar and China, including the famous Lido Road between China and India in northeast India. In addition to meeting its requirements, India became a major supplier of war material to the Allies. Hundreds of its new factories maintained regular supplies of textile and other war-related material to all the Allied countries. Official figures suggest that thousands of Indians working at ports and factories died from Japanese aerial bombings on India's eastern coastline. Thousands of non-combatants were sent overseas to man and manage the supply lines and support services. These were the coolies who loaded and unloaded cargo at imperial ports or cleared lands for aerodromes. Merchant seamen living around the ports of London, Cardiff, Liverpool and South Shields worked to ensure that the supply lines to Britain remained open. They worked under atrocious conditions for less pay than their white counterparts. The war-related British taxes and levies further imposed a crushing burden on India's poverty-stricken population. Indians not only fought in the war but also financed it. The noted military historian Srinath Raghavan writes that by 1942-43 India was paying more than Britain towards the war, transforming its relationship with Britain from a debtor to a creditor. With Britain owing it a mind-boggling £1.3 billion by the end of the war. India's War, the making of modern South Asia 1939 to 1945. The Second World War had a huge impact on India. It greatly energized India's freedom movement. Millions participated in the Quit India movement of 1942. Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose raised the Indian National Army, IGNOU, consisting of Indian soldiers and prisoners of war (POWs) of Japanese in Southeast Asia to fight and overthrow the British rule in India. Netaji sought Japanese help for his mission. The IGNOU and Japanese forces advanced but were stopped by the British Army in Imphal and Kohima in the northeast. There were other outcomes of the war. The Second World War produced a professional and highly regarded Indian armed forces. Hundreds of new factories that were set up to produce and supply war material laid the foundation of India's manufacturing sector. Many in the business circle made huge profits and became industrial entrepreneurs. 94. World War II, causes and after independence. The war also made it clear to the great powers after the war. Consequences. That India was the pivot of the Asian security. Arguing in 1946 for a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, Jawaharlal Nehru noted, "It is India that counts in the defense and security of these regions far more than any other country." 6.6 Emergence of superpowers. The concept of superpower developed only after the Second World War, when some of the erstwhile big powers were overtaken in respect of power capability to influence the minds and actions of other states by two countries, namely the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic (USSR), commonly known as the Soviet Union. On the eve of the Second World War, British Empire, France, Italy and Japan were among the recognized big powers. When the war ended, not only Germany but Italy and Japan were also defeated. The defeated countries became militarily weak, politically insignificant and economically impoverished. Among victors, Britain had become so weak that by 1947 it was unable to maintain its troops even in Greece and Turkey for their defense against communism. British Empire could not be sustained. Once India became independent in 1947, the process of decolonization was accelerated. Britain was still recognized as a big power and occupied a permanent seat in the newly constituted UN Security Council, but its strength had considerably diminished. France had been a victim of German occupation until a second front was opened and it was liberated in August 1944. Although France emerged victorious and was given a permanent seat in the Security Council, yet for several years after the war, it was far from being a powerful nation. That left only two of the principal vectors, i.e. the United States and the Soviet Union, who gained in military power and political status. Thus, an important consequence of the Second World War was the emergence of these two victors as superpowers. Even after Britain, France, and China became nuclear powers, they could not challenge the superpower status of US and USSR. 6.6.1 The United States became a nuclear power. Towards the end of the war, there was just one country which possessed the potential that no other state had. In July 1945, the Americans exploded, experimentally, the first nuclear device in the history of mankind. In August, they dropped 2 atom bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which broke the resistance of Japan and brought about her unconditional surrender. The world was shocked, and the Soviet Union was disgusted because even when the two were allies in the war, the United States did not indicate the fact that she was developing an atom bomb. Even when the US decided to use the atom bomb in Japan, the other allies were kept in the dark till the actual use of it. Besides its nuclear weapons, what had helped America become a superpower was the fact that no battle ever took place on her territory throughout war. After the Pearl Harbor, Americans were engaged in an unprecedented war, but the civilian lives and property were left untouched. This gave an added advantage to the Americans because their other allies in the war had suffered heavy civilian losses also. Britain was heavily bombarded, France was under occupation for 4 years, and the Soviet Union had been a target of German invasion till the second front was opened against her. 95. Historical Perspectives 6.6.2 Soviet Union's Challenge to the Historical Perspectives 6.6.2 Soviet Union's Challenge to the United States. The power base of the Soviet Union was not comparable to that of the United States. The USSR had succeeded in establishing communist regimes in Poland and several other East European countries, which were liberated by its army from the Nazi control. But it did not possess nuclear weapons until testing of first such device in 1949. The USSR had suffered enormous losses during the war. Not only its troops were killed and wounded in large numbers, but it had suffered civilian losses also and the destruction of industrial and physical infrastructure. The Soviet Union became a nuclear power in 1949, although until 1953 the US maintained clear superiority in areas like delivery system. But once the USSR became a nuclear weapon state, it also began developing the delivery systems such as aircraft and missiles. It was because of its rising military capability, achievements in the space and other sciences, and its attraction as an alternative socialist model of economic development and social justice that her status improved, and she was recognized as a superpower. Immediately after the Second World War, the Soviet Union had made an all-out effort to overtake the United States in science and technology. It subordinated everything, including post-war reconstruction, to catching up with the Americans in military technology. Once the Soviet Union developed its nuclear power, it became a rival of the United States, and the two came to be recognized as the superpowers. Both led a power block each. After the Second World War, the United States and the Soviet Union faced each other directly but often through their proxy regimes and allies in different parts of the world. According to Lundestad, they were the two main actors in the international area. The geographic distance separating them was gone, but the political distance would soon be greater than it had ever been. Check your progress exercise 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. How did the Second World War impact India? 6.7 Let US sum up. World War II broke out when Nazi Germany invaded Poland on September 1, 1939. 2 days later, England and France declared war on Germany. Earlier, two arch rivals, Germany and the Soviet Union, had concluded a non-aggression pact. Major causes of the Second World War were the humiliating terms imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles, failure of the collective security system. 96. World War II causes and disarmament, which was thought to be a sure guarantee of avoiding war. The consequences. World economic crisis, which encouraged military and aggressive actions in countries like Japan. The creation of Rome-Berlin-Tokyo Axis, an alliance of 3 fascist powers determined to destroy existing world order. The problem of dissatisfaction of minorities. The policy of appeasement pursued by Britain and supported by France to win over the fascist and Nazi dictators. And finally, German attack on Poland that became the immediate cause of the war. To begin with, several countries joined the war on the side of Britain and her allies, but America kept out of it till outstanding disputes led Japan to attack Pearl Harbor, which forced the United States' entry into war as an ally in December 1941. The Soviet Union had invaded Poland and Finland and was expelled from League of Nations. But, ignoring the non-aggression pact, Germany attacked the Soviet Union in June 1941. The Soviet Union immediately aligned itself with Britain. Meanwhile, Italy had entered the war in June 1940 by declaring war on France and siding with Germany. The Axis powers suffered their first setback when Italy was attacked in 1943. Mussolini was dismissed by the king, and later Italy surrendered unconditionally, although for some time Rome was occupied by Germans. After a second front was opened by UK and USA, Germany not only lost France but was forced to surrender in May 1945. Japan continued to fight in the Pacific till 2 atom bombs were dropped by American in August 1945, forcing Japan to surrender. Thus, the war ended with the defeat of the 3 fascist powers and the victory of the Allies. Peacemaking efforts after the war proved to be a very difficult task. The Allies had convened the Potsdam Conference, 1945, for drawing up a peace treaty with Germany. No peace treaty could be concluded with any of the defeated countries immediately after the war. But after prolonged diplomatic activities, Peace treaties were concluded with Italy, Romania, Hungary, and Finland, and later with Austria and Japan. Germany remained occupied for several years, and naturally, no peace treaty could be concluded for several years. The most significant outcome of the war was the partition of Germany into 4 occupation zones. Later 3 Western zones became one sovereign country, and in the East, a Soviet-backed government was established. As East European countries were liberated by the Soviet Army, they were given communist governments. The Cold War began between 2 power blocks into which the World War divided. 6.8 references. Carey, Albrecht. 2010. A Diplomatic History of Europe Since the Congress of Vienna. New York. Marper and Rowe. Anthony, Beaver. 2012. The Second World War. London. The Back Bay Publication. Dar. S. N. 1965. International Relations and World Politics Since 1919. New Delhi. Kalyani Pub. Hawking, Brian, and Michael Smith. 2014. World Politics. An Introduction to International Relations. London. Routledge. 97. Historical Perspectives Johnson, Paul. 2016. A History of Modern World from 1917 to the 1980s. London. Weidenfield and Nicholson. Langsam, W. C. and Mitchell. 1971. The World Since 1919. New York. The Macmillan. Nestor, William. R. 2010. Globalization, War, and Peace in the 21st Century. Palgrave. Macmillan. Nestor, William R. 2010. Globalization. A Short History of the Modern World. Palgrave. Macmillan. 6.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. The immediate cause of the war was the German invasion of Poland in September 1939, which led to a military response from England and France. 2. The principle of collective security that was written into the Covenant of the League of Nations called for providing security to a victim of international aggression. Members of the League would take collective action against the aggressor in the form of economic sanctions or military support to the victim of aggression or both. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should include the following. I. The war energized Indian freedom movement, with millions taking part in Quit India movement on the one hand and Netaji Bose, raising the Indian National Army to overthrow the British rule. 2. Manufacturing industry got a boost as it had to meet the war supplies. 3. India also financed the war, emerging as a creditor nation at the end of the war. 4. The war also made the great powers realize that India was the pivot of Asian security. 98. 99. World War II, Causes and Consequences. Block 3. Theoretical Perspective. Studying International. Theoretical Perspectives. Relations. There is no doubt that the discipline of IR has made huge strides since the end of the Second World War. You must know it was not always like this. In fact, during the 19th and first half of the 20th centuries, the discipline of IR remained quite undeveloped. Writings on IR were far and few. They were chronological and often episodic. They were written with the limited purpose of either highlighting the stand of a country on some particular issue or praise the statesmanlike qualities of a leader. There were no attempts at building theories of IR theories which could be explanatory and perhaps could also tell us something about the coming events. For instance, conflicts and wars. The origin of modern IR dates back to the formation of nation-states in 17th century. At the Peace Treaty of Westphalia, 1648 emerged the idea of sovereign nation-state which alone could participate in international conferences and conclude treaties. There thus came the principle of external sovereignty of state and its inviolability. Hence, we often describe the modern state-based international system as the Westphalian system. Scholars have noted several stages in the evolution of the IR. But it won't be an exaggeration to say that use of brute force to settle things was the hallmark of IR prior to the First World War. In the interwar period, spirit of Wilsonian idealism prevailed for a while. It was believed the creation of international legal norms and organizations shall ensure peace and security. However, it is only after the end of the Second World War one can say that IR arose as a full-fledged independent discipline. Also, the discipline thenceforth also witnessed the construction of empirical and scientific theories of IR. Post-Second World War, the discipline of IR became an exciting field for study and research. Formation of new organizations, institutions and agencies, new laws and norms, decline of European imperial states, birth of scores of new nations, Cold War and its consequences in the form of bloc politics, arms race, and development of nuclear weapons, trade negotiations under the GATT frameworks, etc. led scholars to look at IR from new and different perspectives. Theoretical approaches to the study of peace and the world order studies acquired important space in international relation. International politics acquired new dimensions which demanded the discarding of earlier idealistic, moralistic, legal and institutional studies and their replacement by rational and scientific studies. Secondly, new empirical theories, which involved the study of power in IR, gained ground. Together, these power-based theories came to be known as realist school of IR. Others were looking at growing interdependence among states and how international institutions and processes shaped and circumscribed the choices a sovereign state could have. Such theoretical frameworks together came to be called systems theories. And then the Cold War ended with the disintegration of Soviet Union in 1991 and fall of socialism as an ideology. It appears that the end of Cold War had some kind of liberating effect on the world of scholarship. The dominant binary view of looking at IR as if the choice was between capitalism and socialism only was given a go-by. New theoretical perspectives called critical theories. 100. Understanding international. Emerged. Their concern was not merely to theorize the international system but relations. How to change it too. There were defects in the prevailing theories of realism, interdependence, etc. These dominant theories essentially reflected the interests and experiences of the great powers of Europe and North America. More than half a century after their independence, concerns of the developing countries, the least developed countries, and the small and microstates were still not the concerns of the IR. Critical theories sought to highlight the drawbacks of the international system and the dominant discourse about it. Theoretical formulations such as constructivism, Marxian perspectives, postmodernism, feminism, ecological and environmental perspectives, which are of problem-solving nature, gained popularity among scholars and researchers of IR. These varied theories came to be regarded as emancipatory theories. They are aimed at providing answer to questions faced by contemporary international relations as they obtained since the end of the Cold War. As a result, these theories are purposive in nature and provide a critique of dominant dogmas of IR. These critical outlooks go beyond state and state-based idea of modernization to post-state and postmodernism to a world where everyone would have place under the sun. Economic globalization in a sense accelerated the demise of the old IR system and has encouraged critical theoretical outlook. At the same time, however, globalization and its trajectory so far has also invited powerful critique and popular wrath. In its present form, globalization is seen serving the profit motives of the global corporate capitalism. There is search for alternative globalization, transparent and just. In Block 3, as many as 5 units, 7 to 11, lay down these theoretical formulations. Mainstream theories of IR are essentially Eurocentric. They romanticize power, interdependence, masculinity, and warmongering and suggest building of laws and institutions as the solution for war and conflict. These theories essentially reflect the experiences, biases, and interests of former European colonial powers. What about the so-called developing world or the global south? Why developing country perspectives have never informed the mainstream theories of IR? Is it possible to develop theories, or at least put on the agenda of IR the concerns and needs of the developing world? These are some of the questions explored in Unit 11. After going through this block, you may wonder whether traditional IR theories are able to adapt to global south perspectives and its concerns, and if not, whether new theories and approaches are needed in their place. In answering this question, scholars have taken a wide range of different positions. While many scholars are united around a call for justice and equality in the way that IR narratives represent the world, it cannot be said that there is one grand strategy for theorizing global south perspectives. The arrival of Asian century means that locus of power is shifting to Indo-Pacific from Northern Atlantic. The rise of Asia is characterized by its economic and technological dynamism. Rising powers China and India assume a more prominent role in shaping world affairs, and ASEAN countries carry lots of economic and security weight around the association. The rise of Asia has 101. Theoretical perspectives produced new trends and directions in scholarship, whereupon Asia has become a conceptual anchor for the development of non-Western approaches to the study of world politics. It is, therefore, within the Asian IR context that some of the most exciting theoretical challenges to and innovations in IR scholarship are being mounted and produced. Given the vast sociocultural and political diversity found across the continent, Asian IR is made up of an array of different perspectives. In short, theoretical debates and innovations in IR and regional relations continue ad nauseam. 102. 103. Classical realism and neorealism. Unit 7 Classical realism and neorealism *. Structure 7.0 Objectives 7.1 Introduction 7.2 Basic assumptions of realism 7.3 Classical realism 7.3.1 Thucydides 7.3.2 Kautilya 7.3.3 Machiavelli and Hobbes 7.3.4 E. H. Carr 7.3.5 Morgenthau 7.4 Neorealism or Structural realism 7.4.1 Differences between classical realism and neorealism 7.4.2 Defensive realism 7.4.3 Offensive realism 7.5 Assessment 7.6 Let us sum up 7.7 References 7.8 Answers to check your progress exercises 7.0 Objectives. Realism has been one of the dominant perspectives in international relations since the Second World War. This unit would shed light on realist perspective in international politics. After studying this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of classical and neorealism, know the difference between these two perspectives, describe major thinkers associated with them, and analyze some of the limitations of classical and neorealism. 7.1 Introduction. Realism has been one of the main theoretical perspectives in international relations which gained prominence after the Second World War and continues to remain relevant even in the globalized world of 21st century. As the name suggests, realism explains the reality of international politics, what is, in contrast to idealist school of thought which focuses on what ought to be. Thus, as Morgenthau has claimed, realism is an empirical paradigm rather than being a normative one. Realism explains the status quo in international relations, how the order is established and maintained. The wider acceptance of realism is because of its ability to explain why states compete and go to war in international relations. Since the signing of Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, there have been over 200 wars. Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Theoretical Perspectives and Conflicts. In international system. Realism is often also called study of power politics as it gives centrality to power in its analysis of international politics. However, there are many variants of realism. In fact, it is best to describe realism as a set of theories which give importance to factors like national interest, state, and military in world politics. It should be mentioned that apart from political thinkers, rulers, diplomats, military strategists, and generals have also contributed to growth of realism as a theoretical tradition. The names include military theorist and Prussian General Karl von Clausewitz, French diplomat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, Austrian statesman Clemens von Metternich, former French President Charles de Gaulle, and former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Realism has never been a single theory, however, in all its variants, there is centrality of power and military means that states try to achieve through their policies. Realism in general is pessimistic about the chances of radical reform in international system. There is close relationship between realism and security studies as both of them study conflict, war, and survival. Charles Darwin's survival of the fittest is echoed in international politics by theory of realism. Mainly three distinct schools of thought exist in realism, namely classical, neorealism or structural realism and neoclassical realism. This unit would discuss classical and neorealism in detail. 7.2 Basic Assumptions of Realism. Realism is an academic approach to study international relations which is not a single, unified theory. As Jonathan Haslam points out in his No Virtue Like Necessity, realist thought in international relations since Machiavelli 2002, realism is a spectrum of ideas rather than as a fixed point of focus with sharp definition. Duncan Bell has argued that realism is possibly best defined in negative terms in what realists reject instead of what they endorse in positive terms. Realists are united in their collective rejection of morality or ethics in international politics. They would go on to argue that justice does not operate in international relations since they are marked by potential or active competition and conflict among different states. Irrespective of the differences in various strands of realist theories, most of them share some core beliefs and assumptions which are below. Realists believe that states are primary actors in international relations and hence, they try to explain behavior of states while giving less importance to other factors. International relations are mainly a study of power and security as survival of state is paramount. This is why states build their hard power, military power. Realism also accepts a distinction between matters of high politics and low politics. High politics includes the areas that are necessary for survival of a state like security. Areas of low politics like trade and social affairs are the ones which are not absolutely necessary for survival of a state. Human nature is dominated by ego and like humans, groups and states also have an ego. Politically, states are rational actors which are driven by their narrow self-interest. Moral and ethical considerations make way to raison d'etat or reasons of state, a situation in which a state's foreign policy is justified on the basis that its national interest is of utmost importance. 104. Classical realism and there is lack of government in international relations leading to anarchy. Neorealism. This means there is no authority to protect interests of the global community and ensure rule of law at the global level. The possibility of moral behavior rests upon the existence of an effective government that can deter and punish illegal actions. Hence, states need to rely on themselves to safeguard their national interest. To ensure their survival, states resort to balance of power BOP. BOP does not allow a single state to gain so much military power that it can dictate terms to other countries. Balancing is of two types, external and internal. External balancing is done through building alliances while internal balancing is done by enhancing one's own military power. For instance, India has been balancing China through both internal and external measures. India is building its military strength on one hand while on the other, it is building close relations with countries like the US, Japan, and France to balance China. Under anarchic international relations, there exists a security dilemma or spiral mode. The steps taken by one country to enhance its own security would decrease the security of other states. In such zero-sum situation, it is difficult for any state to improve its own survival without threatening the survival of other states. The threatened states then would take steps to increase their own security, and this ends up in a perpetual competitive cycle. Check your progress exercise 1 note. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by security dilemma? 7.3 Classical realism. Classical realism has emerged as a major approach in the study of international relations after the Second World War. This approach is mainly reflected in the writings of E. H. Carr, Reinhold Niebuhr, and Hans Morgenthau. Classical realism explains state behavior from vantage point of human nature and holds human nature responsible for conflicts among states. However, even before realism existed as a theory, its tenets can be found in Western and non-Western political thinkers from ancient to medieval period. In an informal manner, tenets of realism can be traced to the works of ancient Greek philosopher Thucydides in the 5th century BC. The other prominent realist thinkers in the West include Machiavelli and Hobbes. There have been non-Western thinkers like Kautilya from India and Sun Tzu and Han Feizi from China whose views would fall under the realist paradigm in international politics. Some of the main thinkers in classical realism are discussed below. 105. Theoretical Perspectives 7.3.1 Thucydides. Views of Thucydides, Athenian historian and general in 5th century BC, are very often seen as the starting point of realist school in international politics. As a participant in the war between Delian League, led by Athens, and Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta, Thucydides wrote his experiences in a collection of 8 books called History of the Peloponnesian War. Some of the prominent realist conceptions are reflected in his book, which has prompted realists to claim that Thucydides was a realist. One of the central ideas echoed by Thucydides is that the strong should rule the weak as they have the power to do so. This was an articulation of politics based on power. In the words of Thucydides, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. In Book 5, Thucydides covers the Melian dialogue, which is a dramatized version of conversation between Athenians and representatives from Melos, a small island which tried to be neutral in the Peloponnesian War. The Melians represent the idealist thought compared to the realist, strategic, and pragmatic Athenians. When Melians resort to ideals of morality and justice while facing an invasion from Athens, Athenians argue that the powerful have a right to rule the weak, might is right. And independent states can survive only if they are powerful enough to protect their independence. They also say that justice can only exist between equals, not between unequals. The moral of the dialogue is that whenever there is power imbalance between two sides, the stronger would assert itself as per its own interests. This is human nature. Around the same time, a similar and radical view of justice had been expressed by Thrasymachus, a sophist and a renowned teacher of rhetoric. In Plato's Republic, Thrasymachus, just like Thucydides, has defined justice as the interest of the stronger. According to realist thinker Robert Gilpin, Thucydides is a realist as he argued that men are motivated by honor, greed, and fear. Other values like beauty, goodness, and truth will be lost unless there are provisions for one's security in the power struggle among social groups. 7.3.2 Kautilya. Despite having intrinsic theoretical value in international politics, Kautilya's famous work, Arthashastra, has been largely ignored not only in India but outside as well, which reflects the Eurocentric view of international relations. Kautilya can be easily considered as the pre-modern founding father of theory of political realism. Roger Bosch, in his book The First Great Realist, Kautilya, and his Arthashastra 2002, has argued that Kautilya was the first great, unrelenting political realist. Max Weber saw no role for any type of ideology in Arthashastra and talked about Kautilya's trained ability to relentlessly gaze at realities of life. Supremacy of national interest, anarchic nature of interstate relations, and centrality of power in international politics are some of the ideas that are clearly reflected in Arthashastra. Classic realist, Morgenthau identifies ancient political philosophy from Greece, China, and India as the starting point of his theory. The methods discussed by him to maintain a favorable balance of power include divide and rule, compensation, armaments, and alliances, which are similar to 4 upaya's given by Kautilya. Henry Kissinger saw Kautilya as a combination of Machiavelli and Clausewitz. Another important point is that Arthashastra is generally perceived as a realist treatise, but it is very often forgotten that Arthashastra frequently uses the word dharma, which stands for morality, or 106. Classical realism and righteousness. It is not possible for a text not to have normative and moral. Neorealism. Foundations, which cites dharma as part of governance and daily life. Kautilya's approach comes out as a holistic mix of idealism and realism. 7.3.3 Niccolò Machiavelli and Thomas Hobbes. Italian diplomat and philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli, 15th century, and English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, 16th century, two used realism and pragmatism as a backdrop in expressing their views. Machiavelli was born at a time when values like virtue and ethics were seen as an integral part of politics and interstate relations. He ushered in modernity by changing this belief and separated politics from ethics and morality. He went on to say that all means, immoral and moral, are justified to attain certain political ends, and it's the ends that justify means. Since the Greek sophists, such rejection of morality had not been seen in Europe. In the 15th chapter of his book, The Prince, he refers to the effective truth, the reality that is felt and experienced, opposed to imagined and utopian truth of Christians and Greeks. During his life, Machiavelli saw instability and wars, and through his book, The Prince, advised the king to maintain power, order, and stability. Survival of the state is the main theme of his work, as he says that the state has no higher duty than of maintaining itself. Primacy of state and its survival is one of the main tenets of realist approach in IR. Like Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes did not focus on international relations. But his book Leviathan had a deep impact on classical realists like Hans Morgenthau and neo-realist Kenneth Waltz. Hobbes was part of the intellectual thinking that wanted to break the tradition of classical political philosophy. Idealism was part of this philosophy which believes that individuals are rational and moral, having the capability to distinguish between right and wrong. Hobbes refutes this claim, saying human beings are selfish, egoistic, nasty, and brutish, who are restless to acquire power until they die. He referred to the hypothetical situation of state of nature in which individuals stayed before societies were formed. It was a situation in which there was no government to protect individuals and everyone has a right to everything. They attack each other for gain and to secure themselves can invade others preemptively. It is a situation of war of all against all. Hobbes has said that such a state of nature also exists among all the independent nations at all times. This leads to anarchy at international level in absence of a world government. Views of Hobbes on human nature, anarchy in international relations, and power politics became important pillars of realist tradition. However, a careful reading of Hobbes reveals that his approach to international relations is pacifist, and he envisioned that cooperation and peace were possible in international politics. 7.3.4 E.H. Carr. The realist approach can be categorized in four main generations. First, the interwar and wartime generation represented by E.H. Carr and Reinhold Niebuhr. Second, the post-war and early Cold War generation that includes Hans Morgenthau and Raymond Aron. Third is the détente generation represented by Kenneth Waltz and Robert Gilpin. The last, post-Cold War generation has names like John Mearsheimer, Stephen Walt, and Charles Glazer. Led by E.H. Carr, British historian and diplomat, realism emerged as an approach in IR in response to liberal idealist approach that dominated international studies and policy after the First World War. The realists versus idealists debate is often described as the first 107 theoretical perspectives great debate in IR. However, some scholars negate these claims. Idealists, or the liberal internationalists, argued that conflict can be averted by international institutions and respect for international law. Some of the famous idealists include British politician and Nobel laureate Philip Noel Baker, former US President Woodrow Wilson, and British academic Alfred Zimmern. From India, Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru too had an idealist approach to international politics. Idealism in general sense is an idea that is impractical, too perfect to be true. Idealists in IR focused on growing interdependence, unity of human beings, and establishing multilateral platforms like the League of Nations. They argued that war was not the result of imperfect human nature but faulty political and social conditions which can be improved. However, with the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, the idealist approach to IR lost acceptance. In his book, The 20 Years Crisis, 1939, E.H. Carr launched an academic attack on the idealists, calling them deluded and dangerous. He argued that morality is not universal but relative. He highlighted the importance of power by saying that order is achieved through power, not morality. In words of Carr, morality is product of power. He was therefore critical of the British and the American intellectuals and statesmen for ignoring the role of power in international politics. He argued that states care greatly but not exclusively about power. He rejected pure realism and recognized that there is an idealist dimension to international relations, but in case of a conflict between power and ideals, states choose power in policy making. 7.3.5 Hans Morgenthau. E.H. Carr did not intend to explain the theory of realism, and instead, he was more interested in giving a critical analysis of idealism and undermines its influence. The credit for expanding realism into a theoretical perspective goes to Hans J. Morgenthau, a realist from early Cold War period. Morgenthau was a Jew who reached the U.S. as a refugee, having faced fascism in Germany. Due to his personal experiences, he was strongly against totalitarianism and weak foreign policy methods to deal with such tendencies as reflected in idealist approach to IR. Morgenthau was influenced by Niebuhr and Hobbes and argued that the human desire to dominate is the main cause of conflict. In his 1948 book, Politics Among Nations, The Struggle for Power and Peace, Morgenthau proclaimed that international politics is a struggle for power. American writings on international politics before the Second World War neglected importance of national power. Morgenthau's views on realism can be understood through his 6 principles of political realism as explained below. Politics is governed by objective laws which have their roots in unchanging human nature. Realism perceives the world through the concept of interest defined in terms of power. Universally, interest is to be defined in terms of power, however, its meaning and interest may change. Realism is a perspective which is aware of moral importance of political action. Moral aspirations of a community or state may not find universal acceptance. As a tradition of thought, realism was distinct in its focus on the autonomy of the political realm and the decisions made within it. 108. Classical realism and. However, there has been a selective reading of Morgenthau as the ethical neorealism dimension of his thought has remained neglected, which he considered equally important. By mid-1960s, Morgenthau was convinced that the lesson of realism had been overlearned in the U.S. He argued that realism minus ethical considerations was the reason behind American intervention in Vietnam, and that is why he opposed this move in American foreign policy. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I used the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss E. H. Carr's critique of idealism. 7.4 Neorealism or structural realism. Neorealism attempted to transform classical realism with application of methods and language of modern social sciences. It was impact of behavioralism that attempts were made to use concepts of science and reasoning in IR theory to replace the normative approach used by classic realists like Morgenthau. In 1950s and 1960s, scholars from diverse backgrounds came to study IR, and new research methods like game theory and quantitative research began to creep in the study of international relations. Moreover, in the 1970s, the détente between the US and Soviet Union led to a decline in tensions between the two superpowers. At the same, new actors like the non-alignment movement, international economic institutions, and other non-governmental organizations emerged as prominent actors in international politics. As a result of these developments, pluralism and liberalism once again began to gain influence in international studies. It is in this context that Kenneth Waltz wrote his book Theory of International Politics, 1979. In this book, which was greatly influenced by theories and models of microeconomics, Waltz addressed the defects of classical realism. Drawing a parallel between the market and international relations, Waltz argued that they both operate without any defined order. States are like firms in a domestic market, and the primary aim of both state and firm is to survive through competition in a system where self-help is the rule. Neorealism explains why states, despite variation in their internal factors, behave in similar ways, and why the notion of interdependence is not going to succeed in international politics. Similar behavior of states is due to the structure of international relations, which is anarchic in nature. Absence of any central authority in international politics leads to anarchy, which is the ordering principle in IR. Anarchy and egoism impede cooperation between states. States are the primary units in the international system, and each unit performs the same function of survival. Hence, there is no functional differentiation between the units. In an anarchic system, each unit, state, performs the same function of survival. In 109 theoretical perspectives, such a scenario, their relative capability, power, becomes important to perform the same function. A more powerful state has more chances to survive. According to Waltz, there are two main factors which impede cooperation in anarchic international system: insecurity and relative gains. Every state remains concerned about the intentions of the other state, leading to insecurity. For instance, since arms control agreements cannot be independently verified, states would engage in costly arms race. A state would also consider whether its own gains under interdependence outweigh those of the others. This would limit the possibility of cooperation. Analyzing the nature of America-Soviet Union relations, neorealists would argue that the US opposed the Russian Revolution and remained hostile to USSR for 2 decades after it. However, Nazi Germany under Hitler emerged as a common enemy, and despite their internal ideological differences and history of enmity, both the US and the USSR cooperated against the common enemy. After the Second World War, both the superpowers again became adversaries, leading to the Cold War. The rivalry between the two countries was induced by the structure of international politics and not their domestic factors, although they may have intensified it. In a bipolar system, both powers see each other as a threat and would balance against each other. Hence, the Cold War was a natural result of bipolarity. 7.4.1 Differences between classical realism and neorealism. The differences between classical realism and neorealism are explained below. The first difference pertains to the question, why states want power? According to the classic realists, the answer is human nature. They would argue that great powers are led by individuals who want to accumulate power and have their state dominate its rivals. Neorealism traces it to the structure of international system. In an anarchical international system, states cannot trust each other's intentions, and it makes sense for them to be powerful enough to protect themselves in case they are attacked. Neorealism is also called structural realism, as it gives central importance to the anarchical structure of international politics. Second, for classic realists, power is an end in itself, while for the neorealists, power is a means to an end, and the ultimate end for a state is survival. Third, neorealism followed a different methodology, as it relied on methods drawn from microeconomics. It therefore claims to be more systematic and scientific than classic realism. Neorealism was influenced by the behavioralist revolution of the 1960s, while classic realism is based on subjective interpretation of international politics. 7.4.2 Defensive realism. There are differences within structural realists on how much power is enough for a state. There are two views on this question. The first one is given by the defensive realists, and the main proponents include Kenneth Waltz, Jack Snyder, and Stephen Van Evera. Defensive realists argue that since states want security, it is possible to have an international equilibrium that is stable through balancing. They reject the argument of offensive realists that states seek hegemony and say that it is strategically foolish to pursue hegemony. States want an appropriate amount of power, not hegemony, due to a number of factors. First, if any state becomes too 110 classical realism and powerful, other states will balance against it. Second, conquest is feasible, but it neorealism would not pay as its costs outweigh the benefits. Due to nationalism, it is difficult to subdue the conquered. These factors would limit the appetite for power of a state, otherwise they risk threatening their own survival. 7.4.3 Offensive realism. John Mearsheimer, in his The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, 2001, has portrayed offensive realism as the successor to Kenneth Waltz's neorealism. He argues that states seek to maximize power instead of security. States constantly seek opportunities to maximize their power, and hegemony is their ultimate goal. This makes it harder to achieve equilibrium in international politics through balancing. Offensive realists argue that often balancing is inefficient, which allows an aggressor to take advantage of its adversaries. Threatened states sometimes resort to buck passing instead of joining a coalition against an adversary. This means that they remain on the sidelines while depending on other states to check the potential adversary. Such behavior encourages aggression. Offensive realists have also argued that more often than not, history shows that a side that initiates war wins. Hegemony may be difficult to achieve, but the US had gained hegemony in the Western Hemisphere in 19th century. Check your progress exercise 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the differences between classical realism and neorealism? 2. Explain the differences between defensive and offensive realism. 7.5 Assessment. The rise of international relations as a discipline and realist approach to IR has been synonymous with each other. With all its shortcomings, realism has been the most dominant theory in IR, which has profoundly influenced the other approaches in the discipline. Critics have argued that realism takes an extreme view of human nature by treating humans as selfish and nasty. Realism would. 111. Theoretical perspectives fail to explain why peace and cooperation exists between various states. Responding to neorealism, Robert Cohane and Joseph Nye have given their concept of complex interdependence. They have argued that complex interdependence is closer to reality of world politics than realism. Further, they state that states are not the only actors in international politics, and there is presence of multinational corporations and international non-governmental organizations which connect societies. Neoliberals have accepted that the international system is anarchic, but they do not believe it will lead to conflict and emphasize centrality of cooperation in international politics. Realism would not have predicted the fall of Soviet Union and the end of Cold War, as it gives more focus to state as a unit and ignores certain actions of citizens that can threaten the survival of a state. One of the main reasons for the fall of USSR was that in many of its republics, citizens revolted against the Soviet leadership and demanded freedom and independence. Realist approach does not address the new threats to a state, climate change, and terrorism. Terrorist groups like the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda are also called non-state actors, and realism does not have much to say about non-state actors. Critical perspective has challenged the inequality and injustice in IR and raised issues that are often ignored by mainstream theories like realism. For instance, feminists have argued that the role of women in creating and sustaining international politics has remained on the fringes, and feminist approach tries to analyze international politics from the eyes of women. J. N. Tickner's critique of Morgenthau has been discussed in Unit 10 of this course. Contrary to materialist and individualist interpretation of IR given by realism, constructivism gives more importance to ideational factors like norms, rules, and identity. They argue that identity is socially constructed. Instead of focusing on distribution of power, constructivism gives importance to distribution of identities. Despite all the criticism, realism has an important role to caution policymakers against high idealism and morality so that they do not lose touch with the real picture based on power and national interest. However, if it becomes a dogmatic practice, realism can be used to justify aggression and war. 7.6 Let us sum up. Realism as an approach has many strands. However, the realists agree on a number of issues. They agree that international politics is power politics and states are the main actors in IR. They also stand united in saying that anarchy exists at international level and there is a security dilemma that states face. Classical realism and neorealism have certain differences, while the neorealists are further divided in two camps: defensive realism and offensive realism. Realism has an important role to caution policymakers against high ideals, but too much emphasis on realism can lead to war and aggression. 7.7 References. Aaron Raymond. 1966. Peace and War, A Theory of International Relations. Trans. Richard Howard and Annette Baker Fox. Garden City. New York, Doubleday. Bell, Duncan. 2017. Realism. Encyclopedia Britannica. URL, https://112. Classical Realism and Bell, Duncan. Edition. 2008. Political Thought in International Relations. Neorealism. Variations on a Realist Theme. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Carr, E. H. 1946. The 20 Years Crisis, 1919 to 1939, An Introduction to the Study of International Relations. 2nd edition. New York. St. Martin's Press. Donnelly, J. 2005. Realism in Andrew Linklater, E.T. Al. eds. Theories of International Relations. 3 edition. Palgrave. Macmillan. Gilpin, R. G. 1981. War and Change in World Politics. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Korab Karpovich, W. Julian. 2017. Political Realism in International Relations. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. URL, realismintl relations / Mearsheimer, J. J. 2001. The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. New York. Norton. Mearsheimer, J. 2016. Structural Realism in Tim Dunn et. Al. eds International Relations Theories, Discipline and Diversity. Oxford. OUP. Morgenthau, Hans. 1960. Politics Among Nations, The Struggle for Power and Peace. 3rd ed. New York. Knopf. Niebuhr, Reinhold. 1932. Moral Man and a Moral Society, A Study of Ethics and Politics. New York. Charles Schreiber's Sons. Thucydides. 1954. History of the Peloponnesian War. Trans. Rex Warner. London. Penguin Books. Waltz, K. N. 1979. Theory of International Politics. Reading, Massachusetts. Addison Wesley. Walforth, William C. 2008. Realism in Christian Reyes-Smith and Duncan Snidel, ed. The Oxford Handbook of International Relations. Oxford. OUP. 7.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Exists under anarchic international relations. 2. Also called spiral mode. 3. Steps taken by one country to enhance its own security would decrease the security of other states. 4. Threatened states then would take steps to increase their own security. V. This ends up in a perpetual competitive cycle. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. E. H. Carr launched an academic attack on the idealists. 2. Called them deluded and dangerous. 3. Argued morality is not universal but relative. 4. Highlighted the importance of power. V. Morality is product of power. 113. Theoretical Perspectives. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Differences over why states want power, human nature versus anarchy. 2. Differences over the concept of power. 3. Neorealism influenced by microeconomic theory, more scientific. 2. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Defensive realists believe its stable international equilibrium is possible via balancing. 2. Offensive realists argue states want maximum power and want hegemony. Balancing is not possible. 114. 115. Classical Realism and Neorealism. Unit 8 Liberalism and Neoliberalism *. Structure 8.0 Objectives 8.1 Introduction 8.2 The Liberal Tradition. Main Characteristics 8.3 Classical Liberalism 8.4 Liberal Approach in the Post-War Years. 8.4.1 Sociological Liberalism 8.4.2 Functionalism 8.4.3 Interdependence Liberalism 8.4.4 Republican Liberalism. 8.5 Neoliberal Approach. 8.5.1 A Break with Traditional Liberalism 8.5.2 The Neo-Neo Debate in IR 8.5.3 The Darker Side of Neoliberalism. 8.6 Let us sum up 8.7 References 8.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 8.1 Objectives. Liberalism is an eminent theory of international relations IR. It has several dimensions. The objective is to explore the definitions, history, and the various theoretical standpoints of liberalism. This unit introduces you to the key thinkers on the subject. Besides, it also helps to understand the key concepts associated with it. After reading this unit, students shall be able to identify the core principles of liberalism in the years before the Second World War. Describe the major liberal theories that evolved in the post-war period. Identify the core features of neoliberal approach to study IR. Identify the core features of the neo-neo debate. Describe the liberal vision of society, state, and market. Explore key aspects of neoliberalism and the evolution of international political economy. 8.1 Introduction. Like realism, liberalism, and its current variant neoliberalism, is a mainstream approach to understand international politics. And, like realism, it is a name given to a family of related theories of international relations. It has a multidimensional tradition dating back to the 17th and 18th centuries. Historically, the liberal tradition emerged as a critique of feudal political rule. It also emerged. Dr. Avipsu Halder, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta. Theoretical Perspectives as a critique of mercantilism, the dominant economic strategy of those times. Liberalism is also a rich tradition of thought concerning international relations. In this unit, we are concerned mainly with the latter dimension of liberalism. In the 18th and 19th centuries, liberal philosophers and political thinkers debated the difficulties of establishing just, orderly, and peaceful relations between peoples. A systematic account of the problems of world peace was given by Immanuel Kant in 1795. His ideas have had a profound impact on the development of liberalism in international relations. In the 19th century, solutions to the problem of war evaded even the most eminent of thinkers. Much of the liberal scholarship became content with diplomatic history until the outbreak of the First World War. The Great War and the destruction that it caused forced the liberal thinkers to find new means to prevent violent conflicts and create conditions in which reason and cooperation would prevail. Basing their premise on the inherent goodness of man, these liberal thinkers focused on negotiations, rule of law, and establishing stable international institutions. The widespread anti-war sentiment within Europe and North America which existed in the 1920s provided the necessary support for the liberal enterprise. However, the failure of the League of Nations and the outbreak of the Second World War led to the marginalization of liberal thought that was infused with idealism. Realism came to the fore as it seemed to provide a better explanation of the power politics of the Cold War that came to dominate international relations. Nevertheless, innovations in liberal tradition continued, leading to the development of a number of theories to explain the developments in international relations. Prominent among them are sociological liberalism or transnationalism, pluralism, interdependence theory, liberal internationalism, liberal peace theory, world society, and neoliberal approaches. In the early 1980s, when conflict between major powers had receded and cooperation in pursuit of mutual interests had emerged as a prominent feature of world politics, a new paradigm or framework of analysis emerged in the liberal tradition, neoliberal internationalism. As this approach emerged in response to the development of neorealism, it is also called as the neoliberal approach. This new approach infused greater scientific rigor in liberal scholarship. In the 1990s, regional and international economic integration, globalization, on the one hand, and new issues, such as multiculturalism, democracy, environment on the other, have led liberalism to focus on international order, institutions and processes of governance, human rights, democratization, peace, and economic integration. The focus of this unit is on the dominant features of the liberal tradition in the years before the Second World War and the important trends in the evolution of liberalism in the post-war years, focusing in particular on the neoliberal approach. 8.2 The liberal tradition. Main characteristics. Liberal theorists have strong faith in human reason. This characteristic can be traced back to the ideas of John Locke, 1632 to 1704, who argued that reason is 116. Liberalism and neoliberalism. Necessary for arriving at truth and right action. Reason is necessary for understanding and shaping nature and society. According to the liberal theorists, human beings are capable of shaping their destiny, including international relations and molding the negative ramifications of the absence of a world government. Secondly, liberal theorists believe in the possibility of historical progress. Human reason and processes of social learning make progress possible. In the liberal conception, therefore, mankind is not doomed to live in a state of perpetual conflict, but can choose political strategies to avoid it. In other words, liberal theorists argue that it is possible and desirable to reform international relations. Thirdly, liberal theorists focus on state-society linkages and claim the existence of a close connection between domestic institutions and politics on the one hand and the international politics on the other. Since the publication of Perpetual Peace, 1795, by German philosopher Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, many liberal theorists became convinced that there is a causal link between the form of domestic regime and the possibility of war. Kant had specifically claimed that republican, that is, democratic states are more peaceful, at least vis-a-vis one another. The contemporary idea of theory of democratic peace can be traced to this idea of Kant. Liberal theorists are pluralists as well. They believe that state is only one actor both within a society and on the international stage. They challenge the realist assumption that states are the only actors in international politics. Liberals argue that there are many actors in world politics which play a vital role in influencing international outcomes. The liberal tradition highlights the importance of non-state actors such as MNCs and NGOs. Fifth, some liberal theorists, following David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823, and Richard Cobden, 1804 to 65, champion free trade as increasing interdependence among states reduces the likelihood of war. They reject mercantilism, which regarded economic growth and war as compatible goals. Liberals argue that free trade is preferable to mercantilism as trade produces wealth without war. As we shall see later, these ideas have formed the basis of an entire current of thinking, interdependence liberalism. Liberal theorists also place great emphasis on institutions. They believe that institutions are necessary to protect and nurture the core values like order, liberty, justice, and tolerance in politics. They therefore championed the creation of the League of Nations after the World War I. They were convinced that the League as an international organization could prevent war better than the alternatives, including the traditional balance of power politics. 8.3 Classical liberalism. Classic liberalism is the name given to liberal thought in the pre-Second World War years. As we saw, liberalism bestowed importance on the idea of human reason. It believes that all individuals are rational creatures. Hence, they are in a better position to decide what is for their own good. It is precisely because human beings are driven by the logic of reason that they have a tendency to cooperate with one another, especially in areas where they have common interest. Such cooperation can occur both domestically and internationally. Jackson and Sorensen, 2008. 98. Liberalism focuses on the idea of individual liberty. 117. Theoretical perspectives. Basics of classical liberalism can be found in the ideas of Adam Smith, John Locke, and Jeremy Bentham. John Locke, 1688, is known as the father of classical liberalism. He argued that government should rule by the consent of the governed. Locke argued the case of limited government. The main responsibility of the government is to protect the rights and liberties of its citizens. Adam Smith, 1776, believed in the idea of economic man. Smith believed that if every individual tries to maximize their self-interest, it will lead to overall economic prosperity in the society. Smith coined the term laissez-faire economy. According to this idea, the state shall not interfere in the activities of the market. Smith visualized that a free market can bring about overall national prosperity. Bentham introduced the concept of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Thus, individuals should focus on those activities which maximizes pleasure and minimizes pain. Bentham also proposed that there should be an international court. The spirit of Bentham's idea can be observed in the structures and functions of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, such an Elias 2010. In the early 20th century, liberal thinkers dominated both scholarship on international relations and policymaking. In fact, the establishment of the academic discipline to address international relations was essentially a liberal project. The academic discipline emerged specifically in order to improve our understanding of international relations and in turn to improve or reform the relations. Liberal thinking at that time traced the causes of the World War I to fatal misperceptions among political elite, secret diplomacy and lack of democracy, war-prone military establishments, lack of international institutions, etc. Liberals played an important role in designing a political program to address these issues in the immediate years after the World War I. In doing so, they made a significant mark on the dominant foreign policies of the day. Much of their agenda is reflected in the 14 Points Program speech delivered by the U.S. President Woodrow Wilson in January 1918. The main features of the 14-point program are as follows. Open covenants of peace openly aimed at. This means that the process of international diplomacy should be transparent in character. It means that states shall no longer be able to enter into secret alliances with one another. Following this logic, liberalism gives importance to the formation of international institutions so that it can enshrine laws and rules for the states to follow. Removal of economic barriers. This flows from the liberal belief that as economic cooperation among states increases, they will not go to war. National self-determination. Every state should try to achieve democracy. Associations of nations-states should form associations among themselves which would guarantee their territorial integrity and political independence. 118. Liberalism and neoliberalism. On the basis of these principles, the League of Nations was established in 1919 at the Paris Peace Conference. The League was intended to restore peace and prevent war. Member countries of the League were to protect the territorial integrity of other fellow members on the basis of collective security. Collective security is based on the idea of one for all and all for one, that is, each state in the collective accepts that the security of one is the concern of all, and agrees to join in a collective response to aggression. This is different from collective defense or an alliance of a number of states joining together in response to a specific threat or for a specific issue of cause. The liberal program succeeded in influencing policy making but failed in avoiding conflict and war. Instead of a bright post-war future, it led to what is referred to as the 20 Years Crisis, Carr, 1939, and eventually to the World War II. During these years, with the United States not joining the League and the emergence of Nazism and fascism in Europe, liberal ideas and strategies could not flourish. The collective security system too collapsed. Towards the fag end of the World War II, the major powers decided to give the liberal agenda a big push by establishing more advanced forms of international institutions, the United Nations and later the European Community. 8.4 Liberal approach in the post-war years. In the 4 decades after World War II, the Cold War conflict between the two superpowers assumed global proportions. The realist school that had come into dominant position in academia and policy making in Europe and North America dismissed the liberal approach as utopian or idealistic. Yet, despite their theory-turn-practice failures, liberal thinkers managed to build new theories and achieve a significant share in the research agenda of international relations. These theories, sociological liberalism, functionalism, interdependent liberalism, and republican liberalism, as well as their assumptions, have formed the basis for the emergence of a new conceptual framework, the neoliberal approach, also known as the liberal institutional approach. 8.4.1 Sociological liberalism. Sociological liberalism came into being during the closing stages of the 19th century and continued to flourish until the mid-20th century. The writings of Richard Cobden, 1903, Karl Deutsch, 1957, and John Burton, 1972, elaborately explain the ideas. Importantly, Cobden argues that interactions across the world can take place between different societies. This form of liberalism makes a strong case for pluralism in IR. According to this view, people and social groupings relate with one another and form networks across the globe. As we saw in the last unit, realists give importance only to official and formal relations among states. Sociological liberalism rejects this view as too narrowly focused and one-sided. It points to the other actors other than states in IR. Sociological liberalism puts forward the idea of transnationalism, whose key features are as follows. Private groups and societies are important agents of international politics. These groups help states to achieve their objectives in international relations. 119. Theoretical perspectives. The relations between people across different societies are friendlier in nature. They are always eager to support one another. It helps them to develop peaceful relations among themselves. They can formulate networks among themselves around the world. It can lead to the formation of global societies, Rosenau 1980. Another key thinker of this school, Karl Deutsch, introduced the idea of security community. It means that regular interaction among people can lead to the development of a community feeling among themselves. Deutsch et al. 1957. It would reduce the possibility of conflict among states. John Burton in his book, World Society, 1972, also discusses the interactions which take place among different social, economic, and cultural groups across the globe. This network is known as the cobweb model. It reduces the chances of conflict in world politics. Jackson and Sorensen, 2008. Little, 1996. In sum, sociological liberalism believes that overlapping interdependent relations between people are bound to be more cooperative than relations between states because states are exclusive and their interests do not overlap and crosscut. A world with a large number of transnational networks will thus be more peaceful. 8.4.2 Functionalism. The functionalist theorists such as David Matrani and Ernst Haas argue that if states cooperate in any one aspect, they would be able to do so in other fields. Although the primary focus of functionalism is on the economic cooperation among states, its underlying assumption was that economic cooperation would allow them to cooperate in the political domain as well. Lieber 1972, 42. In other words, cooperation in one field will have a spillover effect, Jensen 2010, 272, eventually giving rise to a supranational authority, such as the European Union (EU). Functionalism in international politics can be understood in a better manner by observing the history of the formation of the EU. It began with the emergence of the European Coal and Steel Community, ECSC, in 1952. The European economies, which were devastated by the World War II, began giving more importance to economic revival. It was based on the belief that cooperation can prevent war and conflict among nations. Peace can be restored if states collaborate with one another in the realm of trade, culture, transport, and communication. Indeed, since the establishment of ECSC, there has been a growing economic and political cooperation among European nations leading to common policies in agriculture, currency, security, etc. This eventually led to the establishment of the European Union, the EU, in 1993. The EU is an example of political, economic, and monetary union. The EU makes a strong case in favor of pooling of sovereignty. It means that states are not surrendering their sovereign power, but they are trying to create a condition which can help them to achieve power sharing. Lieber 1973, 42-43. 8.4.3 Interdependence liberalism. This concept came into the parlance of international politics during the latter part of the 1970s. Robert O. Cohane and Joseph S. Nye, who developed this concept, point out that all actors of international relations, state and non-state, 120, liberalism and neoliberalism, are mutually dependent on one another. International politics works on the basis of collaboration of these various actors. Interdependence takes place due to the transnational flow of money, people, goods, services, and communication. In their book, Power and Interdependence, 2001, Cohane and Nye identify three main features of interdependence. There are multiple channels of connection that link societies and peoples. It includes informal ties between A. government officials, B. non-governmental individual, and C. members of transnational organizations. These classifications communicate the idea that transnational connections important in world politics. This understanding is different from realism. There are multiple issues in world politics. It means that in international politics there is no hierarchy of issues. Liberalism therefore challenges statesmen across the world who give priority only to military and security issues. It argues that there are certain issues of domestic politics of a country that may have a worldwide impact. There can be a connection between national issues of a country with an international event. Liberal theorists call this as linkage strategy, Burkill 2013. For example, financial breakdown in one country may have a negative impact on the world economy. 8.4.4 Republican liberalism. Republican liberalism is inspired by the ideas of Immanuel Kant, 1724-1804, and contemporary American scholar Michael Doyle. It postulates that democratic governments have positive features and that they do not go to war with one another. This is the central idea of the democratic peace thesis. This thesis poses a challenge to the realist claims that peace depends on the systemic balance of power rather than the domestic nature of the governments. Michael Doyle, 1983-1986, who has developed Kant's perpetual peace theory, explains why democracies are at peace with one another. First, the existence of domestic political cultures based on peaceful conflict resolution encourages peaceful international relations. Government controlled by their citizens will not advocate or support wars with other democracies. Second, democracies hold common moral values which lead to the formation of what Kant called a Pacific Union, not a formal treaty but rather a zone of peace. Freedom of expression and free communication promote mutual understanding internationally and help to assure that political representatives act in accordance with citizens' views. Finally, peace between democracies is strengthened through economic cooperation and interdependence. In the Pacific Union, it is possible to encourage what Kant called the spirit of commerce, mutual and reciprocal gain for those involved in international economic cooperation and exchange. Republican liberalism, therefore, advocates promotion of democracy worldwide to achieve peace, one of the most fundamental values of all political values. In this sense, it is one of theories with a strong normative element. 121. Theoretical perspectives. Check your progress. Exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the features of the idea of transnationalism? 8.5. A neoliberal approach. We have seen in the last unit that there was a new positivist orientation and shift in the scope of the realist approach that has come to be called neorealism or structural realism. A similar shift occurred in liberalism largely as a reaction to the rise of neorealism. Two seminal works that marked a break from the existing liberal tradition in international relations are Robert Cohen's After Hegemony, Cooperation and Discord in the World Political Economy, 1984, and Robert Axelrod's Evolution of Cooperation, 1981. While the former focused on complex interdependence, the latter applied game theory to explain how cooperation emerges and persists. These publications introduced a new conceptual framework in liberal studies which has come to be called as neoliberalism. The use of the neoliberal label is no doubt because the theories developed by Cohen and Axelrod shared a lot with neorealism. They accepted the two basic assumptions of international anarchy and rational egoism of states to show that it was possible for rational egoists to cooperate even in anarchic systems. They also drew on material from the same kind of sources as the neorealists, in particular game theory, public choice, and rational choice theory. 8.5.1 A break with traditional liberalism. Neoliberalism differed from classical liberalism in several important ways. To begin with, liberal thought had not addressed the question of anarchy in the international system. Neoliberals accepted the neorealist proposition that the international system is anarchic but rejected the realist assertion that this condition would lead to conflict. Instead, neoliberals emphasized the centrality of cooperation in international politics. An important question that they posed to the realists is if the anarchic international system necessarily creates a self-help environment, a war of all against all as Hobbes suggested, then why is war not more common? Neoliberals also differ from classical liberals on the causes of conflict. As we saw, liberalism had emphasized on the centrality of human nature and argued that conflict and war was the result of bad actors or failure of cooperation. Neoliberalism, on the other hand, stressed on the importance of international institutions in structuring international environment in ways that mitigates against anarchy. In other words, causes for conflict cannot be traced to human nature, but to the 122. Liberalism and neoliberalism. Presence or absence of international institutions. Neoliberals assert that international institutions perform the following tasks. 1. Encourage communication and dialogue between states, creating a forum to negotiate their differences. 2. Promote transparency in interaction between states and in the agreements that they negotiate. 3. Help to shape expectations and to develop collective international norms that offer stability and predictability in global politics. 4. Establish a framework to promote reciprocity and bargaining between states, facilitating the peaceful resolution of disputes. They permit the coordination of policy to address tensions in collective action problems and thus help to avoid the security and prisoners' dilemmas. It is because of the importance placed on global institutions that the neoliberal theory of international relations is also referred to as neoliberal institutionalism. Secondly, neoliberalism differs with liberalism on the question of important actors in global politics. Liberalism tends to emphasize the importance of individual agents as actors in global politics. Individual choice and psychology tend to play an important role in the liberal explanations and analysis. In sharp contrast, neoliberals accept the realist assertion that the state is the most important actor, though they add international institutions as essentially as collections of states as well. Other actors would include non-state actors like MNCs and NGOs. They accept the neorealist claim that the state is a rational actor and that it engages in cost-benefit analysis in pursuit of defined goals. Liberals would not be necessarily comfortable with this claim. Finally, neoliberalism differs with liberalism in its analysis of conflicts. Liberalism is generally historical and philosophical in their orientation, explaining conflict in specific historical context. It draws extensively on fields like political theory and philosophy. Neoliberal explanations of conflicts, on the other hand, tend to be more focused on ahistorical structural explanations. Neoliberals draw extensively from game theory and behavioral economics rather than history and philosophy in their analysis. Neoliberals often use concepts from game theory to show how the structure of the international system can force particular outcomes or can lead to situations where rational decision-making which may appear to be rational but which lead to suboptimal outcomes. 8.5.2 The Neo-Neo debate in IR. If we are to examine the emergence of liberalism and neoliberalism as an academic discipline, it is necessary to focus on the great debates of IR. The first great debate between realism and liberal internationalism showed how the failure of the League of Nations proved that the idea of harmony of interest was not correct. Historians such as E.H. Carr termed liberal internationalism as utopianism and idealism. Brown and Ainley 2009, 26. The second great debate between behavioralism and post-behavioralism focused on whether IR should be studied by taking help from methods of natural science or it should be done by taking a more value-based approach. Dadow 2013, 70. The third great debate in international relations between neorealism and neoliberalism, the Neo-Neo debate, gives a detailed understanding of neoliberalism in IR as an approach to 123. Theoretical perspective study. Both neorealism and neoliberalism believe that states are rational actors. But there are certain differences between them. They are as follows. Neorealism and neoliberalism accept that there is anarchy in the international system, Baldwin, 1993. Neorealism argues that due to anarchy, states will never cooperate with one another. They will always compete with each other. Neorealists feel that cooperation depends upon the will of the state. The neoliberals, on the other hand, point out that states do cooperate with one another on those issue areas where they have similar interests, Lamy 2008, 133. Neorealism focuses on survival. Hence, use of force cannot be avoided. On the other hand, the neoliberal school believes in the idea of complex interdependence, Baldwin, 1993. The neorealists have given importance to high politics such as military and diplomacy. For the neoliberals, trade and economic activities are more important. Cohen and Nye 2001, 28. Neoliberals are optimistic about cooperative behavior and therefore argue in favor of absolute gains. When states are conducting economic interactions, it leads to a positive sum game. All parties involved in the process benefit. Neorealism, on the other hand, holds that states compete with one another and therefore there can be only relative gains, Lamy 2008, 133. Neorealism throws light on capabilities of the states. They feel that states are always uncertain about the intentions of other states. Neoliberalism gives more importance to the preferences and intentions of states. Neoliberals argue that international regimes play an important role in world politics. They can help states to cooperate among themselves. Neorealism does not agree with this point, Baldwin, 1993. From the above, it is evident that there is much in common between the neorealism and neoliberalism. Scholars outside the United States, as well as those who work outside these paradigms, therefore call it a neo-neo synthesis. Moreover, they argue that the neo-neo debate has not advanced IR scholarship as a whole. Instead, it has narrowed the field to a superficial inquiry based on questionable assumptions, such as anarchy, and methodologies that may or may not be suitable to the discipline. 8.5.3 The darker side of neoliberalism. A number of studies based on the neoliberal approach have emerged since the 1980s. However, almost all studies have focused on the experience of Western countries with international interdependence and regimes. As Robert Cox has observed, regime theory has much to say about economic cooperation among the Group of Seven, G7, and other groupings of advanced capitalist countries with regard to problems common to them. It has correspondingly less to say about attempts to change the structure of world economy, e.g. in the Third World demand for a 124. Liberalism and neoliberalism. New International Economic Order, NIEO. Indeed, regimes are designed to stabilize the world economy and have the effect, as Cohen has underlined in his work, of inhibiting and deterring states from initiating radical departures from economic orthodoxy, e.g. through socialism. Cox, 1992, 173. The principal cooperative institution of the Global South during the Cold War, the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, has received scant attention from the neoliberal theorists. Secondly, these theories would assume, rather than establish regimes as benevolent, voluntary, cooperative, and legitimate, Keeley 1990, a highly questionable assumption when one considers the exclusionary nature of some of the regimes and multilateral institution, at least from the point of Global South. Consider the case of those Latin American countries which have experienced economic inequality as a result of privatization and structural adjustment policy, SAP. Bolivia, Venezuela, and other Latin American nations have expressed their voices in protest of the neoliberal economic policies, Lamy 2008, 136. Moreover, it needs to be remembered that due to the increased mobility of capital, the government of states have faced difficulties in taxing the profits incurring from privatization-led development projects, Roderick 1997. Had the government been able to earn revenues from these projects, it could have been channelized towards the development of social sectors such as health, education, and social security measures. Hence, it can be argued that as a theory, neoliberalism is a construct of the developed world. As Robert Cox famously argued, theory is always for someone and for some purposes, Cox 1981, 128. Check your progress exercise 2 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. List the differences between neoliberalism and neorealism. 8.6 Let us sum up. Liberalism has strong faith in human reason and rationality. They also focus on state-society linkages and argue that there is close connection between domestic institutions and politics on one hand and international politics on the other hand. Liberalism also contradicts the realist claim that states are the only actors in international politics. They champion free trade to increase interdependence among states to avoid war. In its new version, neoliberal approach differs from liberalism. The liberal approach did not address the question of anarchy in international politics. Liberals and neoliberals also differ on the causes of conflict. 125. Theoretical perspectives among states. As a theory, neoliberalism is a construct of the developed world, and the perspectives from Global South have not found a considerable mention in this approach. 8.7 References. Baldwin, David eds. 1993. Neorealism and Neoliberalism, The Contemporary Debate. New York. Columbia University Press. Blair Alastair and Stephen Curtis. 2009. International Politics, An Introductory Guide. Edinburgh. Edinburgh University Press. Brown, Chris and Kirsten Ainley. 2009. Understanding International Relations. Hampshire and New York. Palgrave Macmillan. Burkill, Scott, 2013. Liberalism, in Scott Burkill et al., eds. Theories of International Relations. Hampshire. Palgrave Macmillan. Cobden, Richard. 1903. Political Writings. Volume 2, London. Fisher Unwin. Cox, Robert. 1981. Social Forces, States and World Orders, Beyond International Relations Theory. Millennium Journal of International Studies. 10, 126-155. Dadao Oliver. 2013. International Relations Theory, The Essentials, New Delhi. Thousand Oaks and London, Sage. Doyle, Michael W. 1983. Kant, Liberal Legacies and Foreign Affairs. Philosophy and Public Affairs. 2, 205-235. Gill, Stephen and David Law. 1988. Global Political Economy, Perspectives, Problems and Policies. London, Harvester Wheatleaf. Gunter Tamar. 2017. International Organizations in World Politics. Thousand Oaks. London. New Delhi and Singapore. Sage. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Basingstoke. Palgrave Macmillan. Jackson, Robert and George Sorensen. 2008. International Relations, Theories and Approaches. New York. Oxford University Press. Copy, Mark V. and Paul R. Viotti. 2020. International Relations Theory. London. Roman and Littlefield. Cohane, Robert O. and Joseph S. Nye. 2001. Power and Interdependence. New York. Longman. Lammy, Stephen L. 2008. Contemporary Mainstream Approaches. Neorealism and Neoliberalism. In John Bayliss, Steve Smith and Patricia Owens, eds. The Globalization of World Politics. New York. Oxford. 124-141. Rosenau, J. 1980. The Study of Global Interdependence. Essays on the Transnationalization of World Affairs. New York. Basic Books. 126. Liberalism and Neoliberalism. Rosenau, J. 1992. Citizenship in Changing Global Order in J. N. Rosenau and E. O. Chimpeel, eds. Governance Without Government, Order and Change in World Politics. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 272-294. Smith, Adam. 1776. An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. Hampshire. Harriman House. Such Peter and Juanita Elias. Such Peter and Juanita Elias. 2010. International Relations, The Basics. New York. Routledge. 8.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Private groups and societies important in IR. 2. People across societies are friendlier and support each other. 3. It can lead to formation of global societies. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Differences over implications of anarchy. 2. Neorealists give importance to military. Neoliberalists prefer trade. 3. Neoliberals talk of absolute gains. Neorealists favor relative gains. 127. 128. Theoretical Perspectives Unit 9 Marxist Approaches *. Structure 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 Basic Assumptions of Marxist Approach 9.3 Marxism and Imperialism 9.4 Neo-Marxism 9.4.1 Dependency School 9.4.2 Gram-Sci and Neo-Gramscianism 9.4.3 Critical Theory 9.5 Let us sum up 9.6 References 9.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises 9.0 Objectives. This unit would discuss the Marxist approaches to international politics. After studying this unit, you should be able to explain the basic assumptions of the Marxist approach to international relations IR. Describe the evolution of the Marxist approaches, distinguish the Marxist approach from the realist and liberal approaches. Explain the Marxist approach to key issues of IR like world order, hegemony, great power wars, and imperialism. Describe the variations in the Marxist approach and how they contribute to our understanding of world politics. 9.1 Introduction. Theories and approaches to international relations IR are tools that help us to study and understand international politics better. Robert W. Cox has divided IR theories into two categories, problem-solving and critical theory. The problem-solving theories include realism and liberalism, while critical theories encompass a broad range of theories like Marxism, feminism, postmodernism, and postcolonialism. Being status quoist, the problem-solving theories primarily focus on analyzing how the order is established and maintained in the international system. These theories focus on explaining the status quo, hence pay little attention to change in the international system. For instance, liberalism focuses on analyzing how international institutions, democracy, and interdependence among actors prevent war, the major source of change in the international system. Neorealism charts out major obstacles to cooperation and strategies of great powers through which they establish and maintain hegemony. Believing in continuity, the realists see little prospects of change in the international system. Dr. Vikas Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Kashi Naresh Government. Postgraduate College, Gyanpur, Barohi, UP. Marxist approaches. For a long time, Marxism and international relations were in a state of mutual neglect. Given the domination of capitalist states in the discipline of IR and their suspicion towards Marxism, largely up to 1970s, Marxism could not secure a place in the syllabus of international relations courses in the West. The belief that Marx and Engels did not develop a theory of international relations was another reason for the exclusion of Marxism from mainstream IR. As a result, there were limited studies on Marxism as an approach to study international relations, but 2013-04. Nevertheless, since the 1990s, things have improved significantly. Now, the Marxist approaches have been included in the syllabus and provide a nuanced picture of world politics. It is the only theory of IR which is named after a philosopher, Karl Marx. But the Marxist approach of world politics is not limited to the ideas of Karl Marx. A wide range of theorists such as Vladimir Lenin, Antonio Gramsci, André Gunder Frank, Robert Cox, Stephen Gill, Justin Rosenberg, Andrew Linklater, and Mark Rupert have contributed to the development of Marxist approaches. The main focus of the Marxist approach to world politics is on divulging the real nature of the state system and how they affect the capitalist world economy and vice versa. Different variants of the Marxist approach to IR and sometimes their competing claims may puzzle a student of international politics. To avoid unnecessary confusions, it would be prudent and helpful to identify some shared assumptions which hold different variants of Marxism together. Let us now identify some of the shared assumptions of different Marxist approaches. 9.2 Basic assumptions of Marxist approach. First, international relation is a complex phenomenon. It takes place in a complex and intertwined structure. Changes in one aspect affect the functioning of other elements. In his famous book titled The Poverty of Philosophy, Karl Marx has written that the relations of production of every society form a whole. Society and culture of a state cannot be separated from its economic system. Rather, a change in the base economic factor renders changes in its superstructure, society, and culture. Drawing from Marx, Marxists IR theorists believe that world politics can better understand in totality than in fragmentation and isolation. Robert W. Cox, a neo-Gramscian theorist, has argued that to have a proper understanding of global issues, it is necessary to breach sacrosanct interdisciplinary boundaries to draw upon history and sociology and geography. Indeed, upon all the social sciences and humanities, Leyson's 2008, 142. This is the reason why Marxism opposes neo-realists' distinction between domestic and international and constructivists' thesis to distinguish material and ideational variables. Division of social sciences into disciplines like history, sociology, political science, economics, and international relations hinders our proper understanding of world politics. Emanuel Wallerstein has presented the most systematic critique of the artificial division of social sciences. Secondly, who are the main actors in international politics? It is a fundamental question of the IR discipline. Different theories answer this vital question differently. Realists assume that states are the main actor. For liberals, states, groups, and even individuals are the main actors. Marxism assumes that it is not the state or individual, but classes, social movements, and economic market forces that are the main actors of world politics. The class structure may take any form. 129. Theoretical perspectives like North versus South, core versus periphery, or First World versus Third World. In the capitalist world economy, the group of capital-rich states form bourgeois class while the capital-poor states form the proletariat class. The capital-rich states own the means of production while capital-poor states are deprived of it. In the capitalist world economy, the proletariat group is reduced to supply cheap labor and raw material to capital-rich bourgeois class and providing market of finished goods for bourgeois class. Third, Marxism is a structuralist theory. It assumes that world politics takes place in an environment called world system. Emanuel Wallerstein has envisioned world system as consisting of the state system and world economy. Other structural theories call this structure by different names. For instance, realist calls it an international system while English school prefers to call international society. Both Marxists and neo-realists believe in materialist construction of the structure. Neorealists emphasize that distribution of capabilities power in determining the structure of the international system. For them, the structure can be seen in terms of polarity, unipolarity, bipolarity, or multipolarity. Marxism sees structure in terms of core and periphery. They believe that structure of the capitalist world system is determined by who has control over capital and means of production and who is deprived of it. Marxists believe that world politics operates in and is constrained by the structure. Therefore, it seeks to explain the dynamics of world politics by taking structural level factors into account. Fourth, structural theories of IR see the nature of the international system differently. Realists and liberals assume that the nature of the international system is anarchic. Here, anarchy means the absence of an overarching authority in the international system to command over states. Marxists assume that the world system is conflictual. The world system is conflictual because of the conflicting interests of the capital-rich bourgeois class and capital-poor least developed proletariat class. Given the difference in interests, both classes vie for control of the capital, technology, natural resources, and market. This competition leads to conflict. Fifth, different theories use different methods and techniques to explain and understand international politics. Rationalist theories tend to use natural science-based positivism and explain the given phenomenon. In contrast, critical theories use post-positivism and focus on understanding any concept or issue than establishing a causal relationship. Constructivists preferred constitutive and interpretive techniques. The Marxist approach uses historical materialism as the preferred method to explain and understand contemporary world politics. It believes that the main concepts of IR, like state and world order, are the result of historical development. Over the period, changing material conditions have shaped and reshaped this process. However, some neo-Marxist theorists like Graham Tsai and Robert W. Cox believe that ideas and institutions also play an important role. Despite nuances, the historical materialism retains its popularity in Marxist IR circles. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Despite the existence of many variants of Marxism in IR, Marxist approaches are not much different. Why? 130. Marxist approaches. 9.3 Marxism and imperialism. Marxist scholars and theorists have presented a nuanced analysis of imperialism. Murray Noonan has categorized the evolution of Marxist analysis of imperialism in 3 phases. The first phase, called Pioneers of Imperialism Theory, includes writing of John A. Hobson and V.I. Lenin. Despite not being a Marxist, Hobson greatly influenced Marxist thinking on imperialism. In his book Imperialism, a Study, 1902, Hobson defined imperialism in terms of malfunctioning of capitalism. He noticed that capitalist societies were facing 3 interrelated problems: overproduction, underconsumption, and oversaving. In the capitalist system, a tiny section of society called capitalists controls the production process. By giving mere subsistence wages to workers, this section oversaves. The low wages result in underconsumption and oversaving by the capitalist class. The problem of overproduction and underconsumption can be solved if the capitalists spend a part of their saving on domestic welfare measures. But capitalist prefers to invest their surplus capital, oversaving, in other states to maximize their saving further. This eventually results in imperialism and imperialist wars among capitalist states in the underdeveloped regions of the world. Only capitalists are not the sole determinant of the policy of imperialism. Hobson argues that finance capitalism manipulates and organizes non-economic components of imperialism like political, military, and religious for imperialism and imperialist wars. Vladimir I. Lenin was the first Marxist thinker who explicated Marxist theory of imperialism systematically in his book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916. According to Lenin, imperialism starts with economic factors maintained and expanded through wars and ends with the elimination of capitalism through proletariat revolution. His theory of imperialism is based on Hobson's conception of how overproduction, underconsumption, and oversaving compel capitalist class to search for market and sources of raw material aboard, and Rudolf Hilferding's idea that imperialist policies of capitalist states are a reflection of the monopoly of few over the capital in that state. Lenin rejects the thesis that political and military factors mainly drove imperialism. In contrast, he argued that economic forces drive imperialism. With the advancement, competition of old capitalism eventually turns into monopoly of few in the advanced stage of capitalism. The depleting rate of return on investment in advanced capitalist states compels the capitalists to search for new market and sources of cheap raw material and labor so that profit can be maximized. This search ends with the establishment of colonies abroad. He saw wars among advanced capitalist states as an instrument to maintain empires and colonies abroad. Therefore, Lenin envisions imperialism as a phenomenon inevitably rendered by monopoly capital and calls imperialism the highest and last stage of capitalism. On ending of imperialism, Lenin believed that imperialism. 131. Theoretical perspectives could not be reformed through redistributive measures. Instead, imperialism can only be ended with the end of capitalism by the proletariat revolution and the establishment of collective ownership of means of production. Given the significance, Kenneth Waltz has called Lenin's theory of imperialism elegant and powerful. The next phase of the Marxist theory of imperialism started with neo-Marxist school in the years after the Second World War. This phase is closely associated with the writings of Paul Sweezy, Paul Barron, and dependency theorists such as André Gunder Frank, Samir Amin, and Emmanuel Wallerstein. Paul Sweezy is regarded as the founder of neo-Marxist theory of imperialism, Noonan, 2017, 104. Sweezy thought that the purpose of imperialism is to bind the middle classes closer to big capital and to widen the gulf between the middle classes and the working class, Sweezy 1970, 317. By centralization of capital, growth of military power, and the establishment of the empire, imperialism paves the way for an increase in the state's power and functions. He figured out 5 stages of the development of imperialism: competition among advanced capitalist states, monopoly capitalism, capital export, extensive rivalry in the world market. And by dividing unoccupied territories among themselves, the advanced capitalist states establish colonies, Sweezy cited in Noonan, 2017, 99. Sweezy contributed to the Marxist theory of imperialism in 3 ways. First, he analyzed the relationship between fascism and imperialism in a different way. In his analysis, Sweezy found a link between the rise of fascism and the war of division among colonial states. He observed that fascism grew out of the ashes of the nations that were ravaged or defeated in the inter-imperialist struggle where the capitalist structure had been severely injured but not overthrown, Sweezy cited in Noonan, 2017, 106. Fascism rose in states in which society was disrupted and the middle class was caught between organized labor and the ruling class. The middle class used fascist ideology, i.e. racism, nationalism, war, and foreign conquest to fight the ruling class. Given the socialist rhetoric of fascists, initially the capitalists were suspicious. But as the fascists came closer to the power center in their states, capitalists started supporting with the intention that the fascists can be their partner in suppressing organized workers and foreign capitalists. Thus, the fascist state is based on monopoly capitalism. Secondly, Sweezy presented a nuanced analysis of World War II. He interpreted the Second World War as 3 wars culminating into one. First, the war of redivision among the established colonial powers like Britain and France and rising colonial states like Japan to maintain and distribute existing colonies. Second, the war of capitalism and socialism fought between capitalist states like Germany on one side and socialist state like the Soviet Union on the other. Thirdly, anti-imperialist war taking place between rising Japanese colonialism in Asia and China as a colony. By exposing the metropolitan colonial relationship, unlike other Marxists, Sweezy showed that imperialism brings stagnation, not development, in the colonies. He found that the colonial economy develops at a very slow pace. Industrialization in the colonies is so slow that its indigenous handicraft producers cannot compete with the industrialized production of the advanced capitalist states. With the ruining of small businesses, individuals associated with these industries are forced to join agriculture. This problem can be solved by increasing industrialization and enhancing productivity in agriculture. But colonial landlords did not support land reform and metropolitan. 132. Marxist approaches. Manufacturers opposed protective tariffs in the colonies, which resulted in inhibited industrial development in the colonies and stagnant economies, Sweezy cited in Noonan, 2017, 104. The third phase in the Marxist thinking on imperialism emerged in the post-Cold War years when globalization had gathered momentum. The publication of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri's book Empire, 2000, and the Western intervention in Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003 have brought a renaissance in the Marxist theorization of imperialism. The criticism of key concepts of Marxism and omission of political factors and state from the theorization of imperialism by Hart and Negri have forced the globalization-era Marxists to rethink these concepts and omissions. In addition to Hart and Negri, prominent Marxist theorists of imperialism in the globalization era are James Petras, Humphrey McQueen, Henry Veltmeyer, John Smith, Tobias Tenbrink, David Harvey, Ellen Meiksenswood, Leo Panich, and Sam Giddens. 3 themes, namely the analysis of globalization, empire/imperialism, and the state and state system, connect globalization-era Marxist theorists of imperialism to Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, the leading globalization-era Marxist theorists of imperialism. Hart and Negri believe that with the emergence of empire, previous manifestations of empires like Roman and British empires and imperialism has become a thing of history because their empire has grown with the erosion of state power. In their book Empire, 2000, they have argued that given the interface between globalization and state, sovereignty has taken a new form, composed of a series of national and supranational organisms united under a single logic of rule. Negri and Hart, 2012. In the decentered and deterritorialized vision of sovereignty, there is not a single place of power. Instead, power is diffused. Hart and Negri's nuanced theorization of empire comes closer to the Marxist theorization of stateless society. Their contention that the rise of empire has made imperialism redundant has generated a renaissance in studies on imperialism. Based on the critique of Hart and Negri and first-generation Marxist theorists of imperialism, other globalization-era Marxists have theorized imperialism differently. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Paul Sweezy is founder of the neo-Marxist theory of imperialism. Discuss. 133. Theoretical perspectives. 9.4 Neo-Marxism. Like realism and liberalism, Marxism is also not a monolithic approach to IR. Under the rubric of neo-Marxism, many strands of Marxist IR have evolved over the period. Notable among these are the dependency school, critical theory, and neo-Gramscianism. We will discuss these three strands in this section. 9.4.1 Dependency School. The core ideas of the dependency school of IR are rooted in Marxism and structuralism. The Marxist scholars have used the concept of dependency to analyze the relationship between developed capitalist and low-income underdeveloped states in the process of development. Neoliberalism assumes that as a result of enhanced engagement among states, there emerges interdependence. In the situation of interdependence, the interests of states are so intertwined that one state cannot develop at the cost of others. Contrary to neoliberalism, the dependency school argues that the cooperation which begins with an expectation to develop a mutually beneficial relationship between developed and developing states eventually ends in establishing dependence of developing states on developed, capital-rich states. Raoul Prebisch defined dependence as the relations between centers, advanced capitalist states, and the periphery, developing states, whereby Raoul Prebisch defined dependence as the relations between centers, advanced capitalist states, and the periphery, developing states, whereby a country is subjected to decisions taken in the centers, not only in economic matters but also in matters of politics and strategy for domestic and foreign policies. Prebisch cited in Namkung 1999, 130. While defining dependency, James A. Caporazzo has argued that dependency involves a complex set of relations centering on the incorporation of less developed, less homogeneous societies into global divisions of labor. Caporazzo quoted in Namkung 1999, 124. In his essay The Structure of Dependence, 1970, Theotonio dos Santos has defined dependency as a situation in which the economy of certain countries is conditioned by the development and expansion of another economy to which the former is subjected. Santos believes that interdependence turns into dependency when some countries, the dominant ones, can expand and can be self-sustaining, while other countries, the dependent ones, can do this only as a reflection of that expansion which can have either a positive or a negative effect on their immediate development. Santos cited in Namkung 1999, 124. The roots of the dependency school go back to the late 1940s. Raoul Prebisch of the United Nations Economic Commission on Latin America was among the earliest writers who underlined how unfair terms of trade were leading to the development of some states at the cost of underdevelopment of others. This idea was further developed by scholars of the school like Celso Furtado, Osvaldo Sunkel, Theotonio dos Santos, André Gunder Frank, and Emmanuel Wallerstein. Dependency school assumes that the structure of the world economy is divided into core and periphery. The core includes advanced capital-rich states of Western Europe and North America, while periphery includes underdeveloped states of Latin America, Asia, and Africa. In the international division of labor, the core controls capital and advanced technology. Production in these states is a capital-intensive endeavor and based on advanced technology. They are highly industrialized and manufacture goods in the world economy. In contrast, the newly independent post-colonial states of the periphery are capital-deprived and 134. Marxist approaches. Less industrialized. Their economy is primarily based on agriculture. In the world economy, the periphery states are the source of cheap labor and raw material and provide a market for goods manufactured in the core. The unfavorable terms of trade, the supply of cheap labor and raw material, and import of costly manufactured goods by the states of the periphery pave the path of dependency. In the absence of capital and industrialization, the periphery becomes dependent on the core for capital, technology, the export of raw material, supplying cheap labor, and import of manufactured goods. Given the unfair terms of trade, the newly independent post-colonial states of periphery remain underdeveloped while the core develops at the cost of the periphery. In the ultimate analysis, the underdevelopment of these states becomes a precondition of the development of the advanced capitalist states. Emmanuel Wallerstein further developed the core-periphery model. In his analysis of the world system, he has described three parts of the structure of world economy. Between core and periphery, he has added another structure called semi-periphery. The semi-periphery category is made of either developing states of the periphery or declining states of the core. These states are less developed than the core but more developed than the periphery. In the world system, the semi-periphery is a link between core and periphery. They export semi-furnished goods to the periphery and import expensive high-end products from the core. The semi-periphery states exploit periphery states but are exploited by the core states. Check your progress exercise 3 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the core-periphery model? 9.4.2 Gramsci and Neo-Gramscianism. Gramscian school of thought in Marxist approach is named after Italian thinker Antonio Gramsci. He was an eminent Marxist thinker of Italy who was imprisoned by Mussolini. The essays he wrote during imprisonment have been published after his death as Prison Notebook, 1971. In these essays, Gramsci sought to explain why revolution succeeded in a predominantly agrarian society like Russia and not in the advanced capitalist states as predicted by Karl Marx. He noticed the conditions in Russia and Europe were different. The civil society was strong in European states. In contrast, the state was strong, but the civil society was weak in Russia. In his analysis, civil society was responsible for the failure of revolution in the advanced capitalist states of Western Europe. Gramsci departed from the orthodox Marxism to assert the relative autonomy of the state, instead of explaining the dominance of the bourgeois class through the base level. 135. Theoretical perspectives, economic factors, he explained the persistence of the hegemony of the bourgeois class through social and cultural factors working at the superstructure level. Given his emphasis on the superstructure, he is regarded as a theorist of the superstructure. To explain the persistence of the dominance of the bourgeois class, Gramsci developed the concept of hegemony. In his conception, hegemony is a mix of consent and coercion. To maintain its hegemony, the bourgeois class does not always depend on coercion. Instead, the consent of civil society is enough to maintain it. Broadening the concept of state, Gramsci pointed out that the state superstructure is made of the political system and civil society. By dividing states into the political system and civil society, Gramsci differentiated between two structures of the state which are called the structure of coercion and structure of legitimation respectively. The structure of legitimation, like family, school, trade unions, and church, are consent manufacturing instruments. The hegemony of the bourgeois class depends on the effective functioning of the structure of legitimation. The structure of legitimation makes the ideology of the dominant class acceptable to the proletariat class possible without using the force. Gramsci believed that the structure of legitimation, family, school, trade unions, and church keep people socializing to the norms and values of the dominant class. The dominant class, therefore, will not have to use force. According to Gramsci, the structure of coercion consists of state's administrative apparatus, police, and military. It uses force to maintain the hegemony of the dominant class. It comes into action only when the structure of legitimation fails to perform its role. In other words, the state uses force only when people start disbelieving and disobeying social, cultural, and political practices, norms, and values of the dominant class. A neo-Gramscian theorist, Robert Cox, introduced Gramsci to world politics. Based on his reading of Gramsci, Cox has tried to explain key issues of contemporary global politics and global social movements. By using the Gramscian conception of hegemony, he has sought to explain the establishment and stability of world orders. Cox assumes that world hegemony is not only an order among states but also an order in the world economy. Hegemony can be described as a political structure, social structure, and economic structure. He argues that three forces: material capabilities, ideas, and institutions interact in the formation, maintenance, and declining of hegemony. While explaining the origin of hegemony, Cox establishes a correlation between social forces, forms of state, and world order. For Cox, hegemony is a form of dominance or class rule linked to social forces in a powerful state. He sees hegemony essentially an outward expansion of hegemony established by a social class in a powerful state. With the internationalization of production, the hegemony of the social forces of the powerful state becomes transnational. Hegemony establishes when other states accept economic and social institutions, culture, and technology of the hegemonic state. Cox believes that dominance by a powerful state may be a necessary but not a sufficient condition of hegemony. Cox 1981, 139. Hegemony is based on the management of the interstate conflicts as well as global civil society. The normative foundation of the world order reflects ideas, ideology, and principles of the powerful state. According to Cox, international organizations are the primary mechanism of socialization and diffusion of these ideas and culture in the global. 136. Marxist approaches. Civil society. International organizations are established by the state that establishes hegemony. They play 5 crucial roles in the maintenance and expansion of the hegemonic world order. First, the formation of international organizations is the result of hegemonic world order. Second, international organizations contain the norms, rules, and principles that help to expand the hegemonic world order. Third, international organizations ideologically legitimate the norms of world order. Cox 1996, 138. Fourth, by including elites from the periphery in management, international organizations increase the acceptability of the dominant class in the peripheral states. Fifth, by managing counter-hegemonic ideas, international organizations save the hegemonic world order. In this way, the global civil society institutions help to maintain dominance of the powerful state and its ruling class in the given world order. They help manufacture consent and legitimacy for the powerful state and its ruling classes in the world order without using any coercive measure. Thus, the hegemony may be established by the preeminent material power of a state. It is maintained by the ideas, norms, and institutions of the state which establishes it. According to Cox, a challenge to the hegemonic world order should start from a change in the social order within states. Through structural changes in social, political, and normative foundations of the state and founding a historic bloc, a counter-hegemonic vision can be developed. This counter-hegemonic vision can be extended to other states as well. This counter-hegemonic vision challenges the foundations of the hegemonic world order. Practically speaking, Cox believes that the global civil society institutions of the hegemonic world order sometimes fail to perform their role effectively. The result is a legitimacy crisis. For instance, the U.S. hegemony was facing a legitimacy crisis in the later phase of the Cold War. The rise of neoconservatism and new orthodoxy in the U.S. in the post-Cold War era has furthered this crisis. The rising discontent and resistance in the form of social movements, environmental movements, women movements, and global labor movements have further extended the legitimacy crisis. In this situation, the counter-hegemonic vision not only challenges the foundations of hegemonic world order in the global civil society but also help in sustaining the post-hegemonic world order. Other notable neo-Gramscian thinkers like Stephen Gill, Mark Rupert, Andreas Bielier and Adam David Morton have used Gramscian ideas and concepts or took inspiration from Gramsci to explain and understand new developments in world politics. Among other things, these authors have tried to understand the rise of neoliberalism and the impact of globalization on the U.S. hegemony through a Gramscian perspective. For instance, Stephen Gill has focused on the systematic study of Gramscian epistemology and Gramscian understanding of the international political economy. Adam Morton has applied the neo-Gramscian approach to study international political economy. Check your progress exercise 4. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. How is the hegemonic world order established and maintained according to Robert Cox? 137. Theoretical perspectives. 9.4.3 Critical theory. The term critical theory was coined by Max Horkheimer, who made a distinction with the traditional theory based on specific practical purpose. A theory is critical to the extent that it seeks human emancipation from slavery, acts as a liberating influence, and works to create a world which satisfies the needs and powers of human beings. Horkheimer 1972, 246. Critical theory is not a single theory. Rather, a wide range of theories like neo-Marxism, feminism, postmodernism, and postcolonialism come under its broad purview. These different theories take inspiration from different sources like Hegel, Marx, and Foucault and seek to explain various aspects of world politics. Despite their difference in focus and theme of study, what united these theories is, I. Their commitment for post-positivist methodology, and 2. To a large extent, their commitment for change and emancipation of subjugated people and or class of society. Critical theorists are suspicious of positivism as a method to gain knowledge. They believe that knowledge cannot be objective. Believing in subject-object unity, the critical theory assumes that knowledge cannot be independent of social context. Therefore, they criticize the positivist's way of framing objects in binaries like is versus ought, fact versus value, and objective versus subjective. In contrast to rationalist theories of IR, critical theory seeks to interrogate the sources of exclusion, violence, and subjugation, and to devise radical strategies for resisting such domination. Stephen Roach 2020, 01. For this purpose, critical theorists use post-positivist approaches that take the social context and normative aspect of social life into account. In the context of Marxism, critical theory evolved in two streams. First represented by the Frankfurt School of Marxism, especially Jürgen Habermas, while another by Italian activist and theorist Antonio Gramsci. The Frankfurt School was established in 1923 as Institute for Social Research in Goethe University, Frankfurt, Germany, to study Marxism. When the Nazi Party came to power in Germany, the institute was forced to move from Germany to Paris. When Germany invaded France, the institute finally shifted to Columbia University in New York City in 1935. Max Horkheimer's essay Traditional and Critical Theory, 1937, is regarded as an agenda-setting work of the school. In this essay, he argued that traditional theories are content to describe existing social institutions more or less as they are, and their analyses thus have the indirect effect of legitimating repressive and unjust social practices as natural or objective, Volume 2020. In contrast, through its detailed understanding of the larger historical and social context in which these institutions function, the critical theory would expose the system's false claims to legitimacy, justice, and truth, Volume 2020. Jürgen Habermas has been the most influential philosopher of the second-generation thinkers of the Frankfurt School. His ideas have the long-lasting impact of the development of critical theory of IR. His theory of communicative action and discourse ethics are central to critical IR theory. Habermas criticized the 138 Marxist approaches, positivist method to gain knowledge in social sciences. He believed the knowledge gained by positivism serves the purpose of social control, whereas the real purpose of knowledge must be human emancipation. He criticized Karl Marx for ignoring the importance of communication in developing class consciousness among the proletariat and understanding its relationship with other classes. For this purpose, he developed a theory of communicative action that became the foundation of the Frankfurt School of IR. Communication, meaning the use of language and the manipulation of symbols, facilitates collective learning and construction of intersubjective knowledge. Andrew Linklater and Mark Hoffman are two leading figures who have developed the critical theory of IR based on ideas and concepts of the Frankfurt School. Linklater used Habermas's theory of communicative action and discourse ethics to develop different perspective in world politics and advance new research agenda. Using these concepts, he sought to start a dialogue among citizens across the borders to understand the conditions under which global justice can be achieved. Linklater envisages critical theory, which analyses the prospects for universal emancipation. Linklater 1990, 04. He has identified three core functions of the critical theory. First, based on concepts like freedom and universality, it should build an alternative world order. Second, critical theory should identify significant barriers in the path of developing such an alternative world order. Third, to develop a new world order, the critical theory should work to theorize an emancipatory practice. He asserts that neither the positivist method of realism nor economic determinism of Marxism alone can serve this purpose of critical theory. Therefore, he argues in favor of going beyond Marxism and realism. Emancipation is a key theme in the writings of Linklater. He investigates how and to what extent state and state system facilitates or denies the possibilities of human emancipation. According to him, the state is an exclusionary and inclusionary form of the political community. It is inclusionary because by granting equal worth to every citizen, it extends equal rights to every citizen. At the same time, it is also exclusionary because it denies equal worth to foreigners and outsiders. The emancipatory project of critical theory underscores the limits of the state as a political community. Like Habermas, Linklater believes that individuals have a dual moral identity, one as a citizen of states and another potential role of a world citizen. The critical theory investigates the prospect for a new form of political community in which individuals and groups can achieve higher levels of freedom and equality. Linklater 2007, 45. Linklater argues in favor of transforming the political community from the state to a new form of democracy based on cosmopolitan citizenship. He also underscores the need for multiple public spheres for debates and discussions in the new form of a good society. Linklater has identified 4 achievements of a critical theory of international relations. First, critical theory is deeply suspicious of the positivist method and its assumption that knowledge is not situated in the social context, and researchers can attain that knowledge through neutral engagement with objects. Trusting on post-positivist methods, critical theorists invite researchers to use interpretive, historical, and intersubjective techniques to gain knowledge. Second, unlike the rationalist theories of IR, which assume that structures are unchangeable, critical theory believes that structure is changeable. It accuses that those who claim that 139 theoretical perspective structure is unchangeable want to maintain the status quo and perpetuate the disparity of wealth and power in world politics. Third, critical theory learns from and overcomes the weaknesses inherent in Marxism. To find out the basis of exclusion, critical theory goes beyond the Marxist conception of class. They also regard the state as a basis of exclusion because, on the basis of citizenship, the state includes a small part of people as a citizen while excluding a large part as a non-citizen. Lastly, unlike rationalist theories which judge states' capacity in terms of material capacity, economic power, and military might, critical theory judges a social arrangement, maybe state or cosmopolitan democracy, by their capacity to embrace an open dialogue with all other people. The critical theory believes in using discourse to determine the moral significance of national boundaries of a state. Linklater 2007, 46. The first 2 achievements of the critical theory are based on the use of Marxist tools and ideas to challenge rationalist approaches of IR, while last 2 on the criticism of Marxism to develop critical theory as an adequate theory of world politics. 9.5 Let us sum up. Marxism is a relatively new approach to IR. In terms of basic assumptions, methodology, and dealing with the issues, the Marxist approach presents a different and fascinating picture of world politics. Imperialism has been a keen area of interest for Marxists. Earlier Marxists have linked the origin and development of imperialism with the advancement of capitalism. However, based on the analysis of imperialism presented by Marxists after Lenin, it can be said that to have a proper understanding of the Marxist theory of imperialism, we necessarily need to go beyond Hobson and Lenin and include neo-Marxist and globalization-era Marxist account of imperialism in our study. Taking inspiration from Marxism, 3 variants of neo-Marxism have significantly enhanced our understanding of world politics. The dependency theory explains how unfair terms of trade between developed and newly independent states lead to exploitation of post-colonial states by the developed capitalist states. The neo-Gramscian approach has splendidly shown how the powerful state establishes and maintains their hegemony and suggested the way to end it. Going a step further, the critical theory has underscored the need and way to end the exploitation of human being and realize their emancipation. 9.6 References. Anivas, Alexander. 2010. Marxism and World Politics. London. Routledge. Beeler, Andreas, and Adam David Morton. 2004. A Critical Theory Route to Hegemony, World Order, and Historical Change, Neo-Gramscian Perspectives in International Relations. Capital and Class. 28, 185-113. Cox, Robert W., 1981. Social Forces, States and World Orders Beyond International Relations Theory. Millennium. 10-126-155. Cox, Robert W., and Timothy Sinclair. 1996. Approaches to World Order. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Hart, Michael, and Antonio Negri. 2000. Empire. Cambridge. Harvard University Press. 140. Marxist Approaches. Jones, Richard Wynne. 2001. Critical Theory and World Politics. London. Lynn Reyna Publishers. Kubelkopf, Vendolka, and A. Cruikshank. 2016. Marxism-Leninism and Theory of International Relations. London. Routledge. Linklater, Andrew. 2007. Critical Theory and World Politics, Citizenship, Sovereignty, and Humanity. New York. Routledge. 1990. Beyond Realism and Marxism, Critical Theory of International Relations. London. Palgrave. Namkung, Young. 1999. Dependency Theory, Concepts, Classifications, and Criticisms. International Area Studies Review. 2 121 to 150. Noonan Murray. 2017. Marxist Theories of Imperialism, A History. London. IB Tauris and Co. Ltd. Stephen Gill. 1993. Gramsci, Historical Materialism and International Relations. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Volline, Richard. 2020. Max Horkheimer. Encyclopedia Britannica. Accessed from on December 6, 2020. 9.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I, directly or indirectly, all variants take inspirations from Karl Marx, and 2. All variants of Marxist IR theories share common assumptions. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Sweezy's theorization of imperialism departs from Hobson and Lenin's conception of imperialism, and 2. His ideas have helped globalization-era Marxists' theorization of imperialism. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Characteristics of core and periphery, and 2. Describe characteristics of semi-periphery of Immanuel Wallerstein in his world system. Check Your Progress Exercise 4. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. The role of social forces in the state, and 2. The role of civil society institutions and international organizations. 141. 142. Theoretical Perspectives Unit 10 Feminist Perspectives *. Structure 10.0 Objectives 10.1 Introduction. 10.2 Meaning of Feminism. 10.2.1 Historical Background. 10.2.2 Distinction between sex and gender. 10.3 Feminism in International Politics. 10.3.1 Critique of the Realist Paradigm. 10.4 The Concept of Security Through Gendered Lenses. 10.4.1 Redefining the Concept. 10.4.2 Rape as Systematic Military Strategy. 10.4.3 Protectors turn Predators. 10.4.4 War and Masculinity. 10.5 Global Economy, International Politics and Gender. 10.6 Let us sum up. 10.7 References. 10.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 10.0 Objectives. This unit aims to familiarize you with the ideas of feminism, the distinction between sex and gender, and feminist perspectives to international relations. After studying this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of feminism, distinguish between sex and gender, identify the contribution of important feminist scholars in the field of international politics, describe the feminist understanding of war, security, economy, and global politics. 10.1 Introduction. In the world of increased interdependence resulting from the globalization process, the field of international relations has faced major challenges to its core theoretical structure. The feminist theory is one such challenge. Challenging the status quo, the feminist approach questions the traditional and foundational concepts and assumptions of international relations. It draws our attention to the fact that masculine conception of international relations embedded in existing theories have marginalized the role of women in creating and sustaining international politics. As we shall see in this unit, the feminist approach takes both women and gender seriously. Dr. Ghazala Ferretti, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Southfield College. Feminist Perspectives. It is therefore a part of critical theories which seek to explain and transform all the circumstances that enslave human beings. It has contributed to international relations IR studies by reassessing the role that gender and women play in the international arena. This unit will explain and analyze international relations from a feminist perspective so that women's contribution to international politics is highlighted. 10.2 Meaning of Feminism. Feminism can be broadly understood as a conglomeration of sociopolitical movements and academic discourse that seeks to establish equality between the sexes. It is a set of theories and practices that seek to establish equality between men and women at the most preliminary level. In various parts of the world, women historically did not have the same basic rights that were given to men. For example, they could not own property, they did not have a right to vote, they were not allowed education and employment. There are many other restrictions. Such a social order when men dominate the system and where women are discriminated against is known as patriarchy. Feminism seeks to fight against this order both theoretically and practically. Since there are still many areas where women are still subjugated, the feminist struggle is an ongoing one. For instance, there are still cases of domestic violence, rape, acid attack, female foeticide, dowry demand, eve-teasing, lack of education and opportunities for women and other such debilitations in every corner of the world. A person who fights for equality between the sexes is known as a feminist, and both men and women can be a feminist. It is a progressive idea and movement that seeks to bring about positive change in both the public and private, family, spheres of society. 10.2.1 Historical Background. The world has witnessed many people who have written about and fought against discrimination meted out to women in various regions and at varied points of time. The term feminism as we know it contemporarily was first used by Charles Fourier 1772–1837, the French philosopher who argued that all jobs should be open to both men and women based on their skill and aptitude. Goldstein 1982–98. He also was of the view that in a marriage, women were forced to behave like lifelong slaves owned and dominated by the interests of their husbands. He also was of the view that in a marriage women were forced to behave like lifelong slaves owned and dominated by the interests of their husbands. Simone de Beauvoir, another French feminist, published a book titled The Second Sex in 1949 where she rejected the idea that women are weaker than men due to their biology. She argued that this understanding that women are weaker is due to our patriarchal socio-cultural understanding. In the United Kingdom, one of the forceful arguments promoting women's rights came from Mary Wollstonecraft, 1759 to 1797. Her first published work was a treatise titled Thoughts on the Education of Daughters published in 1786. She is most well known for her book A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792, where she argues that women are not oppressed because they are naturally inferior to men but because they lack proper education. Since men and women were given different types of education since childhood, they went on to develop different mental faculties and overall personalities. Hence, the fundamental difference between the sexes was not something that was innate/inherent/natural but brought about by differences in upbringing and most specifically by differences in education. 143. Theoretical Perspectives in India. Pandita Ramabai Sarasvati published her book titled High Caste Hindu Women in 1887 where she exposed cultural customs and traditions that were discriminatory towards women. The year 1905 also saw the publication of a utopian feminist novel titled Sultana's Dream by Begum Rokeya, where women are scientists, pilots, engineers in a science fiction-like plot. It depicts an alternative reality where the roles of men and women have been reversed and, in this process, the myth of male superiority is destroyed in the novel. 10.2.2 Distinction between sex and gender. Feminist scholars make a distinction between sex and gender. The sex of a person is based on the biological/bodily features, whereas the gender of a person is based on the upbringing of that person. Sex is therefore something physical/natural, whereas gender is something that is created/nurtured. For example, when a child is born, that child is born with certain physical entities that denote the sex of the child. Depending on whether the child has male or female genitalia, the family and the society at large started treating that child in a certain way. For example, if the child is female, she is given pink clothes and dolls to play with. If the child is male, he is given blue clothes and guns to play with. Girl children are taught cooking and other household work, whereas boys are not given the same training. Girls are taught to be shy, soft-spoken, and timid, whereas boys are taught to be rough and tough. When boys cry, they are asked not to cry like girls. Such a difference in their upbringing impacts the total personality of the child and makes her/him a particular type of adult. Gender is created by family and societal values. How a man should behave and how a woman should behave in an ideal way is decided by societal values. Gender is further divided into the concepts of masculinity and femininity. Qualities and behavioral features that are generally ascribed to males is known as masculinity, and qualities/behaviors that are generally ascribed to females is known as femininity. Examples of masculinity are strong physical body, toughness in attitude, being rough, liking sports and outdoor physical activities, having better science and mathematical abilities, aggressive behavior, losing temper easily, being rational and objective, quick decision maker, having better driving skills, risk-taking abilities, leadership qualities, and others. Examples of femininity would be caring attitude, emotional attachment, risk-averse, cooking abilities, compassionate, timid and weak physically and mentally, soft-spoken, lack of interest in sports, interests in shopping, inability to take quick decisions rationally, and others. Feminists argue that masculinity and femininity is socially constructed and people belonging to both the sexes can develop either of these qualities, given the nature of upbringing and education. Hence, if a girl child is taught to be physically and mentally tough by giving the proper nutrition and training, then she can become capable of equally becoming physically strong, tough, and aggressive. This has been proved by many women in the field of sports and armed forces. The same is true for women making scientific achievements and achieving milestones in professions which are usually considered masculine. Similarly, the world has seen many famous chefs who are men, although cooking has generally been a feminine activity. Men are equally capable of showing emotions like crying and being compassionate. Hence, feminists started out by arguing that differentiation needs to be made between sex and gender. If sex is something that is physical and cannot be changed, what needs to be changed is the mindset of people. Given the proper environment, men and women can equally. 144. Do all the tasks that have been historically attached to only one sex. Feminist perspectives. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by the term feminism? 10.3 Feminism in International Politics. Feminist perspectives entered the international relations discipline at the end of the 1980s, at about the same time as the end of the Cold War. The first International Conference on Women, Gender, and the Study of International Relations (IR) was held in 1988 in Wellesley College, Massachusetts, United States. Judith N. Ticker was one of the foremost feminist scholars in international relations who played a central role in the organization of this conference. Dara Krishna Swamy 2012, 227. This led to the start of a new discussion about gender issues in the discipline of international politics. The growing discussion led to the creation of a new discourse on the feminist perspective to IR with the publication of several foundational texts on the subject. Some of these publications were books like Women and War by Jean Bethke Elston in 1987, International Relations Theory, Contributions of Feminist Standpoint by Robert Ethane in 1989, Bananas, Beaches and Bases, Making Sense of International Politics by Cynthia Enloe in 1990, Gender and International Relations by Grant and Newland in 1991, Gender in International Relations by Judith and Tickner in 1992. This led to the establishment of various feminist courses on gender in international politics in various universities all over the world. The Feminist Theory and Gender Studies section, FDGS, of the International Studies Association, ISA, also launched a new journal, the International Feminist Journal of Politics, IFJP, in the year 1999. Feminist perspectives on international politics fundamentally focus on gender. The first step was to highlight that gender categories of masculinity and femininity are relational concepts. That means that they are dependent on each other for their meaning in a hierarchical manner. The hierarchy is so juxtaposed that masculine qualities are treated as superior and feminine traits are treated as inferior. For example, rational, masculine -M versus emotional, feminine -F, strength M versus weakness, F, public, M versus private, F, objective, M versus subjective, F, protector, M versus protected, F, and others. Feminist international relations scholars argue that these everyday gendered categories of masculinity and femininity have a deep impact on the nature, theory, and practice of international relations. They have provided several examples of how these categories have gone on to influence not only the writings in the field but also the practice of international relations. The fundamental areas of IR, such as war and peace, diplomacy, international and national security, global economy and 145. Theoretical perspectives, trade, and others are profoundly impacted by this hierarchical gendered understanding of the world. 10.3.1 Critique of the Realist Paradigm. One of the most important feminist articles that critiqued the realist theory of international politics was by Judith and Ticker. It was published in 1988 and was titled Hans Morgenthau's Principles of Political Realism, a Feminist Reformulation. The first line of this article states, "International politics is a man's world, a world of power and conflict in which warfare is a privileged activity." Tickner, 1988, 429. She brings to the forefront the issue that what is considered central to the practice of international relations areas such as diplomacy, military service, and security issues have been largely domains that are controlled by men. Though the numbers of females in these professions have been increasing throughout the world, these areas are still considered to be masculine and requiring masculine traits. Tickner goes on to challenge each of Hans J. Morgenthau's 6 principles of the realist theory of international politics. Morgenthau had outlined that political realism believes that politics is governed by objective laws that have their roots in human nature, interest is defined in terms of power, that moral principles cannot be applied to the action of states, and that the political sphere is autonomous. Morgenthau, 1948. Tickner contests each of these principles in her article. First, she argues that objectivity is associated with masculinity, whereas human nature is both masculine as well as feminine. Second, national interest cannot be defined only in terms of power, as it is a multidimensional concept which at the global level might require cooperation. Third, the definition of power itself needs to be broadened to not only mean domination over others, power over, but also collective empowerment, power with. Fourth, she rejects that there can be a separation between political action and morality. Fifth, while agreeing that moral aspiration of a particular country cannot be universal, there needs to be an emphasis on common moral elements of humanity that would help on building the international community. Last, she argues that focusing on the autonomy of the political sphere makes it exclusionary, especially for feminine issues. Moreover, autonomy itself has been associated with masculinity. Tickner, 2014, 17. Overall, Tickner draws attention to how the discipline and the practice of international relations has prioritized masculinity. Hence concepts such as power understood as domination, autonomy, objectivity, competition, zero-sum game, aggressive behavior, the idea of a strong muscular male leader heading the state, state security and nuclear politics get prioritized in international relations theory and practice. This not only sidelines a plurality of actors in world politics but also completely blinds the discipline to issues central to individual security, especially women. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is Judith Ticker's critique of Morgenthau's 6 principles of political realism? 146. Feminist perspectives. 10.4 Concept of security through gendered lenses. 10.4.1 Redefining the concept. Mainstream theories like realism, liberalism, and constructivism treat the state as the main actor of international relations. Accordingly, when it comes to security, their focus is mainly on state security and how it can be achieved primarily through military and economic means at the national level. Feminist scholars have argued that the concept of security needs to be understood not only in a top-down fashion but also a bottom-up perspective where individual and communities are also prioritized. Tickner, 2014, 265. This is because individual issues completely get hidden in this race for state security. With huge spending on defense budgets, some countries spend very less on basic necessities for their citizens. This negatively impacts all citizens, but women in particular because of the patriarchal system at all socioeconomic levels. Also, sometimes prioritizing state security can be directly detrimental to individual/women's security. An example would be the then South Korean government being complicit in the prostitution racket of South Korean women for the United States soldiers stationed in South Korea from 1950 to 53, Sang-hun Cho 2017. Scholars who have studied the issue have said that the South Korean government was motivated in part by fear that the American military stationed in the country to provide a defense against North Korea would leave, Sang-hun Cho 2017. It is evident here that in this case, women's security was fundamentally compromised for state security. In the name of national security, the Korean state promoted policies that exploited these women's lives and demonstrated how national security can translate into personal insecurity for certain individuals. Catherine Moon, 1997, as quoted in Ticker 2014, 263. 10.4.2 Rape as systematic military strategy. Feminist scholars have also highlighted how war and conflicts affect women. In wartime, women are particularly subject to rape and prostitution. Rape is not just an accident of war, but often a systematic military strategy. Tickner 2014, 263. Since the patriarchal system thinks of women and their bodies as properties, like the territorial land being conquered in a war, there is also an attempt to conquer and brutalize women's bodies, thereby owning them. Janjindi Petman, 1996, has highlighted how in the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina 1992 to 1995, rape was associated with a policy of ethnic cleansing. The strategy included forced pregnancies to make Bosnia a Serbian state by implanting Serbian babies in Bosnian Muslim mothers. Tickner 2014, 263. Such a strategy of war reflects a deeply held patriarchal belief that children belong only to their father's religion/ethnicity. It overrides the biological fact that the babies have the genetic composition of both the parents. Hence, if the mother and father belong to different ethnicity/religion, the system that gives only the father's surname/religion to the child is deeply discriminatory towards women. 147. Theoretical Perspectives. 10.4.3 Protectors turn predators. Jean Beta Elshton, in her book titled Women and War, published in 1987, examines the different nature of roles that are expected from men and women during a war. Societal expectations dictate that men play the role of a brave soldier and women play the role of a sacrificial pacifist. This reinforces men's position as warriors and women's role as non-combatants, which Elshton challenges through her work. In continuation of such an argument, feminist scholars have challenged the protector-protected relationship during war/conflict. Gender stereotypes have forced us to think of men as protectors and women as those who need protection. One of the stories that has been told throughout history is that men fight wars to protect women and children. Tickner 2014, 263. But the actual conduct of a war has shown that these same protectors can easily turn into the greatest threat to women and children's safety. Several cases of abuse and assault on women and children have been reported even by the United Nations peacekeeping forces during their missions. Peacekeepers have been accused of engaging in sex trafficking, soliciting prostitutes, forcing children into prostitution, and having sex with minors. Ndulo Muna 2009, 129. The first official allegations about peacekeeper involvement in sexual misconduct came to light during the UN mission in Cambodia in 1992. This was followed by reports from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Haiti, the Democratic Republic of Congo (DRC), and East Timor. Hernandez Brianda Nicole, 2020. Such horrid stories about women and children during conflict have fundamentally challenged the protection myth. 10.4.4 War and Masculinity. What is also important is the masculine language that is used for war and conflict. A soldier is trained to have masculine traits, to be aggressive, rough, and tough. Military training depends on the denigration of anything considered feminine. To act like a soldier is to be not womanly. Tickner 2014, 264. But there have been countless wars where women have equally participated in combat. An example would be the Civil War in Sierra Leone that lasted from 1991 to 2002, where evidence shows that women, female soldiers, were empowered by their fighting role. They participated in a variety of activities, including killing, using weapons, commanding armed groups, spying, looting, raping, and burning homes. Tickner 2014, 264. Unfortunately, even when a woman shows more bravery and violence than men on the battlefield, it is still said that she fights like a man. In this context, Professor Nivedita Menon writes in her book titled Seeing Like a Feminist. And who does not remember that stirring line of Subhadra Kumari Chauhan's Kub Lady Mardani Hu To Jhansi Wali Rani T. Bravely she fought, the Rani of Jhansi / like a man she did fight. What does this line mean? Even when it is a woman who has shown bravery, it still cannot be understood as a feminine quality. Bravery is seen as a masculine virtue no matter how many women display it or how few men. Menon, 2012. Although women are increasingly joining the armed forces in the combat role, they had to fight a long battle to be able to do so. In many places, the resistance came from within the military itself, which saw addition of women as affecting the combat capabilities of the group. It is also a controversial issue for feminists. Most feminists believe that equality dictates that women should be allowed to. 148. Feminist perspectives. Serve in militaries. However, some feminists believe that women should reject fighting in men's wars. Tickner 2014, 265. What is also to be highlighted is the fact that the association of masculinity with security is not only in the realm of armed forces but also in political life and academic life. For example, generally most people associate a politician with masculine characteristics like aggressiveness, physical toughness, loud talking, and dominant personality with security for the state. The assumption is that such leaders can protect the state from various threats. Politicians who do not show boisterous and arrogant qualities but are more educated with good administrative skills are not favored by people. This automatically puts dominant males at a better advantage at being voted to power rather than people with feminine qualities. Such a notion can be completely baseless. During the COVID-19 pandemic in the first year 2020, several articles highlighted how countries with female leaders had relatively fared much better in tackling the virus with regard to the number of deaths and general preparedness. This would include female leaders like Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland, Tsai Ing-wen, President of Taiwan, Tobamanda 2020. Despite such evidence, unfortunately, many people still associate security with masculinity. The same logic percolates to the level of academic discourse where female scholars are taken less seriously than their male counterparts, especially in the field of security studies, with the latter being called for more panel discussions, talks, presentations than the former. Check your progress exercise 3 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. How have feminist scholars redefined the concept of security in international politics? 10.5 Global economy, international politics and gender. Concerning women and work, there are several variations depending on the socio-economic conditions of the various regions, both inter- and intra-countries. However, there are some translational similarities that can be observed. This is related to the gender division of labor both within the house and in the public professional sphere. As has been mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, it is assumed that women and men are better at doing particular types of jobs. Globally, women are disproportionately clustered in low-paid jobs in garment industries, services, and home-based work or subsistence agriculture. Tickner 2014, 268. In addition to this, women working outside are also expected to do all the household work in the private family sphere, which is often taken for granted by 149. Theoretical Perspectives Society. This is known as double burden, as women are working both in the public sphere as well as in the private sphere. Also, this labor that they do in the private sphere is invisible in the economic analysis. Tickner 2014, 268. In the realm of international politics, Professor Cynthia Enloe began by asking a very important question, which is, where are the women? This forced international relations scholars to locate the spaces that women inhabit in politics at the global level. In one of her books titled Bananas, Beaches and Bases, first published in 1990, she looks at the various roles that women play in international politics. These roles are important but secondary. Examples would be that of diplomatic wives, military wives, sex workers on military bases, plantation sector workers, garment factory workers, and others. In this huge area of international politics, women are hardly seen in decision-making roles, especially in the field of what is known as high politics, which are issues related to war, peace, nuclear politics, security, trade, and others. While the number of women leaders is increasing, still most of the countries have men as the head of the state. This is evident especially in the photographic sessions of intergovernmental organizations like the G7 and G20, where most representatives are men, with just 1 or 2 women standing out. For example, among the group of 7 G7 countries, only one is a female, Angela Merkel as Chancellor of Germany as of December 2020. The same is true for the group of 20 G20 as of December 2020. It is for this reason that the term diplomatic wives exists, as most of the international diplomacy is being historically conducted by men. There is a gender division of labor here, as men do the negotiations at the high table, whereas women, as the wives of these diplomats, support their husbands and thereby the state. This whole issue gets complicated as more and more women enter the foreign service of various countries as diplomats. This issue underlines the fact that diplomacy, which is a fundamental part of international politics, has been underlined by a gender division of labor. Professor Enloe has also underlined that the personal is international and the international is personal. By this she means that politicization of domestic/personal/private life is the pillar that holds up the international system. Hence, women's lives are international. She argues that if people truly need to understand the issues of international politics like war, they need to also understand it through the eyes of women who are directly and indirectly being impacted by the war. For example, it is not enough to just analyze the belligerent parties fighting the Syrian war. One can never truly understand this war until one analyzes its impact on the refugee women and children. Hence, one can never fully grasp the meaning of international politics until one can understand how ideas about femininity and masculinity are holding up the international economic and political system. The growing realization that international politics needs to take issues of gender seriously has been prompted, and in return has prompted, many international conventions and conferences on women. The first World Conference on Women was held in Mexico City in 1975 by the United Nations (UN). This was the first in a series of conferences to be sponsored by the UN. This launched the United Nations Decade for Women from 1975 to 1985 with a resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly. The objective was to focus on the issues and policies that impacted women. In 1979, the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The Second International Women's Conference was held in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1980. 150. Feminist Perspectives. And the third was held in Nairobi, Kenya in 1985. This event saw the participation from 157 member states and a host of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. The Fourth World Conference on Women was held in Beijing in 1995. The Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action adopted by 189 countries is an agenda for women's empowerment. This plan of action has built on the ideas of the previous three conferences. The year 2020 was the 25th anniversary of this Beijing Plan of Action, and the declaration adopted on this occasion recognized the progress made by gender equality but also stated that no country has achieved full gender equality. The Commission of the Status of Women, CSW, is the international intergovernmental body that exclusively focuses on the issue of gender equality and women empowerment. It was established as a functional commission of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, in the year 1946. In July 2010, the United Nations General Assembly also created UN Women, United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women. UN Women supports the work of the Commission on the Status of Women and acts to bring together the participation from civil society representatives and international entities working for equality. United Nations website. Check your progress exercise for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is Cynthia Enloe referring to when she asks the question, where are the women? 10.6 Let us sum up. Feminism has brought about different ways of thinking about the central issues and processes of international politics like war and peace. It argues that the state is not the only significant actor and opens an entire range of non-state actors right down to how individual men and women are important. Its critique of the realist theory of international politics rests on exposing the underlying gendered assumptions of power and security in realist thought. Feminism hence shares its grounds with other theories of international politics in its critique of the realist paradigm. The notion of security has been reconceptualized to include the elimination of all forms of violence at both international and interpersonal levels. This includes economic empowerment and freedom from all forms of physical and emotional harassment which women have been particularly subjected to. The international feminist movement has brought to the forefront the importance of gender mainstreaming, which is a strategy to evaluate all policies and organizational setups in a manner that promotes gender equality at all stages. Feminist scholars have opened several issues in the theory and practice of international politics. They have highlighted how the discipline has been blind to the issues of women from its inception. Feminist scholars have focused on 151. Theoretical perspectives: how ideas of masculinity and femininity have influenced the functioning of international relations. In the process, they have considerably broadened and deepened the scope of the theory and practice of international politics. 10.7 References. Beasley, Chris. 1999. What is Feminism? An Introduction to Feminist Theory. London. Sage Publications. Benhabib Salah. 1992. Situating the Self. Cambridge. Polity Press. Dara Krishnaswamy. 2012. Feminism. In Basu, ed. International Politics Concepts, Theories and Issues, 221 to 247. New Delhi. Sage Publications. Elston, Jean Bethke. 1987. Women in War. Chicago. University of Chicago Press. Enloe, Cynthia. 2014. Banana, Beaches and Bases: Making a Feminist Sense of International Politics. Berkeley. University of California Press. Kasturi, Leela and Mazumdar, Veena. 1994. Women and Indian Nationalism. New Delhi. Vikas Publication. Menon, Nivedita. 2012. Seeing Like a Feminist. New Delhi. Zaban. Ndilo Muna. 2009. The United Nations Responses to the Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Women and Girls by Peacekeepers During Peacekeeping Missions. Cornell Law Faculty Publications. Paper 59. 27, 1, 127 to 161. Sanghun Cho. 2017, January 20th. South Korea illegally held prostitutes who cater to GS decades age, court says. The New York Times. Retrieved from Taub, Amanda. 2020, May 15th. Why are women-led nations doing better with COVID-19? The New York Times. Retrieved from 2020/05/15/world/coronaviruswomenleaders.html. Tickner, J. and 1988. Hans Morgenthau's Principles of Political Realism, A Feminist Reformulation. Millennium, Journal of International Studies. 17, 3, 429 to 440. Tickner, J. and 2014. Gender in World Politics. In Bayliss, Smith and Owens, eds, The Globalization of World Politics, pages 258-273. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Wollstonecraft, Mary. 1792. A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. Sweden. Wisehouse Classics. 10.8 Answers to check your progress. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight I. Feminism seeks to establish equality between men and women, and 2. Feminism is both a practical movement and a theoretical discourse. 152. 153. Feminist perspectives. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. Tickner focuses on how realism has focused on masculine features such as objectivity, power, autonomy, national interest, lack of morality to understand international politics. Check your progress exercise 3. 1. Your answer should highlight the fact that feminists have moved beyond state security to include individual security. Check your progress exercise 4. 1. Here Cynthia is referring to I. Women have been relegated to secondary roles in the practice of international politics, and 2. They have not yet been given decision-making roles, especially in issues of high politics. Theoretical Perspectives Unit 11 Eurocentrism and Perspectives from the Global South *. Structure 11.0 Objectives 11.1 Introduction 11.2 What is Eurocentrism? 11.3 Eurocentrism and Division of Knowledge 11.4 International Relations Theory and Eurocentrism 11.5 Non-Western IRT or Voices from the Global South 11.6 IRT from the Global South 11.7 Limitations and Problems of IRT from the Global 11.3 Eurocentrism and Division of Knowledge 11.4 International Relations Theory and Eurocentrism 11.5 Non-Western IRT or Voices from the Global South 11.6 IRT from the Global South 11.7 Limitations and Problems of IRT from the Global South 11.8 Let us sum up 11.9 References 11.10 Answers to check your progress exercises. 11.0 Objectives. This unit aims to familiarize students with the idea of Eurocentrism and perspectives from the Global South in the discipline of International Relations (IR). After studying this unit, you will be able to explain Eurocentrism and ideas from the Global South, identify and describe some key concepts related to the Global South, analyze some of the shortcomings of the perspectives of the Global South. 11.1 Introduction. The previous units have intricately provided a sketch of the numerous international relations theories, IRT. As these units have shown, international relations (IR) is a study of the interaction of states, more precisely Western nation-states that are caught in a power struggle. IRT is a West-centric discourse that tries to pass off as a global phenomenon. The reliance of IRT on the knowledge that emerged from Western experiences makes them culture-bound and somewhat biased. It is based on Western political theories and social realities that mostly emerged with the Age of Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution. Thus, IRT can be seen as social constructs from the West that were imposed through colonialism in other parts of the world. There is the presence of strong epistemological issues that relate to how knowledge is generated. IRT are specific knowledge that emerged from the West. There is a strong value embedded within the discipline of IR, which is West or ethnocentric. IRT has emerged from the core states of the West. As these theories have been constructed keeping in mind life in the West, they are not able to explain or Dr. Jigme Yeshalama, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of 154. Calcutta. Eurocentrism and understand all the key structures and dynamics of different societies or realities. Perspectives from the global. IRT is seen to be narrow as there is no non-Western theory. Non-Western IR. South. Theories are seen to be scattered, unsystematic, and mostly inaccessible. Acharya and Busan, in their influential book Non-Western International Relations Theory, Perspectives on and Beyond Asia 2010, challenged the dominance of West-centric IR theory. They argue that IR theory misrepresents and misunderstands much of world history. They therefore call for introducing case studies from China, India, Japan, and Southeast Asia to broaden, diversify, and enrich IRT. They argue that the main reason for the absence of a non-Western IRT is due to ideational and perceptional forces which fuel, in varying ways, notions of Gramscian hegemonies and ethnocentrism and the politics of exclusion. The West is seen to be monopolizing over knowledge production. It is the model provided by modern European history that becomes the primary model for understanding IRT, thus making IRT highly Eurocentric. 11.2 What is Eurocentrism? IRT is a highly Eurocentric narrative. Sujata Patel explains Eurocentric or Eurocentrism as an idea that all knowledge emerged in Europe in the context of European modernity. Thus, it entails a linear conception of time which suggested that this knowledge has produced through the values and institutional systems that were universalized in Europe in the past 500 years in its backyard. Patel writes that this narrative incorporates two master narratives: the superiority of Western civilization through progress and reason, and the belief in the continuous growth of capitalism through modernization, development, and creation of new markets. These master narratives are all ethnocentric in nature. It needs to be understood that European knowledge saw itself to be superior to the other, which was to be colonized, turned into an object of control, and through which it became modern. Under this, Europe saw itself as the origin point of modernity, which became the point of reference for other cultures and civilizations. Europe and the West were painted in terms of the master civilization that had modernity, reason, culture, and science, while the East was painted as inferior, which was enclosed in space, nature, religion, and spirituality. The binary created was one of modernity and tradition. The Western European countries were all torchbearers of the modern, while the countries of the East were traditional and backward. Through this, the European societies justified their imperial experience and the colonialism that they had imposed in other parts of the world. This was needed to bring modernity to the rest of the world. We see theories such as Marxism legitimizing the control and domination of large parts of the world to inject them with the ideals of communism. Check your progress exercise 1. Note I, use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips to your answer. 1. Why is IRT termed as Eurocentric? 155. Theoretical perspectives. 11.3 Eurocentrism and division of knowledge. Eurocentrism is seen to be dividing knowledge between the West and the non-West. Here the idea that human civilization originated in the European experience of modernity becomes important. It makes Europe the center of the narrative and also the analysis of growth. It was due to Europe's superiority and its control of the world that provided the conditions for Europe's ascendance and also created a scientific language that legitimized this perspective and made it into a universal truth. This truth creation becomes important as it emerged as the standard for understanding all forms of realities in different parts of the world. The two important foundations of Eurocentrism are I. Evolutionism, the belief that Western societies evolved higher than the non-Western societies. It follows the logic established by Charles Darwin in On the Origin of Species that looked into how species have progressed over the years. The logic embedded in his writing is of the survival of the fittest. 2. Dualism, it stresses on the idea of Europe and the West being the fountainhead of knowledge, making them more powerful, which in turn is highlighted against the non-West, which was traditional. Thus, we see the creation of binary oppositions which is hierarchized, leading to the formation of a dualism of the self and the other. Sujata Patel writes how the division of knowledge brought about by Eurocentrism is seen in the context of how academic knowledge regarding India was framed by the colonial anthropologists and administrators in India. For instance, Eurocentric scholars divided knowledge regarding Indian religion, making a distinction between the great traditions that is Hinduism and the little traditions that is the folk cultures. Much of these have been uncritically accepted by scholars researching on South Asian religion. On the other hand, South Asia had thousands of distinct cultural practices and ideas that have lived and experienced existence in various forms and unequal, subordinated relationships with each other. In the 19th century, anthropological and sociological knowledge dissolved these distinctions and recategorized them into 4 of 5 major religious traditions. A Eurocentric understanding of Indian religion led to the imposition of homogenization. One can say that Western categories and norms were used in the study of non-Western societies.